Chapter 45. Meanwhile, our Arabs had plundered the Turks, their baggage train, and their camp, and soon after moonrise, Auda came to us and said that we must move. It angered Nasir and myself. Tonight there was a dewy west wind blowing, and at Abba el-Lisan's 4,000 feet, after the heat and burning passion of the day, its damp chill struck very sharply on our wounds and bruises. The spring itself was a thread of silvery water in a runnel of pebbles across delightful turf, green and soft, on which we lay, wrapped in our cloaks, wondering if something to eat were worth preparing. For we were subject at the moment to the physical shame of success, a reaction of victory when it became clear that nothing was worth doing and that nothing worthy had been done. Oda insisted. Partly it was superstition. He feared the newly dead around us, partly lest the Turks return in force, partly lest other clans of the Hawetat take us, lying there broken and asleep. Some were his blood enemies. Others might say they came to help our battle, and in the darkness thought we were Turks and fired blindly. So we roused ourselves and jogged the sorry prisoners into line. Most had to walk. Some 20 camels were dead or dying from wounds which they had got in the charge, and others were overweak to take a double burden. The rest were loaded with an Arab and a Turk, but some of the Turkish wounded were too hurt to hold themselves on pillion. In the end, we had to leave about 20 on the thick grass beside the rivulet, where at least they would not die of thirst, though there was little hope of life or rescue for them. Nasir set himself to beg blankets for these abandoned men who were half naked, and while the Arabs packed, I went off down the valley where the fight had been to see if the dead had any clothing they could spare, but the Bedouin had been beforehand with me and had stripped them to the skin. Such was their point of honor. To an Arab, an essential part of the triumph of victory was to wear the clothes of an enemy. And next day we saw our force transformed, as to the upper half, into a Turkish force, each man in a soldier's tunic. For this was a battalion straight from home, very well found and dressed in new uniforms. The dead men looked wonderfully beautiful. The night was shining gently down, softening them into new ivory. Turks were white-skinned on their clothed parts, much whiter than the Arabs, and these soldiers had been very young. Close round them lapped the dark wormwood, now heavy with dew, in which the ends of the moonbeams sparkled like sea spray. The corpses seemed flung so pitifully on the ground, huddled anyhow in low heaps. Surely, if straightened, they would be comfortable at last. So I put them all in order, one by one, very wearied myself, and longing to be of these quiet ones, not of the restless, noisy, aching mob up the valley, quarrelling over the plunder, boasting of their speed and strength to endure God knew how many toils and pains of this sort. With death, whether we won or lost, waiting to end the history. In the end, our little army was ready and wound slowly up the height and beyond into a hollow sheltered from the wind. And there, while the tired men slept, we dictated letters to the sheikhs of the coastal Hawetat, telling them of the victory, that they might invest their nearest Turks and hold them till we came. We had been kind to one of the captured officers, a policeman despised by his regular colleagues, and him we persuaded to be our Turkish scribe to the commandants of Guera, Kethera, and Hadra, the 3 posts between us and Akaba, telling them that if our blood was not hot, we took prisoners, and that prompt surrender would ensure their good treatment and safe delivery to Egypt. This lasted till dawn, and then Auda marshalled us for the road and led us up the last mile of soft, heath-clad valley between the rounded hills. It was intimate and homelike till the last green bank, when suddenly we realized it was the last, and beyond lay nothing but clear air. The lovely change this time checked me with amazement. And afterwards, however often we came, there was always a catch of eagerness in the mind, a pricking forward of the camel and straightening up to see again over the crest into openness. Star hillside swooped away below us for hundreds and hundreds of feet, in curves like bastions against which summer morning clouds were breaking, and from its foot opened the new earth of the Guera plain. Abba el-Lisan's rounded limestone breasts were covered with soil and heath, green, well watered. Guera was a map of pink sand, brushed over with streaks of watercourses in a mantle of scrub, and out of this, and bounding this, towered islands and cliffs of glowing sandstone, wind-scarped and rain-furrowed, tinted celestially by the early sun. After days of travel on the plateau in prison valleys, to meet this brink of freedom was a rewarding vision, like a window in the wall of life. We walked down the whole zigzag pass of Shtar to feel its excellence, for on our camels we rocked too much with sleep to dare see anything. At the bottom the animals found a matted thorn which gave their jaws pleasure. We in front made a halt, rolled on to sand soft as a couch, and incontinently slept. Order came. We pleaded that it was for mercy upon our broken prisoners. He replied that they alone would die of exhaustion if we rode, but if we dallied, both parties might die. For truly, there was now little water and no food. However, we could not help it, and stopped that night short of Guera after only 15 miles. At Guera lay Sheikh Ibn Jad, balancing his policy to come down with the stronger. And today we were the stronger, and the old fox was ours. He met us with honeyed speeches. The 120 Turks of the garrison were his prisoners. We agreed with him to carry them at his leisure and their ease to Akaba. Today was the 4th of July. Time pressed us, for we were hungry, and Akaba was still far ahead behind two defences. The nearer post, Kathira, stubbornly refused parley with our flags. Their cliff commanded the valley, a strong place which it might be costly to take. We assigned the honour in irony to Ibn Jad and his unwearied men, advising him to try it after dark. He shrank, made difficulties, pleaded the full moon, but we cut hardly into this excuse, promising that tonight for a while there should be no moon. By my diary there was an eclipse. Duly it came, and the Arabs forced the post without loss, while the superstitious soldiers were firing rifles and clanging copper pots to rescue the threatened satellite. Reassured, we set out across the strand-like plain. Niazi Bey, the Turkish battalion commander, was Nasir's guest to spare him the humiliation of Bedouin contempt. Now he sidled up by me, and his swollen eyelids and long nose betraying the moroseness of the man, began to complain that an Arab had insulted him with a gross Turkish word. I apologized, pointing out that it must have been learnt from the mouth of one of his Turkish fellow governors. The Arab was repaying Caesar. Caesar, not satisfied, pulled from his pocket a wizened hunch of bread to ask if it was fit breakfast for a Turkish officer. My heavenly twins, foraging in Guera, had bought, found, or stolen a Turkish soldier's ration loaf, and we had quartered it. I said it was not breakfast, but lunch and dinner, and perhaps tomorrow's meals as well. I, a staff officer of the British Army, not less well-fed than the Turkish, had eaten mine with the relish of victory. It was defeat, not bread, which stuck in his gullet, and I begged him not to blame me for the issue of a battle imposed on both our honours. The narrows of Wadi Itam increased in intricate ruggedness as we penetrated deeper. Below Kathira we found Turkish post after Turkish post, empty. Their men had been drawn into Qadra, the entrenched position at the mouth of Iatm, which covered Akaba so well against a landing from the sea. Unfortunately for them, the enemy had never imagined attack from the interior, and of AHL, their great works, not one trench or post faced inland. Our advance from so new a direction threw them into panic. In the afternoon we were in contact with this main position, and heard from the local Arabs that the subsidiary posts about Akaba had been called in or reduced, so that only a last 300 men barred us from the sea. We dismounted for a council to hear that the enemy were resisting firmly in bomb-proof trenches with a new artesian well. Only it was rumoured that they had little food. No more had we. It was a deadlock. Our council swayed this way and that. Arguments bickered between the prudent and the bold. Tempers were short and bodies restless in the incandescent gorge whose granite peaks radiated the sun in a myriad shimmering points of light, and into the depths of whose tortuous bed no wind could come to relieve the slow saturation of the air with heat. Our numbers had swollen double. So thickly did the men crowd in the narrow space and press about us that we broke up our council twice or thrice, partly because it was not good they should overhear us wrangling, partly because in the sweltering confinement our unwashed smells offended us. Through our heads the heavy pulses throbbed like clocks. We sent the Turks summonses, first by white flag and then by Turkish prisoners, but they shot at both. This inflamed our Bedouin, and while we were yet deliberating, a sudden wave of them burst up onto the rocks and sent a hail of bullets spattering against the enemy. Nasir ran out barefoot to stop them, but after 10 steps on the burning ground screeched for sandals, while I crouched in my atom of shadow, too wearied of these men, whose minds all wore my livery, to care who regulated their febrile impulses. However, Nasir prevailed easily. Faraj and Daud had been ringleaders. For correction, they were set on scorching rocks till they should beg pardon. Daud yielded immediately, but Faraj, who for all his soft form was of whipcord and much the master spirit of the two, laughed from his first rock, sat out the second sullenly, and gave way with a bad grace only when ordered to a third. His stubbornness should have been stringently visited. But the only punishment possible to our hands in this vagrant life was corporal, which had been tried upon the pair so often and so uselessly that I was sick of it. If confined this side of cruelty, the surface pain seemed only to irritate their muscles into activities wilder than those for which they had been condemned. Their sins were elvish gaiety, the thoughtlessness of unbalanced youth, the being happy when we were not. And for such follies to hurt them mercilessly like criminals till their self-control melted and their manhood was lost under the animal distress of their bodies, seemed to me degrading, almost an impiety towards two sunlit beings on whom the shadow of the world had not yet fallen, the most gallant, the most enviable I knew. We had a third try to communicate with the Turks by means of a little conscript who said that he understood how to do it. He undressed and went down the valley in little more than boots. An hour later, he proudly brought us a reply, very polite, saying that in 2 days, if help did not come from Man, they would surrender. Such folly, for we could not hold our men indefinitely, might mean the massacre of every Turk. I held no great brief for them, but it was better they be not killed, if only to spare us the pain of seeing it. Besides, we might have suffered loss. Night operations in the staring moon would be nearly as exposed as day. Nor was this, like Abba el-Lisan, an imperative battle. We gave our little man a sovereign as earnest of reward, walked down close to the trenches with him, and sent in for an officer to speak with us. After some hesitation, this was achieved, and we explained the situation on the road behind us, our growing forces, and our short control over their tempers. The upshot was that they promised to surrender at daylight. So we had another sleep, an event rare enough to chronicle, in spite of our thirst. Next day at dawn, fighting broke out on all sides, for hundreds more hillmen, again doubling our number, had come in the night, and not knowing the arrangement, began shooting at the Turks, who defended themselves. Nasir went out with Ibn Dagaithir and his Agail marching in fours down the open bed of the valley. Our men ceased fire. The Turks then stopped, for their rank and file had no more fight in them and no more food, and thought we were well supplied. So the surrender went off quietly after all. As the Arabs rushed in to plunder, I noticed an engineer in grey uniform, with red beard and puzzled blue eyes, and spoke to him in German. He was the well-borer and knew no Turkish. Recent doings had amazed him, and he begged me to explain what we meant. I said that we were a rebellion of the Arabs against the Turks. This, it took him time to appreciate. He wanted to know who was our leader. I said the Sharif of Mecca. He supposed he would be sent to Mecca. I said rather to Egypt. He inquired the price of sugar, and when I replied cheap and plentiful, he was glad. The loss of his belongings he took philosophically, but was sorry for the well, which a little work would have finished as his monument. He showed me where it was, with the pump only half built. By pulling on the sludge bucket, we drew enough delicious clear water to quench our thirsts. Then we raced through a driving sandstorm down to Akaba, 4 miles further, and splashed into the sea on July the 6th, just 2 months after our setting out from Wales. Book 5, Marking Time, chapters 55 to 68. Our capture of Akaba closed the Hejaz War and gave us the task of helping the British invade Syria. The Arabs working from Akaba became virtual right wing of Allenby's army in Sinai. To mark the changed relation, Faisal, with his army, was transferred to Allenby's command. Allenby now became responsible for his operations and equipment. Meanwhile, we organized the Akaba area as an unassailable base from which to hinder the Hejaz Railway. Chapter 55. Through the whirling dust, we perceived that Akaba was all a ruin. Repeated bombardments by French and English warships had degraded the place to its original rubbish. The poor houses stood about in a litter, dirty and contemptible, lacking entirely that dignity which the durability of their time-challenging bones conferred on ancient remains. We wandered into the shadowed grove of palms at the very break of the splashing waves, and there sat down to watch our men streaming past as lines of flushed, vacant faces without message for us. For months, Akaba had been the horizon of our minds, the goal. We had had no thought. We had refused thought of anything beside. Now, in achievement, we were a little despising the entities which had spent their extremist effort on an object whose attainment changed nothing radical either in mind or body. In the blank light of victory, we could scarcely identify ourselves. We spoke with surprise, sat emptily, fingered upon our white skirts, doubtful if we could understand or learn whom we were. Others' noise was a dreamlike unreality, a singing in ears drowned deep in water. Against the astonishment of this unasked-for continued life, we did not know how to turn our gift to account. Especially for me was it hard, because though my sight was sharp, I never saw men's features. Always I peered beyond, imagining for myself a spirit reality of this or that. And today each man owned his desire so utterly that he was fulfilled in it and became meaningless. Hunger called us out of our trance. We had now 700 prisoners in addition to our own 500 men and 2,000 expectant allies. We had not any money, or indeed a market, and the last meal had been 2 days ago. In our riding camels we possessed meat enough for 6 weeks, but it was poor diet, and a dear one, indulgence in which would bring future immobility upon us. Green dates loaded the palms overhead. Their taste, raw, was nearly as nasty as the want they were to allay. Cooking left them still deplorable. So we and our prisoners sadly faced a dilemma of constant hunger, or of violent diurnal pains more proper to gluttony than to our expedient eating. The assiduous food habit of a lifetime had trained the English body to the pitch of producing a punctual nervous excitation in the upper belly at the fixed hour of each meal, and we sometimes gave the honored name of hunger to this sign that our gut had cubic space for more stuff. Arab hunger was the cry of a long, empty, laboring body fainting with weakness. They lived on a fraction of our bulk food, and their systems made exhaustive use of what they got. A nomad army did not dung the earth richly with byproducts. Our 42 officer prisoners were an intolerable nuisance. They were disgusted when they found how ill-provided we were. Indeed, they refused to believe it was not a fraud to annoy them, and plagued us for delicacies, as though Cairo lay hidden in our saddlebags. To escape them, Nasir and I slept. Always we tried to signalize each accomplished stage by this little extra piece. For in the desert we were only left alone by men and flies when lying on our backs, with a cloak to shield our faces, asleep or feigning sleep. In the evening, our first reaction against success having passed off, we began to think how we should keep Akaba, having gained it. We settled that Auda should return to Guera. He would there be covered by the descent of Shtar and the Guera sands, in fact as safe as need be, but we would make him safer yet, in excess of precaution. We would put an outpost 20 miles to his north, in the impregnable rock ruins of Nabathian Petra, and link them to him by a post at Delaga. Auda should also send men to Batra, so that his Hoitat lie in a semicircle of 4 positions round the edge of the Man Highlands, covering every way towards Akaba. These 4 positions existed independently. The enemy had swallowed Goltz's impertinent generalities about the interdependence of strong posts. We looked to their delivering a spirited drive against one, and sitting afterwards in it dazed for an uncomfortable month, unable to advance for the threat of the remaining three, scratching their heads and wondering why the others did not fall. Supper taught us the urgent need to send news over the 150 miles to the British at Suez for a relief ship. I decided to go across myself with a party of 8, mostly Hawaitat, on the best camels in the force. One even was the famous Jedha, the 7-year-old for whom the Nova Sera had fought the Beni Sakhr. As we rode round the bay, we discussed the manner of our journey. If we went gently, sparing the animals, they might fail with hunger. If we rode hard, they might break down with exhaustion or sore feet in mid-desert. Finally, we agreed to keep at a walk, however tempting the surface, for so many hours of the 24 as our endurance would allow. On such time tests, the man, especially if he were a foreigner, usually collapsed before the beast. In particular, I had ridden 50 miles a day for the last month and was near my limit of strength. If I held out, we should reach Suez in 50 hours of a march. And to preclude cooking halts upon the road, we carried lumps of boiled camel and broiled dates in a rag behind our saddles. We rode up the Sinai Scarp by the pilgrim's granite-hewn road with its gradient of 1 in 3.5. The climb was severe because hasty, and when we reached the crest before sunset, both men and camels were trembling with fatigue. One camel we thence sent back as unfit for the trip. With the others, we pushed out across the plain to some thorn scrub, where they cropped for an hour. Near midnight, we reached Themed, the only wells on our route, in a clean valley sweep below the deserted guardhouse of the Sinai police. We let the camels breathe, gave them water and drank ourselves. Then forward again, plodding through a silence of night so intense that continually we turned round in the saddles at fancied noises away there by the cloak of stars. But the activity lay in ourselves, in the crackling of our passage through the undergrowth perfumed like ghost flowers about us. We marched into the very slow dawn. At sunup, we were far out in the plain through which sheaves of watercourses gathered towards Arish, and we stopped to give our camels a few minutes' mockery of pasture. Then again in the saddle till noon and past noon, when behind the mirage rose the lonely ruins of Nakhl. These we left on our right. At sunset we halted for an hour. Camels were sluggish and ourselves utterly wearied, but Motlog, the one-eyed owner of Jedha, called us to action. We remounted, and at a mechanical walk climbed the Mitla Hills. The moon came out, and their tops, contoured in form lines of limestone strata, shone as though crystalline with snow. In the dawn we passed a melon field, sown by some adventurous Arab in this no-man's land between the armies. We halted another of our precious hours, loosing the disgusted camels to search the sand valleys for food while we cracked the unripe melons and cooled our chapped lips on their pithy flesh. Then again forward in the heat of the new day, though the canal valley, constantly refreshed by breezes from the Gulf of Suez, was never too oppressive. By midday, we were through the dunes, after a happy switchback ride up and down their waves, and out on the flatter plain. Suez was to be guessed at, as the fries of indeterminate points mowing and bobbing in the mirage of the canal hollow far in front. We reached great trench lines with forts and barbed wire, roads and railways falling to decay. We passed them without challenge. Our aim was the Shat, a post opposite Suez on the Asiatic bank of the canal, and we gained it at last near 3 in the afternoon, 49 hours out of Akaba. For a tribal raid, this would have been fair time, and we were tired men before ever we started. Shat was in unusual disorder, without even a sentry to stop us, plague having appeared there 2 or 3 days before. So the old camps had been hurriedly cleared, left standing, while the troops bivouacked out in the clean desert. Of course we knew nothing of this, but hunted in the empty offices till we found a telephone. I rang up Suez headquarters and said I wanted to come across. They regretted that it was not their business. The inland water transport managed transit across the canal after their own methods. There was a sniff of implication that these methods were not those of the general staff. Undaunted, for I was never a partisan of my nominal branch of the service, I rang up the office of the water board and explained that I had just arrived in Shat from the desert with urgent news for headquarters. They were sorry but had no free boats just then. They would be sure to send first thing in the morning to carry me to the quarantine department, and rang off. Chapter 56. Now I had been 4 months in Arabia continually on the move. In the last 4 weeks I had ridden 1,400 miles by camel, not sparing myself anything to advance the war, but I refused to spend a single superfluous night with my familiar vermin. I wanted a bath and something with ice in it to drink, to change these clothes all sticking to my saddle sores in filthiness, to eat something more tractable than green date and camel sinew. I got through again to the inland water transport and talked like Chrysostom. It had no effect, so I became vivid. Then once more they cut me off. I was growing very vivid when friendly northern accents from the military exchange floated down the line. "It's no bluidy good, sir. Talking to them fucking water boogers." This expressed the apparent truth, and the broad-spoken operator worked me through to the embarkation office. Here, Littleton, a major of the busiest, had added to his innumerable labors that of catching Red Sea warships one by one as they entered Suez roads, and persuading them, how some loved it, to pile high their decks with stores for wedge or yenbo. In this way he ran our thousands of bales and men free as a byplay in his routine, and found time as well to smile at the curious games of us curious folk. He never failed us. As soon as he heard who and where I was, and what was not happening in the inland water transport, the difficulty was over. His launch was ready, would be at the Shat in half an hour. I was to come straight to his office, and not explain, till perhaps now after the war, that a common harbour launch had entered the Sacred Canal without permission of the Water Directorate. All fell out as he said. I sent my men and camels north to Kubri, where, by telephone from Suez, I would prepare them rations and shelter in the animal camp on the Asiatic shore. Later, of course, came their reward of hectic and astonishing days in Cairo. Littleton saw my weariness and let me go at once to the hotel. Long ago it had seemed poor, but now was become splendid, and after conquering its first hostile impression of me and my dress, it produced the hot baths and the cold drinks, 6 of them, and the dinner and bed of my dreams. A most willing intelligence officer, warned by spies of a disguised European in the Sinai Hotel, charged himself with the care of my men at Kubri and provided tickets and passes for me to Cairo next day. The strenuous control of civilian movement in the canal zone entertained a dull journey. A mixed body of Egyptian and British military police came round the train, interrogating us and scrutinizing our passes. It was proper to make war on permit men, so I replied crisply in fluent English, "Sheriff of Mecca staff," to their Arabic inquiries. They were astonished. The sergeant begged my pardon. He had not expected to hear. I repeated that I was in the staff uniform of the Sheriff of Mecca. They looked at my bare feet, white silk robes and gold head rope and dagger. Impossible. "What army, sir?" "Meccan." "Never heard of it, don't know the uniform." "Would you recognize a Montenegrin dragoon?" This was a home thrust. Any Allied troops in uniform might travel without pass. The police did not know all the Allies, much less their uniforms. Mine might really be some rare army. They fell back into the corridor and watched me while they wired up the line. Just before Ismailia, a perspiring intelligence officer in wet khaki boarded the train to check my statements. As we had almost arrived, I showed him the special pass with which the forethought of Suez had twice armed my innocence. He was not pleased. At Ismailia, passengers for Cairo changed to wait until the express from Port Said was due. In the other train shone an opulent saloon, from which descended Admiral Wemyss and Burmester and Neville, with a very large and superior general. A terrible tension grew along the platform as the party marched up and down it in weighty talk. Officers saluted once, twice, still they marched up and down. 3 times was too much. Some withdrew to the fence and stood permanently to attention. These were the mean souls. Some fled. These were the contemptibles. Some turned to the bookstall and studied bookbacks avidly. These were shy. Only one was blatant. Burmester's eye caught my staring. He wondered who it was, for I was burned crimson and very haggard with travel. Later I found my weight to be less than 7 stone. However, he answered, and I explained the history of our unannounced raid on Akaba. It excited him. I asked that the admiral send a storeship there at once. Burmester said the Dufferin, which came in that day, should load all the food in Suez, go straight to Akaba, and bring back the prisoners. Splendid. He would order it himself, not to interrupt the admiral and Allenby. "Allenby, what's he doing here?" cried I. "Oh, he's in command now." "And Murray?" "Gone home." This was news of the biggest, importantly concerning me, and I climbed back and fell to wondering if this heavy, rubicund man was like ordinary generals, and if we should have trouble for 6 months teaching him. Murray and Belinda had begun so tiresomely that our thought those first days had been not to defeat the enemy, but to make our own chiefs let us live. Only by time and performance had we converted Sir Archibald and his chief of staff, who in their last months wrote to the War Office commending the Arab venture, and especially Faisal in it. This was generous of them and our secret triumph, for they were an odd pair in one chariot. Murray, all brains and claws, nervous, elastic, changeable. Lyndon Bell, so solidly built up of layers of professional opinion, glued together after government testing and approval, and later trimmed and polished to standard pitch. At Cairo, my sandaled feet slip-slapped up the quiet Savoy corridors to Clayton, who habitually cut the lunch hour to cope with his thronging work. As I entered, he glanced up from his desk with a muttered "Mush Fadi," Anglo-Egyptian for engaged. But I spoke and got a surprised welcome. In Suez the night before, I had scribbled a short report, so we had to talk only of what needed doing. Before the hour ended, the Admiral rang up to say that the Dufferin was loading flour for her emergency trip. Clayton drew £16,000 in gold and got an escort to take it to Suez by the 3 o'clock train. This was urgent, that Nasir might be able to meet his debts. The notes we had issued at Bayer, Jeffer and Guera were penciled promises on army telegraph forms to pay so much to bearer in Akaba. It was a great system, but no one had dared issue notes before in Arabia because the Bedouins had neither pockets in their shirts nor strong rooms in their tents, and notes could not be buried for safety. So there was an unconquerable prejudice against them, and for our good name it was essential that they be early redeemed. Afterwards, in the hotel, I tried to find clothes less publicly exciting than my Arab get-up, but the moths had corrupted all my former store, and it was 3 days before I became normally ill-dressed. Meanwhile, I heard of Allenby's excellence and of the last tragedy of Murray, that second attack on Gaza, which London forced on one too weak or too politic to resist. And how we went into it, everybody, generals and staff officers, even soldiers, convinced that we should lose. 5,800 was the casualty bill. They said Allenby was getting armies of fresh men and hundreds of guns, and all would be different. Before I was clothed, the commander-in-chief sent for me, curiously. In my report, thinking of Saladin and Abu Ubaidah, I had stressed the strategic importance of the eastern tribes of Syria and their proper use as a threat to the communications of Jerusalem. This jumped with his ambitions, and he wanted to weigh me. It was a comic interview, for Allenby was physically large and confident, and morally so great that the comprehension of our littleness came slow to him. He sat in his chair looking at me, not straight, as his custom was, but sideways, puzzled. He was newly from France, where for years he had been a tooth of the great machine grinding the enemy. He was full of Western ideas of gunpowder and weight, the worst training for our war, but as a cavalryman was already half persuaded to throw up the new school in this different world of Asia and accompany Dornay and Chetwode along the worn road of maneuver and movement. Yet he was hardly prepared for anything so odd as myself. A little barefooted, silk-skirted man offering to hobble the enemy by his preaching if given stores and arms, and a fund of 200,000 sovereigns to convince and control his converts. Allenby could not make out how much was genuine performer and how much charlatan. The problem was working behind his eyes, and I left him unhelped to solve it. He did not ask many questions, nor talk much. but studied the map and listened to my unfolding of eastern Syria and its inhabitants. At the end, he put up his chin and said quite directly, "Well, I will do for you what I can," and that ended it. I was not sure how far I had caught him, but we learned gradually that he meant exactly what he said, and that what General Allenby could do was enough for his very greediest servant. Chapter 57. Upon Clayton, I opened myself completely. Akaba had been taken on my plan by my effort. The cost of it had fallen on my brains and nerves. There was much more I felt inclined to do and capable of doing, if he thought I had earned the right to be my own master. The Arabs said that each man believed his ticks to be gazelles. I did fervently. Clayton agreed they were spirited and profitable ticks, but objected that actual command could not be given to an officer junior to the rest. He suggested Joyce as commanding officer at Akaba, a notion which suited me perfectly. Joyce was a man in whom one could rest against the world, a serene, unchanging, comfortable spirit. His mind, like a pastoral landscape, had four corners to its view: cared for, friendly, limited, displayed. He had won golden opinions at Rabeg and Wej, practicing that very labor of building up an army and a base, which would be necessary at Akaba. Clayton-like, he was a good cartilage to set between opposing joints, but he had more laughter than Clayton, being broad and Irish and much over 6 feet in height. His nature was to be devoted to the nearest job without straining on his toes after longer horizons. Also, he was more patient than any recorded archangel, and only smiled that jolly smile of his whenever I came in with revolutionary schemes and threw new ribbons of fancy about the neck of the wild thing he was slowly rearing. The rest was easy. For supply officer, we would have Goslet, the London businessman who had made chaotic Wake so prim. The aeroplanes could not yet be moved, but the armored cars might come straight away, and a guard ship if the admiral was generous. We rang up Sir Roslin Wemyss, who was very generous. His flagship, the Euryalus, should sit there for the first few weeks. Genius this was, for in Arabia ships were esteemed by number of funnels, and the Euryalus with 4 was exceptional in ships. Her great reputation assured the mountains that we were indeed the winning side, and her huge crew, by the prompting of Everard Fielding, for fun built us a good pier. On the Arab side, I asked that the expensive and difficult wedge be closed down, and Faisal come to Akaba with his full army. A sudden demand, it seemed, to Cairo. So I went further, pointing out that the Yenbo Medina sector also became a back number, and advised the transfer to Akaba of the stores, money, and officers now devoted to Ali and Abdullah. This was ruled to be impossible, but my wish regarding Wej was granted me in compromise. Then I showed that Akaba was Allenby's right flank, only 100 miles from his center, but 800 miles from Mecca. As the Arabs prospered, their work would be done more and more in the Palestine sphere. So it was logical that Faisal be transferred from the area of King Hussein to become an army commander of the Allied expedition of Egypt under Allenby. This idea held difficulties. Would Faisal accept? 5, I had talked it over with him in Wej months ago. The High Commissioner? Faisal's army had been the largest and most distinguished of the Hejaz units. Its future would not be dull. General Wingate had assumed full responsibility for the Arab movement in its darkest moment, at great risk in reputation. Dare we ask him to relinquish its advance guard now on the very threshold of success? Clayton, knowing Wingate very well, was not afraid to broach the idea to him, and Wingate replied promptly that if Allenby could make direct and large use of Faisal, it would be both his duty and his pleasure to give him up for the good of the show. A third difficulty of the transfer might be King Hussein, an obstinate, narrow-minded, suspicious character, little likely to sacrifice a pet vanity for unity of control. His opposition would endanger the scheme, and I offered to go down to talk him over, calling on the way to get from Faisal such recommendations of the change as should fortify the powerful letters which Wingate was writing to the king. This was accepted. The Dufferin, on returning from Akaba, was detailed to take me to Jeddah for the new mission. She took 2 days to reach Wej. Faisal, with Joyce, Newcomb, and all the army, was at Jeddah, 100 miles inland. Stent, who had succeeded Ross in command of the Arabian flight, sent me up by air, so we crossed comfortably at 60 miles an hour, the hills learned toilsomely on camelback. Faisal was eager to hear the details of Akaba and laughed at our prentice wars. We sat and made plans the whole night. He wrote to his father, ordered his camel corps to march upon Akaba forthwith, and made first arrangements towards getting Jafar Pasha and his army ferried up in the long-suffering Hardanger. At dawn, they flew me back to Wej, and an hour after the Dufferin was making for Jeddah, where things became easy for me with Wilson's powerful help. To render Akaba, our most promising sector, strong, he sent up a shipload of reserve stores and ammunition and offered us any of his officers. Wilson was of the Wingate school. The king came down from Mecca and talked discursively. Wilson was the royal touchstone by which to try doubtful courses. Thanks to him, the proposed transfer of Faisal to Allenby was accepted at once, King Hussein taking the opportunity to stress his complete loyalty to our alliance. Then, changing his subject as usual without obvious coherence, he began to expose his religious position, neither strong Shia nor strong Sunni, aiming rather at a simple pre-schism interpretation of the faith. In foreign politics, he betrayed a mind as narrow as it had been broad in unworldly things, with much of that destructive tendency of little men to deny the honesty of opponents. I grasped something of the fixed jealousy which made the modern Faisal suspect in his father's court, and realized how easily mischief-makers could corrode the king. While we played so interestingly at Jeddah, 2 abrupt telegrams from Egypt shattered our peace. The first reported that the Howetat were in treasonable correspondence with Ma'an. The second connected Auda with the plot. This dismayed us. Wilson had traveled with Auda and formed the inevitable judgment of his perfect sincerity. Yet Mohammed el-Daylan was capable of double play, and Ibn Jad and his friends were still uncertain. We prepared to leave at once for Akaba. Treachery had not been taken into account when Nasir and I had built our plan for the town's defense. Fortunately, the Hardanger was in harbor for us. On the third afternoon, we were in Akaba, where Nasir had no notion that anything was wrong. I told him only of my wish to greet Auda. He lent me a swift camel and a guide, and at dawn we found Auda and Mohammed and Zal all in a tent at Guera. They were confused when I dropped in on them unheralded, but protested that all was well. We fed together as friends. Others of the Howetat came in, and there was gay talk about the war. I distributed the king's presents and told them to their laughter that Nasir had got his month's leave to Mecca. The king, an enthusiast for the revolt, believed that his servants should work as manfully, so he would not allow visits to Mecca, and the poor men found continual military service, heavy banishment from their wives. We had jested 100 times that if he took Akaba, Nasir would deserve a holiday, but he had not really believed in its coming until I gave him Hussein's letter the evening before. In gratitude, he sold me Ghazala, the regal camel he won from the Howetat. As her owner, I became of new interest to the Abu Tai. After lunch, by pretense of sleep, I got rid of the visitors, and then abruptly asked Auda and Mohammed to walk with me to see the ruined fort and reservoir. When we were alone, I touched on their present correspondence with the Turks. Auda began to laugh, Mohammed to look disgusted. At last they explained elaborately that Mohammed had taken Auda's seal and written to the governor of Man, offering to desert the Sharif's cause. The Turk had replied gladly, promising great rewards. Mohammed asked for something on account. Auda then heard of it, waited till the messenger with presents was on his way, caught him, robbed him to the skin, and was denying Mohammed a share of the spoils. A farcical story, and we laughed richly over it, but there was more behind. They were angry that no guns or troops had yet come to their support, and that no rewards had been given them for taking Akaba. They were anxious to know how I had learnt of their secret dealings, and how much more I knew. We were on a slippery ledge. I played on their fear by my unnecessary amusement, quoting in careless laughter as if they were my own words, actual phrases of the letters they had exchanged. This created the impression desired. Parenthetically, I told them Faisal's entire army was coming up and how Allenby was sending rifles, guns, high explosive, food and money to Akaba. Finally, I suggested that Auda's present expenses in hospitality must be great. Would it help if I advanced something of the great gift Faisal would make him personally when he arrived? Auda saw that the immediate moment would not be unprofitable, that Faisal would be highly profitable, and that the Turks would be always with him if other resources failed. So he agreed in a very good temper to accept my advance, and with it to keep the Huwaitat well fed and cheerful. It was near sunset. Zal had killed a sheep, and we ate again in real amity. Afterwards I remounted with Mufadi to draw Auda's allowance, and Abdel Rahman, a servant of Muhammad's, who, so he whispered me, would receive any little thing I wished to send him separately. We rode all night towards Akaba, where I roused Nasir from sleep to run over our last business. Then I paddled out in a derelict canoe from Euryalus jetty to the Hardinger just as the first dawn crept down the western peaks. I went below, bathed, and slept till mid-morning. When I came on deck, the ship was rushing grandly down the narrow gulf under full steam for Egypt. My appearance caused a sensation, for they had not dreamed I could reach Guera, assure myself, and get back in less than 6 or 7 days to catch a later steamer. We rang up Cairo and announced that the situation at Guera was thoroughly good, and no treachery abroad. This may have been hardly true, but since Egypt kept us alive by stinting herself, we must reduce impolitic truth to keep her confident and ourselves a legend. The crowd wanted book heroes, and would not understand how more human old Auda was because after battle and murder, his heart yearned towards the defeated enemy now subject at his free choice to be spared or killed, and therefore never so lovely. Chapter 58. Again there fell a pause in my work, and again my thoughts built themselves up. Till Faisal and Jafar and Joyce and the army came, we could do little but think, yet that, for our own credit, was the essential process. So far our war had had but the one studied operation, the march on Akaba. Such haphazard playing with the men and movements of which we had assumed the leadership disgraced our minds. I vowed to know henceforward before I moved, where I was going and by what roads. At Wedge the Hejaz War was won. After Akaba it was ended. Faisal's army had cleared off its Arabian liabilities, and now, under General Allenby, the joint commander-in-chief, its role was to take part in the military deliverance of Syria. The difference between Hejaz and Syria was the difference between the desert and the sown. The problem which faced us was one of character, the learning to become civil. Wadi Musa village was our first peasant recruit. Unless we became peasants too, the independence movement would get no further. It was good for the Arab revolt that so early in its growth this change imposed itself. We had been hopelessly laboring to plough wastelands, to make nationality grow in a place full of the certainty of God, that upas certainty which forbade all hope. Among the tribes, our creed could be only like the desert grass, a beautiful swift seeming of spring, which, after a day's heat, fell dusty. Aims and ideas must be translated into tangibility by material expression. The desert men were too detached to express the one, too poor in goods, too remote from complexity to carry the other. If we would prolong our life, we must win into the ornamented lands, to the villages where roofs or fields held men's eyes downward and near, and begin our campaign as we had begun that in Wadi Aiz, by a study of the map and a recollection of the nature of this, our battleground of Syria. Our feet were upon its southern boundary. To the east stretched the nomadic desert. To the west, Syria was limited by the Mediterranean, from Gaza to Alexandretta. On the north, the Turkish populations of Anatolia gave it an end. Within these limits, the land was much parcelled up by natural divisions. Of them, the first and greatest was longitudinal, the rugged spine of mountains which, from north to south, divided a coast strip from a wide inland plain. These areas had climatic differences so marked that they made two countries, two races almost, with their respective populations. The shore Syrians lived in different houses, fed and worked differently, used an Arabic differing by inflection and in tone from that of the inlanders. They spoke of the interior unwillingly, as of a wild land of blood and terror. The inland plain was subdivided geographically into strips by rivers. These valleys were the most stable and prosperous tillages of the country. Their inhabitants reflected them, contrasting on the desert side with the strange, shifting populations of the borderland, wavering eastward or westward with the season, living by their wits, wasted by drought and locusts, by Bedouin raids, or, if these failed them, by their own incurable blood feuds. Nature had so divided the country into zones. Man, elaborating nature, had given to her compartments an additional complexity. Each of these main north and south strip divisions was crossed and walled off artificially into communities at odds. We had to gather them into our hands for offensive action against the Turks. Faisal's opportunities and difficulties lay in these political complications of Syria, which we mentally arranged in order, like a social map. In the very north, furthest from us, the language boundary followed, not inaptly, the coach road from Alexandretta to Aleppo, until it met the Baghdad railway, up which it went to the Euphrates Valley. But enclaves of Turkish speech lay to the south of this general line in the Turkoman villages north and south of Antioch, and in the Armenians who were sifted in among them. Otherwise, a main component of the coast population was the community of Ansaria, those disciples of a cult of fertility, sheer pagan, anti-foreign, distrustful of Islam, drawn at moments towards Christians by common persecution. The sect, vital in itself, was clannish in feeling and politics. One Nosiri would not betray another, and would hardly not betray an unbeliever. Their villages lay in patches down the main hills to the Tripoli Gap. They spoke Arabic, but had lived there since the beginning of Greek letters in Syria. Usually they stood aside from affairs and left the Turkish government alone in hope of reciprocity. Mixed among the Ansaria were colonies of Syrian Christians, and in the bend of the Orontes had been some firm blocks of Armenians, inimical to Turkey. Inland, near Harim, were Druses, Arabic in origin, and some Circassians from the Caucasus. These had their hand against all. Northeast of them were Kurds, settlers of some generations back, who were marrying Arabs and adopting their politics. They hated native Christians most, and after them they hated Turks and Europeans. Just beyond the Kurds existed a few Yazidis, Arabic-speaking, but in thought affected by the dualism of Iran and prone to placate the spirit of evil. Christians, Mohammedans and Jews, peoples who placed revelation before reason, united to spit upon Yazid. Inland of them stood Aleppo, a town of 200,000 people, an epitome of all Turkey's races and religions. Eastward of Aleppo, for 60 miles, were settled Arabs, whose color and manner became more and more tribal as they neared the fringe of cultivation, where the semi-nomad ended and the Bedawi began. A section across Syria from sea to desert, a degree further south, began in colonies of Muslim Circassians near the coast. In the new generation they spoke Arabic and were an ingenious race, but quarrelsome, much opposed by their Arab neighbors. Inland of them were Ismailia. These Persian immigrants had turned Arab in the course of centuries, but revered among themselves one Mohammed, who in the flesh was the Aga Khan. They believed him to be a great and wonderful sovereign, honoring the English with his friendship. They shunned Moslems, but feebly hid their beastly opinions under a veneer of orthodoxy. Beyond them were the strange sights of villages of Christian tribal Arabs under sheikhs. They seemed very sturdy Christians, quite unlike their sniveling brethren in the hills. They lived as the Sunni about them, dressed like them, and were on the best terms with them. East of the Christians lay semi-pastoral Muslim communities, and on the last edge of cultivation, some villages of Ismailia outcasts in search of the peace men would not grant. Beyond were Bedouin. A third section through Syria, another degree lower, fell between Tripoli and Beirut. First near the coast were Lebanon Christians, for the most part Maronites or Greeks. It was hard to disentangle the politics of the two churches. Superficially, one should have been French and one Russian. But a part of the population, to earn a living, had been in the United States, and there developed an Anglo-Saxon vein, not the less vigorous for being spurious. The Greek Church prided itself on being Old Syrian, autochthonous, of an intense localism which might ally it with Turkey rather than endure irretrievable domination by a Roman power. The adherents of the two sects were at one in unmeasured slander when they dared of Mohammedans. Such verbal scorn seemed to salve their consciousness of inbred inferiority. Families of Muslims lived among them, identical in race and habit, except for a less mincing dialect and less parade of emigration and its results. On the higher slopes of the hills clustered settlements of Mudawara Shia Mohammedans from Persia generations ago. They were dirty, ignorant, surly, and fanatical, refusing to eat or drink with infidels, holding the Sunni as bad as Christians, following only their own priests and notables. Strength of character was their virtue, a rare one in garrulous Syria. Over the hill crest lay villages of Christian yeomen, living in free peace with their Muslim neighbors, as though they had never heard the grumbles of Lebanon. East of them were semi-nomad Arab peasantry, and then the open desert. A fourth section, a degree southward, would have fallen near Acre, where the inhabitants from the seashore were first Sunni Arabs, then Druses, then Metawala. On the banks of the Jordan Valley lived bitterly suspicious colonies of Algerian refugees facing villages of Jews. The Jews were of varied sorts. Some, Hebrew scholars of the traditionalist pattern, had developed a standard and style of living befitting the country, while the later comers, many of whom were German-inspired, had introduced strange manners and strange crops and European houses, erected out of charitable funds, into this land of Palestine, which seemed too small and too poor to repay in kind their efforts. But the land tolerated them. Galilee did not show the deep-seated antipathy to its Jewish colonists, which was an unlovely feature of the neighboring Judea. Across the eastern plains, thick with Arabs, lay a labyrinth of crackled lava, the leisure where the loose and broken men of Syria had foregathered for unnumbered generations. Their descendants lived there in lawless villages, secure from Turk and Bedouin, and worked out their internecine feuds at leisure. South and southwest of them opened the Hauran, a huge, fertile land, populous with warlike, self-reliant and prosperous Arab peasantry. East of them were the Druses, heterodox Muslim followers of a mad and dead Sultan of Egypt. They hated Maronites with a bitter hatred, which, when encouraged by the government and the fanatics of Damascus, found expression in great periodic killings. Nonetheless, the Druses were disliked by the Muslim Arabs and despised them in return. They were at feud with the Bedouins and preserved in their mountain a show of the chivalrous semi-feudalism of Lebanon in the days of their autonomous emirs. A fifth section in the latitude of Jerusalem would have begun with Germans and with German Jews, speaking German or German Yiddish, more intractable even than the Jews of the Roman era, unable to endure contact with others not of their race, some of them farmers, most of them shopkeepers, the most foreign, uncharitable part of the whole population of Syria. Around them glowered their enemies, the sullen Palestine peasants, more stupid than the yeomen of North Syria, material as the Egyptians, and bankrupt. East of them lay the Jordan depth, inhabited by charred serfs, and across it group upon group of self-respecting village Christians who were, after their agricultural co-religionists of the Orontes Valley, the least timid examples of our original faith in the country. Among them and east of them were tens of thousands of semi-nomad Arabs, holding the creed of the desert, living on the fear and bounty of their Christian neighbors. Down this debatable land, the Ottoman government had planted a line of Circassian immigrants from the Russian Caucasus. These held their ground only by the sword and the favor of the Turks, to whom they were of necessity devoted. Chapter 59. The tale of Syria was not ended in this count of odd races and religions. Apart from the country folk, the 6 great towns, Jerusalem, Beirut, Damascus, Horns, Hama, and Aleppo, were entities, each with its character, direction, and opinion. The southernmost, Jerusalem, was a squalid town, which every Semitic religion had made holy. Christians and Mohammedans came there on pilgrimage to the shrines of its past, and some Jews looked to it for the political future of their race. These united forces of the past and the future were so strong that the city almost failed to have a present. Its people, with rare exceptions, were characterless as hotel servants, living on the crowd of visitors passing through. Ideals of Arab nationality were far from them, though familiarity with the differences of Christians at their moment of most poignant sentience had led the classes of Jerusalem to despise us all. Beirut was altogether new. It would have been bastard French in feeling as in language, but for its Greek harbor and American college. Public opinion in it was that of the Christian merchants, fat men living by exchange, for Beirut itself produced nothing. The next strongest component was the class of returned emigrants, happy on invested savings in the town of Syria, which most resembled that Washington Street where they had made good. Beirut was the door of Syria, a chromatic Levantine screen through which cheap or shop-soiled foreign influences entered. It represented Syria as much as Soho the home counties. Yet Beirut, because of its geographical position, because of its schools, and the freedom engendered by intercourse with foreigners, had contained before the war a nucleus of people, talking, writing, thinking like the doctrinaire cyclopastists who paved the way for revolution in France. For their sake, and for its wealth, and its exceeding loud and ready voice, Beirut was to be reckoned with. Damascus, Horns, Hama, and Aleppo were the four ancient cities in which native Syria took pride. They stretched like a chain along the fertile valleys between the desert and the hills. Because of their setting, they turned their backs upon the sea and looked eastward. They were Arab and knew themselves such. Of them and of Syria, Damascus was the inevitable head, the seat of lay government, and the religious center. Its sheikhs were leaders of opinion, more Meccan than others elsewhere. Its fresh and turbulent citizens, always willing to strike, were as extreme in thought and word as in pleasure. The city boasted to move before any part of Syria. The Turks made it military headquarters just as certainly as the Arab opposition and Oppenheim and Sheikh Shawish there established themselves. Damascus was a lodestar to which Arabs were naturally drawn, a capital which would not smoothly be subservient to any alien race. Horns and Hama were twins disliking one another. All in them manufactured things, in Horns often cotton and wool, in Hama brocaded silks. Their industries were prosperous and increasing, their merchants quick to find new outlets, or to meet new tastes, in North Africa, the Balkans, Asia Minor, Arabia, Mesopotamia. They demonstrated the productive ability of Syria, unguided by foreigners, as Beirut proved its skill in distribution. Yet while the prosperity of Beirut made it Levantine, the prosperity of Horns and Kama reinforced their localism, made them more firmly native, more jealously native. Almost it seemed as though familiarity with plant and power taught people that their fathers' manners were best. Aleppo was a great city in Syria, but not of it, nor of Anatolia, nor of Mesopotamia. There the races, creeds, and tongues of the Ottoman Empire met and knew one another in a spirit of compromise. The clash of characteristics, which made its streets a kaleidoscope, imbued the Alpine with a lewd thoughtfulness, which corrected in him what was blatant in the Damascene. Aleppo had shared in all the civilizations which turned about it. The result seemed to be a lack of zest in its people's belief. Even so, they surpassed the rest of Syria. They fought and traded more, were more fanatical and vicious, and made most beautiful things, but all with a dearth of conviction which rendered barren their multitudinous strength. It was typical of Aleppo that in it, while yet Mohammedan feeling ran high, more fellowship should rule between Christian and Mohammedan, Armenian, Arab, Turk, Kurd, and Jew, than in perhaps any other great city of the Ottoman Empire, and that more friendliness, though little license, should have been accorded to Europeans. Politically, the town stood aside altogether, save in Arab quarters which, like overgrown half-nomad villages scattered over with priceless medieval mosques, extended east and south of the mural crown of its great citadel. The intensity of their self-sown patriotism tinged the bulk of the citizens outside them with a color of local consciousness, which was by so much less vivid than the Beirut-acquired unanimity of Damascus. All these peoples of Syria were open to us by the master key of their common Arabic language. Their distinctions were political and religious. Morally, they differed only in the steady gradation from neurotic sensibility on the sea-coast to reserve inland. They were quick-minded, admirers but not seekers of truth, self-satisfied, not, like the Egyptians, helpless before abstract ideas but unpractical, and so lazy in mind as to be habitually superficial. Their ideal was ease in which to busy themselves with others' affairs. From childhood they were lawless, obeying their fathers only from physical fear, and their government later for much the same reason. Yet few races had the respect of the upland Syrian for customary law. All of them wanted something new, for with their superficiality and lawlessness went a passion for politics. A science fatally easy for the Syrian to smarter, but too difficult for him to master. They were discontented always with what government they had, such being their intellectual pride. But few of them honestly thought out a working alternative, and fewer still agreed upon one. In settled Syria, there was no indigenous political entity larger than the village. In patriarchal Syria, nothing more complex than the clan, and these units were informal and voluntary, devoid of sanction, with heads indicated from the entitled families only by the slow cementing of public opinion. All higher constitution was the imported bureau system of the Turk, in practice either fairly good or very bad according to the frailty of the human instruments, generally gendarmes, through which, in the last resort, it worked. The people, even the best taught, showed a curious blindness to the unimportance of their country, and a misconception of the selfishness of great powers whose normal course was to consider their own interests before those of unarmed races. Some cried aloud for an Arab kingdom. These were usually Muslims, and the Catholic Christians would counter them by demanding European protection of a Thelemic order, conferring privileges without obligation. Both proposals were, of course, far from the hearts of the national groups, who cried for autonomy for Syria, having a knowledge of what autonomy was, but not knowing Syria. For in Arabic there was no such name, nor any name for all the country any of them meant. The verbal poverty of their Rome-borrowed name indicated a political disintegration. Between town and town, village and village, family and family, creed and creed, existed intimate jealousies sedulously fostered by the Turks. Time seemed to have proclaimed the impossibility of autonomous union for such a land. In history, Syria had been a corridor between sea and desert, joining Africa to Asia, Arabia to Europe. It had been a prize ring, a vassal of Anatolia, of Greece, of Rome, of Egypt, of Arabia, of Persia, of Mesopotamia. When given a momentary independence by the weakness of neighbors, it had fiercely resolved into discordant northern, southern, eastern, and western kingdoms, with the area at best of Yorkshire, at worst of Rutland. For if Syria was by nature a vassal country, it was also by habit a country of tireless agitation and incessant revolt. The master key of opinion lay in the common language, where also lay the key of imagination. Muslims whose mother tongue was Arabic looked upon themselves for that reason as a chosen people. Their heritage of the Quran and classical literature held the Arabic-speaking peoples together. Patriotism, ordinarily of soil or race, was warped to a language. A second buttress of a polity of Arab motive was the dim glory of the early caliphate, whose memory endured among the people through centuries of Turkish misgovernment. The accident that these traditions savored rather of the Arabian Nights than of sheer history maintained the Arab rank and file, in their conviction that their past was more splendid than the present of the Ottoman Turk. Yet we knew that these were dreams. Arab government in Syria, though buttressed on Arabic prejudices, would be as much imposed as the Turkish government, or a foreign protectorate, or the historic caliphate. Syria remained a vividly colored racial and religious mosaic. Any wide attempt after unity would make a patched and parceled thing, ungrateful to a people whose instincts ever return towards parochial home rule. Our excuse for overrunning expediency was war. Syria, ripe for spasmodic local revolt, might be seethed up into insurrection, if a new factor, offering to realize that centripetal nationalism of the Beirut cyclopedists arose to restrain the jarring sects and classes. Novel the factor must be to avoid raising a jealousy of itself, not foreign, since the conceit of Syria forbade. Within our sight, the only independent factor with acceptable groundwork and fighting adherents was a Sunni prince, like Faisal, pretending to revive the glories of Umayyad or Ayyubid. He might momentarily combine the inland men until success came with its need to transfer their debauched enthusiasm to the service of ordered government. Then would come reaction, but only after victory, and for victory everything material and moral might be pawned. There remained the technique and direction of the new revolts, but the direction a blind man could see. The critical center of Syria in all ages had been the Yarmuk Valley, Hauran and Dera. When Hauran joined us, our campaign would be well ended. The process should be to set up another ladder of tribes comparable to that from Wej to Akaba. Only this time our ladder would be made of steps of Huwaitat, Beni Sakr, Sherarat, Ruala, and Serahin to raise us 300 miles to Azraq, the oasis nearest Hauran and Jebel Drus. In character, our operations of development for the final stroke should be like naval war in mobility, ubiquity, independence of bases and communications, ignoring of ground features, of strategic areas, of fixed directions, of fixed points. He who commands the sea is at great liberty and may take as much or as little of the war as he will, and we commanded the desert. Camel raiding parties, self-contained like ships, might cruise confidently along the enemy's cultivation frontier, sure of an unhindered retreat into their desert element, which the Turks could not explore. Discrimination of what point of the enemy organism to disarrange would come to us with war practice. Our tactics should be tip and run, not pushes but strokes. We should never try to improve an advantage. We should use the smallest force in the quickest time at the farthest place. The necessary speed and range for distant war we would attain through the frugality of the desert men and their efficiency on camels. The camel, that intricate, prodigious piece of nature, in expert hands yielded a remarkable return. On them we were independent of supply for 6 weeks, if each man had a half bag of flour, 45 pounds in weight, slung on his riding saddle. Of water we would not want to carry more than a pint each. The camels must drink, and there was no gain in making ourselves richer than our mounts. Some of us never drank between wells, but those were hardy men. Most drank fully at each well and carried a drink for an intermediate dry day. In summer, the camels would do about 250 miles after a watering, a 3 days vigorous march. An easy stage was 50 miles. 80 was good. In an emergency, we might do 110 miles in the 24 hours. Twice the Ghazala, our greatest camel, did 143 alone with me. Wells were seldom 100 miles apart, so the pint reserve was latitude enough. Our 6 weeks' food gave us capacity for 1,000 miles out and home. The endurance of our camels made it possible for us, for me, the camel novice in the army, painful would be the fitter word, to ride 1,500 miles in 30 days without fear of starvation, because even if we exceeded in time, each of us sat on 200 pounds of potential meat, and the man-made camel-less could double-bank another, riding 2 up in emergency. The equipment of the raiding parties should aim at simplicity, with nevertheless a technical superiority over the Turks in the critical department. I sent to Egypt demands for great quantities of light automatic guns, Hotchkiss or Lewis, to be used as snipers' tools. The men we trained to them were kept deliberately ignorant of the mechanism, not to waste speed in action upon efforts at repair. Ours were battles of minutes, fought at 18 miles an hour. If a gun jammed, the gunner must throw it aside and go in with his rifle. Another distinguishing feature might be high explosives. We evolved special dynamite methods, and by the end of the war could demolish any quantity of track and bridges with economy and safety. Allenby was generous with explosive. It was only guns we never got until the last month, and the pity of it. In maneuver war, one long-range gun outweighed 99 short. The distribution of the raiding parties was unorthodox. We could not mix or combine tribes because of their distrusts, nor could we use one in the territory of another. In compensation, we aimed at the widest dissipation of force, and we added fluidity to speed by using one district on Monday, another on Tuesday, a third on Wednesday. Thus, natural mobility was reinforced. In pursuit, our ranks refilled with fresh men at each new tribe and maintained the pristine energy. In a real sense, maximum disorder was our equilibrium. The internal economy of our raiding parties achieved irregularity and extreme articulation. Our circumstances were not twice similar, so no system could fit them twice, and our diversity threw the enemy intelligence off the track. By identical battalions and divisions, information built itself up, until a corps could be inferred on corpses from 3 companies. Our strengths depended upon whim. We were serving a common ideal without tribal emulation, and so could not hope for esprit de corps. Ordinary soldiers were made a caste either by great rewards in pay, dress, and privilege, or by being cut off from life by contempt. We could not so knit man to man, for our tribesmen were in arms willingly. Many armies had been voluntarily enlisted. Few served voluntarily. Any of our Arabs could go home without penalty whenever the conviction failed him. The only contract was honor. Consequently, we had no discipline in the sense in which it was restrictive, submergent of individuality, the lowest common denominator of men. In peace armies, discipline meant the hunt, not of an average, but of an absolute. The 100% standard in which the 99 were played down to the level of the weakest man on parade. The aim was to render the unit a unit, the man a type, in order that their effort might be calculable and the collective output even in grain and bulk. The deeper the discipline, the lower was the individual excellence, also the more sure the performance. By this substitution of a sure job for a possible masterpiece, military science made a deliberate sacrifice of capacity in order to reduce the uncertain element, the bionomic factor, in enlisted humanity. Discipline's necessary accompaniment was compound or social war, that form in which the fighting man was the product of the multiplied exertions of a long hierarchy, from workshop to supply unit, which kept him active in the field. The Arab war should react against this and be simple and individual. Every enrolled man should serve in the line of battle and be self-contained there. The efficiency of our forces was the personal efficiency of the single man. It seemed to me that in our articulated war, the sum yielded by single men would at least equal the product of a compound system of the same strength. In practice, we should not employ in the firing line the great numbers which a simple system put theoretically at our disposal, lest our attack, as contrasted with our threat, become too extended. The moral strain of isolated fighting made simple war very hard upon the soldier, exacting from him special initiative, endurance, enthusiasm. Irregular war was far more intellectual than a bayonet charge, far more exhausting than service in the comfortable imitative obedience of an ordered army. Guerrillas must be allowed liberal workroom. In irregular war of 2 men together, one was being wasted. Our ideal should be to make our battle a series of single combats, our ranks a happy alliance of agile commanders-in-chief. Chapter 60. Vessels steamed up the Gulf of Akaba. Faisal landed, and with him Jafar, his staff, and Joyce, the fairy godmother. There came the armored cars, Goslet, Egyptian laborers, and thousands of troops. To repair the 6 weeks' peace, Falkenhayn had been down to advise the Turks, and his fine intelligence made them worthier our opposition. Man was a special command under Bejet, the old GOC Sinai. He had 6,000 infantry, a regiment of cavalry and mounted infantry, and had entrenched Man till it was impregnable according to the standard of maneuver war. A flight of aeroplanes operated daily thence. Great supply dumps had been collected. By now, the Turkish preparations were complete. They began to move, disclosing that their objective was Guera, the best road for Akaba. 2,000 infantry pushed out to Aba el-Lisan and fortified it. Cavalry kept the outskirts to contain a possible Arab counterstroke from the Wadi Musa side. This nervousness was our cue. We would play with them and provoke them to go for us in Wadi Musa, where the natural obstacles were so tremendous that the human defending factor might behave as badly as it liked and yet hold the place against attack. To bait the hook, the men of neighboring Dera were set busy. The Turks, full of spirit, put in a counterstroke and suffered sharply. We rubbed into the peasantry of Wadi Musa the rich booty now enjoyed by their rivals of Delaga. Maulud, the old warhorse, went up with his mule-mounted regiment and quartered himself among the famous ruins of Petra. The encouraged Liathana, under their one-eyed Sheikh Khalil, began to foray out across the plateau and to snap up by twos and threes Turkish riding or transport animals, together with the rifles of their occasional guards. This went on for weeks, while the irritated Turks grew hotter and hotter. We could also prick the Turks into discomfort by asking General Salmond for his promised long-distance air raid on Marne. As it was difficult, Salmond had chosen Stent, with other tried pilots of Rabeg or Wej, and told them to do their best. They had experience of forced landing on desert surfaces and could pick out an unknown destination across unmapped hills. Stent spoke Arabic perfectly. The flight had to be air-contained, but its commander was full of resource and display, like other bundles of nerves who, to punish themselves, did outrageous things. On this occasion, he ordered low flying to make sure the aim, and profited by reaching Marne and dropping 32 bombs in and about the unprepared station. 2 bombs into the barracks killed 35 men and wounded 50. 8 struck the engine shed, heavily damaging the plant and stock. A bomb in the general's kitchen finished his cook and his breakfast. 4 fell on the aerodrome. Despite the shrapnel, our pilots and engines returned safely to their temporary landing ground at Kuntilla above Akaba. That afternoon they patched the machines and after dark slept under their wings. In the following dawn they were off once more, 3 of them this time to Aba el-Lisan, where the sight of the great camp had made Stent's mouth water. They bombed the horse lines and stampeded the animals, visited the tents and scattered the Turks. As on the day before, they flew low and were much hit, but not fatally. Long before noon, they were back in Kuntilla. Stent looked over the remaining petrol and bombs and decided they were enough for one more effort. So he gave directions to everyone to look for the battery which had troubled them in the morning. They started in the midday heat. Their loads were so heavy they could get no height, and therefore came blundering over the crest behind Aba el-Lisan and down the valley at about 300 feet. The Turks, always somnolent at noon, were taken completely by surprise. 30 bombs were dropped. 1 silenced the battery, the others killed dozens of men and animals. Then the lightened machines soared up and home to El Arish. The Arabs rejoiced. The Turks were seriously alarmed. Beyjet Pasha set his men to digging shelters, and when his aeroplanes had been repaired, he disposed them innocuously about the plateau for camp defense. By air we had perturbed the Turks. By irritative raids we were luring them towards a wrong objective. Our third resource to ruin their offensive was to hinder the railway, whose need would make them split up the striking force on defensive duties. Accordingly, we arranged many demolitions for mid-September. I decided also to revive the old idea of mining a train. Something more vigorous and certain than automatic mines was indicated, and I had imagined a direct firing by electricity of a charge under the locomotive. The British sappers encouraged me to try, especially General Wright, the chief engineer in Egypt, whose experience took a sporting interest in my irregularities. He sent me the recommended tools, an exploder and some insulated cable. With them, I went on board HMS Number, our new guard ship, and introduced myself to Captain Snag in command. Snag was fortunate in his ship, which had been built for Brazil and was much more comfortably furnished than British monitors. And we were doubly fortunate in him and in this, for he was the spirit of hospitality. His inquiring nature took interest in the shore and saw the comic side even of our petty disasters. To tell him the story of a failure was to laugh at it, and always for a good story he gave me a hot bath and tea with civilized trappings, free from every suspicion of blown sand. His kindness and help served us in lieu of visits to Egypt for repairs, and enabled us to hammer on against the Turks through month after month of feckless disappointment. The exploder was in a formidable locked white box, very heavy. We split it open, found a ratchet handle, and pushed it down without harming the ship. The wire was heavy rubber-insulated cable. We cut it in half, fastened the ends to screw terminals on the box, and transmitted shocks to one another convincingly. It worked. I fetched detonators. We stuffed the free ends of the cable into one and pumped the handle. Nothing followed. We tried again and again ineffectually, grieving over it. At last Snag rang his bell for the gunner warrant officer who knew all about circuits. He suggested special electric detonators. The ship carried 6 and gave me 3 of them. We joined one up with our box, and when the handle was crashed down, it popped off beautifully. So I felt that I knew all about it and turned to arrange the details of the raid. Of targets, the most promising and easiest reached seemed Mudawara, a water station 80 miles south of Man. A smashed train there would embarrass the enemy. For men, I would have the tried Huitat, and at the same time the expedition would test the 3 Haurani peasants whom I had added to my personal followers. In view of the new importance of the Hauran, there was need for us to learn its dialect, the construction and jealousies of its clan framework, and its names and roads. These 3 fellows, Rahail, Asaf, and Hamed, would teach me their home affairs imperceptibly, as we rode on business, chatting. To make sure of the arrested train required guns and machine guns. For the first, why not trench mortars? For the second, Lewis guns. Accordingly, Egypt chose 2 forceful sergeant instructors from the army school at Zaitun to teach squads of Arabs in Akaba how to use such things. Snage gave them quarters in his ship, since we had as yet no convenient English camp ashore. Their names may have been Yells and Brooke, but became Lewis and Stokes after their jealously loved tools. Lewis was an Australian, long, thin, and sinuous, his supple body lounging in unmilitary curves. His hard face, arched eyebrows, and predatory nose set off the peculiarly Australian air of reckless willingness and capacity to do something very soon. Stokes was a stocky English yeoman, workmanlike and silent, always watching for an order to obey. Lewis, full of suggestion, emerged, bursting with delight at what had been well done whenever a thing happened. Stokes never offered opinion until after action, when he would stir his cap reflectively and painstakingly recount the mistakes he must next time avoid. Both were admirable men. In a month, without common language or interpreter, they got on terms with their classes and taught them their weapons with reasonable precision. More was not required, for an empirical habit appeared to agree with the spirit of our haphazard raids better than complete scientific knowledge. As we worked at the organization of the raid, our appetites rose. Mudawara station sounded vulnerable. 300 men might rush it suddenly. That would be an achievement, for its deep well was the only one in the dry sector below Man. Without its water, the train service across the gap would become uneconomic in load. Chapter 61. Lewis, the Australian, at such an ambitious moment, said that he and Stokes would like to be of my party. A new, attractive idea. With them we should feel sure of our technical detachments whilst attacking a garrisoned place. Also, the sergeants wanted to go very much, and their good work deserved reward. They were warned that their experiences might not at the moment seem altogether joyful. There were no rules, and there could be no mitigation of the marching, feeding, and fighting inland. If they went, they would lose their British Army comfort and privilege to share with the Arabs, except in booty, and suffer exactly their hap in food and discipline. If anything went wrong with me, they, not speaking Arabic, would be in a tender position. Lewis replied that he was looking for just this strangeness of life. Stokes supposed that if we did it, he could. So they were lent 2 of my best camels, their saddlebags tight with bully beef and biscuits, and on September the 7th we went together up Wadi Itam, to collect our hoitat from Auda in Guera. For the sergeant's sake, to harden them gently, things were made better than my word. We marched very easily for today, while we were our own masters. Neither had been on a camel before, and there was risk that the fearful heat of the naked granite walls of ITM might knock them out before the trip had properly begun. September was a bad month. A few days before, in the shade of the palm gardens of Akaba beach, the thermometer had shown 120 degrees. So we halted for midday under a cliff, and in the evening rode only 10 miles to camp for the night. We were comfortable with cans of hot tea and rice and meat, and it was covertly enjoyable to watch the percussion of their surroundings on the two men. Each reacted to the type expected. The Australian from the first seemed at home and behaved freely towards the Arabs. When they fell into his spirit and returned the fellowship, he was astonished, almost resentful, having never imagined that they would be misled by his kindness to forget the difference between a white man and a brown. It added humor to the situation that he was browner by far than my new followers, of whom the youngest interested me most. He, Rahel, was quite a lad, a free-built, sturdy fellow, too fleshy for the life we were to lead, but for that the more tolerant of pains. His face was high-colored, his cheeks a little full and low-pouched, almost pendant. The mouth was budded and small, the chin very pointed. This, added to the high, strong brows and antimony-enlarged eyes, gave him a mixed air of artifice and petulance, with weary patience self-imposed upon a base of pride. He was blousy-spoken, mouthing his Arabic, vulgar in dialect, forward and impudent in speech, always thrusting, flaunting, restless and nervous. His spirit was not as strong as his body, but mercurial. When exhausted or cross, he broke into miserable tears, easily chased away by any interference, and after was fit for more endurance. My followers, Mohammed and Ahmed, with Rashid and Asaf, the probationers, gave Rahel much license of behavior, partly because of his animal attractiveness and of his tendency to advertise his person. He had to be checked once or twice for taking liberties with the sergeants. Stokes, the Englishman, was driven by the Arab strangeness to become more himself, more insular. His shy correctness reminded my men in every movement that he was unlike them, and English. Such consideration elicited a return of respect. To them he was the sergeant, while Lewis was the long one. These were points of character which all showed in their degree. It was humiliating to find that our book experience of all countries and ages still left us prejudiced like washerwomen, but without their verbal ability to get on terms with strangers. The Englishmen in the Middle East divided into two classes. Class 1, subtle and insinuating, caught the characteristics of the people about him, their speech, their conventions of thought, almost their manner. He directed men secretly, guiding them as he would. In such frictionless habit of influence, his own nature lay hid, unnoticed. Class 2, the John Bull of the books, became the more rampantly English the longer he was away from England. He invented an old country for himself, a home of all remembered virtues, so splendid in the distance that on return he often found reality a sad falling off and withdrew his muddle-headed self into fractious advocacy of the good old times. Abroad, through his armored certainty, he was a rounded sample of our traits. He showed the complete Englishman. There was friction in his track, and his direction was less smooth than that of the intellectual type. Yet his stout example cut wider swathe. Both sorts took the same direction in example, one vociferously, the other by implication. Each assumed the Englishman a chosen being, inimitable, and the copying him blasphemous or impertinent. In this conceit, they urged on people the next best thing. God had not given it them to be English. A duty remained to be good of their type. Consequently, we admired native custom, studied the language, wrote books about its architecture, folklore, and dying industries. Then one day, we woke up to find this chthonic spirit turned political and shook our heads with sorrow over its ungrateful nationalism, truly the fine flower of our innocent efforts. The French, Though they started with a similar doctrine of the Frenchmen as the perfection of mankind, dogma amongst them, not secret instinct, went on contrarily to encourage their subjects to imitate them, since even if they could never attain the true level, yet their virtue would be greater as they approached it. We looked upon imitation as a parody, they as a compliment. Next day, in the early heat, we were near Guera, comfortably crossing the sanded plain of restful pink with its grey-green undergrowth, when there came a droning through the air. Quickly we drove the camels off the open road into the bush-speckled ground, where their irregular colouring would not be marked by the enemy airmen. For the loads of blasting gelatine, my favourite and most powerful explosive, and the many ammonal-filled shells of the Stokes gun would be ill neighbours in a bombing raid. We waited there soberly, in the saddle, while our camels grazed the little which was worth eating in the scrub, until the aeroplane had circled twice about the rock of Guera in front of us and planted 3 loud bombs. We collected our caravan again on the path and paced gently into camp. Guera was thronged with life and a mart for the hoetat of both hills and highlands. As far as the eye reached, the plain was softly moving with herded camels, whose multitude drained the near waterholes each morning before dawn, so that late risers must travel many miles to drink. This was little matter, for the Arabs had nothing to do but wait for the morning aeroplane, and after its passing, nothing but talk to kill time till night was full enough for sleep. The talk and leisure were too plentiful and had revived old jealousies. Auda was ambitious to take advantage of our dependence on his help to assort the tribes. He drew the bulk wages for the hoetat, and by the money sought to compel the smaller free sections to his leadership. They resented it and were threatening either to retire into their hills or to reopen touch with the Turks. Faisal sent up Sharif Mastur as mediator. The thousands of hoetat in hundreds of sections were uncompromising, hard-headed, greedy land lawyers. To hold them content without angering Auda was task delicate enough for the most fastidious mind. Also, it was 110 degrees in the shade, and the shade was a surge of flies. The 3 southern clans on whom we had been counting for our raid were among the dissidents. Mastur spoke to them. The chiefs of the Abu Tai spoke. We all spoke, without effect. It seemed as though our plans were to break down at the start. One day, going along before noon under the rock, Master met me with news that the Southerners were mounting to desert our camp and movement. Full of vexation, I swung round into Auda's tent. He sat on its sand floor, feeding on boiled bread with his latest wife, a jolly girl whose brown skin was blue with the indigo dye from her new smock. When I suddenly burst in, the little woman whisked away through the back flap like a rabbit. To gain ground with him, I began to jeer at the old man for being so old and yet so foolish like the rest of his race, who regarded our comic reproductive processes not as an unhygienic pleasure, but as a main business of life. Auda retorted with his desire for heirs. I asked if he had found life good enough to thank his haphazard parents for bringing him into it, or selfishly to confer the doubtful gift upon an unborn spirit. He maintained himself. "Indeed, I am Auda," said he firmly, "and you know order. My father, to whom God be merciful, was master greater than Auda, and he would praise my grandfather. The world is greater as we go back. But Auda, we say honor our sons and daughters, the heirs of our accumulated worth, fulfillers of our broken wisdom. With each generation the earth is older, mankind more removed from its childhood." The old thing, not today to be teased, looked at me through his narrowed eyes with a benign humor and pointed to Abu Tai, his son, out on the plain before us trying a new camel, banging it on the neck with his stick in vain effort to make it pace like a thoroughbred. "Oh, world's imp," said he, "if God please he has inherited my worth, but thank God not yet my strength, and if I find fault with him I will redden his tail. No doubt you are very wise." The upshot of our talk was that I should go off to a clean spot to wait events. We hired 20 camels to carry the explosives, and the morrow, 2 hours after the aeroplane, was fixed for our start. The aeroplane was the quaint regulator of public business in the Guera camp. The Arabs, up as ever before dawn, waited for it. Master set a slave on the crag's peak to sound the first warning. When its constant hour drew near, the Arabs would saunter, chatting in parade of carelessness towards the rock. Arrived beneath it, each man climbed to the ledge he favored. After Master would climb the bevy of his slaves, with his coffee on the brazier and his carpet. In a shaded nook, he and Auda would sit and talk till the little shiver of excitement tightened up and down the crowded ledges when first was heard the song of the engine over the pass of Star. Everyone pressed back against the wall and waited stilly while the enemy circled vainly above the strange spectacle of this crimson rock, banded with thousands of gaily dressed Arabs, nesting like ibises in every cranny of its face. The aeroplane dropped 3 bombs, or 4 bombs, or 5 bombs, according to the day of the week. Their bursts of dense smoke sat on the sage-green plain compactly like cream puffs, writhing for minutes in the windless air before they slowly spread and faded. Though we knew there was no menace in it, yet we could not but catch our breath when the sharp growing cry of the falling bombs came through the loud engine overhead. Chapter 62. Gladly, we left the noise and heartburning of Guera. So soon as we had lost our escort of flies, we halted. Indeed, there was no need of haste, and the 2 unfortunate fellows with me were tasting of such heat as they had never known, for the stifling air was like a metal mask over our faces. It was admirable to see them struggle not to speak of it, that they might keep the spirit of the Akaba, undertaking to endure as firmly as the Arabs. But by this silence the sergeants went far past their bond. It was ignorance of Arabic which made them so superfluously brave, for the Arabs themselves were loud against the tyrannous sun and the breathlessness. But the test effect was wholesome, and for effect I played about, seeming to enjoy myself. In the late afternoon we marched further and stopped for the night under a thick screen of tamarisk trees. The camp was very beautiful, for behind us rose a cliff, perhaps 400 feet in height, a deep red in the level sunset. Under our feet was spread a floor of buff-colored mud, as hard and muffled as wood paving, flat like a lake for half a mile each way. And on a low ridge to one side of it stood the grove of tamarisk stems of brown wood, edged with a sparse and dusty fringe of green, which had been faded by drought and sunshine till it was nearly of the silvered grey below the olive leaves about Les Baux, when a wind from the river mouth rustled up the valley grass and made the trees turn pale. We were riding for Rum, the northern water of the Beni Atiya, a place which stirred my thought, as even the unsentimental Hoetat had told me it was lovely. The morrow would be new with our entry to it. But very early, while the stars were yet shining, I was roused by Aid, the humble Harithi Sharif accompanying us. He crept to me and said in a chilled voice, "Lord, I am gone blind." I made him lie down, and felt that he shivered as if cold. But all he could tell me was that in the night, waking up, there had been no sight, only pain in his eyes. The sun blink had burned them out. Allenby. Day was still young as we rode between 2 great pikes of sandstone to the foot of a long, soft slope poured down from the domed hills in front of us. It was tamarisk-covered, the beginning of the Valley of Rum, they said. We looked up on the left to a long wall of rock, shearing in like a 1,000-foot wave towards the middle of the valley, whose other arc to the right was an opposing line of steep, red-broken hills. We rode up the slope, crashing our way through the brittle undergrowth. As we went, the brushwood grouped itself into thickets, whose massed leaves took on a stronger tint of green, the purer for their contrasted setting in plots of open sand of a cheerful, delicate pink. The ascent became gentle till the valley was a confined, tilted plain. The hills on the right grew taller and sharper, a fair counterpart of the other side which straightened itself to one massive rampart of redness. They drew together until only 2 miles divided them, and then, towering gradually till their parallel parapets must have been 1,000 feet above us, ran forward in an avenue for miles. They were not unbroken walls of rock, but were built sectionally in crags like gigantic buildings along the 2 sides of their street. Deep alleys, 50 feet across, divided the crags, whose plans were smoothed by the weather into huge apses and bays, and enriched with surface fretting and fracture-like design. Caverns high up on the precipice were round like windows, others near the foot gaped like doors. Dark stains ran down the shadowed front for hundreds of feet, like accidents of use. The cliffs were striated vertically in their granular rock, whose main order stood on 200 feet of broken stone, deeper in color and harder in texture. This plinth did not, like the sandstone, hang in folds like cloth, but chipped itself into loose courses of scree, horizontal as the footings of a wall. The crags were capped in nests of domes, less hotly red than the body of the hill, rather grey and shallow. They gave the finishing semblance of Byzantine architecture to this irresistible place, this processional way greater than imagination. The Arab armies would have been lost in the length and breadth of it, and within the walls a squadron of aeroplanes could have wheeled in formation. Our little caravan grew self-conscious and fell dead quiet, afraid and ashamed to flaunt its smallness in the presence of the stupendous hills. Landscapes in childhood's dream were so vast and silent. We looked backward through our memory for the prototype up which all men had walked between such walls towards such an open square as that in front where this road seemed to end. Later, when we were often riding inland, my mind used to turn me from the direct road to clear my senses by a night in rum, and by the ride down its dawn-lit valley towards the shining plains, or up its valley in the sunset towards that glowing square, which my timid anticipation never let me reach. I would say, shall I ride on this time beyond the Khazail and know it all? But in truth I liked rum too much. Today we rode for hours while the perspectives grew greater and more magnificent in ordered design, till a gap in the cliff face opened on our right to a new wonder. The gap, perhaps 300 yards across, was a crevice in such a wall, and led to an amphitheatre, oval in shape, shallow in front, and long-lobed right and left. The walls were precipices, like all the walls of Rum, but appeared greater, for the pit lay in the very heart of a ruling hill, and its smallness made the besetting heights seem overpowering. The sun had sunk behind the western wall, leaving the pit in shadow, but its dying glare flooded with startling red the wings each side of the entry and the fiery bulk of the further wall across the great valley. The pit floor was of damp sand, darkly wooded with shrubs, while about the feet of all the cliffs lay boulders greater than houses, sometimes, indeed, like fortresses which had crashed down from the heights above. In front of us, a path, pale with use, zigzagged up the cliff plinth to the point from which the main face rose, and there it turned precariously southward along a shallow ledge outlined by occasional leafy trees. From between these trees, in hidden crannies of the rock, issued strange cries. The echoes turned into music of the voices of the Arabs watering camels at the springs which there flowed out 300 feet above ground. The rains, falling on the grey domes of the hilltop, seemed to have soaked slowly into the porous rock, and my mind followed them, filtering inch by inch downward through those mountains of sandstone till they came against the impervious horizontal layer of the plinth, and ran along its top under pressure in jets which burst out on the cliff face at the junction of the two rocky layers. Mohammed turned into the amphitheatre's left-hand lobe. At its far end, Arab ingenuity had cleared a space under an overhanging rock. There we unloaded and settled down. The dark came upon us quickly in this high, prisoned place, and we felt the water-laden air cold against our sunburnt skin. The Hawaitat, who had looked after the loads of explosive, collected their camel drove and led them with echo-testing shouts up the hill path to water against their early return to Guera. We lit fires and cooked rice to add to the sergeant's bully beef, while my coffee men prepared for the visitors who would come to us. The Arabs in the tents outside the hollow of the springs had seen us enter and were not slow to learn our news. In an hour we had the headmen of the Darausha, Zelebani, Zuweda, and Togatka clans about us, and their mounted great talk, none too happy. Aid, the Sharif, was too cast down in heart by his blindness to lift the burden of entertainment from my shoulders, and a work of such special requirements was not to be well done by me. These smaller clans, angry with the Abu Tai, suspected us of abetting Auda in his ambition to win a predominance over them. They were unwilling to serve the sheriff till assured of his support of their extremist claims. Qasim Abu Dumaik, the fine horseman who had led the Highland men on the day of Aba el-Lisan, seemed particularly vicious. He was a dark man with an arrogant face and thin-lipped smile, good enough at heart, but crusted. Today he flamed with jealousy of the Taweha. Alone I could never win him, so to make patent his hostility, I took him as adversary and fought him fiercely with my tongue till he was silenced. In shame his audience deserted him and rallied ever so little to my side. Their flickering judgments began to murmur at the chiefs and to advocate marching off with me. I took the chance to say that Zal would be here in the morning, and that he and I would accept the help of all except the Dumaniya, who, made impossible by Qasim's words, would be erased from Faisal's book and forfeit their earned goodwill and rewards. Qasim, swearing he would join the Turks at once, withdrew from the fireside in great anger, while cautious friends tried vainly to stop his mouth. Chapter 63. Next morning there he was, with his men ready to join or oppose us as the whim went. While he hesitated, Zayal arrived. Qasim's dourness soon clashed upon Zayal's metallic cruelty, and the pair had high words. We got between them before a fight could start, but enough passed to overthrow the weak arrangement of the night. The other clans, disgusted at Qasim's fierceness, came to us quietly in twos and threes, as volunteers, but begged me to make their loyalty known to Faisal before we started. Their doubts determined me to communicate at once with him, partly that this trouble might be composed, and partly to raise camels for carrying the explosives. To hire Dumaniya camels would not be fitting, and there were no others here. The best way was to go myself, because while Qasim might stop a messenger, he would not dare hinder me. The two sergeants were commended to Za'al, who swore to answer for their lives, and off went Ahmed and myself on stripped camels, meaning to hurry to Akaba and back. We knew only the very long way by Wadi Item. A short cut existed, but we could find no guide to it. Vainly we searched up and down the valley, and were in despair when a boy blurted out that we should go along the next valley to our right. By it, after an hour, we were on a watershed from which valleys trended away westward. They could lead only into Wadi Item, for there was no other drainage hereabouts through the hills to the sea, and we raced down them, ever and again cutting at a venture across ridges on our right into parallel tributaries to shorten the assumed line. In the beginning it was clean sandstone country of pleasant rock shapes, but as we went spines of granite, the material of the shore rose up in front of us, and after 30 miles of good trotting gradient we passed, by the southern ITM, into the main valley just above the well of the surrender of Akaba. The journey took us only 6 hours. In Akaba we rode straight to Faisal's house. My sudden return scared him, but a word explained the little drama which was being played at Rum. After we had fed, we took the necessary steps. The 20 baggage camels should start up in 2 days, with enough of Faisal's camel men to transport the explosives, and a few of his personal slaves to guard them. He would lend me Sheriff Abdullah el-Fair, the best of his henchmen now in camp, as mediator. The families of the men who rode with me to the railway should draw provisions from his stores on my certificate. Abdullah and I went off before dawn, and in the afternoon, after a friendly ride, reached Rum to find all safe, so anxiety was lifted. Sheriff Abdullah at once got to work. Having collected the Arabs, including the recalcitrant Qasim, he began to smooth over their griefs with that ready persuasiveness which was the birthmark of an Arab leader, and which all his experience served to whet. In the idleness forced on him by our absence, Lewis had explored the cliff and reported the springs very good for washing in. So, to get rid of the dust and strain after my long rides, I went straight up the gully into the face of the hill, along the ruined wall of the conduit by which a spout of water had once run down the ledges to a Nabatasan well house on the valley floor. It was a climb of 15 minutes to a tired person, and not difficult. At the top, the waterfall, El Shalala, as the Arabs named it, was only a few yards away. Its rushing noise came from my left by a jutting bastion of cliff over whose crimson face trailed long falling runners of green leaves. The path skirted it in an undercut ledge. On the rock bulge above were clear-cut Nabatean inscriptions and a sunk panel incised with a monogram or symbol. Around and about were Arab scratches, including tribe marks, some of which were witnesses of forgotten migrations. But my attention was only for the splashing of water in a crevice under the shadow of the overhanging rock. From this rock, a silver runlet issued into the sunlight. I looked in to see the spout, a little thinner than my wrist, jetting out firmly from a fissure in the roof and falling with that clean sound into a shallow, frothing pool behind the step which served as entrance. The walls and roof of the crevice dripped with moisture. Thick ferns and grasses of the finest green made it a paradise just 5 feet square. Upon the water-cleansed and fragrant ledge I undressed my soiled body and stepped into the little basin to taste at last a freshness of moving air and water against my tired skin. It was deliciously cool. I lay there quietly, letting the clear dark red water run over me in a ribbly stream and rub the travel dirt away. While I was so happy, a grey-bearded, ragged man with a hewn face of great power and weariness came slowly along the path till opposite the spring, and there he let himself down with a sigh upon my clothes, spread out over a rock beside the path, for the sun heat to chase out their thronging vermin. He heard me and leaned forward, peering with rheumy eyes at this white thing splashing in the hollow beyond the veil of sun mist. After a long stare, he seemed content and closed his eyes, groaning, "The love is from God, and of God, and towards God." His low-spoken words were caught by some trick distinctly in my water pool. They stopped me suddenly. I had believed Semites unable to use love as a link between themselves and God, indeed unable to conceive such a relation except with the intellectuality of Spinoza, who loved so rationally and sexlessly and transcendently that he did not seek, or rather had not permitted, a return. Christianity had seemed to me the first creed to proclaim love in this upper world, from which the desert and the Semite, from Moses to Zeno, had shut it out. And Christianity was a hybrid, except in its first root, not essentially Semitic. Its birth in Galilee had saved it from being just one more of the innumerable revelations of the Semite. Galilee was Syria's non-Semitic province, contact with which was almost uncleanness for the perfect Jew. Like Whitechapel to London, it lay alien to Jerusalem. Christ by choice passed his ministry in its intellectual freedom, not among the mud huts of a Syrian village, but in polished streets among fora and pillared houses and rococo baths, products of an intense, if very exotic, provincial and corrupt Greek civilization. The people of this stranger colony were not Greek, at least not in the majority, but Levantines of sorts, aping a Greek culture, and in revenge producing, not the correct banal Hellenism of the exhausted homeland, but a tropical rankness of idea, in which the rhythmical balance of Greek art and Greek ideality blossomed into novel shapes, tawdry with the larded, passionate colors of the East. Gadarene poets, stuttering their verses in the prevailing excitement, held a mirror to the sensuality and disillusioned fatalism, passing into disordered lust of their age and place, from whose earthiness the ascetic Semite religiosity perhaps caught the tang of humanity and real love that made the distinction of Christ's music, and fitted it to sweep across the hearts of Europe in a fashion which Judaism and Islam could not achieve. And then Christianity had had the fortune of later architects of genius, and in its passage through time and clime had suffered sea changes incomparably greater than the unchanging Jewry, from the abstraction of Alexandrian bookishness into Latin prose for the mainland of Europe, and last and most terrible passing of all, when it became Teuton, with a formal synthesis to suit our chilly, disputatious north. So remote was the Presbyterian creed from the orthodox faith of its first or second embodiment, that before the war we were able to send missionaries to persuade these softer Oriental Christians to our presentation of a logical God. Islam, too, had inevitably changed from continent to continent. It had avoided metaphysics, except in the introspective mysticism of Iranian devotees. But in Africa it had taken on colors of fetishism, to express in a loose word the varied animalities of the dark continent. And in India it had to stoop to the legality and literalism of its converts' minds. In Arabia, however, it had kept a Semitic character, or rather the Semitic character had endured through the phase of Islam, as through all the phases of the creeds with which the town dwellers continually vested the simplicity of faith. Expressing the monotheism of open spaces, the pass-through infinity of pantheism and its everyday usefulness of an all-pervading household god. By contrast with this fixity, or with my reading of it, the old man of Rum loomed portentous in his brief single sentence and seemed to overturn my theories of the Arab nature. In fear of a revelation, I put an end to my bath and advanced to recover my clothes. He shut his eyes with his hands and groaned heavily. Tenderly, I persuaded him to rise up and let me dress, and then to come with me along the crazy path which the camels had made in their climbing to and from the other water springs. He sat down by our coffee place, where Mohammed blew up the fire while I sought to make him utter doctrine. When the evening meal was ready, we fed him, so checking for some minutes his undercurrent of groans and broken words. Late at night, he rose painfully to his feet and tottered deftly into the night, taking his beliefs, if any, with him. The Hoitat told me that lifelong he had wandered among them, moaning strange things, not knowing day or night, not troubling himself for food or work or shelter. He was given bounty of them all as an afflicted man, but never replied a word or talked aloud except when abroad by himself or alone among the sheep and goats. Chapter 64. Abdullah made progress with his settlement. Qasim, no longer defiant but sulky, would not give public counsel, so about 100 men of the smaller clans dared defy him by promising to ride with us. We talked it over with Zal and decided to try our fortune to the utmost of this power. By longer delay, we risked adherents whom we now had, with little hope of getting others in the present temper of the tribes. It was a tiny party, only a third of what had been hoped. Our weakness would modify our plans regrettably. Also, we lacked an assured leader. Zaal, as ever, showed himself capable of being chief, prescient and active in all concrete preparations. He was a man of great mettle, but too close to order to suit the others, and his sharp tongue and the sneer hovering on his blue, wet lips fanned distrust and made men reluctant to obey even his good advice. Next day, the baggage camels came from Faisal, 20 of them in charge of 10 freedmen, and guarded by 4 of his body slaves. These were the trustiest attendants in the army, with a quite particular reading of the duties of personal service. They would have died to save their master hurt, or have died with him if he were hurt. We attached 2 to each sergeant, so that whatever happened to me, their safe return would be assured. The loads needed for the reduced raid were sorted out, and all made ready for an early start. Accordingly, at dawn on September the 16th, we rode out from Rum. Aid, the blind Sharif, insisted on coming, despite his lost sight, saying he could ride if he could not shoot, and that if God prospered us, he would take leave from Faisal in the flush of the success, and go home, not too sorry, to the blank life which would be left. Zal led his 25 Novasira, a clan of Auda's Arabs who called themselves my men, and were famous the desert over for their saddle camels. My hard riding tempted them to my company. Old Motlog El Awar, owner of El Jeddah, the finest she-camel in North Arabia, rode her in our van. We looked at her with proud or greedy eyes according to our relationship with him. My Ghazala was taller and more grand, with a faster trot, but too old to be galloped. However, she was the only other animal in the party, or indeed in this desert, to be matched with the Jeddah, and my honor was increased by her dignity. The rest of our party strayed like a broken necklace. There were groups of Zuwaida, Darausha, Togatka, and Zelebani, and it was on this ride that the virtue of Hamad el-Tuktagi was first brought to my mind. Half an hour after we started, there rode out from a side valley some shamefaced men of the Dumanier, unable to endure others raiding while they idled with the women. No one group would ride or speak with another, and I passed back and forth all day like a shuttle, talking first to one lowering sheikh and then to another, striving to draw them together so that before a cry to action came there might be solidarity. As yet, they agreed only in not hearing any word from Zal as to the order of our march, though he was admitted the most intelligent warrior and the most experienced. For my private part, he was the only one to be trusted further than eyesight. Of the others, it seemed to me that neither their words nor their counsels, perhaps not their rifles, were sure. Poor Sharif Aid's uselessness, even as nominal leader, forced me to assume the direction myself, against both principle and judgment. Since the special arts of tribal raiding and the details of food halts and pasturage, road direction, pay, disputes, division of spoils, feuds, and march order were much outside the syllabus of the Oxford School of Modern History. The need to vamp these matters kept me too busy to see the country, and prevented my worrying out how we must assault Mudawara and the best surprise uses of explosive. We put our midday halt in a fertile place where the late spring rain, falling on a sandy talus, had brought up a thick tufting of silvery grass which our camels loved. The weather was mild, perfect as an August in England, and we lingered in great content, recovered at last from the bickering appetites of the days before the start, and from that slight rending of nerve inevitable when leaving even a temporary settlement. Man, in our circumstances, took root so soon. Late in the day we rode again, winding downhill in a narrow valley between moderate sandstone walls. Till before sunset we were out on another flat of laid yellow mud, like that which had been so wonderful a prelude to Rum's glory. By its edge we camped. My care had borne fruit, for we settled in only 3 parties, by bright fires of crackling, flaring tamarisk. At one supped my men, at the second Zal, at the third the other Hawaitat. And late at night, when all the chiefs had been well adjusted with gazelle meat and hot bread, it became possible to bring them to my neutral fire and discuss sensibly our course for the morrow. It seemed that about sunset we should water at Mudawara well, 2 or 3 miles this side of the station, in a covered valley. Then, in the early night, we might go forward to examine the station and see if, in our weakness, we might yet attempt some stroke against it. I held strongly to this, against the common taste, for it was by so much the most critical point of the line. The Arabs could not see it, since their minds did not hold a picture of the long, linked Turkish front with its necessitous demands. However, we had reached internal harmony and scattered confidently to sleep. In the morning we delayed to eat again, having only 6 hours of march before us, and then pushed across the mud flat to a plain of firm limestone rag, carpeted with brown, weather-blunted flint. This was succeeded by low hills with occasional soft beds of sand, under the steeper slopes where eddying winds had dropped their dust. Through these we rode up shallow valleys to a crest, and then by like valleys down the far side, whence we issued abruptly from dark, tossed stone heaps into the sun-steeped wideness of a plain. Across it, an occasional low dune stretched a drifting line. We had made our noon halt at the first entering of the broken country, and rightly, in the late afternoon, came to the well. It was an open pool, a few yards square, in a hollow valley of large stone slabs and flint and sand. The stagnant water looked uninviting. Over its face lay a thick mantle of green slime, from which swelled curious bladder islands of floating fatty pink. The Arabs explained that the Turks had thrown dead camels into the pool to make the water foul, but that time had passed, and the effect was grown faint. It would have been fainter had the criterion of their effort been my taste. Yet it was all the drink we should get up here unless we took Mudawara, so we set to and filled our waterskins. One of the Hawaitat, while helping in this, slipped off the wet edge into the water. Its green carpet closed oilily over his head and hid him for an instant. Then he came up, gasping vigorously, and scrambled out amid our laughter, leaving behind him a black hole in the scum from which a stench of old meat rose like a visible pillar and hung about us and him and the valley disconcertingly. At dusk, Zal and I, with the sergeants and others, crept forward quietly. In half an hour we were at the last crest, in a place where the Turks had dug trenches and stoned up an elaborate outpost of engrailed sangars, which on this black new moon night of our raid were empty. In front and below lay the station, its doors and windows sharply marked by the yellow cooking fires and lights of the garrison. It seemed close under our observation, but the Stokes gun would carry only 300 yards. Accordingly, we went nearer, hearing the enemy noises and attentively afraid lest their barking dogs uncover us. Sergeant Stokes made casts out to left and right in search of gun positions, but found nothing that was satisfactory. Meanwhile, Zal and I crawled across the last flat till we could count the unlighted tents and hear the men talking. One came out a few steps in our direction, then hesitated. He struck a match to light a cigarette, and the bold light flooded his face, so that we saw him plainly, a young, hollow-faced, sickly officer. He squatted, busy for a moment, and returned to his men, who hushed as he passed. We moved back to our hill and consulted in whispers. The station was very long, of stone buildings, so solid that they might be proof against our time-fused shell. The garrison seemed about 200. We were 116 rifles and not a happy family. Surprise was the only benefit we could be sure of. So, in the end, I voted that we leave it unalarmed for a future occasion, which might be soon. But actually, one accident after another saved Mudawara, and it was not until August 1918 that Buxton's Camel Corps at last measured to it the fate so long overdue. Chapter 65. Quietly we regained our camels and slept. Next morning we returned on our tracks to let a fold of the plain hide us from the railway and then marched south across the sandy flat, seeing tracks of gazelle, oryx, and ostrich, with, in one spot, stale pad marks of leopard. We were making for the low hills bounding the far side, intending to blow up a train, for Zaal said that where these touched the railway was such a curve as we needed for mine-laying, and that the spurs commanding it would give us ambush and a field of fire for our machine guns. So we turned east in the southern ridges till within half a mile of the line. There the party halted in a 30-foot valley, while a few of us walked down to the line, which bent a little eastward to avoid the point of higher ground under our feet. The point ended in a flat table 50 feet above the track, facing north across the valley. The metals crossed the hollow on a high bank, pierced by a two-arched bridge for the passage of rainwater. This seemed an ideal spot to lay the charge. It was our first try at electric mining, and we had no idea what would happen. But it stood to our reason that the job would be more sure with an arch under the explosive because, whatever the effect on the locomotive, the bridge would go, and the succeeding coaches be inevitably derailed. The ledge would make an admirable position for Stokes. For the automatics it was rather high, but the enfilade would be masterful whether the train was going up or down the line. So we determined to put up with the disadvantages of plunging fire. It was good to have my two British responsibilities in one place, safe from surprise and with an independent retreat into the rough. For today, Stokes was in pain with dysentery. Probably the Mudawara water had upset his stomach. So few Englishmen seem to have been endowed by their upbringing with any organic resistance to disease. Back with our camels, we dumped the loads and sent the animals to safe pasture near some undercut rocks from which the Arabs scraped salt. The freedmen carried down the Stokes gun with its shells, the Lewis guns, and the gelatine with its insulated wire, magneto, and tools to the chosen place. The sergeants set up their toys on a terrace, while we went down to the bridge to dig a bed between the ends of two steel sleepers, wherein to hide my 50 pounds of gelatine. We had stripped off the paper wrapping of the individual explosive plugs and kneaded them together by help of the sun heat into a shaking jelly in a sandbag. The burying of it was not easy. The embankment was steep, and in the sheltered pocket between it and the hillside was a wind-laid bank of sand. No one crossed this but myself, stepping carefully. Yet I left unavoidable great prints over its smoothness. The ballast dug out from the track I had to gather in my cloak for carriage in repeated journeys to the culvert, whence it could be tipped naturally over the shingle bed of the watercourse. It took me nearly 2 hours to dig in and cover the charge, Then came the difficult job of unrolling the heavy wires from the detonator to the hills whence we would fire the mine. The top sand was crusted and had to be broken through in burying the wires. They were stiff wires, which scarred the wind-rippled surface with long lines like the belly marks of preposterously narrow and heavy snakes. When pressed down in one place, they rose into the air in another. At last, they had to be weighted down with rocks, which in turn had to be buried at the cost of great disturbance of the ground. Afterwards, it was necessary, with a sandbag, to stipple the marks into a wavy surface, and finally, with a bellows and long fanning sweeps of my cloak, to simulate the smooth laying of the wind. The whole job took 5 hours to finish, but then it was well finished. Neither myself nor any of us could see where the charge lay, or that double wires led out underground from it to the firing point 200 yards off, behind the ridge marked for our riflemen. The wires were just long enough to cross from this ridge into a depression. There we brought up the two ends and connected them with the electric exploder. It was an ideal place both for it and for the man who fired it, except that the bridge was not visible thence. However, this only meant that someone would have to press the handle at a signal from a point 50 yards ahead, commanding the bridge and the ends of the wires alike. Salem, Faisal's best slave, asked for this task of honor and was yielded it by acclamation. The end of the afternoon was spent in showing him, on the disconnected exploder, what to do, till he was act perfect and banged down the ratchet precisely as I raised my hand with an imaginary engine on the bridge. We walked back to camp, leaving one man on watch by the line. Our baggage was deserted, and we stared about in a puzzle for the rest, till we saw them suddenly sitting against the golden light of sunset along a high ridge. We yelled to them to lie down or come down, but they persisted up there on their perch like a school of hooded crows, in full view of north and south. At last we ran up and threw them off the skyline too late. The Turks, in a little hill post by Halat Amar, 4 miles south of us, had seen them, and opened fire in their alarm upon the long shadows which the declining sun was pushing gradually up the slopes towards the post. Bedouin were past masters in the art of using country, but in their abiding contempt for the stupidity of the Turks, they would take no care to fight them. This ridge was visible at once from Mudawara and Halat Amar, and they had frightened both places by their sudden, ominous, expectant watch. However, the dark closed on us, and we knew we must sleep away the night patiently in hope of the morrow. Perhaps the Turks would reckon us gone if our place looked deserted in the morning. So we lit fires in a deep hollow, baked bread, and were comfortable. The common tasks had made us one party, and the hilltop folly shamed everyone into agreement that Za'al should be our leader. Day broke quietly, and for hours we watched the empty railway with its peaceful camps. The constant care of Zal and of his lame cousin Hawemil kept us hidden, though with difficulty, because of the insatiate restlessness of the Bedouin, who would never sit down for 10 minutes, but must fidget and do or say something. This defect made them very inferior to the stolid English for the long, tedious strain of awaiting war. Also, it partly accounted for their uncertain stomachs in defense. Today they made us very angry. Perhaps after all the Turks saw us, for at 9 o'clock some 40 men came out of the tents on the hilltop by Halat Amar to the south and advanced in open order. If we left them alone, they would turn us off our mine in an hour. If we opposed them with our superior strength and drove them back, the railway would take notice and traffic be held up. It was a quandary which eventually we tried to solve by sending 30 men to check the enemy patrol gradually, and, if possible, to draw them lightly aside into the broken hills. This might hide our main position and reassure them as to our insignificant strength and purpose. For some hours it worked as we had hoped. The firing grew desultory and distant. A permanent patrol came confidently up from the south, and walked past our hill, over our mine, and on towards Mudawara without noticing us. There were 8 soldiers and a stout corporal who mopped his brow against the heat, for it was now after 11 o'clock and really warm. When he had passed us by a mile or two, the fatigue of the tramp became too much for him. He marched his party into the shade of a long culvert, under whose arches a cool draught from the east was gently flowing, and there in comfort they lay on the soft sand, drank water from their bottles, smoked, and at last slept. We presumed that this was the noonday rest which every solid Turk in the hot summer of Arabia took as a matter of principle, and that their allowing themselves the pause showed that we were disproved or ignored. However, we were in error. Chapter 66. Noon brought a fresh care. Through my powerful glasses, we saw 100 Turkish soldiers issue from Mudawara station and make straight across the sandy plain towards our place. They were coming very slowly, and no doubt unwillingly for sorrow at losing their beloved midday sleep. But at their very worst marching and temper, they could hardly take more than 2 hours before they reached us. We began to pack up, preparatory to moving off, having decided to leave the mine and its leads in place on chance that the Turks might not find them, and we'd be able to return and take advantage of all the careful work. We sent a messenger to our covering party on the south, that they should meet us farther up, near those scarred rocks which served as screen for our pasturing camels. Just as he had gone, the watchman cried out that smoke in clouds was rising from Halat Amar. Zal and I rushed uphill and saw by its shape and volume that indeed there must be a train waiting in that station. As we were trying to see it over the hill, suddenly it moved out in our direction. We yelled to the Arabs to get into position as quick as possible, and there came a wild scramble over sand and rock. Stokes and Lewis, being booted, could not win the race, but they came well up, their pains and dysentery forgotten. The men with rifles posted themselves in a long line behind the spur, running from the guns past the exploder to the mouth of the valley. From it, they would fire directly into the derailed carriages at less than 150 yards, whereas the ranges for the Stokes and Lewis guns were about 300 yards. An Arab stood up on high behind the guns and shouted to us what the train was doing. A necessary precaution, for if it carried troops and detrained them behind our ridge, we should have to face about like a flash and retire fighting up the valley for our lives. Fortunately, it held on at all the speed the two locomotives could make on wood fuel. It drew near where we had been reported and opened random fire into the desert. I could hear the racket coming as I sat on my hillock by the bridge to give the signal to Salem, who danced round the exploder on his knees, crying with excitement and calling urgently on God to make him fruitful. The Turkish fire sounded heavy, and I wondered with how many men we were going to have affair, and if the mine would be advantage enough for our 80 fellows to equal them. It would have been better if the first electrical experiment had been simpler. However, at that moment, the engines, looking very big, rocked with screaming whistles into view around the bend. Behind them followed 10 box wagons, crowded with rifle muzzles at the windows and doors, and in little sandbag nests on the roofs Turks precariously held on to shoot at us. I had not thought of 2 engines, and on the moment decided to fire the charge under the second, so that however little the mine's effect, the uninjured engine should not be able to uncouple and drag the carriages away. Accordingly, when the front driver of the second engine was on the bridge, I raised my hand to Salem. There followed a terrific roar, and the line vanished from sight behind a spouting column of black dust and smoke 100 feet high and wide. Out of the darkness came shattering crashes and long, loud, metallic clangings of ripped steel, with many lumps of iron and plate, while one entire wheel of a locomotive whirled up suddenly black out of the cloud against the sky and sailed musically over our heads to fall slowly and heavily into the desert behind. Except for the flight of these, there succeeded a deathly silence, with no cry of men or rifle shot as the now grey mist of the explosion drifted from the line towards us and over our ridge until it was lost in the hills. In the lull, I ran southward to join the sergeants. Salem picked up his rifle and charged out into the murk. Before I had climbed to the guns, the hollow was alive with shots and with the brown figures of the Bedouin leaping forward to grips with the enemy. I looked round to see what was happening so quickly and saw the train stationary and dismembered along the track, with its wagon sides jumping under the bullets which riddled them, while Turks were falling out from the far doors to gain the shelter of the railway embankment. As I watched, our machine guns chattered out over my head, and the long rows of Turks on the carriage roofs rolled over and were swept off the top like bales of cotton before the furious shower of bullets which stormed along the roofs and splashed clouds of yellow chips from the planking. The dominant position of the guns had been an advantage to us so far. When I reached Stokes and Lewis, the engagement had taken another turn. The remaining Turks had got behind the bank, here about 11 feet high, and from cover of the wheels were firing point-blank at the Bedouin 20 yards away across the sand-filled dip. The enemy in the crescent of the curving line was secure from the machine guns, but Stokes slipped in his first shell, and after a few seconds there came a crash as it burst beyond the train in the desert. He touched the elevating screw, and his second shot fell just by the trucks in the deep hollow below the bridge where the Turks were taking refuge. It made a shambles of the place. The survivors of the group broke out in a panic across the desert, throwing away their rifles and equipment as they ran. This was the opportunity of the Lewis gunners. The sergeant grimly traversed with drum after drum till the open sand was littered with bodies. Mushagraf, the Sharari boy behind the second gun, saw the battle over, threw aside his weapon with a yell, and dashed down at speed with his rifle to join the others who were beginning, like wild beasts, to tear open the carriages and fall to plunder. It had taken nearly 10 minutes. I looked upline through my glasses and saw the Mudawara patrol breaking back uncertainly towards the railway to meet the train fugitives running their fastest northward. I looked south to see our 30 men cantering their camels neck and neck in our direction to share the spoils. The Turks there, seeing them go, began to move after them with infinite precaution, firing volleys. Evidently we had a half-hour respite and then a double threat against us. I ran down to the ruins to see what the mine had done. The bridge was gone, and into its gap was fallen the front wagon, which had been filled with sick. The smash had killed all but 3 or 4, and had rolled dead and dying into a bleeding heap against the splintered end. One of those yet alive deliriously cried out the word typhus, so I wedged shut the door and left them there alone. Succeeding wagons were derailed and smashed. Some had frames irreparably buckled. The second engine was a blanched pile of smoking iron. Its driving wheels had been blown upward, taking away the side of the firebox. Cab and tender were twisted into strips among the piled stones of the bridge abutment. It would never run again. The front engine had got off better, though heavily derailed and lying half over with the cab burst, yet its steam was at pressure and driving gear intact. Our greatest object was to destroy locomotives, and I had kept in my arms a box of gun cotton with fuse and detonator ready fixed, to make sure such a case. I now put them in position on the outside cylinder. On the boiler would have been better, but the sizzling steam made me fear a general explosion which would sweep across my men, swarming like ants over the booty with a blast of jagged fragments. Yet they would not finish their looting before the Turks came. So I lit the fuse, and in the half-minute of its burning drove the plunderers a little back, with difficulty. Then the charge burst, blowing the cylinder to smithers and the axle too. At the moment, I was distressed with uncertainty whether the damage were enough, but the Turks later found the engine beyond use and broke it up. The valley was a weird sight. The Arabs, gone raving mad, were rushing about at top speed, bareheaded and half-naked, screaming, shooting into the air, clawing one another nail and fist, while they burst open trucks and staggered back and forward with immense bales, which they ripped by the railside and tossed through, smashing what they did not want. The train had been packed with refugees and sick men, volunteers for boat service on the Euphrates, and families of Turkish officers returning to Damascus. There were scores of carpets spread about, dozens of mattresses and flowered quilts, blankets in heaps, clothes for men and women in full variety, clocks, cooking pots, food, ornaments, and weapons. To one side stood 30 or 40 hysterical women, unveiled, tearing their clothes and hair, shrieking themselves distracted. The Arabs, without regard to them, went on wrecking the household goods, looting their absolute fill. Camels had become common property. Each man frantically loaded the nearest with what it could carry and shooed it westward into the void, while he turned to his next fancy. Seeing me tolerably unemployed, the women rushed and caught at me with howls for mercy. I assured them that all was going well, but they would not get away till some husbands delivered me. These knocked their wives off and seized my feet in a very agony of terror of instant death. A Turk so broken down was a nasty spectacle. I kicked them off as well as I could with bare feet and finally broke free. Next, a group of Austrians, officers, and non-commissioned officers appealed to me quietly in Turkish for quarter. I replied with my halting German, whereupon one, in English, begged a doctor for his wounds. We had none, not that it mattered, for he was mortally hurt and dying. I told them the Turks would return in an hour and care for them, but he was dead before that, as were most of the others. Instructors in the new Skoda mountain howitzers supplied to Turkey for the Hejaz War, because some dispute broke out between them and my own bodyguard, and one of them fired a pistol shot at young Rahel. My infuriated men cut them down, all but 2 or 3, before I could return to interfere. So far as could be seen in the excitement, our side had suffered no loss. Among the 90 military prisoners were 5 Egyptian soldiers in their underclothes. They knew me and explained that in a night raid of Davenport's near Wadi Ais, they had been cut off by the Turks and captured. They told me something of Davenport's work, of his continual pegging away in Abdullah's sector, which was kept alive by him for month after month without any of the encouragement lent to us by success and local enthusiasm. His best helpers were such stolid infantrymen as these, whom I made lead the prisoners away to our appointed rallying place at the Salt Rocks. Chapter 67. Lewis and Stokes had come down to help me. I was a little anxious about them, for the Arabs, having lost their wits, were as ready to assault friend as foe. 3 times I had had to defend myself when they pretended not to know me and snatched at my things. However, the sergeant's war-stained khaki presented few attractions. Lewis went out east of the railway to count the 30 men he had slain, and incidentally to find Turkish gold and trophies in their haversacks. Stokes strolled through the wrecked bridge, saw there the bodies of 20 Turks torn to pieces by his second shell, and retired hurriedly. Ahmed came up to me with his arms full of booty and shouted, no Arab could speak normally in the thrill of victory, that an old woman in the last wagon but one wished to see me. I sent him at once, empty-handed, for my camel and some baggage camels to remove the guns. For the enemy's fire was now plainly audible, and the Arabs, sated with spoils, were escaping one by one towards the hills, driving tottering camels before them into safety. It was bad tactics to leave the guns until the end, but the confusion of a first, overwhelmingly successful experiment had dulled our judgment. In the end of the wagon sat an ancient and very tremulous Arab dame who asked me what it was all about. I explained. She said that though an old friend and hostess of Faisal, she was too infirm to travel and must wait her death there. I replied that she would not be harmed. The Turks were almost arrived and would recover what remained of the train. She accepted this and begged me to find her old negress to bring her water. The slave woman filled a cup from the spouting tender of the first engine, delicious water from which Lewis was slaking his thirst, and then I led her to her grateful mistress. Months after, there came to me secretly from Damascus a letter and a pleasant little Baluchi carpet from the lady Aisha, daughter of Jalal el-Lay of Medina, in memory of an odd meeting. Ahmed never brought the camels. My men, possessed by greed, had dispersed over the land with the Bedouins. The sergeants and I were alone by the wreck, which had a strange silence now. We began to fear that we must abandon the guns and run for it, but just then saw 2 camels dashing back. Za'al and Hawaimil had missed me and had returned in search. We were rolling up the insulated cable, our only piece. Za'al dropped from his camel and would have me mount and ride, but instead we loaded it with the wire and the exploder. Za'al found time to laugh at our quaint booty after all the gold and silver in the train. Hawaimil was dead lame from an old wound in the knee and could not walk, but we made him couch his camel and hoisted the Lewis guns, tied butt to butt like scissors behind his saddle. There remained the trench mortars, but Stokes reappeared, unskillfully leading by the nose a baggage camel he had found straying. We packed the mortars in haste, put Stokes, who was still weak with his dysentery, on Zaal's saddle with the Lewis guns, and sent off the 3 camels in charge of Hawamel at their best pace. Meanwhile, Lewis and Zaal, in a sheltered and invisible hollow behind the old gun position, made a fire of cartridge boxes, petrol and waste, banked round it the Lewis drums and the spare small arms ammunition, and gingerly on the top laid some loose Stokes shells. Then we ran. As the flames reached the cordite and ammonal, there was a colossal and continuing noise. The thousands of cartridges exploded in series like massed machine guns, and the shells roared off in thick columns of dust and smoke. The outflanking Turks, impressed by the tremendous defense, felt that we were in strength and strongly posted. They halted their rush, took cover, and began carefully to surround our position and reconnoiter it according to rule, while we sped panting into concealment among the ridges. It seemed a happy ending to the affair, and we were glad to get off with no more loss than my camels and baggage, though this included the sergeant's cherished kits. However, there was food at Rum, and Zaal thought perhaps we should find our property with the others who were waiting ahead. We did. My men were loaded with booty and had with them all our camels, whose saddles were being suddenly delivered of spoils to look ready for our mounting. Softly, I explained what I thought of the 2 men who had been ordered to bring up the camels when the firing ceased. They pleaded that the explosion had scattered everyone in fright, and afterwards the Arabs had appropriated each man any animal he saw. This was probably true, but my men also were able-bodied and might have helped themselves. We asked if anyone were hurt, and a voice said that the Shunt's boy, a very dashing fellow, had been killed in the first rush forward at the train. This rush was a mistake, made without instructions, as the Lewis and Stokes guns were sure to end the business if the mine worked properly. So I felt that his loss was not directly my reproach. 3 men had been slightly wounded. Then one of Faisal's slaves vouchsafed that Salem was missing. We called everyone together and questioned them. At last, an Arab said that he had seen him lying hit, just beyond the engine. This reminded Lewis, who, ignorant that he was one of us, had seen a Negro on the ground there, badly hurt. I had not been told and was angry, for half the Howitat must have known of it, and that Salem was in my charge. By their default now, for the second time, I had left a friend behind. I asked for volunteers to come back and find him. After a little, Zaal agreed, and then 12 of the Nawasera. We trotted fast across the plain towards the line. As we topped the last ridge but one, we saw the train wreck with Turks swarming over it. There must have been 150 of them, and our attempt was hopeless. Salem would have been dead, for the Turks did not take Arab prisoners. Indeed, they used to kill them horribly, so in mercy, we were finishing those of our badly wounded who would have to be left helpless on abandoned ground. We must give up Salem, but to make some profit out of our return, I suggested to Zaal that we slip up valley and recover the sergeant's kits. He was willing, and we rode till the Turks' shooting drove us to cover behind a bank. Our camp had been in the next hollow, across 100 yards of flat. So, watching the time, 1 or 2 of the quicker youths nipped across to drag back the saddlebags. The Turks were distant, and Turkish long-range fire was always bad. But for our third trip, they got up a machine gun, and the dusty splashes of the bullets on the dark flints let them group well about us. I sent the running boys away, picked out what was light and best of the remaining baggage, and rejoined the party. We pounded down the slope and across. In the open, the Turks could clearly count our fewness. They grew bold and ran forward on both flanks to cut us off. Zaal threw himself from his camel, climbed with 5 men to the peak of the ridge we had just crossed, and fired back at them. He was a marvelous shot, whom I had seen to bring down a running gazelle from the saddle with his second bullet at 300 yards, and his fire checked them. He called to us laden men to hurry across the next hollow and hold it while he fell back on us, and in this fashion we retired from ridge to ridge, putting up a good delay action and hitting 13 or 14 Turks at a cost of 4 camels wounded. At last, when we were only 2 ridges from our supports, and were feeling sure that we should do it easily, a solitary rider appeared, coming up. It was Lewis, with a Lewis gun held efficiently across his thighs. He had heard the rapid fire and thought to see if we needed help. He changed our strength very much, and my mind, for I was angry with the Turks, who had got Salem and had chased us breathless so far in dust and heat and streaming sweat. Therefore we took place to give our pursuers a knock, but either they suspected our silence or they feared the distance they had come. Anyway, we saw no more of them. After a few minutes we became cool and wise-headed enough to ride off after the others. They had marched very heavy-laden. Of our 90 prisoners, 10 were friendly Medina women electing to go to Mecca by way of Faisal. There had been 22 riderless camels. The women had climbed on to 5 pack saddles, and the wounded were in pairs on the residue. It was late in the afternoon. We were exhausted. The prisoners had drunk all our water. We must refill from the old well at Mudawara that night to sustain ourselves so far as rum. As the well was close to the station, it was highly desirable that we get to it and away, lest the Turks divine our course and find us there defenseless. We broke up into little parties and struggled north. Victory always undid an Arab force, so we were no longer a raiding party, but a stumbling baggage caravan, loaded to breaking point with enough household goods to make rich an Arab tribe for years. My sergeants asked me for a sword each, as souvenir of their first private battle. As I went down the column to look out something, suddenly I met Faisal's freedmen, and to my astonishment on the crupper behind one of them, strapped to him, soaked with blood, unconscious, was the missing Salem. I trotted up to Ferran and asked wherever he had found him. He told me that when the Stokes gun fired its first shell, Salem rushed past the locomotive, and one of the Turks shot him in the back. The bullet had come out near his spine without, in their judgment, hurting him mortally. After the train was taken, the Hawaitat had stripped him of cloak, dagger, rifle, and headgear. Mijbil, one of the freedmen, had found him, lifted him straight to his camel, and trekked off homeward without telling us. Ferran, overtaking him on the road, had relieved him of Salem, who, when he recovered, as later he did perfectly, bore me always a little grudge for having left him behind when he was of my company and wounded. I had failed in staunchness. My habit of hiding behind a sharif was to avoid measuring myself against the pitiless Arab standard, with its no mercy for foreigners who wore its clothes and aped its manners. Not often was I caught with so poor a shield as blind Sheriff Aid. We reached the well in 3 hours and watered without mishap. Afterwards we moved off another 10 miles or so beyond fear of pursuit. There we lay down and slept, and in the morning found ourselves happily tired. Stokes had had his dysentery heavy upon him the night before, but sleep and the ending of anxiety made him well. He and I and Lewis, the only unburdened ones, went on in front across one huge mud flat after another, till just before sunset we were at the bottom of Wadi Rum. This new route was important for our armoured cars because its 20 miles of hard mud might enable them to reach Mudawara easily. If so, we should be able to hold up the circulation of trains when we pleased. Thinking of this, we wheeled into the avenue of Rum, still gorgeous in sunset colour, the cliffs as red as the clouds in the west, like them in scale and in the level bar they raised against the sky. Again, we felt how Rum inhibited excitement by its serene beauty. Such whelming greatness dwarfed us, stripped off the cloak of laughter in which we had ridden over the jocund flats. Night came down, and the valley became a mined landscape. The invisible cliffs boded as presences. Imagination tried to piece out the plan of their battlements by tracing the dark pattern they cut in the canopy of stars. The blackness in the depth was very real. It was a night to despair of movement. We felt only our camels' labour as hour after hour, monotonously and smoothly, they shouldered their puny way along the unfenced level, with the wall in front no nearer and the wall behind no further than at first. About 9 at night, we were before the pit in which lay the water and our old camp. We knew its place because the deep darkness there grew humidly darker. We turned our camels to the right and advanced towards the rock, which reared its crested dome so high over us that the ropes of our headcloths slipped back round our necks as we stared up. Surely if we stretched out even our camel sticks in front of us, we should touch the facing walls. Yet for many paces more we crept in under their horns. At last we were in the tall bushes. Then we shouted. An Arab shouted back. The echoes of my voice rolling down from the cliff met his rising cry, and the sounds wrapped themselves together and wrestled among the crags. A flame flickered palely on the left, and we found Musa, our watchman, there. He lit a fire of powerfully scented wood, and by its light we broke open bully beef and fed ravenously, gulping down through our food, bowl after bowl of the delicious water, ice-cold and heady after the foul drink of Mudawara, which for days had seared our throats. We slept through the coming of the rest. 2 days later we were at Akaba, entering in glory, laden with precious things, and boasting that the trains were at our mercy. From Akaba the 2 sergeants took hurried ship to Egypt. Cairo had remembered them and gone peevish because of their non-return. However, they could pay the penalty of this cheerfully. They had won a battle single-handed, had had dysentery, lived on camel milk, and learned to ride a camel 50 miles a day without pain. Also, Allenby gave them a medal each. Chapter 68. Days passed, talking politics, organization, and strategy with Faisal, while preparations for a new operation went forward. Our luck had quickened the camp, and the mining of trains promised to become popular if we were able to train in the technique of the work enough men for several parties. Captain Pisani was first volunteer. He was the experienced commander of the French at Akaba, an active soldier who burned for distinction and distinctions. Faisal found me 3 young Damascenes of family who were ambitious to lead tribal raids. We went to Rum and announced that this raid was specially for Gassim's clan. Such coals of fire scorched them, but greed would not let them refuse. Everyone for days around flocked to join. Most were denied. Nevertheless, we started out with 150 men and a huge train of empty pack camels for the spoils. For variety, we determined to work by Man. So we rode up to Batra, climbing out of heat into cold, out of Arabia into Syria, from tamarisk to wormwood. As we topped the pass and saw the blood-red stain on the hills above the leech-infested wells, there met us a first breath of the northern desert, that air too fine to describe, which told of perfect loneliness, dried grass, and the sun on burning flints. The guide said that kilometer 475 would be good for mining, but we found it beset by blockhouses and had to creep shyly away. We marched down the line till it crossed a valley on a high bank, pierced by bridges on each side and in the middle. There, after midnight, we laid an automatic mine of a new and very powerful Luddite type. The burying took hours, and dawn caught us as we worked. There was no perceptible lightning, and when we stared round to know where the dark was yielding, we could see no special onset of the day. Long minutes afterwards, the sun disclosed itself, high above the earth's rim, over a vignetted bank of edgeless mist. We retired 1,000 yards up the valley's scrubby bed to ambush for the intolerable day. As the hours passed, the sun increased and shone so closely upon our radiant trench that we felt crowded by its rays. The men were a mad lot, sharpened to distraction by hope of success. They would listen to no word but mine, and brought me their troubles for judgment. In the 6 days' raid, they came to a head and were settled. 12 cases of assault with weapons, 4 camel liftings, 1 marriage, 2 thefts, a divorce, 14 feuds, 2 evil eyes, and a bewitchment. These decisions were arrived at despite my imperfect knowledge of Arabic. The fraudulence of my business stung me. Here were more fruits, bitter fruits, of my decision in front of Akaba to become a principal of the revolt. I was raising the Arabs on false pretenses and exercising a false authority over my dupes, on little more evidence than their faces, as visible to my eyes weakly watering and stinging after a year's exposure to the throb of sunlight. We waited that day and night. At sunset, a scorpion scuttled out of the bush by which I had lain down to make note of the day's weariness, and fastening on my left hand struck me, it seemed repeatedly. The pain of my swollen arm kept me awake until the second dawn, to the relief of my overburdened mind, for its body became clamant enough to interrupt my self-questioning. when the fire of some such surface injury swept the sluggish nerves. Yet pain of this quality never endured long enough really to cure mind sickness. After a night it would give way to that unattractive and not honourable internal ache which in itself provoked thought, and left its victim yet weaker to endure. In such conditions the war seemed as great a folly as my sham leadership a crime. And sending for our sheikhs, I was about to resign myself and my pretensions into their puzzled hands, when the fugleman announced a train. It came down from Marne, a water train, and passed over the mine without accident. The Arabs thanked me, for a booty of water was not their dream. The mine action had failed, so at noon with my pupils I went down to lay an electric mine over the lyddite, that the detonation of one might fire the other. For concealment we trusted to the mirage and midday drowsiness of the Turks, justifiably, for there was no alarm in the hour we spent burying the charge. From the southern bridge we brought the electric leads to the middle bridge, whose arch would conceal the exploder from a train overhead. The Lewis guns we put under the northern bridge, to rake the far side of the train when the mine went off. The Arabs would line the bushes of a cross-channel of the valley 300 yards our side of the railway. We waited afterwards throughout a day of sunlight and flies. Enemy patrols marched actively along the line morning, afternoon, and evening. On the second day, about 8 in the morning, a pillar of smoke left Marne. At the same time, the first patrol approached. They were only half a dozen men, but their warning would deter the train, and we watched strainingly, in wonder which would win the race. The train was very slow, and sometimes the patrol halted. We calculated they might be 200 or 300 yards short of us when the train came, so we ordered everybody to stations. With 12 loaded wagons, the engine panted on the upgrade. However, it held on steadily. I sat by a bush in the stream bed, 100 yards from the mine, in view of it and of the exploder party and of the machine guns. When Faiz and Bedri heard the engine over their arch, they danced a war dance round their little electric box. The Arabs in the ditch were hissing softly to me that it was time to fire, but not until the engine was exactly over the arch did I jump up and wave my cloak. Faiz instantly pressed his handle, and the great noise and dust and blackness burst up, as at Mudawara a week before, and enveloped me where I sat, while the green-yellow sickly smoke of lyddite hung sluggishly about the wreck. The Lewis guns rattled out suddenly, 3 or 4 short bursts. There was a yell from the Arabs, and headed by Pisani sounding the women's vibrant battle cry, they rushed in a wild torrent for the train. A Turk appeared upon the buffers of the 4th truck from the end, loosed the couplings, and let the tail of the train slip back down the gradient. I made a languid effort to get behind the wheel with a stone, but scarcely cared enough to do it well. It seemed fair and witty that this much of the booty should escape. A Turkish colonel from the window fired at me with a Mauser pistol, cutting the flesh of my hip. I laughed at his too great energy, which thought like a regular officer to promote the war by the killing of an individual. Our mine had taken out the near arch of the bridge. Of the locomotive, the firebox was torn open, and many tubes burst. The cab was cleared out, a cylinder gone, the frame buckled, 2 driving wheels and their journals shattered. The tender and first wagon had telescoped. About 20 Turks were dead and others prisoners, including 4 officers, who stood by the line weeping for the life which the Arabs had no mind to take. The contents of the trucks were foodstuffs, some 70 tons of them, urgently needed, according to the waybill in Medin Salih. We sent one waybill to Faisal as detailed report of our success, and left the other receipted in the van. We also kicked northward some dozen civilians who had thought they were going to Medina. Pisani superintended the carrying off or destruction of the booty. As before, the Arabs were now merely camel drivers, walking behind laden pack animals. Faraj held my camel, while Salem and Daylan helped with the exploder and the 2 heavy wire. Rescue parties of Turks were 400 yards away when we had finished, but we rode off without a man killed or wounded. My pupils practiced the art of mining afterwards by themselves and taught others. Rumor of their fortune rolled about the tribes in a growing wave, not always intelligently. "Send us allurans and we will blow up trains with it," wrote the Beni Atiyeh to Faisal. He lent them Saad, a cut-and-thrust Ageli, by whose help they got an important train carrying Suleiman Rifada, our old nuisance of Wej, with £20,000 in gold and precious trophies. Saad repeated history by saving only the wire for his share. In the next 4 months, our experts from Akaba destroyed 17 locomotives. Traveling became an uncertain terror for the enemy. At Damascus, people scrambled for the back seats in trains, even paid extra for them. The engine drivers struck. Civilian traffic nearly ceased, and we extended our threat to Aleppo by the mere posting a notice one night on Damascus town hall that good Arabs would henceforward travel by the Syrian railway at their own risk. The loss of the engines was sore upon the Turks. Since the rolling stock was pooled for Palestine and Hejaz, our destructions not merely made the mass evacuation of Medina impossible, but began to pinch the army about Jerusalem, just as the British threat grew formidable. Meanwhile, Egypt had wired for me. An aeroplane carried me to GHQ, where Allenby, by splendor of will, was recreating the broken British army. He asked what our railway efforts meant, or rather if they meant anything beyond the melodramatic advertisement they gave Faisal's cause. I explained my hope to leave the line just working, but only just to Medina, where Fakhri's corps fed itself at less cost than if in prison at Cairo. The surest way to limit the line without killing it was by attacking trains. The Arabs put into mining a zest absent from their pure demolitions. We could not yet break the line, since railhead was the strongest point of a railway, and we preferred weakness in the nearest enemy neighbor till our regular army was trained and equipped and numerous enough to invest Man. He asked about Wadi Musa because Turkish messages showed their intention to assault it at once. I explained that we had tried to provoke the Turks to attack Wadi Musa and were about to be rewarded by their falling, foxed and fogged into our trap. We went about in parties, not in stiff formation, and their aeroplanes failed to estimate us. No spies could count us either, since even ourselves had not the smallest idea of our strength at any given moment. On the other hand, we knew them exactly, each single unit and every man they moved. They treated us as regulars, and before venturing a move against us, calculated the total force we could meet them with. We, less orthodox, knew exactly what they would meet us with. This was our balance. For these years, the Arab movement lived on the exhilarating but slippery tableland between could and would. We allowed no margin for accident. Indeed, no margins was the Akaba motto, continuously in the mouths of all. When at last it came, Jamal's great attack on Wadi Musa made no noise. Maulud presided beautifully. He opened his center, and with the greatest of humor let in the Turks until they broke their faces against the vertical cliffs of the Arab refuge. Then, while they were still puzzled and hurt, he came down simultaneously on both flanks. They never again attacked a prepared Arab position. Their losses had been heavy, but the loss of nerve at finding us invisible and yet full of backlash cost them more than the casualties. Thanks to Maulud, Akaba became quit of all concern for its own present safety. Book 6, The Raid Upon the Bridges, Chapters 69 to 81. By November 1917, Allenby was ready to open a general attack against the Turks along his whole front. The Arabs should have done the same in their sector, but I was afraid to put everything on a throw, and designed instead the specious operation of cutting the Yarmuk Valley Railway to throw into disorder the expected Turkish retreat. This half-measure met with the failure it deserved. Chapter 69. October, accordingly, was a month of anticipation for us, in the knowledge that Allenby, with Bowles and Dornay, was planning to attack the Gaza-Beersheba line, while the Turks, a quite small army strongly entrenched with excellent lateral communications, had been puffed up by successive victories to imagine that all British generals were incompetent to keep what their troops had won for them by dint of sheer hard fighting. They deceived themselves. Allenby's coming had remade the English. His breadth of personality swept away the mist of private or departmental jealousies behind which Murray and his men had worked. General Lyndon Bell made way for General Bowles, Allenby's chief of staff in France. A little, quick, brave, pleasant man. A tactical soldier, perhaps, but principally an admirable and effaced foil to Allenby, who used to relax himself on Bowles. Unfortunately, neither of them had the power of choosing men. But Chetwode's judgment completed them with Guy Dornay as third member of the staff. Bowles had never an opinion, nor any knowledge. Dornay was mainly intellect. He lacked the eagerness of Bowles, and the calm drive and human understanding of Allenby, who was the man the men worked for, the image we worshipped. Dornay's cold, shy mind gazed upon our efforts with bleak eye, always thinking. Beneath this mathematical surface he hid passionate, many-sided convictions, a reasoned scholarship in higher warfare, and the brilliant bitterness of a judgment disappointed with us and with life. He was the least professional of soldiers, a banker who read Greek history, a strategist unashamed, and a burning poet with strength over daily things. During the war, he had had the grief of planning the attack at Suvla, spoiled by incompetent tacticians, and the battle for Gaza. As each work of his was ruined, he withdrew further into the hardnesses of frosted pride, for he was of the stuff of fanatics. Allenby, by not seeing his dissatisfaction, broke into him, and Dornay replied by giving for the Jerusalem advance all the talent which he abundantly possessed. A cordial union of two such men made the Turks' position hopeless from the outset. Their divergent characters were mirrored in the intricate plan. Gaza had been entrenched on a European scale, with line after line of defences in reserve. It was so obviously the enemy's strongest point that the British Higher Command had twice chosen it for frontal attack. Allenby, fresh from France, insisted that any further assault must be delivered by overwhelming numbers of men and guns, and their thrust maintained by enormous quantities of all kinds of transport. Bowles nodded his assent. Dornay was not the man to fight a straight battle. He sought to destroy the enemy's strength with the least fuss. Like a master politician, he used the bluff chief as a cloak for the last depth of justifiable slimness. He advised a drive at the far end of the Turkish line, near Beersheba. To make his victory cheap, he wanted the enemy main force behind Gaza, which would be best secured if the British concentration was hidden, so that the Turks would believe the flank attack to be a shallow feint. Bowles nodded his assent. Consequently, the movements were made in great secrecy, but Dornay found an ally in his intelligence staff who advised him to go beyond negative precautions and to give the enemy specific and speciously wrong information of the plans he matured. This ally was Meinertzhagen, a student of migrating birds drifted into soldiering, whose hot, immoral hatred of the enemy expressed itself as readily in trickery as in violence. He persuaded Dornay. Allenby reluctantly agreed. Bowles assented, and the work began. Meinertzhagen knew no half measures. He was logical, an idealist of the deepest, and so possessed by his convictions that he was willing to harness evil to the chariot of good. He was a strategist, a geographer, and a silent, laughing, masterful man, who took as blithe a pleasure in deceiving his enemy or his friend by some unscrupulous jest as in spattering the brains of a cornered mob of Germans one by one with his African knob kerry. His instincts were abetted by an immensely powerful body and a savage brain, which chose the best way to its purpose. Unhampered by doubt or habit, Miner thought out false army papers, elaborate and confidential, which to a trained staff officer would indicate wrong positions for Allenby's main formation, a wrong direction of the coming attack, and a date some days too late. This information was led up to by careful hints given in code wireless messages. When he knew the enemy had picked these up, Meinertzhagen rode out with his notebooks on reconnaissance. He pushed forward until the enemy saw him. In the ensuing gallop, he lost all his loose equipment and very nearly himself, but was rewarded by seeing the enemy reserves held behind Gaza, and their whole preparations swung towards the coast and made less urgent. Simultaneously, an army order by Ali Fuad Pasha cautioned his staff against carrying documents into the line. We, on the Arab front, were very intimate with the enemy. Our Arab officers had been Turkish officers and knew every leader on the other side personally. They had suffered the same training, thought the same, took the same point of view. By practicing modes of approach upon the Arabs, we could explore the Turks, understand, almost get inside their minds. Relation between us and them was universal, for the civil population of the enemy area was wholly ours without pay or persuasion. In consequence, our intelligence service was the widest, fullest, and most certain imaginable. We knew better than Allenby the enemy hollowness and the magnitude of the British resources. We underestimated the crippling effect of Allenby's too plentiful artillery and the cumbrous intricacy of his infantry and cavalry, which moved only with rheumatic slowness. We hoped Allenby would be given a month's fine weather, and in that case expected to see him take not merely Jerusalem, but Haifa too, sweeping the Turks in ruin through the hills. Such would be our moment, and we needed to be ready for it in the spot where our weight and tactics would be least expected and most damaging. For my eyes, the center of attraction was Dera, the junction of the Jerusalem-Haifa-Damascus-Medina railways, the navel of the Turkish armies in Syria, the common point of all their fronts, and, by chance, an area in which lay great untouched reserves of Arab fighting men, educated and armed by Faisal from Akaba. We could there use Ruala, Serahin, Serdia, Korisha, and far stronger than tribes, the settled peoples of Hauran and Jebel Druze. I pondered for a while whether we should not call up all these adherents and tackle the Turkish communications in force. We were certain, with any management, of 12,000 men, enough to rush Dera, to smash all the railway lines, even to take Damascus by surprise. Any one of these things would make the position of the Beersheba army critical, and my temptation to stake our capital instantly upon the issue was very sore. Not for the first or last time service to two masters irked me. I was one of Allenby's officers and in his confidence. In return, he expected me to do the best I could for him. I was Faisal's advisor, and Faisal relied upon the honesty and competence of my advice, so far as often to take it without argument. Yet I could not explain to Allenby the whole Arab situation, nor disclose the full British plan to Faisal. The local people were imploring us to come. Sheikh Talal el-Haredin, leader of the Hollow Country about Dera, sent in repeated messages that, with a few of our riders as proof of Arab support, he would give us Dera. Such an exploit would have done the Allenby business, but was not one which Faisal could scrupulously afford unless he had a fair hope of then establishing himself there. Dera's sudden capture, followed by a retreat, would have involved the massacre or the ruin of all the splendid peasantry of the district. They could only rise once, and their effort on that occasion must be decisive. To call them out now was to risk the best asset Faisal held for eventual success, on the speculation that Allenby's first attack would sweep the enemy before it, and that the month of November would be rainless, favorable to a rapid advance. I weighed the English army in my mind and could not honestly assure myself of them. The men were often gallant fighters, but their generals as often gave away in stupidity what they had gained in ignorance. Allenby was quite untried, sent to us with a not blameless record from France, and his troops had broken down in and been broken by the Murray period. Of course we were fighting for an Allied victory, and since the English were the leading partners, the Arabs would have, in the last resort, to be sacrificed for them. But was it the last resort? The war generally was going neither well nor very ill, and it seemed as though there might be time for another try next year, so I decided to postpone the hazard for the Arabs' sake. Chapter 70. However, the Arab movement lived on Allenby's good pleasure, so it was needful to undertake some operation less than a general revolt in the enemy rear, an operation which could be achieved by a raiding party without involving the settled peoples, and yet one which would please him by being of material help to the British pursuit of the enemy. These conditions and qualifications pointed, upon consideration, to an attempted cutting of one of the great bridges in the Yarmuk Valley. It was by the narrow and precipitous gorge of the Biva Yarmuk that the railway from Palestine climbed to Hauran, on its way to Damascus. The depth of the Jordan Depression and the abruptness of the eastern plateau face made this section of the line most difficult to build. The engineers had to lay it in the very course of the winding river valley, and to gain its development, the line had to cross and recross the stream continually by a series of bridges, the farthest west and the farthest east of which were hardest to replace. To cut either of these bridges would isolate the Turkish army in Palestine for one fortnight from its base in Damascus and destroy its power of escaping from Allenby's advance. To reach the Yarmuk, we should need to ride from Akaba by way of Azraq, some 420 miles. The Turks thought the danger from us so remote that they guarded the bridges insufficiently. Accordingly, we suggested the scheme to Allenby, who asked that it be done on November the 5th, or one of the 3 following days. If it succeeded, and the weather held up afterwards for a fortnight, the odds were that no coherent unit of von Ress's army would survive its retreat to Damascus. The Arabs would then have their opportunity to carry their wave forward into the great capital, taking up at the halfway point from the British, whose original impulse would then be nearly exhausted with the exhaustion of their transport. For such an eventuality, we needed at Azraq an authority to lead the potential local adherents. Nasir, our usual pioneer, was absent, but out with the Beni Sakr was Ali ibn al-Hussein, the youthful and attractive Harith Sharif, who had distinguished himself in Faisal's early desperate days about Medina, and later had out-Newcombed Newcomb about El-Ula. Ali, having been Jamal's guest in Damascus, had learned something of Syria, so I begged a loan of him from Faisal. His courage, his resource, and his energy were proven. There had never been any adventure since our beginning too dangerous for Ali to attempt, nor a disaster too deep for him to face with his high yell of a laugh. He was physically splendid, not tall nor heavy, but so strong that he would kneel down, resting his forearms palm up on the ground, and rise to his feet with a man on each hand. In addition, Ali could outstrip a trotting camel on his bare feet, keep his speed over half a mile, and then leap into the saddle. He was impertinent, headstrong, conceited, as reckless in word as in deed, impressive, if he pleased, on public occasions, and fairly educated for a person whose native ambition was to excel the nomads of the desert in war and sport. Ali would bring us the Beni Sakr. We had good hopes of the Sarahin, the tribe at Azraq. I was in touch with the Beni Hassan. The Ruala, of course, at this season were away at their winter quarters, so that our greatest card in the Hauran could not be played. Faiz el-Gusayn had gone into the Leja to prepare for action against the Hauran railway if the signal came. Explosives were stored in desirable places. Our friends in Damascus were warned, and Ali Riza Pasha Rikabi, the city's military governor for the innocent Turks, and at the same time chief agent and conspirator for the Sharif, took quiet steps to retain control if the emergency arose. My detailed plan was to rush from Azraq, under guidance of Rafa, that most gallant sheikh who had convoyed me in June, to Qais in 1 or 2 huge marches with a handful of perhaps 50 men. Qais was Gadara, very precious with its memories of Menippus and of Meleager, the immoral Greek Syrian whose self-expression marked the highest point of Syrian letters. It stood just over the westernmost of the Yarmuk Bridges, a steel masterpiece whose destruction would fairly enroll me in the Gadarene school. Only half a dozen sentries were stationed actually on the girders and abutments. Reliefs for them were supplied from a garrison of 60 in the station buildings of Hema, where the hot springs of Gadara yet gushed out to the advantage of local sick. My hope was to persuade some of the Abu Ta'i under Zal to come with me. These men-wolves would make certain the actual storming of the bridge. To prevent enemy reinforcements coming up, we would sweep the approaches with machine guns, handled by Captain Bray's Indian volunteers from the cavalry division in France, under Jemadar Hassan Shah, a firm and experienced man. They had been months up country, rail-cutting from Wedge, and might fairly be assumed to have become experts on camelback, fit for the forced marches in prospect. The demolition of great underslung girders with limited weights of explosive was a precise operation, and demanded a necklace of blasting gelatine, fired electrically. The Humber made us canvas straps and buckles to simplify the fixing. Nonetheless, the job remained a difficult one to do under fire. For fear of a casualty, Wood, the base engineer at Akaba, the only sapper available, was invited to come along and double me. He immediately agreed, though knowing he had been condemned medically for active service as the result of a bullet through the head in France. George Lloyd, who was spending the last few days in Akaba before going to Versailles on a regretted inter-allied commission, said that he would ride up with us to Jeffer. As he was one of the best fellows and least obtrusive travellers alive, his coming added greatly to our forlorn anticipation. Turk troops bombed in Wadi Farah. We were making our last preparations when an unexpected ally arrived in Emir Abd el-Qadir el-Jazairi, grandson of the chivalrous defender of Algiers against the French. The exiled family had lived in Damascus for a generation. One of them, Omar, had been hanged by Jamal for treason disclosed in the Picot papers. The others had been deported, and Abd el-Qadir told us a long story of his escape from Brusa and his journey with 1,000 adventures across Anatolia to Damascus. In reality, he had been enlarged by the Turks upon request of the Khedive Abbas Hilmi and sent down by him on private business to Mecca. He went there, saw King Hussein, and came back with a crimson banner and noble gifts, his crazy mind half persuaded of our right and glowing jerkily with excitement. To Faisal he offered the bodies and souls of his villagers, sturdy, hard-smiting Algerian exiles living compactly along the north bank of the Yarmuk. We seized at the chance this would give us to control, for a little time, the middle section of the Valley Railway, including 2 or 3 main bridges, without the disability of razing the countryside, since the Algerians were hated strangers and the Arab peasantry would not join them. Accordingly, we put off calling Rafa to meet us at Azraq, and said not a word to Zal, concentrating our thoughts instead on Wadi Khalid and its bridges. While we were in this train of mind, arrived a telegram from Colonel Bremond, warning us that Abd el-Qadir was a spy in pay of the Turks. It was disconcerting. We watched him narrowly but found no proof of the charge, which was not to be accepted blindly, as from Bremond, who was more a liability than our colleague. His military temper might have carried away his judgment when he heard Abd el-Qadir's outspoken public and private denunciations of France. The French conception of their country as a fair woman lent to them a national spitefulness against those who scorned her charms. Faisal told Abd el-Qadir to ride with Ali and myself and said to me, "I know he is mad. I think he is honest. Guard your heads and use him." We carried on, showing him our complete confidence on the principle that a crook would not credit our honesty, and that an honest man was made a crook soonest by suspicion. As a matter of fact, he was an Islamic fanatic, half insane with religious enthusiasm and a most violent belief in himself. His Moslem susceptibilities were outraged by my undisguised Christianity. His pride was hurt by our companionship, for the tribes greeted Ali as greater and treated me as better than himself. His bullet-headed stupidity broke down Ali's self-control twice or thrice into painful scenes, while his final effort was to leave us in the lurch at a desperate moment after hindering our march and upsetting ourselves and our plans as far as he could. Chapter 71. Starting was as difficult as ever. For my bodyguard, I took 6 recruits. Of these, Mahmoud was a native of the Yarmuk. He was an alert and hot-tempered lad of 19, with the petulance often accompanying curly hair. Another, Aziz of Tafas, an older fellow, had spent 3 years with the Bedouin in avoidance of military service. Though capable with camels, he was a shallow spirit, almost rabbit-mouthed, but proud. A third was Mustafa, a gentle boy from Dera, very honest, who went about sadly by himself because he was deaf and ashamed of his infirmity. One day on the beach, in a short word, he had begged admittance to my bodyguard. So evidently did he expect to be refused that I took him, and it was a good choice for the others, since he was a mild peasant, whom they could bully into all the menial tasks. Yet he too was happy, for he was among desperate fellows, and the world would think him desperate. To balance his inefficiency on the march, I enrolled Shawak and Salem, 2 Sharari camel herds, and Abd el-Rahman, a runaway slave from Riyadh. Of the old bodyguard, I gave Muhammad and Ali a rest. They were tired after train-wrecking adventures, and like their camels, needed to pasture quietly a while. This left Ahmed the inevitable headman. His ruthless energy deserved promotion, but the obvious choice has ever failed. He misused his power and became oppressive, so it was his last march with me. I took crime for the camels, and Rahel, the lusty, conceited Haurani lad for whom overwork was the grace which kept him continent. Matar, a parasite fellow of the Beni Hassan, attached himself to us. His fat peasant's buttocks filled his camel saddle and took nearly as large a share in the lewd or lurid jokes which on march helped pass my guard's leisure. We might enter Beni Hassan territory, where he had some influence. His unblushing greed made us sure of him, till his expectations failed. My service was now profitable, for I knew my worth to the movement, and spent freely to keep myself safe. Rumour, for once in a helpful mood, gilded my open hand. Faraj and Daoud, with Kidr and Mijbil, two Biasha, completed the party. Faraj and Daoud were capable and merry on the road, which they loved as all the lithe Agel loved it. But in camp, their excess of spirit led them continually into dear affairs. This time they surpassed themselves by disappearing on the morning of our departure. At noon came a message from Sheikh Yusuf that they were in his prison, and would I talk to him about it? I went up to the house and found his bulk shaking between laughter and rage. He had just bought a cream-colored riding camel of purest blood. The beast had strayed in the evening into the palm garden where my Agale were camped. They never suspected she belonged to the governor, but labored till dawn, dyeing her head bright red with henna and her legs blue with indigo before turning her loose. Akaba bubbled immediately in an uproar about this circus beast. Yusuf recognized her with difficulty and hurled all his police abroad to find the criminals. The two friends were dragged before the judgment seat, stained to the elbows with dye and loudly protesting their entire innocence. Circumstances, however, were too strong, and Yusuf, after doing his best with a palm rib to hurt their feelings, put them in irons for a slow week's meditation. My concern made good his damage by the loan of a camel till his own should be respectable. Then I explained our instant need of the sinners and promised another dose of his treatment for them when their skins were fit, so he ordered their release. They were delighted to escape the verminous prison on any terms and rejoined us singing. This business had delayed us, so we had an immense final meal in the luxury of camp and started in the evening. For 4 hours we marched slowly. A first march was always slow, and both camels and men hated the setting out on a new hazard. Loads slipped, saddles had to be regirthed, and riders changed. In addition to my own camels, Ghazala, the old grandmother, now far gone in foal, and Rima, a full-pointed Sharari camel which the Sukura had stolen from the Ruala, and those of the bodyguard, I had mounted the Indians and lent one to Wood, who was delicate in the saddle and rode a fresh animal nearly every day, and one to Thorn, Lloyd's yeomanry trooper, who sat his saddle like an Arab and looked workmanlike in a headcloth with a striped cloak over his khaki. Lloyd himself was on a thoroughbred Dera which Faisal had lent him, a fine, fast-looking animal, but clipped after mange and thin. Our party straggled. Wood fell behind, and my men, being fresh and having much work to keep the Indians together, lost touch with him. So he found himself alone with Thorn and missed our turn to the east, in the blackness which always filled the depths of the ETM gorge by night, except when the moon was directly overhead. They went on up the main track towards Guera, riding for hours, but at last decided to wait for day in a side valley. Both were new to the country and not sure of the Arabs, so they took turns to keep watch. We guessed what had happened when they failed to appear at our midnight halt, and before dawn Ahmed, Aziz, and Abd el-Rahman went back with orders to scatter up the 3 or 4 practicable roads and bring the missing pair to Rum. I stayed with Lloyd and the main body as their guide across the curved slopes of pink sandstone and tamarisk green valleys to Rum. Air and light were so wonderful that we wandered without thinking in the least of tomorrow. Indeed, had I not Lloyd to talk to, the world became very good. A faint shower last evening had brought earth and sky together in the mellow day. The colors in cliffs and trees and soil were so pure, so vivid, that we ached for real contact with them and at our tethered inability to carry anything of them away. We were full of leisure. The Indians proved bad camel masters, while Farage and Dodd pleaded a new form of saddle soreness called tusufiya, which made them walk mile after mile. We entered Ruim at last, while the crimson sunset burned on its stupendous cliffs and slanted ladders of hazy fire down the walled avenue. Wood and Thorn were there already, in the sandstone amphitheatre of the springs. Wood was ill and lying on the platform of my old camp. Abd el-Rahman had caught them before noon and persuaded them to follow him after a good deal of misunderstanding, for their few words of Egyptian did not help much with his clipped arid dialect or the Hawaiti slang with which he eked it out. He had cut across the hills by a difficult path to their great discomfort. Wood had been hungry and hot and worried, angry to the point of refusing the native mess which Abd el-Rahman contrived them in a wayside tent. He had begun to believe that he would never see us again, and was ungrateful when we proved too overcome with the awe that Rum compelled on her visitors to sympathize deeply with his sufferings. In fact, we stared and said yes, and left him lying there while we wandered whispering about the wonder of the place. Fortunately, Ahmed and Thorn thought more of food, and with supper, friendly relations were restored. Next day, while we were saddling, Ali and Abdel Kader appeared. Lloyd and I had a second lunch with them, for they were quarreling, and to have guests held them in check. Lloyd was the rare sort of traveller who could eat anything with anybody, anyhow, and at any time. Then, making pace, we pushed after our party down the giant valley, whose hills tell short of architecture only in design. At the bottom we crossed the flat Gar, matching our camels in a burst over its velvet surface, until we overtook the main body and scattered them with the excitement of our gallop. The Indians' soberly laden camels danced like ironmongery till they had shed their burdens. Then we calmed ourselves and plodded together gently up Wadi Hafira, a gash like a sword cut into the plateau. At its head lay a stiff pass to the height of Batra. But today we fell short of this, and out of laziness and craving for comfort stopped in the sheltered bottom of the valley. We lit great fires, which were cheerful in the cool evening. Farage prepared rice in his manner for me, as usual. Lloyd and Wood and Thorn had brought with them bully beef in tins and British Army biscuits, so we joined ranks and feasted. Next day we climbed the zigzag broken pass, the grassy street of Hafira below us framing a cone hill in its centre, with, as background, the fantastic grey domes and glowing pyramids of the mountains of Rum, prolonged today into wider fantasies by the cloud masses brooding over them. We watched our long train wind upwards, till before noon the camels, Arabs, Indians and baggage had reached the top without accident. Contentedly, we plumped ourselves down in the first green valley over the crest, sheltered from the wind, and warmed by the faint sunshine which tempered the autumn chill of this high tableland. Someone began to talk again about food. Chapter 72. I went away north, scouting with Awad, a Sharari camel boy, engaged in Rum without investigation. There were so many baggage camels in our party, and the Indians proved such novices at loading and leading them, that my bodyguard were being diverted from their proper duty of riding with me. So when Shoak introduced his cousin, a Khayal Sharari who would serve with me on any conditions, I accepted him at the glance, and now set out to measure his worth in a predicament. We circled round Abba el-Lisan to make sure that the Turks were in seemly idleness, for they had a habit of rushing a mounted patrol over the Batra sites at sudden notice, and I had no mind to put our party into unnecessary action yet. Awad was a ragged, brown-skinned lad of perhaps 18, splendidly built, with the muscles and sinews of an athlete, active as a cat, alive in the saddle. He rode magnificently, and not ill-looking, though with something of the base appearance of the Sheraret, and in his savage eye an air of constant and rather suspicious expectancy, as though he looked any moment for something new from life, and that something not of his seeking or ordering, nor wholly grateful. These Sheraret helots were an enigma of the desert. Other men might have hopes or illusions, Shererat knew that nothing better than physical existence was willingly permitted them by mankind in this world or another. Such extreme degradation was a positive base on which to build a trust. I treated them exactly like the others in my bodyguard. This they found astonishing, and yet pleasant when they had learned that my protection was active and sufficient. While they served me, they became wholly my property, and good slaves they were, for nothing practicable in the desert was beneath their dignity or beyond their tempered strength and experience. Awad before me showed himself confused and self-conscious, though with his fellows he could be merry and full of japes. His engagement was a sudden fortune beyond dreams, and he was pitifully determined to suit my mind. For the moment this was to wander across the Marne high road in order to draw the Turks' notice. When we had succeeded and they trotted out in chase, we returned back, doubled again, and so tricked their mule riders away northward out of the direction of danger. Awad took gleeful concern in the game and handled his new rifle well. Afterwards I climbed with him to the top of a hill overlooking Batra and the valleys which sloped to Abba el-Lisan, and we lay there lazily till afternoon, watching the Turks riding in a vain direction, and our fellows asleep and their pasturing camels, and the shadows of the low clouds seeming like gentle hollows as they chased over the grass in the pale sunlight. It was peaceful, chilly, and very far from the fretting world. The austerity of height shamed back the vulgar baggage of our cares. In the place of consequence it set freedom, power to be alone, to slip the escort of our manufactured selves, a rest and forgetfulness of the chains of being. But Awad could not forget his appetite and the new sensation of power in my caravan to satisfy it regularly each day, so he fidgeted about the ground on his belly, chewing innumerable stalks of grass, and talking to me of his animal joys in jerky phrases with averted face, till we saw Ali's cavalcade beginning to lip over the head of the pass. Then we ran down the slopes to meet them and heard how he had lost 4 camels on the pass, 2 broken by falls, 2 failing through weakness as they mounted the rocky ledges. Also he had fallen out again with Abdelkader, from whose deafness and conceit and boorish manners he prayed God to deliver him. The emir moved so cumbrously, having no sense of the road, and flatly refused to join with Lloyd and myself into one caravan for safety. We left them to follow us after dark, and as they had no guide, I loaned them Awad. We would meet again in Order's tents. Then we moved forward over shallow valleys and cross ridges till the sun set behind the last high bank, from whose top we saw the square box of the station at Gadir el-Hajj breaking artificially out of the level miles and miles away. Behind us in the valley were broom bushes, so we called a halt and made our supper fires. This evening, Hassan Shah devised a pleasant notion, later to become a habit, of winding up our meal by an offering of his Indian tea. We were too greedy and grateful to refuse, and shamelessly exhausted his tea and sugar before fresh rations could be sent him from the base. Lloyd and I marked the bearing of the railway where we purposed to cross just below Shadia. As the stars rose, we agreed that we must march upon Orion, so we started and marched on Orion for hour after hour, with effect that Orion seemed no nearer, and there were no signs of anything between us and him. We had debouched from the ridges upon the plain, and the plain was never-ending, and monotonously striped by shallow wadi beds with low, flat, straight banks, which in the milky starlight looked always like the earthwork of the expected railway. The going underfoot was firm, and the cool air of the desert in our faces made the camels swing out freely. Lloyd and I went in front to spy out the line, that the main body might not be involved if chance put us against a Turkish blockhouse or night patrol. Our fine camels, lightly ridden, set too long astride, so that without knowing we drew more and more ahead of the laden Indians. Hassan Shah the Jemadar threw out a man to keep us in sight, and then another, and after that a third, till his party was a hurrying string of connecting files. Then he sent up an urgent whisper to go slowly, but the message which reached us after its passage through 3 languages was unintelligible. We halted, and so knew that the quiet night was full of sounds, while the scents of withering grass ebbed and flowed about us with the dying wind. Afterwards we marched again more slowly, as it seemed for hours, and the plain was still barred with deceitful dikes, which kept our attention at unprofitable stretch. We felt the stars were shifting and that we were steering wrong. Lloyd had a compass somewhere. We halted and groped in his deep saddlebags. Thorn rode up and found it. We stood around calculating on its luminous arrowhead and deserted Orion for a more auspicious northern star. Then again interminably forward, till as we climbed a larger bank, Lloyd reined up with a gasp and pointed. Fair in our track on the horizon were two cubes blacker than the sky, and by them a pointed roof. We were bearing straight for Shadia Station, nearly into it. We swung to the right and jogged hastily across an open space, a little nervous lest some of the caravans strung out behind us should miss the abrupt change of course. But all was well, and a few minutes later in the next hollow we exchanged our thrill in English and Turkish, Arabic and Urdu. Behind us broke out a faint, pulse-quickening clamour of dogs in the Turkish camp. We now knew our place and took a fresh bearing to avoid the first blockhouse below Shadia. We led off confidently, expecting in a little to cross the line. Yet again time dragged and nothing showed itself. It was midnight. We had marched for 6 hours, and Lloyd began to speak bitterly of reaching Baghdad in the morning. There could be no railway here. Thorn saw a row of trees and saw them move. The bolts of our rifles clicked, but they were only trees. We gave up hope and rode carelessly, nodding in our saddles, letting our tired eyes lid themselves. My Rima lost her temper suddenly. With a squeal, she plunged sideways, nearly unseating me, pranced wildly over 2 banks and a ditch, and flung herself flat in a dusty place. I hit her over the head, and she rose and paced forward nervously. Again the Indians lagged far behind our hasty selves. But after an hour, the last bank of tonight loomed differently in front of us. It took straight shape, and over its length grew darker patches which might be the shadowed mouths of culverts. We spurred our minds to a fresh interest and drove our animals swiftly and silently forward. When we were nearer it, the bank put up a fencing of sharp spikes along its edge. These were the telegraph poles. A white-headed figure checked us for a moment, but he never stirred, and so we judged him a kilometre post. Quickly we halted our party and rode to one side and then straight in to challenge what lay behind the quiet of the place, expecting the darkness to spout fire at us suddenly and the silence to volley out in rifle shots. But there was no alarm. We reached the bank and found it deserted. We dismounted and ran up and down each way 200 yards. Nobody. There was room for our passage. We ordered the others immediately over into the empty, friendly desert on the east and sat ourselves on the metals under the singing wires, while the long line of shadowy bulks wavered up out of the dark, shuffled a little on the bank and its ballast, and passed down behind us into the dark in that strained noiselessness which was a night march of camels. The last one crossed. Our little group collected about a telegraph post. Out of a short scuffle, Thorn rose slowly up the pole to catch the lowest wire and swing himself to its insulator bracket. He reached for the top, and a moment later there was a loud metallic twang and shaking of the post, as the cut wire leaped back each way into the air and slapped itself free from 6 or more poles on either side. The second and third wires followed it, twisting noisily along the stony ground, and yet no answering sound came out of the night, showing that we had passed lightly in the empty distance of 2 blockhouses. Thorn, with splintery hands, slid down the tottering pole. We walked to our kneeling camels and trotted after the company. Another hour, and we ordered a rest till dawn, but before then were roused by a brief flurry of rifle fire and the tapping of a machine gun far away to the north. Little Ali and Abd el-Kadir were not making so clean a crossing of the line. Next morning, in a cheerful sunshine, we marched up parallel with the line to salute the first train from Man, and then struck inland over the strange Hefer plain. The day was close and the sun's power increased, making mirages on all the heated flats. Riding apart from our straggling party, we saw some of them drowned in the silver flood, others swimming high over its changing surface, which stretched and shrank with each swaying of the camel, or inequality of ground. Early in the afternoon we found Order camped unobtrusively in the broken, bushy expanse southwest of the wells. He received us with constraint, His large tents with the women had been sent away beyond reach of the Turkish aeroplanes. There were few Taweha present, and those in violent dispute over the distribution of tribal wages. The old man was sad we should find him in such weakness. I did my best tactfully to smooth the troubles by giving their minds a new direction and countervailing interests. Successfully too, for they smiled, which with Arabs was often half the battle. Enough advantage for the time. We adjourned to eat with Mohammed el-Daylan. He was a better diplomat because less open than Auda, and would have looked cheerful if he thought proper, whatever the truth. So we were made very welcome to his platter of rice and meat and dried tomatoes. Mohammed, a villager at heart, fed too well. After the meal, as we were wandering back over the grey-dry ditches, like mammoth wallows which floods had hacked deeply into the fibrous mud, I broached to Zal my plans for an expedition to the Yarmuk Bridges. He disliked the idea very much. Zal in October was not the Zal of August. Success was changing the hard-riding gallant of spring into a prudent man whose new wealth made life precious to him. In the spring he would have led me anywhere, but the last raid had tried his nerve, and now he said he would mount only if I made a personal point of it. I asked what party we could make up, and he named 3 of the men in the camp as good fellows for so desperate a hope. The rest of the tribe were away, dissatisfied. To take 3 Taweha would be worse than useless, for their just conceit would inflame the other men, while they themselves were too few to suffice alone. So I said I would try elsewhere. Zal showed his relief. While we were still discussing what we ought to do, for I needed the advice of Zal, one of the finest raiders alive, and most competent to judge my half-formed scheme, a scared lad rushed to our coffee hearth and blurted that riders in a dust cloud were coming up fast from the side of Man. The Turks there had a mule regiment and a cavalry regiment, and were always boasting that they would someday visit the Abu Tai. So we jumped up to receive them. Auda had 15 men, of whom 5 were able-bodied, and the rest greybeards or boys. But we were 30 strong, and I pondered the hard luck of the Turkish commander who had chosen for his surprise the day on which there happened to be guesting with the Hawaitat a section of Indian machine gunners who knew their business. We couched and knee-halted the camels in the deeper water cuts and placed the Vickers and Lewis in others of these natural trenches, admirably screened with alkali bushes and commanding a flat field 800 yards each way. Order dropped his tents and threw out his riflemen to supplement our fire. And then we waited easily till the first horseman rode up the bank onto our level, and we saw they were Ali ibn el-Hussein and Abd el-Qadir coming to Jafar from the enemy direction. We foregathered merrily, while Mohammed produced a second edition of tomato rice for Ali's comfort. They had lost 2 men and a mare in the shooting on the railway in the night. Chapter 73. Lloyd was to go back from here to Versailles, and we asked Auda for a guide to take him across the line. About the man there was no difficulty, but great difficulty in mounting him. For the Hawaitat camels were at pasture, and the nearest pasture lay a full day's journey southeast of these barren wells. I cut this difficulty by providing a mount for the new guide from my own beasts. Choice fell on my ancient gazala, whose pregnancy had proved more heavy than we thought. Before our long expedition ended, she would be unfit for fast work. So, in honor of his good seat and cheerful spirit, Thorn was transferred to her, while the Hawaitat stared open-mouthed. They esteemed Gazala above all the camels of their desert, and would have paid much for the honor of riding her, and here she was given to a soldier, whose pink face and eyes swollen with ophthalmia made him look feminine and tearful. "A little," said Lloyd, like an abducted nun. It was a sorry thing to see Lloyd go. He was understanding, helped wisely, and wished our cause well. Also, he was the one fully taught man with us in Arabia, and in these few days together our minds had ranged abroad, discussing any book or thing in heaven or earth which crossed our fancy. When he left, we were given over again to war and tribes and camels without end. The night began with a surfeit of such work. The matter of the Hawaitat must be put right. After dark, we gathered round Auda's hearth, and for hours I was reaching out to this circle of fire-lit faces, playing on them with all the tortuous arts I knew, now catching one, now another. It was easy to see the flash in their eyes when a word got home, or again taking a false line and wasting minutes of precious time without response. The Abutai were as hard-minded as they were hard-bodied, and the heat of conviction had burned out of their long since in stress of work. Gradually I won my points, but the argument was yet marching near midnight when Order held up his stick and called silence. We listened, wondering what the danger was, and after a while we felt a creeping reverberation, a cadence of blows too dull, too wide, too slow easily to find response in our ears. It was like the mutter of a distant, very lowly thunderstorm. Order raised his haggard eyes towards the west and said, "The English guns." Allenby was leading off in preparation, and his helpful sounds closed my case for me beyond dispute. Next morning the atmosphere of the camp was serene and cordial. Old Auda, his difficulties over for this time, embraced me warmly, invoking peace upon us. At the last, whilst I was standing with my hand on my couched camel, he ran out, took me in his arms again and strained me to him. I felt his harsh beard brush my ear as he whispered to me windily, "Beware of Abd el-Qaeda." There were too many about us to say more. We pushed on over the unending but weirdly beautiful Hefer Flats till night fell on us at the foot of a flint scarp, like a cliff above the plain. We camped there in a snake-infested pocket of underwood. Our marches were short and very leisurely. The Indians had proved novices on the road. They had been for weeks inland from Wej, and I had rashly understood that they were riders. But now, on good animals and trying their best, they could average only 35 miles a day, a holiday for the rest of the party. So for us, each day was an easy movement, without effort, quite free from bodily strain. A golden weather of misty dawns, mild sunlight, and an evening chill added a strange peacefulness of nature to the peacefulness of our march. This week was a St. Martin's summer which passed like a remembered dream. I felt only that it was very gentle, very comfortable, that the air was happy and my friends content. Conditions so perfect must needs presage the ending of our time. But this certainty, because of its being unchallenged by any rebellious hope, served only to deepen the quiet of the autumnal present. There was no thought or care at all. My mind was as near stilled those days as ever in my life. We camped for lunch and for a midday rest. The soldiers had to have 3 meals a day. Suddenly there was an alarm. Men on horses and camels appeared from the west and north and closed quickly on us. We snatched our rifles. The Indians, getting used to short notices, now carried their Vickers and Lewis mounted for action. After 30 seconds we were in complete posture of defence, though in this shallow country our position held little of advantage. To the front on each flank were my bodyguards in their brilliant clothes, lying spread out between the grey tufts of weed, with their rifles lovingly against their cheeks. By them the 4 neat groups of khaki Indians crouched about their guns. Behind them lay Sheriff Ali's men, himself in their midst, bareheaded and keen, leaning easily upon his rifle. In the background, the camel men were driving in our grazing animals to be under cover of our fire. It was a picture that the party made. I was admiring ourselves, and Sheriff Ali was exhorting us to hold our fire till the attack became real, when Awad, with a merry laugh, sprang up and ran out towards the enemy, waving his full sleeve over his head in sign of friendliness. They fired at or over him ineffectually. He lay down and shot back, one shot, aimed just above the head of the foremost rider. That, and our ready silence, perplexed them. They pulled off in a hesitant group, and after a minute's discussion flagged back their cloaks in half-hearted reply to our signal. One of them rode towards us at a foot's pace. Awad, protected by our rifles, went 200 yards to meet him, and saw that he was a Sukuri, who, when he heard our names, feigned shock. We walked together to Sheriff Ali, followed at a distance by the rest of the newcomers, after they had seen our peaceful greeting. They were a raiding party from the Zabn Sukur, who were camped as we had expected in front at Bear. Ali, furious with them for their treacherous attack on us, threatened all sorts of pains. They accepted his tirade sullenly, saying that it was a Beni Saka manner to shoot over strangers. Ali accepted this as their habit and a good habit in the desert, but protested that their unheralded appearance against us from three sides showed a premeditated ambush. The Beni Sucker were a dangerous gang, not pure enough nomads to hold the nomadic code of honor or to obey the desert law in spirit, and not villagers enough to have abjured the business of rapine and raid. Our late assailants went into Bear to report our coming. Mifle, chief of their clan, thought it best to efface the ill reception by a public show in which all men and horses in the place turned out to welcome us with wild cheers and gallopings and curvettings, and much firing of shots and shouting. They whirled round and round us in desperate chase, clattering over rocks with reckless horsemanship and small regard for our staidness, as they broke in and out of the ranks and let off their rifles under our camels' necks continually. Clouds of parching chalk dust arose, so that men's voices croaked. Eventually the parade eased off, but then Abd el-Kader, thinking the opinion even of fools desirable, felt it upon him to assert his virtue. They were shouting to Ali ibn al-Hussein, "God give victory to our sheriff," and were reining back on their haunches beside me with welcome orans, harbinger of action. So he climbed up his mare into her high Moorish saddle, and with his 7 Algerian servants behind him in stiff file, began to prance delicately in slow curves, crying out, "Hoop, hoop," in his throaty voice, and firing a pistol unsteadily in the air. The Bedu, astonished at this performance, gaped silently, till Mifle came to us and said in his wheedling way, "Lords, pray call off your servant, for he can neither shoot nor ride, and if he hits someone, he will destroy our good fortune of today." Mifle did not know the family precedent for his nervousness. Abdelkader's brother held what might well be a world's record for 3 successive fatal accidents with automatic pistols in the circle of his Damascus friends. Ali Riza Pasha, chief local gladiator, had said 3 things are notably impossible. 1. That Turkey win this war. 1. That the Mediterranean become Champagne. 1. That I be found in the same place with Mohammed Said, and he armed. We offloaded by the ruins. Beyond us, the black tents of the Beni Sakr were like a herd of goats spotting the valley. A messenger bade us to Mifle's tent. First, however, Ali had an inquiry to make. At the request of the Beni Sakr, Faisal had sent a party of Bishar masons and well sinkers to reline the blasted well from which Nasir and I had picked the gelignite on our way to Akaba. They had been for months in Bayer, and yet reported that the work was not nearly finished. Faisal had deputed us to inquire into the reasons for the costly delay. Ali found that the Bisha men had been living at ease and forcing the Arabs to provide them with meat and flour. He charged them with it. They prevaricated vainly, for sheriffs had a trained judicial instinct, and Mifle was preparing a great supper for us. My men whispered excitedly that sheep had been seen to die behind his tent, high on the knoll above the graves. So Ali's justice moved on wings before the food bowls could be carried up. He heard and condemned the blacks all in a moment, and had judgment inflicted on them by his slaves inside the ruins. They returned, a little self-conscious, kissed hands in sign of amenity and forgiveness, and a reconciled party knelt together to meat. Hawetat feasts had been wet with butter. The Beni Sakr were overflowing. Our clothes were splashed, our mouths running over, the tips of our fingers scalded with its heat. As the sharpness of hunger was appeased, the hands dipped more slowly. But the meal was still far from its just end when Abd el-Kader grunted, rose suddenly to his feet, wiped his hands on a handkerchief, and sat back on the carpets by the tent wall. We hesitated, but Ali muttered the fellows, and the work continued until all the men of our sitting were full, and the more frugal of us had begun to lick the stiff fat from our smarting fingers. Ali cleared his throat, and we returned to our carpets, while the second and third relays round the pans were satisfied. One little thing of 5 or 6 in a filthy smock sat there stuffing solemnly with both hands from first to last, and at the end, with swollen belly and face glistening with grease, staggered off speechlessly, hugging a huge unpicked rib in triumph to its breast. In front of the tent, the dogs cracked the dry bones loudly, and Mifle's slave in the corner split the sheep's skull and sucked out the brains. Meanwhile, Abdelkader sat spitting and belching and picking his teeth. Finally, he sent one of his servants for his medicine chest and poured himself out a draught, grumbling that tough meat was bad for his digestion. He had meant by such unmannerliness to make himself a reputation for grandeur. His own villagers could no doubt be browbeaten so, but the Zeben were too near the desert to be measured by a purely peasant measure. Also today they had before their eyes the contrary example of Sharif Ali ibn el-Hussein, a born desert lord. His fashion of rising all at once from the food was of the central deserts. On fringes of cultivation, among the semi-nomadic, each guest slipped aside as he was full. The Anazi of the extreme north set the stranger by himself, and in the dark that he be not ashamed of his appetite. All these were modes, but among the considerable clans the manner of the sheriffs was generally praised. So poor Abdelkader was not understood. He took himself off, and we sat in the tent mouth, above the dark hollow, now set out in little constellations of tent fires, seeming to mimic or reflect the sky above. It was a calm night, except when the dogs provoked one another to choral bowlings, and as these grew rarer we heard again the quiet, steady thudding of the heavy guns preparing assault in Palestine. To this artillery accompaniment we told Mifle that we were about to raid the Dera district and would be glad to have him and some 15 of his tribesmen with us, all on camels. After our failure with the Hawaitat, we had decided not to announce our plain object, lest its forlorn character dissuade our partisans. However, Mifle agreed at once, apparently with haste and pleasure, promising to bring with him the 15 best men in the tribe and his own son. This lad, Turkey by name, was an old love of Ali ibn el-Hussein, the animal in each called to the other, and they wandered about inseparably, taking pleasure in a touch and silence. He was a fair, open-faced boy of perhaps 17, not tall, but broad and powerful, with a round, freckled face, upturned nose, and very short upper lip, showing his strong teeth, but giving his full mouth rather a sulky look, belied by the happy eyes. We found him plucky and faithful on 2 critical occasions. His good temper atoned for his having caught a little of the begging habit of his father, whose face was eaten up with greed. Turkey's great anxiety was to be sure that he was reckoned a man among the men, and he was always looking to do something bold and wonderful which would let him flaunt his courage before the girls of his tribe. He rejoiced exceedingly in a new silk robe which I gave him at dinner, and walked to display it twice through the tent village without his cloak, railing at those who seemed laggard from our meat. Chapter 74. Dark had fallen long before our caravan left Bear after watering. We chiefs waited longer still while the Zeben got ready. Mifle's preparations included a visit to Esad, the supposed ancestor of the clan, in his bedecked tomb near Anad's grave. The Beni Saka were already settled enough to have dressed themselves in the Semitic village superstitions of sacred places, holy trees, and funerary shrines. Sheikh Mifle thought the occasion warranted his adding another head cord to the ragged collection looped round Esad's headstone, and characteristically asked us to provide the offering. I handed over one of my rich red and silver Mecca ornaments, remarking that the virtue lay with the donor. The thrifty Mifle pressed upon me 1/2 penny in exchange that he might plead purchase, and when I came past a few weeks later and saw that the gourd was gone, he cursed loudly in my hearing the sacrilege of some godless Sherari who had robbed his ancestor. Turkey would have told me more. A steep old pathway took us out of Wadi Bear. Near the crest of a ridge we found the others camped for the night round a fire, but there passed no talk or coffee-making for this time. We lay close together, hushed and straining the ears to catch the throbbing of Allenby's guns. They spoke eloquently, and sheet lightning in the west made gun flashes for them. Next day we passed to the left of the Thlaithukwat, the 3 sisters whose clean white peaks were landmarks on their lofty watershed for a day's journey all about, and went down the soft, rolling slopes beyond them. The exquisite November morning had a softness in it like an English summer, but its beauty had to be fought off. I was spending the halts and riding the stages, in the ranks of the Beni Saka, teaching my ear their dialect, and storing in my memory the tribal, family, or personal notes they let drop. In the little people desert, every worshipful man knew every other, and instead of books, they studied their generation. To have fallen short in such knowledge would have meant being branded either as ill-bred or as a stranger, and strangers were not admitted to familiar intercourse or counsels or confidences. There was nothing so wearing, yet nothing so important for the success of my purpose, as this constant mental gymnastic of apparent omniscience at each time of meeting a new tribe. At nightfall we camped in an affluent of Wadi Jesha by some bushes of faint grey-green foliage which pleased our camels and gave us firewood. That night the guns were very clear and loud, perhaps because the intervening hollow of the Dead Sea drummed the echoes up and over our high plateau. The Arabs whispered, "They are nearer. The English are advancing. God deliver the men under that rain." They were thinking compassionately of the passing Turks, so long their weak oppressors, whom, for their weakness, though oppressors, they loved more than the strong foreigner with his blind, indiscriminate justice. The Arab respected force a little. He respected craft more, and often had it in enviable degree. But most of all, he respected blunt sincerity of utterance, nearly the sole weapon God had excluded from his armament. The Turk was all things by turn, and so commended himself to the Arabs for such while as he was not corporately feared. Much lay in this distinction of the corporate and the personal. There were Englishmen whom, individually, the Arabs preferred to any Turk or foreigner. But on the strength of this, to have generalized and called Thai Arabs pro-English would have been a folly. Each stranger made his own poor bed among them. We were up early, meaning to push the long way to Amari by sunset. We crossed ridge after carpeted ridge of sunburned flints, grown over with a tiny saffron plant so bright and close that all the view was gold. Safra el Jesha, the Suka called it. The valleys were only inches deep, their beds grained like Morocco leather in an intricate curving mesh by innumerable rills of water after the last rain. The swell of every curve was a grey breast of sand set hard with mud, sometimes glistening with salt crystals, and sometimes rough with the projecting brush of half-buried twigs which had caused it. These tailings of valleys running into Sirhan were always rich in grazing. When there was water in their hollows, the tribes collected and peopled them with tent villages. The Beni Saka with us had so camped, and as we crossed the monotonous downs, they pointed first to one indistinctive hollow with hearth and straight gutter trenches, and then to another, saying, "There was my tent, and there lay Hamdan el-Sai. Look at the dry stones for my bedplace, and for Tarfa's next it. God have mercy upon her. She died the year of Sam in the Snani Rat of a puff adder." About noon, a party of trotting camels appeared over the ridge, moving fast and openly towards us. Little Turkey cantered out on his old she-camel, with cocked carbine across his thighs to find what they meant. "Ha!" cried Mifle to me while they were still a mile off. "That is Fahad, on his Shara in the front. These are our kinsmen." And sure enough they were. Fahad and Adhub, chief war leaders of the Zebn, had been camped west of the railway by Ziza when a Gamani came in with news of our march. They had saddled at once, and by hard riding caught us only halfway on the road. Fahad, in courteous fashion, chided me gently for presuming to ride their district on an adventure while his father's sons lay in their tent. Fahad was a melancholy, soft-voiced, little-spoken man of perhaps 30, with a white face, trim beard, and tragic eyes. His young brother Adhub was taller and stronger, yet not above middle height. Unlike Fahad, he was active, noisy, uncouth-looking, with a snub nose, hairless boy's face, and gleaming green eyes flickering hungrily from object to object. His commonness was pointed by his dishevelled hair and dirty clothes. Fahad was neater but still very plainly dressed, and the pair, on their shaggy homebred camels, looked as little like sheikhs of their reputation as can be conceived. However, they were famous fighters. At Amari, a high cold night wind was stirring the ashen dust of the salt ground about the wells into a haze, which gritted in our teeth like the stale breath of an eruption, and we were ungrateful for the water. It was on the surface, like so much of Sirhan, but most of the pools were too bitter to drink. One notable one, however, called Bir el Emir, was thought very good by contrast. It lay in a little floor of bare limestone among sand hummocks. The water, opaque and tasting of mixed brine and ammonia, was just below the level of the rock slab, in a stone bath with ragged, undercut lips. Its depth Daud proved by hurling Faraj fully dressed into it. He sank out of view in its yellowness, and afterwards rose quietly to the surface under the rock edge where he could not be seen in the dusk. Daud waited a strained minute, but when his victim did not appear, tore off his cloak and plunged after, to find him smiling under the overhanging ledge. Pearl diving in the gulf had made them like fishes in the water. They were dragged out and then had a wild struggle in the sand beside the waterhole. Each sustained hurt, and they returned to my fire dripping wet, in rags, bleeding, with their hair and faces, legs, arms, and bodies covered with mud and thorns, more like the devils of a whirlwind than their usual suave, delicate presences. They said they had been dancing and had tripped over a bush. It would be like my generosity to make them a gift of new clothes. I blasted their hopes and sent them off to repair damages. My bodyguard, more especially the Aigale in it, were by nature foppish and spent their wages on dress or ornaments and much time in braiding their plaits of shining hair. Butter gave it the polish, and to keep down the vermin they frequently dragged the scalp with a fine-toothed comb and sprinkled it with camel staling. A German doctor at Beersheba in their Turkish days, these were the men who one misty dawn rushed our yeomanry in Sinai and wiped out a post, had taught them to be clean by prisoning the lousy ones in army latrines until they had swallowed their lice. The wind became faint at dawn, and we moved forward for Azraq, half a march ahead. Hardly, however, were we dear of the drifts beside the wells when there was an alarm. Mounted men had been seen in the brushwood. This country was a torn tiddler's ground of raiding parties. We drew together in the best place and halted. The Indian section chose a tiny ridge hacked about with narrow ruts of water channels. They couched camels in the hollow behind and had their guns mounted in due order in a moment. Ali and Abdelkader threw out their great crimson banners in the intermittent breeze. Our skirmishers, headed by Ahmed and Awad, ran out to right and left, and long shots were exchanged. All of it ended suddenly. The enemy broke cover and marched in line towards us, waving their cloaks and sleeves in the air and chanting their war march of welcome. They were the fighting men of the Sirhan tribe on their way to swear allegiance to Faisal. When they heard our news, they turned back with us, rejoicing to be spared the road, for this tribe was not ordinarily warlike or nomadic. They made some little pomp over our joint entry to their tents at Ain el-Beida, a few miles east of Azraq, where the whole tribe was gathered, and our reception was loud, because there had been fear and lamentation among the women that morning when they saw their men march away on the hazard of rebellion. However, here they were returning the same day, with a sheriff of their own, and Arab banners and machine guns, marching a ragged 100 men abreast, and singing as merrily as when they started out. My eyes were upon a notable red camel, perhaps a 7-year-old, under a Sirhani in the second line. The tall beast would not be put upon, but with a long swinging pace of which there was no equal in the crowd of us, forged to the front and kept there. Ahmed slipped off to get acquainted with our owner. In camp, the chief men distributed our party among their tents for the privilege of entertainment. Ali, Abdelkader, Wood, and myself were taken in by Mateer, the paramount sheikh of the tribe, an old, toothless, friendly thing, whose loose jaw sagged in his supporting hand all the while he talked. He gave us a fussy greeting and abundant hospitality of seethed sheep and bread. Wood and Abdelkader were perhaps a little squeamish, for the Serahin seemed primitive in food discipline, and at the common bowl there was more splashing and spluttering than was proper in the best tents. Afterwards, by constraint of Mateer's urgency, we lay on his rugs for the one night. round our fresh bodies, for the change of food, collected all such local ticks, fleas, and lice as were sick of a diet of unmitigated serhan. Their delight made them so ravenous that with the best will in the world I could not go on feasting them. Nor apparently could Ali, for he too sat up and said that he felt wakeful. So we roused Sheikh Mateer and sent for Mifle ibn Bani, a young active man accustomed to command their battles. To them we explained Faisal's needs and our plan to relieve him. Gravely they heard us. The western bridge, they said, was quite impossible. The Turks had just filled its country with hundreds of military woodcutters. No hostile party could slip through undetected. They professed great suspicion of the Moorish villages and of Abd el-Qadir. Nothing would persuade them to visit the one under the guidance of the other. For Tel el-Shehab, the nearest bridge, they feared lest the villagers, their inveterate enemies, attack them in the rear. Also, if it rained, the camels would be unable to trot back across the muddy plains by Remtha, and the whole party would be cut off and killed. We were now in deep trouble. The Serahin were our last resource, and if they refused to come with us, we should be unable to carry out Allenby's project by the appointed time. Accordingly, Ali collected about our little fire more of the better men of the tribe, and fortified the part of courage by bringing in Fahad and Mifle and Adhub. Before them we began to combat in words this crude prudence of the Serahin, which seemed all the more shameful to us after our long sojourn in the clarifying wilderness. We put it to them, not abstractedly, but concretely for their case, how life in mass was sensual only, to be lived and loved in its extremity. There could be no rest houses for revolt, no dividend of joy paid out. Its spirit was accretive, to endure as far as the senses would endure, and to use each such advance as base for further adventure, deeper privation, sharper pain. Sense could not reach back or forward. A felt emotion was a conquered emotion, an experience gone dead, which we buried by expressing it. To be of the desert was, as they knew, a doom to wage unending battle with an enemy who was not of the world, nor life, nor anything, but hope itself, and failure seemed God's freedom to mankind. We might only exercise this our freedom by not doing what it lay within our power to do, for then life would belong to us, and we should have mastered it by holding it cheap. Death would seem best of all our works, the last free loyalty within our grasp, our final leisure. And of these two poles, death and life, or less finally leisure and subsistence, we should shun subsistence, which was the stuff of life, in all save its faintest degree, and cling close to leisure. Thereby we would serve to promote the not doing rather than the doing. Some men there might be uncreative, whose leisure was barren, but the activity of these would have been material only. To bring forth immaterial things, things creative, partaking of spirit, not of flesh, we must be jealous of spending time or trouble upon physical demands, since in most men the soul grew aged long before the body. Mankind had been no gainer by its drudges. There could be no honor in a sure success, but much might be wrested from a sure defeat. Omnipotence and the infinite were our two worthiest foemen, indeed the only ones for a full man to meet, they being monsters of his own spirit's making, and the stoutest enemies were always of the household. In fighting omnipotence, honor was proudly to throw away the poor resources that we had, and dare him empty-handed, to be beaten not merely by more mind, but by its advantage of better tools. To the clear-sighted, failure was the only goal. We must believe through and through that there was no victory except to go down into death fighting and crying for failure itself, calling in excess of despair to omnipotence to strike harder, that by his very striking he might temper our tortured selves into the weapon of his own ruin. This was a halting, half-coherent speech, struck out desperately, moment by moment in our extreme need, upon the anvil of those white minds round the dying fire, and hardly its sense remained with me afterwards. For once my picture-making memory forgot its trade and only felt the slow humbling of the Serahin, the night quiet in which their worldliness faded, and at last their flashing eagerness to ride with us, whatever the bourne. Before daylight, we called old Abd el-Kader and, taking him aside among the sandy thickets, screamed into his dense ear that the Serahin would start with us under his auspices for Wadi Khalid after sunrise. He grunted that it was well, and we said to one another that never, if life and opportunity were prolonged for us, would we take a deaf man for a conspirator again. Chapter 75. Exhausted, we lay down a moment, but were astir again very early to review the camel-men of the Syrian. They made a wild and ragged show, dashing past, but we thought them loose riders, and they blustered too much to be quite convincing. It was a pity they had no real leader. Mutea was too old for service, and Ibn Bani was an indistinct man, ambitious rather as a politician than as a fighter. However, they were the force we had, so there was an end to it, and at 3 in the afternoon we mounted for Azraq, since another night in the tent would have left us picked to dry bones. Abd el-Kader and his servants mounted their mares, as sign that the fighting line was near. They rode just behind us. It was to be Ali's first view of Azraq, and we hurried up the stony ridge in high excitement, talking of the wars and songs and passions of the early shepherd kings, with names like Music, who had loved this place, and of the Roman legionaries who languished here as garrison in yet earlier times. Then the blue fort on its rock above the rustling palms with the fresh meadows and shining springs of water broke on our sight. Of Azraq, as of Rum, one said, Numen Inest. Both were magically haunted, but whereas Rum was vast and echoing and godlike, Azraq's unfathomable silence was steeped in knowledge of wandering poets, champions, lost kingdoms, all the crime and chivalry and dead magnificence of Hira and Ghassan. Each stone or blade of it was radiant with half-memory of the luminous silky Eden which had passed so long ago. At last Ali shook his rein, and his camel picked her careful way down the lava flow to the rich turf behind the springs. Our puckered eyes opened wide with relief that the bitterness of many weeks was gone out of the reflected sunlight. Ali screamed, "Grass!" and flung himself off the saddle to the ground on hands and feet, his face bowed down among the harsh stems which seemed so kindly in the desert. He leapt up, flushed, with his Harith war cry, tore his headcloth off, and raced along the marsh, bounding over the red channels where water clotted among the reeds. His white feet flashed beneath the tossed folds of his cashmere robes. We in the West seldom experienced that added beauty when the body was seen lightly poised on bare feet. When the rhythm and grace of movement became visible, with the play of muscle and sinew pointing the mechanism of each stride and the balance of repose. When we turned again to business, there was no Abd el-Kader. We looked for him in the castle, in the palm garden, over by the spring. Eventually, we sent our men away to search, and they came back with Arabs, who told us that from just after the start he had ridden off northward through the flaky hillocks towards Jebel Drus. The rank and file did not know our plans, hated him, and had been glad to see him go, but it was bad news for us. Of our 3 alternatives, Qais had been abandoned. Without Abd el-Kader, Wadi Khalid was impossible. This meant that we must necessarily attempt the bridge at Tel el-Shehab. To reach it, we had to cross the open land between Remdhi and Dera. Abd el-Kader was gone up to the enemy, with information of our plans and strength. The Turks, if they took the most reasonable precautions, would trap us at the bridge. We took counsel with Farhad and decided to push on nonetheless, trusting to the usual incompetence of our enemy. It was not a confident decision. While we took it, the sunshine seemed less lambent, and Azraq not so aloof from fear. Next morning we wound pensively along a flinty valley and over a ridge into Wadi el-Harith, whose green course had a sickening likeness to some lands at home. Ali rejoiced to see a rich pasture valley bearing his family name, and was as glad as our camels when we found limpid pools of last week's rainwater in hollows among the bushes. We stopped and used the discovery for lunch, making a long halt. Adhub went off with Ahmed and Awad to look for gazelle. He came back with 3. So we stopped yet longer and made a second lunch, like a feast of meat gobbets roasted on ramrods till the outside was black as coal, while the heart remained juicily sweet. Sojourners in the desert loved its accidental bounty. Also on this trip a reluctance weighed down our daily marching to make us glad of each delay. Unhappily, my rest time was spoiled by a bed of justice. The feud between Ahmed and Awad broke out during this gazelle chase into a duel. Awad shot off Ahmed's head rope. Ahmed held Awad's cloak. I disarmed them and gave loud order that the right thumb and forefinger of each be cut off. The terror of this drove them into an instant, violent and public kissing of peace. A little later, all my men went capital bail that the trouble had ended. I referred the case to Ali ibn el-Hussein, who set them at liberty on probation after sealing their promise with the ancient and curious nomad penance of striking the head sharply with the edge of a weighty dagger again and again till the issuing blood had run down to the waist belt. It caused painful but not dangerous scalp wounds, whose ache at first and whose scars later were supposed to remind the would-be defaulter of the bond he had given. We pushed on again for miles over perfect going, through rich country for the camels, till at Abu Sawana we found a flinty hollow, brim full of deliciously clear rainwater in a narrow channel 2 feet deep, and perhaps 10 feet wide, but half a mile long. This would serve as starting point for our bridge raid. To be sure of its safety, we rode a few yards further, to the top of a stony knoll, and there found ourselves looking down upon a retreating party of Circassian horsemen sent out by the Turks to report if the waters were occupied. They had missed us to our mutual benefit by 5 minutes. Next morning we filled our water skins, since we should find nothing to drink between here and the bridge, and then marched leisurely until the desert ended in a 3-foot depression at the edge of a clean plain, which extended flatly to the metals of the railway some miles off. We halted for dusk to make its crossing possible. Our plan was to slip over secretly and hide in the further foothills below Dera. In the spring, these hills were full of grazing sheep, for the rain cloaked their low sides in new grass and flowers. With the coming of summer, they dried and became deserted save for chance travelers on obscure errands. We might fairly calculate on lying in their folds for a day undisturbed. We made our halt another opportunity of food, for we were recklessly eating all we could as often as we had the chance. It lightened our stores and kept us from thinking, but even with this help, the day was very long. At last, sunset came. The plain shivered once as the darkness, which for an hour had been gathering among the facing hills, flowed slowly out and drowned it. We mounted. 2 hours later, after a quick march over gravel, Fahad and myself, out scouting ahead, came to the railway, and without difficulty found a stony place where our caravan would make no signs of passage. The Turkish rail guards were clearly at their ease, which meant that Abd el-Qadir had not yet caused a panic by what news he brought. We rode the other side of the line for half an hour, and then dipped into a very slight rocky depression full of succulent plants. This was Gadir el-Abyad, recommended by Mifle as our ambush. We took his surprising word that we were in cover, and lay down among or alongside our loaded beasts for a short sleep. Dawn would show us how far we were safe and hidden. As day was breaking, Fahad led me to the edge of our pit, some 15 feet above, and from it we looked straight across a slowly dropping meadow to the railway, which seemed nearly within shot. It was most inconveniently close, but the Suka knew no better place. We had to stand to all the day. Each time something was reported, our men ran to look at it, and the low bank would grow a serried frieze of human heads. Also, the grazing camels required many guards to keep them from straying into view. Whenever a patrol passed, we had to be very gentle in controlling the beasts, since if one of them had roared or ruckled, it would have drawn the enemy. Yesterday had been long. Today was longer. We could not feed, as our water had to be husbanded with jealous care against the scarcity of tomorrow. The very knowledge made us thirsty. Ali and I worked at the last arrangements for our ride. We were penned here until sunset, and must reach Tel el-Shehab, blow up the bridge, and get back east of the railway by dawn. This meant a ride of at least 80 miles in the 13 hours of darkness, with an elaborate demolition thrown in. Such a performance was beyond the capacity of most of the Indians. They were not good riders and had broken up their camels in the march from Akaba. An Arab, by saving his beast, could bring it home in fair condition after hard work. The Indians had done their best, but the discipline of their cavalry training had tired out them and the animals in our easy stages. So we picked out the 6 best riders and put them on the 6 best camels, with Hassan Shah, their officer and greatest-hearted man, to lead them. He decided that this little party would be fittest armed with just one Vickers gun. It was a very serious reduction of our offensive power. The more I looked at it, the less fortunate seemed the development of this Yarmuk plan of ours. The Beni Sakr were fighting men, but we distrusted the Serahin. So Ali and I decided to make the Beni Sakr under Fahad our storming party. We would leave some Serahin to guard the camels while the others carried the blasting gelatine in our dismounted charge upon the bridge. To suit the hurried carriage down steep hillsides in the dark, we changed the explosive loads into 30-pound lumps, which were put, for visibility, each lump into its own white bag. Wood undertook to repack the gelatine and shared the rare headache all got from handling it. This helped pass the time. My bodyguard had to be carefully distributed. One good rider was told off to each of the less expert local men whose virtue was that they knew the country. The pairs so made were attached to one or other of my foreign liabilities, with instructions to keep close to him all night. Ali ibn al-Hussein took 6 of his servants, and the party was completed by 20 Beni Sakr and 40 Serahin. We left the lame and weak camels behind at Abyad in charge of the balance of our men, with instructions to get back to Abu Sawana before dawn tomorrow and wait there for our news. 2 of my men developed sudden illnesses, which made them feel unable to ride with us. I excused them for the night and afterward from all duties whatsoever. Chapter 76. Just at sunset, we said goodbye to them and went off up our valley, feeling miserably disinclined to go on at all. Darkness gathered as we rode over the first ridge and turned west, for the abandoned pilgrim road, whose ruts would be our best guide. We were stumbling down the irregular hillside when the men in front suddenly dashed forward. We followed and found them surrounding a terrified peddler, with 2 wives and 2 donkeys laden with raisins, flour, and cloaks. They had been going to Mafraq, the station just behind us. This was awkward, and in the end we told them to camp, and left a Sirhani to see they did not stir. He was to release them at dawn and escape over the line to Abu Sawana. We went plodding across country in the now absolute dark till we saw the gleam of the white furrows of the pilgrim road. It was the same road along which the Arabs had ridden with me on my first night in Arabia out by Rabeg. Since then, in 12 months, we had fought up it for some 1,200 kilometers, past Medina and Hedia, Dizad, Mudawara, and Man. There remained little to its head in Damascus, where our armed pilgrimage should end, but we were apprehensive of tonight. Our nerves had been shaken by the flight of Abd el-Qadir, the solitary traitor of our experience. Had we calculated fairly, we should have known that we had a chance in spite of him. Yet a dispassionate judgment lay not in our mood, and we thought half despairingly how the Arab revolt would never perform its last stage, but would remain one more example of the caravans which started out ardently for a cloud goal, and died man by man in the wilderness without the tarnish of achievement. Some shepherd or other scattered these thoughts by firing his rifle at our caravan, seen by him approaching silently and indistinctly in the dark. He missed widely, but began to cry out in extremity of terror, and as he fled, to pour shot after shot into the brown of us. Mifle el-Goman, who was guiding, swerved violently, and in a blind trot carried our plunging line down a slope over a breakneck bottom and round the shoulder of a hill. There we had peaceful, unbroken night once more, and swung forward in fair order under the stars. The next alarm was a barking dog on the left, and then a camel unexpectedly loomed up in our track. It was, however, astray and riderless. We moved on again. Mifle made me ride with him, calling me Arab, that my known name might not betray me to strangers in the blackness. We were coming down into a very thick hollow when we smelt ashes, and the dusky figure of a woman leapt from a bush beside the track and rushed shrieking out of sight. She may have been a gypsy, for nothing followed. We came to a hill. At the top was a village which blazed at us while we were yet distant. Mifle bore off to the right over a broad stretch of plough. We climbed it slowly with creaking saddles. At the edge of the crest we halted. Away to the north below our level were some brilliant clusters of lights. These were the flares of Dera station, lit for army traffic. And we felt something reassuring, perhaps, but also a little blatant in this Turkish disregard for us. It was our revenge to make it then last illumination. Dera was obscured from the morrow for a whole year until it fell. In a close group we rode to the left along the summit and down a long valley into the plain of Remtha, from which village an occasional red spark glowed out in the darkness to the northwest. The going became flat, but it was land half-ploughed and very soft with a labyrinth of coney burrows, so that our plunging camels sank fetlock in and laboured. Nonetheless, we had to put on speed, for the incidents and roughness of the way had made us late. Mifle urged his reluctant camel into a trot. I was better mounted than most on the red camel which had led our procession into Beda. She was a long, raking beast, with a huge piston stride very hard to suffer, pounding yet not fully mechanical, because there was courage in the persistent effort which carried her sailing to the head of the line. There, all competitors outstripped, her ambition died into a solid step, longer than normal by some inches, but like any other animal's, except that it gave a confident feeling of immense reserves in strength and endurance. I rode back down the ranks and told them to press forward faster. The Indians, riding wooden like horsemen, did their best, as did most of our number. But the ground was so bad that the greatest efforts were not very fruitful, and as hours went on, first one and then another rider dropped behind. Thereupon, I chose the rear position, with Ali ibn el-Hussein, who was riding a rare old racing camel. She may have been 14 years old, but never flagged nor jogged the whole night. With her head low, she shuffled along in the quick, hang-kneed, nedged pace, which was so easy for the rider. Our speed and camel sticks made life miserable for the last men and camels. Soon after 9 o'clock, we left the plough. The going should have improved, but it began to drizzle, and the rich surface of the land grew slippery. A Sirhani camel fell. Its rider had it up in a moment and trotted forward. One of the Beni Saka came down. He also was unhurt and remounted hastily. Then we found one of Ali's servants standing by his halted camel. Ali hissed him on, and when the fellow mumbled an excuse, cut him savagely across the head with his cane. The terrified camel plunged forward, and the slave, snatching at the hinder girth, was able to swing himself into the saddle. Ali pursued him with a rain of blows. Mustafa, my man, an inexperienced rider, fell off twice. Awad, his rank man, each time caught his halter, and had helped him up before we overtook them. The rain stopped, and we went faster. Downhill now. Suddenly, Mifle, rising in his saddle, slashed at the air overhead. A sharp metallic contact from the night showed we were under the telegraph line to Mezarib. Then the grey horizon before us went more distant. We seemed to be riding on the camber of an arc of land, with a growing darkness at each side and in front. There came to our ears a faint sighing, like wind among trees very far away, but continuous and slowly increasing. This must be from the great waterfall below Tel el-Shehab, and we pressed forward confidently. A few minutes later, Mifle pulled up his camel and beat her neck very gently till she sank silently on her knees. He threw himself off, while we reined up beside him on this grassy platform by a tumbled cairn. Before us, from a lip of blackness, rose very loudly the rushing of the river, which had been long dinning our ears. It was the edge of the Yarmuk Gorge, and the bridge lay just under us to the right. We helped down the Indians from their burdened camels, that no sound betray us to listening ears, then mustered, whispering, on the clammy grass. The moon was not yet over Hermon, but the night was only half dark in the promise of its dawn, with wild rags of tattered clouds driving across a livid sky. I served out the explosives to the 15 porters, and we started. The Beni Saka under Adhub sank into the dark slopes before us to scout the way. The rainstorm had made the steep hill treacherous, and only by driving our bare toes sharply into the soil could we keep a sure foothold. 2 or 3 men fell heavily. When we were in the stiffest part, where rocks cropped out brokenly from the face, a new noise was added to the roaring water as a train clanked slowly up from Galilee, the flanges of its wheels screaming on the curves and the steam of its engine panting out of the hidden depths of the ravine in white, ghostly breaths. The Serahin hung back. Wood drove them after us. Farhad and I leaped to the right, and in the light of the furnace flame saw open trucks in which were men in khaki, perhaps prisoners going up to Asia Minor. A little farther, and at last, below our feet, we saw a something blacker in the precipitous blackness of the valley, and at its other end a speck of flickering light. We halted to examine it with glasses. It was the bridge, seen from this height in plan, with a guard tent pitched under the shadowy, village-crested wall of the opposite bank. Everything was quiet, except the river. Everything was motionless, except the dancing flame outside the tent. Wood, who was only to come down if I were hit, got the Indians ready to spray the guard tent if affairs became general, while Ali, Fahad, Mifle, and the rest of us, with Beni Sakr and explosive porters, crept on till we found the old construction path to the near abutment. We stole along this in single file, our brown cloaks and soiled clothes blending perfectly with the limestone above us and the depths below, until we reached the metals just before they curved to the bridge. There the crowd halted, and I crawled on with Fahad. We reached the naked abutment and drew ourselves forward on our faces in the shadow of its rails till we could nearly touch the grey skeleton of underhung girders and see the single sentry leaning against the other abutment, 60 yards across the gulf. Whilst we watched, he began to move slowly up and down before his fire, without ever setting foot on the dizzy bridge. I lay staring at him fascinated, as if planless and helpless, while Fahad shuffled back by the abutment wall where it sprang clear of the hillside. This was no good, for I wanted to attack the girders themselves, so I crept away to bring the gelatine bearers. Before I reached them, there was the loud clatter of a dropped rifle and a scrambling fall from up the bank. The sentry started and stared up at the noise. He saw, high up, in the zone of light with which the rising moon slowly made beautiful the gorge, the machine gunners climbing down to a new position in the receding shadow. He challenged loudly, then lifted his rifle and fired, while yelling the guard out. Instantly all was complete confusion. The invisible Beni Sakr, crouched along the narrow path above our heads, blazed back at random. The guard rushed into trenches and opened rapid fire at our flashes. The Indians, caught moving, could not get their vicars in action to riddle the tent before it was empty. Firing became general. The volleys of the Turkish rifles, echoing in the narrow place, were doubled by the impact of their bullets against the rocks behind our party. The Serahin porters had learned from my bodyguard that gelatine would go off if hit. So, when shots spattered about them, they dumped the sacks over the edge and fled. Ali leapt down to Fahad and me, where we stood on the obscure abutment unperceived, but with empty hands, and told us that the explosives were now somewhere in the deep bed of the ravine. It was hopeless to think of recovering them with such hell let loose, so we scampered, without accident, up the hill path through the Turkish fire, breathlessly to the top. There we met the disgusted Wood and the Indians and told them it was all over. We hastened back to the cairn where the Serahin were scrambling on their camels. We copied them as soon as might be and trotted off at speed, while the Turks were yet rattling away in the bottom of the valley. Tura, the nearest village, heard the clamour and joined in. Other villages awoke, and lights began to sparkle everywhere across the plain. Our rush overran a party of peasants returning from Dera. The Serahin, sore at the part they had played, or at what I said in the heat of running away, were looking for trouble and robbed them bare. The victims dashed off through the moonlight with their women, raising the ear-piercing Arab call for help. Remtha heard them. Its massed shrieks alarmed every sleeper in the neighborhood. Their mounted men turned out to charge our flank, while settlements for miles about manned their roofs and fired volleys. We left the Syrian offenders with their encumbering loot and drove on in grim silence, keeping together in what order we could, while my trained men did marvelous service helping those who fell, or mounting behind them those whose camels got up too hurt to canter on. The ground was still muddy and the ploughed strips more laborious than ever, but behind us was the riot, spurring us and our camels to exertion, like a pack hunting us into the refuge of the hills. At length we entered these, and cut through by a better road towards peace, yet riding our jaded animals as hard as we could, for dawn was near. Gradually the noise behind us died away, and the last stragglers fell into place, driven together, as on the advance, by the flail of Ali ibn el-Hussein and myself in the rear. The day broke just as we rode down to the railway, and Wood, Ali, and the chiefs, now in front to test the passage, were amused by cutting the telegraph in many places while the procession marched over. We had crossed the line the night before to blow up the bridge at Tel el-Shehab, and so cut Palestine off from Damascus, and we were actually cutting the telegraph to Medina after all our pains and risks. Allenby's guns, still shaking the air away there on our right, were bitter recorders of the failure we had been. The grey dawn drew on with gentleness in it, foreboding the grey drizzle of rain which followed, a drizzle so soft and hopeless that it seemed to mock our broken-footed plodding towards Abu Sawana. At sunset, we reached the long water pool, and there the rejects of our party were curious after the detail of our mistakes. We were fools, all of us equal fools, and so our rage was aimless. Ahmed and Awad had another fight. Young Mustafa refused to cook rice. Faraj and Daoud knocked him about until he cried. Ali had 2 of his servants beaten, and none of us or of them cared a little bit. Our minds were sick with failure and our bodies tired after nearly 100 strained miles over bad country in bad conditions, between sunset and sunset without halt or food. Chapter 77. Food was going to be our next preoccupation, and we held a council in the cold driving rain to consider what we might do. For lightness's sake, we had carried from Azraq 3 days' rations, which made us complete until tonight, but we could not go back empty-handed. The Beni Saka wanted honor, and the Serahin were too lately disgraced not to clamor for more adventure. We had still a reserve bag of 30 pounds of gelatine, and Ali ibn el-Hussein, who had heard of the performances below Man and was as Arab as any Arab, said, "Let's blow up a train." The word was hailed with universal joy, and they looked at me. But I was not able to share their hopes all at once. Blowing up trains was an exact science when done deliberately, by a sufficient party with machine guns in position. If scrambled at, it might become dangerous. The difficulty this time was that the available gunners were Indians, who, though good men fed, were only half men in cold and hunger. I did not propose to drag them off without rations on an adventure which might take a week. There was no cruelty in starving Arabs. They would not die of a few days' fasting and would fight as well as ever on empty stomachs. While if things got too difficult, there were the riding camels to kill and eat. But the Indians, though Moslems, refused camel flesh on principle. I explained these delicacies of diet. Ali at once said that it would be enough for me to blow up the train, leaving him and the Arabs with him to do their best to carry its wreck without machine gun support. As in this unsuspecting district, we might well happen on a supply train, with civilians or only a small guard of reservists aboard, I agreed to risk it. The decision having been applauded, we sat down in a cloaked circle to finish our remaining food in a very late and cold supper. The rain had sodden the fuel and made fire not possible, our hearts somewhat comforted by chance of another effort. At dawn, with the unfit of the Arabs, the Indians moved away for Azraq, miserably. They had started up country with me in hope of a really military enterprise, and first had seen the muddled bridge, and now were losing this prospective train. It was hard on them, and to soften the blow with honor, I asked Wood to accompany them. He agreed after argument for their sakes, but it proved a wise move for himself, as a sickness which had been troubling him began to show the early signs of pneumonia. The balance of us, some 60 men, turned back towards the railway. None of them knew the country, so I led them to Minifire, where, with Zaal, we had made havoc in the spring. The recurved hilltop was an excellent observation post, camp, grazing ground, and way of retreat, and we sat there in our old place till sunset, shivering and staring out over the immense plain which stretched map-like to the clouded peaks of Jebel Druze, with El Jemal and her sister villages like ink smudges on it through the rain. In the first dusk, we walked down to lay the mine. The rebuilt culvert of kilometre 172 seemed still the fittest place. While we stood by it, there came a rumbling, and through the gathering darkness and mist, a train suddenly appeared round the northern curve, only 200 yards away. We scurried under the long arch and heard it roll overhead. This was annoying, but when the course was clear again, we fell to burying the charge. The evening was bitterly cold, with drifts of rain blowing down the valley. The arch was solid masonry of 4 meters span and stood over a shingle waterbed which took its rise on our hilltop. The winter rains had cut this into a channel 4 feet deep, narrow and winding, which served us as an admirable approach till within 300 yards of the line. There the gully widened out and ran straight towards the culvert, open to the sight of anyone upon the rails. We hid the explosive carefully on the crown of the arch, deeper than usual, beneath a tie, so that the patrols would not feel its jelly softness under their feet. The wires were taken down the bank into the shingle bed of the watercourse, where concealment was quick, and up it as far as they would reach. Unfortunately, this was only 60 yards, for there had been difficulty in Egypt over insulated cable, and no more had been available when our expedition started. 60 yards was plenty for the bridge, but little for a train. However, the ends happened to coincide with a little bush about 10 inches high on the edge of the watercourse, and we buried them beside this very convenient mark. It was impossible to leave them joined up to the exploder in the proper way, since the spot was evident to the permanent way patrols as they made their rounds. Owing to the mud, the job took longer than usual, and it was very nearly dawn before we finished. I waited under the draughty arch till day broke, wet and dismal, and then I went over the whole area of disturbance, spending another half-hour in effacing its every mark, scattering leaves and dead grass over it, and watering down the broken mud from a shallow rain pool near. Then they waved to me that the first patrol was coming, and I went up to join the others. Before I had reached them, they came tearing down into their prearranged places, lining the watercourse and spurs each side. A train was coming from the north. Hamoud, Faisal's long slave, had the exploder, but before he reached me, a short train of closed box wagons rushed by at speed. The rainstorms on the plain and the thick morning had hidden it from the eyes of our watchmen until too late. This second failure saddened us further, and Ali began to say that nothing would come right this trip. Such a statement held risk as prelude of the discovery of an evil eye present, so to divert attention, I suggested new watching posts be sent far out, one to the ruins on the north, one to the great cairn of the southern crest. The rest, having no breakfast, were to pretend not to be hungry. They all enjoyed doing this, and for a while we sat cheerfully in the rain, huddling against one another for warmth behind a breastwork of our streaming camels. The moisture made the animals' hair curl up like a fleece, so that they looked queerly dishevelled. When the rain paused, which it did frequently, a cold, moaning wind searched out the unprotected parts of us very thoroughly. After a time, we found our wetted shirts clammy and comfortless things. We had nothing to eat, nothing to do, and nowhere to sit except on wet rock, wet grass, or mud. However, this persistent weather kept reminding me that it would delay Allenby's advance on Jerusalem and rob him of his great possibility. So large a misfortune to our lion was a half encouragement for the mice. We would be partners into next year. In the best circumstances, waiting for action was hard. Today it was beastly. Even enemy patrols stumbled along without care, perfunctorily, against the rain. At last, near noon, in a snatch of fine weather, the watchmen on the south peak flagged their cloaks wildly in signal of a train. We reached our positions in an instant, for we had squatted the late hours on our heels in a streaming ditch near the line, so as not to miss another chance. The Arabs took cover properly. I looked back at their ambush from my firing point and saw nothing but the grey hillsides. I could not hear the train coming, but trusted and knelt ready for perhaps half an hour when the suspense became intolerable and I signalled to know what was up. They sent down to say it was coming very slowly and was an enormously long train. Our appetites stiffened. The longer it was, the more would be the loot. Then came word that it had stopped. It moved again. Finally, near 1 o'clock, I heard it panting. The locomotive was evidently defective. All these wood-fired trains were bad, and the heavy load on the up gradient was proving too much for its capacity. I crouched behind my bush while it crawled slowly into view past the south cutting and along the bank above my head towards the culvert. The first 10 trucks were open trucks crowded with troops. However, once again it was too late to choose, so when the engine was squarely over the mine, I pushed down the handle of the exploder. Nothing happened. I sawed it up and down 4 times. Still nothing happened, and I realized that it had gone out of order and that I was kneeling on a naked bank with a Turkish troop train crawling past 50 yards away. The bush, which had seemed a foot high, shrank smaller than a fig leaf, and I felt myself the most distinct object in the countryside. Behind me was an open valley for 200 yards to the cover, where my Arabs were waiting and wondering what I was at. It was impossible to make a bolt for it, or the Turks would step off the train and finish us. If I sat still, there might be just a hope of my being ignored as a casual Bedouin. So there I sat, counting for sheer life, while 18 open trucks, 3 box wagons, and 3 officers' coaches dragged by. The engine panted slower and slower, and I thought every moment that it would break down. The troops took no great notice of me, but the officers were interested and came out to the little platforms at the ends of their carriages, pointing and staring. I waved back at them, grinning nervously, and feeling an improbable shepherd in my Meccan dress, with its twisted golden circlet about my head. Perhaps the mud stains, the wet, and their ignorance made me accepted. The end of the brake van slowly disappeared into the cutting on the north. As it went, I jumped up, buried my wires, snatched hold of the wretched exploder, and went like a rabbit uphill into safety. There I took breath and looked back to see that the train had finally stuck. It waited about 500 yards beyond the mine for nearly an hour to get up a head of steam, while an officer's patrol came back and searched very carefully the ground where I had been seen sitting. However the wires were properly bidden, they found nothing. The engine plucked up heart again, and away they went. Chapter 78. Mifle was past tears, thinking I had intentionally let the train through, and when the Serahin had been told the real cause, they said bad luck is with us. Historically, they were right, but they meant it for a prophecy, so I made sarcastic reference to their courage at the bridge the week before, hinting that it might be a tribal preference to sit on camel guard. At once there was uproar, the Serahin attacking me furiously, the Beni Sakr defending. Ali heard the trouble and came running. When we had made it up, the original despondency was half forgotten. Ali backed me nobly, though the wretched boy was blue with cold and shivering in an attack of fever. He gasped that their ancestor, the Prophet, had given to Sharifs the faculty of sight, and by it he knew that our luck was turning. This was comfort for them. My first installment of good fortune came when in the wet, without other tool than my dagger, I got the box of the exploder open and persuaded its electrical gear to work properly once more. We returned to our vigil by the wires, but nothing happened, and evening drew down with more squalls and beastliness, everybody full of grumbles. There was no train. It was too wet to light a cooking fire. Our only potential food was camel. Raw meat did not tempt anyone that night, and so our beasts survived to the morrow. Ali lay down on his belly, which position lessened the hunger ache, trying to sleep off his fever. Kazan, Ali's servant, lent him his cloak for extra covering. For a spell, I took Kazan under mine, but soon found it becoming crowded. So I left it to him and went downhill to connect up the exploder. Afterwards, I spent the night there alone by the singing telegraph wires, hardly wishing to sleep. So painful was the cold. Nothing came all the long hours, and dawn, which broke wet, looked even uglier than usual. We were sick to death of mini-fear, of railways, of train watching and wrecking by now. I climbed up to the main body while the early patrol searched the railway. Then the day cleared a little. Ali awoke, much refreshed, and his new spirit cheered us. Hamoud, the slave, produced some sticks which he had kept under his clothes by his skin all night. They were nearly dry. We shaved down some blasting gelatine, and with its hot flame got a fire going, while the sukur hurriedly killed a mangy camel, the best spared of our riding beasts, and began with entrenching tools to hack it into handy joints. Just at that moment, the watchman on the north cried a train. We left the fire and made a breathless race of the 600 yards downhill to our old position. Bound the bend, whistling its loudest, came the train, a splendid two-engine thing of 12 passenger coaches, traveling at top speed on the favoring grade. I touched off under the first driving wheel of the first locomotive, and the explosion was terrific. The ground spouted blackly into my face, and I was sent spinning to sit up with the shirt torn to my shoulder and the blood dripping from long, ragged scratches on my left arm. Between my knees lay the exploder, crushed under a twisted sheet of sooty iron. In front of me was the scalded and smoking upper half of a man. When I peered through the dust and steam of the explosion, the whole boiler of the first engine seemed to be missing. I dully felt that it was time to get away to support, but when I moved, learnt that there was a great pain in my right foot, because of which I could only limp along, with my head swinging from the shock. Movement began to clear away this confusion as I hobbled towards the upper valley, whence the Arabs were now shooting fast into the crowded coaches. Dizzily, I cheered myself by repeating aloud in English, "Oh, I wish this hadn't happened." When the enemy began to return our fire, I found myself much between the two. Ali saw me fall, and thinking that I was hard hit, ran out with Turkey and about 20 men of his servants and the Beni Saka to help me. The Turks found their range and got 7 of them in a few seconds. The others, in a rush, were about me, fit models after their activity for a sculptor. Their full white cotton drawers drawn in, bell-like, round their slender waists and ankles, their hairless brown bodies, and the lovelocks plaited tightly over each temple in long horns made them look like Russian dancers. We scrambled back into cover together, and there, secretly, I felt myself over, to find I had not once been really hurt, though besides the bruises and cuts of the boilerplate and a broken toe, I had 5 different bullet grazes on me, some of them uncomfortably deep, and my clothes ripped to pieces. From the watercourse we could look about. The explosion had destroyed the arched head of the culvert, and the frame of the first engine was lying beyond it, at the near foot of the embankment, down which it had rolled. The second locomotive had toppled into the gap, and was lying across the ruined tender of the first. Its bed was twisted. I judged them both beyond repair. The second tender had disappeared over the further side, and the first 3 wagons had telescoped and were smashed in pieces. The rest of the train was badly derailed, with the listing coaches butted end to end at all angles, zigzagged along the track. One of them was a saloon, decorated with flags. In it had been Mehmed Jamal Pasha, commanding the 8th Army Corps, hurrying down to defend Jerusalem against Allenby. His chargers had been in the first wagon, his motor car was on the end of the train, and we shot it up. Of his staff, we noticed a fat ecclesiastic, whom we thought to be Assad Shukair, Imam to Ahmed Jamal Pasha, and a notorious pro-Turk pimp. So we blazed at him till he dropped. It was all long bowls. We could see that our chances of carrying the wreck were slight. There had been some 400 men on board, and the survivors, now recovered from the shock, were under shelter and shooting hard at us. At the first moment, our party on the North Spur had closed and nearly won the game. Mifle on his mare chased the officers from the saloon into the lower ditch. He was too excited to stop and shoot, and so they got away scatheless. The Arabs following him had turned to pick up some of the rifles and medals littering the ground, and then to drag bags and boxes from the train. If we had had a machine gun posted to cover the far side, according to my mining practice, not a Turk would have escaped. Mifle and Adhub rejoined us on the hill and asked after Fahad. One of the Sarahin told how he had led the first rush, while I lay knocked out beside the exploder and had been killed near it. They showed his belt and rifle as proof that he was dead and that they had tried to save him. Adhub said not a word, but leaped out of the gully and raced downhill. We caught our breaths till our lungs hurt us watching him, but the Turk seemed not to see. A minute later he was dragging a body behind the left-hand bank. Mifle went back to his mare, mounted, and took her down behind a spur. Together they lifted the inert figure onto the pommel and returned. A bullet had passed through Fahad's face, knocking out 4 teeth and gashing the tongue. He had fallen unconscious, but had revived just before Adhub reached him, and was trying on hands and knees, blinded with blood, to crawl away. He now recovered poise enough to cling to a saddle, so they changed him to the first camel they found and led him off at once. The Turks, seeing us so quiet, began to advance up the slope. We let them come halfway and then poured in volleys which killed some 20 and drove the others back. The ground about the train was strewn with dead and the broken coaches had been crowded, but they were fighting under eye of their corps commander and, undaunted, began to work round the spurs to outflank us. We were now only about 40 left and obviously could do no good against them. So we ran in batches up the little stream bed, turning at each sheltered angle to delay them by pot shots. Little Turkey much distinguished himself by quick coolness, though his straight-stocked Turkish cavalry carbine made him so expose his head that he got 4 bullets through his headcloth. Ali was angry with me for retiring slowly. In reality, my raw hurts crippled me, but to hide from him this real reason I pretended to be easy, interested in and studying the Turks. Such successive rests, while I gained courage for a new run, kept him and Turkey far behind the rest. At last we reached the hilltop. Each man there jumped on the nearest camel and made away at full speed eastward into the desert for an hour. Then in safety we sorted our animals. The excellent Rahel, despite the ruling excitement, had brought off with him, tied to his saddle girth, a huge haunch of the camel slaughtered just as the train arrived. He gave us the motive for a proper halt, 5 miles farther on, as a little party of 4 camels appeared marching in the same direction. It was our companion, Matar, coming back from his home village to Azraq with loads of raisins and peasant delicacies. So we stopped at once, under a large rock in Wadi Dulay, where was a barren fig tree, and cooked our first meal for 3 days. There also we bandaged up Fahad, who was sleepy with the lassitude of his severe hurt. Adhub, seeing this, took one of Matar's new carpets, and doubling it across the camel saddle, stitched the ends into great pockets. In one they laid Fahad, while Adhub crawled into the other as make-weight, and the camel was led off southward towards their tribal tents. The other wounded men were seen to at the same time. Mifle brought up the youngest lads of the party and had them spray the wounds with their piss as a rude antiseptic. Meanwhile, we whole ones refreshed ourselves. I bought another mangy camel for extra meat, paid rewards, compensated the relatives of the killed, and gave prize money for the 60 or 70 rifles we had taken. It was small booty, but not to be despised. Some Serahin, who had gone into the action without rifles, able only to throw unavailing stones, had now 2 guns apiece. Next day we moved into Azraq, having a great welcome and boasting, God forgive us, that we were victors. Chapter 79. Rain had set in steadily, and the country was sodden wet. Allenby had failed in his weather, and there could be no great advance this year. Nevertheless, for progress' sake, we determined to hold to Azraq. Partly it would be a preaching base, from which to spread our movement in the north. Partly it would be a center of intelligence. Partly it would cut off Nuri Shalan from the Turks. He hesitated to declare himself only because of his wealth in Syria, and the possible hurt to his tribesmen if they were deprived of their natural market. We, by living in one of his main manors, would keep him ashamed to go into the enemy. Azraq lay favorably for us, and the old fort would be convenient headquarters if we made it habitable, no matter how severe the winter. So I established myself in its southern gate tower and set my 6 Horani boys, for whom manual labor was not disgraceful, to cover with brushwood, palm branches, and clay the ancient split stone rafters, which stood open to the sky. Ali took up his quarters in the southeast corner tower, and made that roof tight. The Indians weatherproofed their own northwest rooms. We arranged the stores on the ground floor of the western tower by the little gate, for it was the soundest, driest place. The Biasha chose to live under me in the south gate, so we blocked that entry and made a hall of it. Then we opened a great arch from the court to the palm garden and made a ramp that our camels might come inside each evening. Hassan Shah we appointed seneschal. As a good Moslem, his first care was for the little mosque in the square. It had been half unroofed, and the Arabs had penned sheep within the walls. He set his 20 men to dig out the filth and wash the pavement clean. The mosque then became a most attractive house of prayer. What had been a place shut off, dedicated to God alone, time had broken open to the evanescent with its ministering winds and rain and sunlight. These entering into the worship taught worshippers how the two were one. Our prudent Jemadar's next labor was to make positions for machine guns in the upper towers, from whose tops the approaches lay at mercy. Then he placed a formal sentry, a portent and cause of wonder in Arabia, whose main duty was the shutting of the postern gate at sundown. The door was a poised slab of dressed basalt, a foot thick, turning on pivots of itself, socketed into threshold and lintel. It took a great effort to start swinging, and at the end went shut with a clang and crash, which made tremble the west wall of the old castle. Meanwhile, we were studying to provision ourselves. Akaba was far off, and in winter the roads thither would be rigorous. So we prepared a caravan to go up to Jebel Druz, the neutral land, only a day off. Matar went in charge of this for us, with a long train of camels to carry back varieties of food for our motley party. Besides my bodyguard, who were taught to live on what they got, we had the Indians, for whom pepperless food was no food at all. Ali ibn al-Hussein wanted sheep and butter and parched wheat for his men and the Biasha. Then there were the guests and refugees whom we might expect so soon as the news of our establishment was rumored in Damascus. Till they came, we should have a few days' repose, and we sat down to enjoy these dregs of autumn, the alternate days of rain and shine. We had sheep and flour, milk and fuel. Life in the fort, but for the ill-omened mud, went well enough. Yet the peacefulness ended sooner than we thought. Wood, who had been ailing for some time, went down with a sharp attack of dysentery. This was nothing by itself, but the consequent weakness might have endangered him when winter set in earnestly. Besides, he was their base engineer at Akaba, and except for the comfort of his companionship, I had no justification in keeping him longer. So we made up a party to go down with him to the coast, choosing as the escort Ahmed, Abdel Rahman, Mahmud, and Aziz. These were to return to Azraq forthwith from Akaba with a new caravan of stores, particularly comprising Indian rations. The rest of my men would stay in chilly idleness, watching the situation develop. Then began our flood of visitors. All day and every day they came, now in the running column of shots, raucous shouting and rush of camel feet, which meant a Bedouin parade. It might be of Ruala or Sherarat or Serahin, Serdiye or Benisakar, chiefs of great name like Ibn Zuhair, Ibn Kayabir, Rafa el-Quraysha, or some little father of a family demonstrating his greedy goodwill before the fair eyes of Ali ibn al-Hussein. Then it would be a wild gallop of horse, Druses, or the ruffling warlike peasants of the Arab plain. Sometimes it was a cautious, slow-led caravan of ridden camels from which stiffly dismounted Syrian politicians or traders not accustomed to the road. One day arrived 100 miserable Armenians, fleeing starvation and the suspended terror of the Turks. Again would come a spick-and-span group of mounted officers, Arab deserters from the Turkish armies, followed often as not by a compact company of Arab rank and file. Always they came, day after day, till the desert, which had been trackless when we came, was starred out with grey roads. Ali appointed first one, then two, and at last three guest masters, who received the rising tide of these newcomers, sorted worshipful from curious, and marshalled them in due time before him or me. All wanted to know about the Sharif, the Arab army, and the English. Merchants from Damascus brought presents, sweetmeats, sesame, caramel, apricot paste, nuts, silk clothes for ourselves, brocade cloaks, headcloths, sheepskins, felt rugs with coloured strands beaten into them in arabesques, Persian carpets. We returned them coffee and sugar, rice and rolls of white cotton sheeting, necessities of which they had been deprived by war. Everybody learned that in Akaba there was plenty coming across the open sea from all the markets of the world, and so the Arab cause, which was theirs by sentiment and instinct and inclination, became theirs by interest also. Slowly, our example and teaching converted them, very slowly, by our own choice, that they might be ours more surely. The greatest asset of Faisal's cause in this work up north was Sharif Ali ibn al-Hussein. The lunatic competitor of the wilder tribesmen in their wildest feats was now turning all his force to greater ends. The mixed natures in him made of his face and body powerful pleadings, carnal perhaps, except in so far as they were transfused by character. No one could see him without the desire to see him again, especially when he smiled, as he did rarely with both mouth and eyes at once. His beauty was a conscious weapon. He dressed spotlessly, all in black or all in white, and he studied gesture. Fortune had added physical perfection and unusual grace, but these qualities were only the just expression of his powers. They made obvious the pluck which never yielded, which would have let him be cut to pieces, holding on. His pride broke out in his war cry, "I am of the Harith, the 2,000-year-old clan of freebooters," while the huge eyes, white with large black pupils slowly turning in them, emphasized the frozen dignity which was his ideal carriage, and to which he was always striving to still himself. But as ever the bubbling laugh would shriek out of him unawares, and the youth, boyish or girlish of him, the fire and deviltry would break through his night like a sunrise. Yet despite this richness, there was a constant depression with him, the unknown longing of simple, restless people for abstract thought beyond their mind's supply. His bodily strength grew day by day, and hatefully fleshed over this humble something which he wanted more. His wild mirth was only one sign of the vain wearing out of his desire. These besetting strangers underlined his detachment, his unwilling detachment from his fellows. Despite his great instinct for confession and company, he could find no intimates. Yet he could not be alone. If he had no guests, Kazen, the servant, must serve his meals, while Ali and his slaves ate together. In these slow nights we were secure against the world. For one thing, it was winter, and in the rain and the dark, few men would venture either over the labyrinth of lava or through the marsh, the two approaches to our fortress. And further, we had ghostly guardians. The first evening we were sitting with the Serahin, Hassan Shah had made the rounds, and the coffee was being pounded by the hearth, when there rose a strange, long wailing round the towers outside. Ibn Bani seized me by the arm and held to me, shuddering. I whispered to him, "What is it?" And he gasped that the dogs of the Beni Hilal, the mythical builders of the fort, quested the 6 towers each night for their dead masters. We strained to listen. Through Ali's black basalt window frame crept a rustling, which was the stirring of the night wind in the withered palms, an intermittent rustling, like English rain on yet crisp fallen leaves. Then the cries came again and again and again, rising slowly in power, till they sobbed round the walls in deep waves to die away, choked and miserable. At such times our men pounded the coffee harder, while the Arabs broke into sudden song to occupy their ears against the misfortune. No Bedouin would lie outside in wait for the mystery, and from our windows we saw nothing but the motes of water in the dank air which drove through the radiance of our firelight. So it remained a legend, but wolves or jackals, hyasnas or hunting dogs, their ghost watch kept our ward more closely than arms could have done. In the evening, when we had shut to the gate, all guests would assemble either in my room or in Ali's, and coffee and stories would go round until the last meal, and after it, till sleep came. On stormy nights we brought in brushwood and dung and lit a great fire in the middle of the floor. About it would be drawn the carpets and the saddle sheepskins, and in its light we would tell over our own battles or hear the visitors' traditions. The leaping flames chased our smoke-muffled shadows strangely about the rough stone wall behind us, distorting them over the hollows and projections of its broken face. When these stories came to a period, our tight circle would shift over, uneasily, to the other knee or elbow, while coffee cups went clinking round, and a servant fanned the blue reek of the fire towards the loophole with his cloak, making the glowing ash swirl and sparkle with his draught. Till the voice of the storyteller took up again, we would hear the rain spots hissing briefly as they dripped from the stone-beamed roof into the fire's heart. At last the sky turned solidly to rain, and no man could approach us. In loneliness we learned the full disadvantage of imprisonment within such gloomy, ancient, unmortared palaces. The rains guttered down within the walls' thickness and spouted into the rooms from their chinks. We set rafts of palm branches to bear us clear of the streaming floor, covered them with felt mats, and huddled down on them under sheepskins, with another mat over us like a shield to throw off the water. It was icy cold as we hid there, motionless, from murky daylight until dark, our minds seeming suspended within these massive walls, through whose every shot window the piercing mist streamed like a white pennant. Past and future flowed over us like an uneddying river. We dreamed ourselves into the spirit of the place, sieges and feasting, raids, murders, love-singing in the night. This escape of our wits from the fettered body was an indulgence against whose enervation only change of scene could avail. Very painfully I drew myself again into the present, and forced my mind to say that it must use this wintry weather to explore the country lying round about Dera. As I was thinking how I would ride, there came to us, unheralded, one morning in the rain, Talal el-Haredin, Sheikh of Tafas. He was a famous outlaw with a price upon his head, but so great that he rode about as he pleased. In 2 wild years he had killed, according to report, some 23 of the Turks. His 6 followers were splendidly mounted, and himself the most dashing figure of a man in the height of Hauran fashion. His sheepskin coat was finest Angora, covered in green broadcloth with silk patches and designs in braid. His other clothes were silk, and his high boots, his silver saddle, his sword, dagger, and rifle matched his reputation. He swaggered to our coffee hearth as a man sure of his welcome, greeting Ali boisterously. After our long sojourn with the tribes, all peasants sounded boisterous, laughing broad-mouthed at the weather and our old fort and the enemy. He looked about 35, was short and strong, with a full face, trimmed beard, and long, pointed moustaches. His round eyes were made rounder, larger, and darker by the antimony loaded on in villager style. He was ardently ours, and we rejoiced, since his name was one to conjure with in Hauran. When a day had made me sure of him, I took him secretly to the palm garden and told him my ambition to see his neighborhood. The idea delighted him, and he companioned me for the march as thoroughly and cheerfully as only a Syrian on a good horse could. Halim and Faris, men specially engaged, rode with me as guards. We went past Taya, looking at tracks, wells, and lava fields, crossed the line to Sheikh Saad, and turned south to Tafas, where Talal was at home. Next day we went on to Tel Arar, a splendid position closing the Damascus railway and commanding Dera. Afterwards, we rode through tricky rolling country to Mezarib on the Palestine Railway, planning here also for the next time, when with men, money and guns we should start the general rising to win inevitable victory. Perhaps the coming spring innite see Allenby leap forward. Chapter 80. Properly to round off this spying of the hollow land of Hauran, it was necessary to visit Dera, its chief town. We could cut it off on north and west and south by destroying the 3 railways, but it would be more tidy to rush the junction first and work outwards. Talal, however, could not venture in with me since he was too well known in the place. So we parted from him with many thanks on both sides, and rode southward along the line until near Dera. There we dismounted. The boy, Halim, took the ponies and set off for Nisib, south of Dera. My plan was to walk round the railway station and town with Faris and reach Nisib after sunset. Paris was my best companion for the trip because he was an insignificant peasant, old enough to be my father and respectable. The respectability seemed comparative as we tramped off in the watery sunlight, which was taking the place of the rain last night. The ground was muddy, we were barefoot, and our draggled clothes showed the stains of the foul weather to which we had been exposed. I was in Halim's wet things with a torn Hurani jacket and was yet limping from the broken foot acquired when we blew up Jamal's train. The slippery track made walking difficult, unless we spread out our toes widely and took hold of the ground with them. And doing this for mile after mile was exquisitely painful to me. Because pain hurt me so, I would not lay weight always on my pains in our revolt. Yet hardly one day in Arabia passed without a physical ache to increase the corroding sense of my accessory deceitfulness towards the Arabs and the legitimate fatigue of responsible command. We mounted the curving bank of the Palestine Railway and from its vantage surveyed Dera station, but the ground was too open to admit of surprise attack. We decided to walk down the east front of the defences, so we plodded on, noting German stores, barbed wire here and there, rudiments of trenches. Turkish troops were passing incuriously between the tents and their latrines dug out on our side. At the corner of the aerodrome by the south end of the station, we struck over towards the town. There were old albatross machines in the sheds and men lounging about. One of these, a Syrian soldier, began to question us about our villages, and if there was much government where we lived. He was probably an intending deserter fishing for a refuge. We shook him off at last and turned away. Someone called out in Turkish. We walked on deftly, but a sergeant came after and took me roughly by the arm, saying, "The Bey wants you." There were too many witnesses for fight or flight, so I went readily. He took no notice of Paris. I was marched through the tall fence into a compound set about with many huts and a few buildings. We passed to a mudroom outside which was an earth platform, whereon sat a fleshy Turkish officer, one leg tucked under him. He hardly glanced at me when the sergeant brought me up and made a long report in Turkish. He asked my name. I told him Ahmed ibn Bagher, a Circassian from Quneitra. A deserter? But we Circassians have no military service. He turned, stared at me, and said very slowly, "You are a liar. Enroll him in your section, Hassan Chawish, and do what is necessary till the Bey sends for him." They led me into a guardroom, mostly taken up by large wooden cribs, on which lay or sat a dozen men in untidy uniforms. They took away my belt and my knife, made me wash myself carefully, and fed me. I passed the long day there. They would not let me go on any terms, but tried to reassure me. A soldier's life was not all bad. Tomorrow, perhaps, leave would be permitted if I fulfilled the Bey's pleasure this evening. The Bey seemed to be Nahi, the governor. If he was angry, they said, I would be drafted for infantry training to the depot in Baalbek. I tried to look as though, to my mind, there was nothing worse in the world than that. Soon after dark, 3 men came for me. It had seemed a chance to get away, but one held me all the time. I cursed my littleness. Our march crossed the railway, where were 6 tracks, besides the sidings of the engine shop. We went through a side gate, down a street, past a square, to a detached 2-storied house. There was a sentry outside, and a glimpse of others lolling in the dark entry. They took me upstairs to the Bey's room, or to his bedroom, rather. He was another bulky man, a Circassian himself, perhaps, and sat on the bed in a nightgown, trembling and sweating as though with fever. When I was pushed in, he kept his head down and waved the guard out. In a breathless voice, he told me to sit on the floor in front of him, and after that was dumb, while I gazed at the top of his great head, on which the bristling hair stood up, no longer than the dark stubble on his cheeks and chin. At last he looked me over and told me to stand up, then to turn round. I obeyed. He flung himself back on the bed and dragged me down with him in his arms. When I saw what he wanted, I twisted round and up again, glad to find myself equal to him, at any rate in wrestling. He began to fawn on me, saying how white and fresh I was, how fine my hands and feet, and how he would let me off drills and duties, make me his orderly, even pay me wages if I would love him. I was obdurate, so he changed his tone and sharply ordered me to take off my drawers. When I hesitated, he snatched at me, and I pushed him back. He clapped his hands for the sentry, who hurried in and pinioned me. The Bey cursed me with horrible threats, and made the man holding me tear my clothes away, bit by bit. His eyes rounded at the half-healed places where the bullets had flicked through my skin a little while ago. Finally, he lumbered to his feet with a glitter in his look and began to paw me over. I bore it for a little till he got too beastly, and then jerked my knee into him. He staggered to his bed, squeezing himself together and groaning with pain, while the soldier shouted for the corporal and the other 3 men to grip me hand and foot. As soon as I was helpless, the governor regained courage and spat at me, swearing he would make me ask pardon. He took off his slipper and hit me repeatedly with it in the face, while the corporal braced my head back by the hair to receive the blows. He leaned forward, fixed his teeth in my neck and bit till the blood came. Then he kissed me. Afterwards, he drew one of the men's bayonets. I thought he was going to kill me and was sorry, but he only pulled up a fold of the flesh over my ribs, worked the point through, after considerable trouble, and gave the blade a half-turn. This hurt, and I winced, while the blood wavered down my side and dripped to the front of my thigh. He looked pleased and dabbled it over my stomach with his fingertips. In my despair, I spoke. His face changed and he stood still, then controlled his voice with an effort to say significantly, "You must understand that I know, and it will be easier if you do as I wish." I was dumbfounded, and we stared silently at one another, while the men who felt an inner meaning beyond their experience shifted uncomfortably. But it was evidently a chance shot, by which he himself did not or would not mean what I feared. I could not again trust my twitching mouth, which faltered always in emergencies, so at last threw up my chin, which was the sign for no in the East. Then he sat down and half whispered to the corporal to take me out and teach me everything. They kicked me to the head of the stairs and stretched me over a guard bench, pommeling me. 2 knelt on my ankles, bearing down on the back of my knees, while 2 more twisted my wrists till they cracked, and then crushed them and my neck against the wood. The corporal had run downstairs, and now came back with a whip of the Circassian sort, a thong of supple black hide, rounded and tapering from the thickness of a thumb at the grip, which was wrapped in silver, down to a hard point finer than a pencil. He saw me shivering, partly, I think, with cold, and made it whistle over my ear, taunting me that before his 10th cut I would howl for mercy, and at the 20th beg for the caresses of the bay, and then he began to lash me madly across and across with all his might, while I locked my teeth to endure this thing which lapped itself like flaming wire about my body. To keep my mind in control, I numbered the blows, but after 20 lost count, and could feel only the shapeless weight of pain. Not tearing claws for which I had prepared, but a gradual cracking apart of my whole being by some too great force, whose waves rolled up my spine till they were pent within my brain to clash terribly together. Somewhere in the place a cheap clock ticked loudly, and it distressed me that their beating was not in its time. I writhed and twisted, but was held so tightly that my struggles were useless. After the corporal ceased, the men took up, very deliberately, giving me so many, and then an interval during which they would squabble for the next turn, ease themselves, and play unspeakably with me. This was repeated often, for what may have been no more than 10 minutes. Always for the first of every new series, my head would be pulled round, to see how a hard white ridge like a railway, darkening slowly into crimson, leaped over my skin at the instant of each stroke, with a bead of blood where 2 ridges crossed. As the punishment proceeded, the whip fell more and more upon existing wheels, biting blacker or more wet, till my flesh quivered with accumulated pain and with terror of the next blow coming. They soon conquered my determination not to cry, but while my will ruled my lips, I used only Arabic, and before the end, a merciful sickness choked my utterance. At last, when I was completely broken, they seemed satisfied. Somehow I found myself off the bench, lying on my back on the dirty floor, where I snuggled down, dazed, panting for breath, but vaguely comfortable. I had strung myself to learn all pain until I died, and no longer actor but spectator, thought not to care how my body jerked and squealed. Yet I knew or imagined what passed about me. I remembered the corporal kicking with his nailed boot to get me up, and this was true, for next day my right side was dark and lacerated, and a damaged rib made each breath stab me sharply. I remembered smiling idly at him, for a delicious warmth, probably sexual, was swelling through me, and then that he flung up his arm and hacked with the full length of his whip into my groin. This doubled me half over, screaming, or rather, trying impotently to scream, only shuddering through my open mouth. One giggled with amusement. A voice cried, "Shame, you've killed him." Another slash followed, a roaring, and my eyes went black, while within me the core of life seemed to heave slowly up through the rending nerves, expelled from its body by this last indescribable pang. By the bruises, perhaps they beat me further, but I next knew that I was being dragged about by two men, each disputing over a leg as though to split me apart, while a third man rode me astride. It was momently better than more flogging. Then Nahi called. They splashed water in my face, wiped off some of the filth, and lifted me between them, retching and sobbing for mercy, to where he lay. But he now rejected me in haste, as a thing too torn and bloody for his bed, blaming their excess of zeal which had spoilt me, whereas no doubt they had laid into me much as usual, and the fault rested mainly upon my indoor skin, which gave way more than an Arab's. So the crestfallen corporal, as the youngest and best-looking of the guard, had to stay behind, while the others carried me down the narrow stair into the street. The coolness of the night on my burning flesh, and the unmoved shining of the stars after the horror of the past hour, made me cry again. The soldiers, now free to speak, warned me that men must suffer their officers' wishes or pay for it, as I had just done, with greater suffering. They took me over an open space, deserted and dark, and behind the government house to a lean-to wooden room in which were many dusty quilts. An Armenian dresser appeared to wash and bandage me in sleepy haste. Then all went away, the last soldier delaying by my side a moment to whisper in his Druze accent that the door into the next room was not locked. I lay there in a sick stupor, with my head aching very much, and growing slowly numb with cold, till the dawn light came shining through the cracks of the shed, and a locomotive whistled in the station. These and a draining thirst brought me to life, and I found I was in no pain. Pain of the slightest had been my obsession and secret terror from a boy. Had I now been drugged with it to bewilderment? Yet the first movement was anguish, in which I struggled nakedly to my feet and rocked moaning in wonder that it was not a dream, and myself back 5 years ago, a timid recruit at Kalfati, where something less staining of the sort had happened. The next room was a dispensary. On its door hung a suit of shoddy clothes. I put them on slowly and unhandily because of my swollen wrists, and from the drugs chose corrosive sublimate as safeguard against recapture. The window looked on a long blank wall. Stiffly I climbed out and went shaking down the road towards the village, past the few people already astir. They took no notice. Indeed, there was nothing peculiar in my dark broadcloth, red fez and slippers. But it was only by the full urge of my tongue silently to myself that I refrained from being foolish out of sheer fright. Dera felt inhuman with vice and cruelty, and it shocked me like cold water when a soldier laughed behind me in the street. By the bridge were the wells, with men and women about them. A side trough was free. From its end I scooped up a little water in my hands and rubbed it over my face, then drank, which was precious to me, and afterwards wandered along the bottom of the valley towards the south, unobtrusively retreating out of sight. This valley provided the hidden road by which our projected raid could attain Dera town secretly and surprise the Turks. So in escaping I solved, too late, the problem which had brought me to Dera. Further on, a Surdi on his camel overtook me, hobbling up the road towards Nisib. I explained that I had business there and was already footsore. He had pity and mounted me behind him on his bony animal, to which I clung the rest of the way, learning the feelings of my adopted name-saint on his gridiron. The tribe's tents were just in front of the village, where I found Fans and Halim anxious about me and curious to learn how I had fared. Halim had been up to Dera in the night and knew by the lack of rumor that the truth had not been discovered. I told them a merry tale of bribery and trickery, which they promised to keep to themselves, laughing aloud at the simplicity of the Turks. During the night, I managed to see the great stone bridge by Nisib. Not that my maimed will now care to hoot about the Arab revolt, or about anything but mending itself. Yet since the war had been a hobby of mine, for custom's sake I would force myself to push it through. Afterwards we took horse and rode gently and carefully towards Azraq without incident, except that a raiding party of Wuld Ali let us and our horses go unplundered when they heard who we were. This was an unexpected generosity, the Wuld Ali being not yet of our fellowship. Their consideration, rendered at once as if we had deserved men's homage, momently stayed me to carry the burden, whose certainty the passing days confirmed, how in Dera that night the citadel of my integrity had been irrevocably lost. Chapter 81. Zuri, the Druze emir of Salkad, reached our old castle just before me on his first visit to Sharif Ali. He told us the rest of the history of the Emir Abd el-Qadir, the Algerian. After stealing away from us, he had ridden straight to their village and entered in triumph, the Arab flag displayed, and his 7 horsemen cantering about him, firing joy shots. The people were astonished, and the Turkish governor protested that such doings were an insult to him. He was introduced to Abd el-Qadir, who, sitting in pomp on the divan, made a bombastic speech, stating that the Sharif now took over Jebel Drus through his agency, and all existing officials were confirmed in their appointments. Next morning he made a second progress through the district. The suffering governor complained again. Emir Abd el-Qadir drew his gold-mounted Meccan sword and swore that with it he would cut off Jamal Pasha's head. The Druses reproved him, vowing that such things should not be said in their house before His Excellency the Governor. Abd el-Qadir called them whoresons, Ingalls accidents, sons of a bitch, profiteering cuckolds and pimps, jetting his insults broadcast to the room full. The Druses got angry. Abd el-Qadir flung raging out of the house and mounted, shouting that when he stamped his foot, all Jebel Drus would rise on his side. With his 7 servants he spurred down the road to Dera station, which he entered as he had entered Salkad. The Turks, who knew his madness of old, left him to play. They disbelieved even his yarn that Ali and I would try the Yarmuk Bridge that night. When, however, we did, they took a graver view and sent him under custody to Damascus. Jemal's brutal humor was amused, and he enlarged him as a butt. Abd el-Qadir gradually became amenable. The Turks began to use him once more as agent provocateur and dissipator of the energy generated by their local Syrian nationalists. The weather was now dreadful, with sleet and snow and storms continually. It was obvious that at Azraq there would be nothing but teaching and preaching in the next months. For this, I was not eager. When necessary, I had done my share of proselytizing fatigues, converting as best I could, conscious all the time of my strangeness and of the incongruity of an alien's advocating national liberty. The war for me held a struggle to sidetrack thought, to get into the people's attitude of accepting the revolt naturally and trustingly. I had to persuade myself that the British government could really keep the spirit of its promises. Especially was this difficult when I was tired and ill, when the delirious activity of my brain tore to shreds my patience. And then after the blunt Bedouin who would thrust in, hailing me "Ya Orons" and put their need without compliments. These smooth townspeople were maddening as they crawled for the favor of an audience with their prince and bey and lord and deliverer. Such imputed dignities, like body armor in a duel, were no doubt useful, but uncomfortable, and mean too. I had never been a lofty person. On the contrary, I had tried to be accessible to everyone, even if it continually felt as though most of them came and saw me every day. I had striven as eloquently as I could by my own example to keep plain the standard of existence. I had had no tents, no cooks, no body servants, just my guards who were fighting men, not servile, and behold these Byzantine shopkeepers endeavoring to corrupt our simplicity. So I flung away from them in a rage, determined to go south and see if anything active could be done, in the cold weather, about the Dead Sea, which the enemy held as a trench dividing us from Palestine. My remaining money was handed over to Sharif Ali for his maintenance till the spring, and the Indians were commended to his care. Particularly, we bought them fresh riding camels, in case the need to move came suddenly upon them in the winter, though the daily news of a threat by the Turks against Azraq was scornfully discounted by young Ali. He and I took affectionate leave of one another. Ali gave me half his wardrobe, shirts, headcloths, belts, tunics. I gave him an equivalent half of mine, and we kissed like David and Jonathan, each wearing the other's clothes. Afterwards, with Rahel only on my two best camels, I struck away southward. We left Azraq one evening, riding into a glowing west, while over our heads schools of cranes flew into the sunset like the outdrawn barbs of arrows. It was toilsome from the start. Night was deep by Wadi Butum, where the conditions became even worse. All the plain was wet, and our poor camels slithered and fell time and again. We fell as often as they did, but at least our part of sitting still between falls was easier than their part of movement. By midnight we had crossed the Gadaf, and the quag felt too awful for further progress. Also, the mishandling at Dera had left me curiously faint. My muscles seemed at once pappy and inflamed, and all effort frightened me in anticipation. So we halted. We slept where we were in the mud, rose up plated with it at dawn, and smiled crackily at one another. The wind blew and the ground began to dry. It was important, for I wanted to reach Akaba before Wood's men had left it with the return caravan, and their 8 days' start called for speed. My body's reluctance to ride hard was another and perverse reason for forcing the march. Until noon we made poor travelling, for the camels still broke through the loose crust of flints and foundered in the red underclay. After noon, on the higher ground, we did better, and began rapidly to close the white sky tents, which were the Thlythachwat peaks. Suddenly shots rang out at close range, and 4 mouthing men dashed down the slope towards us. I stopped my camel peaceably. Seeing this, they jumped off and ran to us, brandishing their arms. They asked who I was, volunteering that they were Jazi Hawayatat. This was an open lie because their camel brands were Faiz. They covered us with rifles at 4 yards and told us to dismount. I laughed at them, which was good tactics with Bedouin at a crisis. They were puzzled. I asked the loudest if he knew his name. He stared at me, thinking I was mad. He came nearer with his finger on the trigger, and I bent down to him and whispered that it must be Terrace, since no other tradesman could be so rude. As I spoke, I covered him with a pistol hidden under my cloak. It was a shooting insult, but he was so astonished that anyone should provoke an armed man as to give up for the moment his thought of murdering us. He took a step back and looked around, fearful that there was a reserve somewhere to give us confidence. At once I rode off slowly with a creepy feeling in my back, calling Rahil to follow. They let him go too, unhurt. When we were 100 yards away, they repented themselves and began to shoot, but we dashed over the watershed into the next depression and across it cantered more confidently into safe ground. From the ridge at sunset, we looked back for an instant upon the northern plain as it sank away from us greyly, save that here and there glowed specks or great splashes of crimson fire, the reflection of the dying sun in shallow pools of rainwater on the flats. These eyes of a dripping bloody redness were so much more visible than the plain that they carried our sight miles into the haze and seemed to hang detached in the distant sky, tilted up like mirage. We passed Bear long after dark, when only its latest tent fire still shone. As we went, we saw the stars mirrored in a valley bottom, and were able to water our breathless camels in a pool of yesterday's rain. After their drink, we eased them for half an hour. This night journeying was hard on both men and animals. By day, the camels saw the irregularities of their path and undulated over them, and the rider could swing his body to miss the jerk of a long or short stride, but by night everything was blinded and the march racked with shocks. I had a heavy bout of fever on me, which made me angry, so that I paid no attention to Rahil's appeals for rest. That young man had maddened all of us for months by his abundant vigor and by laughing at our weaknesses. So this time I was determined to ride him out, showing no mercy. Before dawn he was blubbering with self-pity, but softly lest I hear him. Dawn in Yefer came imperceptibly through the mist like a ghost of sunlight, which left the earth untouched and demonstrated itself as a glittering blink against the eyes alone. Things at their head stood matte against the pearl-grey horizon, and at their feet melted softly into the ground. Our shadows had no edge. We doubted if that faint stain upon the soil below was cast by us or not. In the forenoon we reached Auda's camp, and stopped for a greeting and a few Jauf dates. Auda could not provide us a relay of camels. We mounted again to get over the railway in the early night. Rahel was past protest now. He rode beside me, white-faced, bleak and silent, wrought up only to outstay me, beginning to take a half-pride in his pains. Even had we started fair, he had the advantage anyhow over me in strength, and now I was nearly finished. Step by step I was yielding myself to a slow ache which conspired with my abating fever and the numb monotony of riding to close up the gate of my senses. I seemed at last approaching the insensibility which had always been beyond my reach, but a delectable land, for one born so slug-tissued that nothing this side fainting would let his spirit free. Now I found myself dividing into parts. There was one which went on riding wisely, sparing or helping every pace of the wearied camel. Another, hovering above and to the right, bent down curiously and asked what the flesh was doing. The flesh gave no answer, for indeed it was conscious only of a ruling impulse to keep on and on. But a third garrulous one talked and wondered, critical of the body's self-inflicted labor and contemptuous of the reason for effort. The night passed in these mutual conversations. My unseeing eyes saw the dawn goal in front, the head of the pass, below which that other world of rum lay out like a sunlit map, and my parts debated that the struggle might be worthy, but the end foolishness and a rebirth of trouble. The spent body toiled on doggedly and took no heed, quite rightly, for the divided selves said nothing which I was not capable of thinking in cold blood. They were all my natives. Telesius, taught by some such experience, split up the soul. Had he gone on to the furthest limit of exhaustion, he would have seen his conceived regiment of thoughts and acts and feelings ranked around him as separate creatures, eyeing like vultures, the passing in their midst of the common thing which gave them life. Rahel collected me out of my death sleep by jerking my headstall and striking me, while he shouted that we had lost our direction and were wandering toward the Turkish lines at Aba el-Lisan. He was right, and we had to make a long cut back to reach Batra safely. We walked down the steeper portions of the pass and then stumbled along Wadi Hafira. In its midst, a gallant little Huwaiti, aged perhaps 14, darted out against us, finger on trigger, and told us to stand and explain, which we did, laughing. The lad blushed and pleaded that his father's camels kept him always in the field so that he had not known us either by sight or by description. He begged that we would not do him shame by betraying his error. The incident broke the tension between Rahel and myself, and, chatting, we rode out upon the Gar. There, under the tamarisk, we passed the middle hour of the day in sleep, since by our slowness in the march over Batra, we had lost the possibility of reaching Akaba within the 3 days from Azraq. The breaking of our intention we took quietly. Rum's glory would not let a man waste himself in feverish regrets. We rode up its valley in the early afternoon, easier now and exchanging jests with one another as the long winter evening crept down. When we got past the Kazail in the ascent, we found the sun veiled behind level banks of low clouds in the west and enjoyed a rich twilight of the English sort. In Itim, the mist steamed up gently from the soil and collected into wool-white masses in each hollow. We reached Akaba at midnight and slept outside the camp till breakfast, when I called on Joyce and found the caravan not yet ready to start. Indeed, wood was only a few days returned. Later came urgent orders for me to go up at once to Palestine by air. Croyle flew me to Suez. Thence I went up to Allenby's headquarters beyond Gaza. He was so full of victories that my short statement that we had failed to carry a Yarmuk Bridge was sufficient, and the miserable details of failure could remain concealed. While I was still with him, word came from Chetwode that Jerusalem had fallen, and Allenby made ready to enter in the official manner which the Catholic imagination of Mark Sykes had devised. He was good enough, although I had done nothing for the success, to let Clayton take me along as his staff officer for the day. The personal staff tricked me out in their spare clothes till I looked like a major in the British Army. Dalmany lent me red tabs, Evans his brass hat, so that I had the gauds of my appointment in the ceremony of the Jaffa Gate, which for me was the supreme moment of the war. Book 7, The Dead Sea Campaign. Chapters 82 to 91. After the capture of Jerusalem, Allenby, to relieve his right, assigned us a limited objective. We began well, but when we reached the Dead Sea, bad weather, bad temper, and division of purpose blunted our offensive spirit and broke up our force. I had a misunderstanding with Zaid, threw in my hand, and returned to Palestine reporting that we had failed and asking the favor of other employment. Allenby was in the hopeful midst of a great scheme for the coming spring. He sent me back at once to Faisal with new powers and duties. Chapter 82. Shamefaced with triumph, which was not so much a triumph as homage by Allenby to the mastering spirit of the place, we drove back to Shay's headquarters. The aides pushed about and from great baskets drew a lunch, varied, elaborate, and succulent. On us fell a short space of quiet, to be shattered by Monsieur Picot, the French political representative permitted by Allenby to march beside Clayton in the entry, who said in his fluting voice, "And tomorrow, my dear General, I will take the necessary steps to set up civil government in this town." It was the bravest word on record. A silence followed, as when they opened the seventh seal in heaven. Salad, chicken mayonnaise, and foie gras sandwiches hung in our wet mouths unmunched, while we turned to Allenby and gaped. Even he seemed for the moment at a loss. We began to fear that the idol might betray a frailty, but his face grew red. He swallowed, his chin coming forward in the way we loved, whilst he said grimly, "In the military zone, the only authority is that of the commander-in-chief, myself." "But Sir Edward Grey," stammered Monsieur Picot. He was cut short. "Sir Edward Grey referred to the civil government which will be established when I judge that the military situation permits." And by car again, through the sunshine of a great thankfulness, we sped down the saluting mountainside into our camp. There, Allenby and Dornay told me the British were marched and fought nearly to a standstill in the ledged and precipitous hills, shell-torn and bullet-spattered, amid which they wrestled with the Turks along a line from Ramla to Jerusalem. So they would ask us in the lull to come north towards the Dead Sea, until, if possible, we linked right up to its southern end and renewed the continuous front. Fortunately, this had already been discussed with Faisal, who was preparing the convergent move on Taffile, its necessary first step. It was the moment to ask Allenby what he would do next. He thought he was immobilized till the middle of February, when he would push down to Jericho. Much enemy food was being lighted up the Dead Sea, and he asked me to note this traffic as a second objective if the effort to Taffile prevailed. I, hoping to improve on this, replied that should the Turks be continually shaken, we might join him at the north end of the Dead Sea. If he could put Faisal's 50 tons a day of supplies, stores, and ammunition into Jericho, we would abandon Akaba and transfer our headquarters to the Jordan Valley. The Arab regulars, now some 3,000 strong, would suffice to make our retention of the river's eastern bank reasonably secure. This idea commended itself to Allenby and Dornay. They could almost promise us such facilities when the railway reached Jerusalem sometime towards the end of the coming January. We might be able to move our base 2 months after the line was through. This talk left us a clear course of operations. The Arabs were to reach the Dead Sea as soon as possible, to stop the transport of food up it to Jericho before the middle of February, and to arrive at the Jordan before the end of March. Since the first movement would take a month to start, and all preliminaries were in hand, I could take a holiday. So I went down to Cairo and stayed there a week experimenting with insulated cable and explosives. After the week, it seemed best to return to Akaba, where we arrived on Christmas Day, to find Snag, as senior officer in Akaba, entertaining the British community to dinner. He had screened in the afterdeck and built tables, which took the hosts and the 20-odd guests easily. Snag stood godfather to the land, in hospitality, in the loan of his ship's doctor and workshop, and in cheerfulness. In the early days of the revolt, it had been the Hardinge which played his role of providence to us. Once, at Yenbo, Faisal had ridden in from the hills on a streaming day of winter, cold, wet, miserable, and tired. Captain Linbury sent a launch ashore and invited him to the ship, where he found, waiting for him, a warm cabin, a peaceful meal, and a bountiful bath. Afterwards, he lay back in an armchair, smoking one of his constant cigarettes, and remarked dreamily to me that now he knew what the furnishings of heaven would be. Joyce told me that things were well. The situation had sensibly changed since Maulud's victory. The Turks had concentrated in Abba el-Lisan. We were distracting them by raids against the lines south of Man. Abdullah and Ali were doing the same near Medina, and the Turks, being pinched to guard the railway, had to draw men from Abba el-Lisan to strengthen weak sections. Maulud boldly threw out posts to places on the plateau and began to harry the supply caravans from Man. He was hampered by the intense cold, the rain and snow on the heights. Some of his ill-clad men actually died of exposure, but the Turks lost equally in men and much more in transport, since their mangy camels died off rapidly in the storms and mud. The loss straitened them in food carrying and involved further withdrawals from Abba el-Lisan. At last, they were too weak to hold the wide position, and early in January, Maulud was able to force them out towards Mureha. The Bedouin caught the Turks moving and cut up the hindmost battalion. This threw the Turks back precipitately to Uhaida, only 6 miles from Man, and when we pressed after menacingly, they withdrew to Semna, the outpost line of Man, 3 miles out. So by January the 7th, Maulud was containing Man directly. Prosperity gave us 10 days' leisure, and as Joyce and myself were rarely at liberty together, we decided to celebrate the occasion by taking a car trip down the mudflats towards Mudawara. The cars were now at Guera, in permanent camp. Gilman and Dowsett, with their crews and 50 Egyptian soldiers, had spent months in Wadi Item, building, like engineers, a motor road through the gorge. It had been a great work and was now in order to Guera. So we took the Rolls tenders, filled them with spare tires, petrol and food for 4 days, and set off on our exploring trip. The mud flats were bone dry and afforded perfect going. Our tires left only a faint white scar across their velvet surface as we twisted about the spacious smoothness at speed, skirting clumps of tamarisk and roaring along under the great sandstone crags. The drivers rejoiced for the first time in 9 months and flung forward abreast in a mad race. Their speedometers touched 65, not bad for cars which had been months ploughing the desert with only such running repairs as the drivers had time and tools to give them. Across the sandy neck from the first flat to the second, we built a corduroy road of brushwood. When this was ready, the cars came steaming and hissing along it, dangerously fast to avoid getting stuck, rocking over hummocks in a style which looked fatal for springs. However, we knew it was nearly impossible to break a Rolls-Royce, and so were sorrier for the drivers, Thomas, Rolls, and Sanderson. The jolts tore the steering wheel from their grip and left them breathless with bleeding hands after the crossing. We lunched and rested, and then had another burst of speed with a wild diversion in the middle when a gazelle was sighted over the flat, and 2 of the great cars lurched aside in unavailing chase. At the end of this second flat, the Gar of Disi, we had a rough mile to the third flat of Abu Sawana, across which we had a final glorious sprint of 15 miles, over the mud and over the equally firm flint plains beyond. We slept there that chilly night, happy with bully beef and tea and biscuit, with English talk and laughter round the fire, golden with its shower of sparks from the fierce brushwood. When these things tired, there was soft sand beneath our bodies and 2 blankets to wrap ourselves in. For me it was a holiday with not an Arab near, before whom I must play out my tedious part. In the morning we ran on nearly to Mudawara, finding the ground surface excellent to the watershed, so our reconnaissance had been a quick and easy success. At once we turned back to fetch the armoured cars and undertake an immediate operation with the help of the mountain gun section on Talbots. This section was an oddment which General Clayton had seen in Egypt and had sent down to us in an inspired moment. Its Talbots, specially geared for heavy work, carried two 10-pounders with British gunners. It was wicked to give good men such rotten tools, yet their spirit seemed hardly affected by the inferior weapons. Their commander, Brodie, was a silent Scotsman, never very buoyant and never too anxious, a man who found difficulties shameful to notice, and who stamped himself on his fellows. However hard the duty given them, they always attacked it with such untroubled determination that their will prevailed. On every occasion and in every crisis they would be surely in place at their moment, perspiring but imperturbable, with never a word in explanation or complaint. 8 imposing cars drove off from Guera next day, and reached our old stopping place behind Mudawara by sundown. This was excellent, and we camped, intending to find a road to the railway in the morning. Accordingly, we set off early in a rolls tender, and searched through the very nasty low hills till evening, when we were in place behind the last ridge, above Tel Sham, the second station northward from Mudawara. We had talked vaguely of mining a train, but the country was too open and enemy blockhouses numerous. Instead, we determined to attack a little entrenched work exactly opposite our hiding place. So late in New Year's morning, a day as cool as a good summer's day in England, after a pleasant breakfast, we rolled gently over a stony plain to a hillock which overlooked the Turkish post. Joyce and I got out of our cars and climbed its summit to look on. Joyce was in charge, and for the first time I was at a fight as spectator. The novelty was most enjoyable. Armoured car work seemed fighting deluxe, for our troops, being steel-covered, could come to no hurt. Accordingly, we made a field day of it, like the best regular generals, sitting in laconic conference on our hilltop and watching the battle intently through binoculars. The Talbot battery opened the affair, coming spiritedly into action just below our point, while the 3 armoured cars crawled about the flanks of the Turkish earthwork like great dogs nosing out a trail. The enemy soldiers popped up their heads to gaze, and everything was very friendly and curious, till the cars slewed round their vicars and began to spray the trenches. Then the Turks, realizing that it was an attack, got down behind their parapets and fired at the cars raggedly. It was about as deadly as trying to warm a rhinoceros with birdshot. After a while, they turned their attention to Brodie's guns and peppered the earth about them with bullets. Obviously, they did not mean to surrender, and obviously we had no means at disposal to compel them. So we drew off, contented with having prowled up and down the line and proved the surface hard enough for car operations at deliberate speed. However, the men looked for more, and to humour them we drove southward till opposite Sham. There Brodie chose a gun position at 2,000 yards and began to throw shell after shell neatly into the station area. Hating this, the Turks trickled off to a blockhouse, while the cars put leisurely bullets through the station doors and windows. They might have entered it safely, had there been point in doing so. As it was, we called everybody off again and returned into our hiding hills. Our anxiety and forethought had been all to reach the railway through the manifold difficulties of the plains and hills. When we did reach it, we were entirely unready for action, with not a conception of what our tactics or method should be. Yet we learned much from this very indecision. The certainty that in a day from Guera we could be operating along the railway meant that traffic lay at our mercy. All the Turks in Arabia could not fight a single armoured car in open country. Thereby the situation of Medina, already bad, became hopeless. The German staff saw it, and after Falkenhayn's visit to Man, they repeatedly urged abandonment of everything south of that point. But the old Turk party valued Medina as the last remnant of their sovereignty in the holy places, their surviving claim upon the caliphate. Sentiment swung them to the decision against military expediency. The British seemed curiously dense about Medina. They insisted that it must be captured and lavished money and explosives on the operations which Ali and Abdullah continually undertook from their Yenbo base. When I pleaded to the contrary, they treated my view as a witty paradox. Accordingly, to excuse our deliberate inactivity in the north, we had to make a show of impotence, which gave them to understand that the Arabs were too poltroon to cut the line near Man and keep it cut. This reason gratified their sense of fitness, for soldiers, always ready to believe ill of native action, took its inferiority as a compliment. So we battened on our ill reputation, which was an ungenerous stratagem, but the easiest. The staff knew so much more of war than I did that they refused to learn from me of the strange conditions in which Arab irregulars had to act, and I could not be bothered to set up a kindergarten of the imagination for their benefit. Chapter 83. On our return to Akaba, domestic affairs engaged the remaining 3 days. My part mostly concerned the bodyguard which I formed for private protection, as rumour gradually magnified my importance. On our first going up country from Rabeg and Yenbo, the Turks had been curious. Afterwards they were annoyed, to the point of ascribing to the English the direction and motive force of the Arab revolt, much as we used to flatter ourselves by attributing the Turkish efficiency to German influence. However, the Turks said it often enough to make it an article of faith, and began to offer a reward of £100 for a British officer alive or dead. As time went on, they not only increased the general figure, but made a special bid for me. After the capture of Akaba, the price became respectable, while after we blew up Jamal Pasha, they put Ali and me at the head of their list, worth £20,000 alive or 10,000 dead. Of course, the offer was rhetorical, with no certainty whether in gold or paper, or that the money would be paid at all. Still, perhaps it might justify some care. I began to increase my people to a troop, adding such lawless men as I found, fellows whose dash had got them into trouble elsewhere. I needed hard riders and hard livers, men proud of themselves and without family. By good fortune, 3 or 4 of this sort joined me at the first, setting a tone and standard. One afternoon I was quietly reading in Marshall's tent at Akaba. I lodged with Marshall, our Scottish doctor, as often as I was in camp, when there entered over the noiseless sand an agily, thin, dark and short, but most gorgeously dressed. He carried on his shoulder the richest Hassa saddlebag I had ever seen. Its woolen tapestry of green and scarlet, white, orange and blue had tassels woven over its sides in 5 rows, and from the middle and bottom hung 5-foot streamers of geometric pattern, tasselled and fringed. Respectfully greeting me, the young man threw the saddlebag on my carpet, saying, "Yours," and disappeared suddenly as he had come. Next day, he returned with a camel saddle of equal beauty, the long brass horns of its cantles adorned with exquisite old Yemeni engraving. On the 3rd day, he reappeared empty-handed, in a poor cotton shirt, and sank down in a heap before me, saying he wished to enter my service. He looked odd without his silk robes, for his face, shriveled and torn with smallpox and hairless, might have been of any age, while he had a lad's supple body, and something of a lad's recklessness in his carriage. His long black hair was carefully braided into 3 shining plaits down each cheek. His eyes were weak, closed up to slits. His mouth was sensual, loose, wet, and gave him a good-humoured, half-cynical expression. I asked him his name. He replied Abdullah, surnamed El-Nahabi, or the Robber. The nickname, he said, was an inheritance from his respected father. His own adventures had been unprofitable. He was born in Buraida, and while young had suffered from the civil power for his impiety. When half-grown, a misfortune in a married woman's house had made him leave his native town, in a hurry, and take service with Ibn Saud, Emir of Najd. In this service, his hard swearing earned lashes and imprisonment. Consequently, he deserted to Kuwait, where again he had been amorous. On his release, he had moved to Hale and enrolled himself among the retainers of Ibn Rashid, the Emir. Unfortunately, there he had disliked his officer to the point of striking him in public with a camel stick. Return was made in kind, and after a slow recovery in prison, he had once more been thrust friendless on the world. The Hejaz Railway was being built, and to its works he had come in search of fortune, but a contractor docked his wages for sleeping at noonday. He retorted by docking the contractor of his head. The Turkish government interfered, and he found life very hard in the prison at Medina. However, through a window he came to Mecca, and for his proved integrity and camelmanship was made post-carrier between Mecca and Jeddah. To this employ he settled down, laying aside his young extravagances, bringing to Mecca his father and mother and setting them up in a shop to work for him, with the capital provided by commission from merchants and robbers. After a year's prosperity, he was waylaid, losing his camel and its consignment. They seized his shop in compensation. From the wreck, he saved enough to fit himself out as a man-at-arms in the Sharifian camel police. Merit made him a petty officer, but too much attention was drawn to his section by a habit of fighting with daggers and by his foul mouth, a maw of depravity which had eaten filth in the stews of every capital in Arabia. Once too often his lips trembled with humor, sardonic, salacious, lying, and when reduced he charged his downfall to a jealous Atibi, whom he stabbed in court before the eyes of the outraged Sheriff Sharaf. Sharaf's stern sense of public decency punished Abdullah by the severest of his chastisements, from which he very nearly died. When well enough, he entered Sharaf's service. On the outbreak of war, he became orderly to Ibn Dakhil, captain of the Agail with Faisal. His reputation grew, but the mutiny at Wedge turned Ibn Dakhil into an ambassador. Abdullah missed the comradeship of the ranks, and Ibn Dakhil had given him a written character to enter my service. The letter said that for 2 years he had been faithful but disrespectful, the want of sons of shame. He was the most experienced Agaili, having served every Arabian prince and having been dismissed each employment after stripes and prison, for offences of too great individuality. Ibn Dakhil said that the Nahabi rode second to himself, was a master judge of camels, and as brave as any son of Adam. Easily, since he was too blind-eyed to see danger. In fact, he was the perfect retainer, and I engaged him instantly. In my service, only once did he taste cells. That was at Allenby's headquarters, when a despairing provost marshal rang up to say that a wild man, with weapons, found sitting on the commander-in-chief's doorstep, had been led without riot to the guardroom, where he was eating oranges as though for a wager and proclaiming himself my son, one of Faisal's dogs. Oranges were running short. So Abdullah experienced his first telephone conversation. He told the APM that such a fitting would be a comfort in all prisons and took a ceremonious leave. He scouted absolutely the notion that he might walk about Ramla unarmed and was given a pass to make lawful his sword, dagger, pistol and rifle. His first use of this pass was to revisit the guardroom with cigarettes for the military police. He examined the applicants for my service, and thanks to him and to the Zaagi, my other commander, a stiff man of normal officer cut, a wonderful gang of experts grew about me. The British at Akaba called them cutthroats, but they cut throats only to my order. Perhaps in others' eyes it was a fault that they would recognize no authority but mine. Yet when I was away, they were kind to Major Marshall and would hold him in incomprehensible talk about points of camels, their breeds and ailments, from dawn till night-time. Marshall was very patient, and 2 or 3 of them would sit attentive by his bedside from the first daylight, waiting to continue his education as soon as he became conscious. A good half, nearly 50 of the 90, were Agail, the nervous Umber Nejdi villagers who made the colour and the parade in Faisal's army, and whose care for their riding camels was such a feature of their service. They would call them by name from 100 yards away and leave them in charge of the kit when they dismounted. The Agail, being mercenaries, would not do well unless well paid, and for lack of that condition had fallen into disrepute. Yet the bravest single effort of the Arab war belonged to that one of them who twice swam down the subterranean water conduit into Medina, and returned with a full report of the invested town. I paid my men £6 a month, the standard army wage for a man and camel, but mounted them on my own animals, so that the money was clear income. This made the service enviable and put the eager spirits of the camp at my disposal. For my timetable's sake, since I was more busy than most, my rides were long, hard, and sudden. The ordinary Arab, whose camel represented half his wealth, could not afford to founder it by travelling my speed. Also, such riding was painful for the man. Consequently, I had to have with me picked riders on my own beasts. We bought at long prices the fastest and strongest camels to be obtained. We chose them for speed and power, no matter how hard and exhausting they might be under the saddle. Indeed, often we chose the hard-paced as the more enduring. They were changed or rested in our own camel hospital when they became thin, and their riders were treated likewise. The Zagi held each man bodily responsible for his mount's condition and for the fitness of his saddlery. Fellows were very proud of being in my bodyguard, which developed a professionalism almost flamboyant. They dressed like a bed of tulips in every color but white, for that was my constant wear, and they did not wish to seem to presume. In half an hour they would make ready for a ride of 6 weeks, that being the limit for which food could be carried at the saddlebow. Baggage camels they shrank from as a disgrace. They would travel day and night at my whim, and made it a point of honor never to mention fatigue. If a new man grumbled, the others would silence him or change the current of his complaint brutally. They fought like devils when I wanted, and sometimes when I did not, especially with Turks or with outsiders. For one guardsman to strike another was the last offense. They expected extravagant reward and extravagant punishment. They made boast throughout the army of their pains and gains. By this unreason in each degree they were kept apt for any effort, any risk. Abdullah and the Zaagi ruled them under my authority with a savagery palliated only by the power of each man to quit the service if he wished. Yet we had but one resignation. The others, though adolescents full of carnal passion, tempted by this irregular life, well-fed, exercised, rich, seemed to sanctify their risk, to be fascinated by their suffering. Servitude, like other conduct, was profoundly modified to Eastern minds by their obsession with the antithesis between flesh and spirit. These lads took pleasure in subordination, in degrading the body, so as to throw into greater relief their freedom in equality of mind. Almost they preferred servitude as richer in experience than authority, and less binding in daily care. Consequently, the relation of master and man in Arabia was at once more free and more subject than I had experienced elsewhere. Servants were afraid of the sword of justice and of the steward's whip, not because the one might put an arbitrary term to their existence and the other print red rivers of pain about their sides, but because these were the symbols and the means to which their obedience was vowed. They had a gladness of abasement, a freedom of consent to yield to their master the last service and degree of their flesh and blood, because their spirits were equal with his and the contract voluntary. Such boundless engagement precluded humiliation, repining, and regret. In this pledging of their endurance, it disgraced men if, from weakness of nerve or insufficiency of courage, they fell short of the call. Pain was to them a solvent, a cathartic, almost a decoration, to be fairly worn while they survived it. Fear, the strongest motive in slothful man, broke down with us, since love for a cause or for a person was aroused. For such an object, penalties were discounted, and loyalty became open-eyed, not obedient. To it men dedicated their being, and in its possession they had no room for virtue or vice. Cheerfully they nourished it upon what they were, gave it their lives, and greater than that, the lives of their fellowship, it being many times harder to offer than to endure sacrifice. To our strained eyes, the ideal held in common seemed to transcend the personal, which before had been our normal measure of the world. Did this instinct point to our happily accepting final absorption in some pattern wherein the discordant selves might find reasonable, inevitable purpose? Yet this very transcending of individual frailty made the ideal transient. Its principle became activity, the primal quality, external to our atomic structure, which we could simulate only by unrest of mind and soul and body beyond holding point. So always the ideality of the ideal vanished, leaving its worshippers exhausted, holding for false what they had once pursued. However, for the time the Arabs were possessed, and cruelty of governance answered their need. Besides, they were blood enemies of 30 tribes, and only for my hand over them would have murdered in the ranks each day. Their feuds prevented them combining against me, while their unlikeness gave me sponsors and spies wherever I went or sent, between Akaba and Damascus, between Beersheba and Baghdad. In my service, nearly 60 of them died. With quaint justice, events forced me to live up to my bodyguard, to become as hard, as sudden, as heedless. The odds against me were heavy, and the climate cogged the die. In the short winter I outdid them, with my allies of the frost and snow. In the heat they outdid me. In endurance there was less disparity. For years before the war I had made myself trim by constant carelessness. I had learned to eat much one time, then to go 2, 3, or 4 days without food, and after to overeat. I made it a rule to avoid rules in food, and by a course of exceptions accustomed myself to no custom at all. So organically I was efficient in the desert, felt neither hunger nor surfeit, and was not distracted by thought of food. On the march I could go dry between wells, and like the Arabs, could drink greatly today for the thirst of yesterday and of tomorrow. In the same way, though sleep remained for me the richest pleasure in the world, I supplied its place by the uneasy swaying in the saddle of a night march, or failed of it for night after laborious night without undue fatigue. Such liberties came from years of control. Contempt of use might well be the lesson of our manhood, and they fitted me peculiarly for our work. But of course in me they came half by training, half by trying, out of mixed choice and poverty, not effortlessly as with the Arabs. Yet in compensation stood my energy of motive. Their less taught wills flagged before mine flagged, and by comparison made me seem tough and active. Into the sources of my energy of will I dared not probe. The conception of antithetical mind and matter, which was basic in the Arab self-surrender, helped me not at all. I achieved surrender, so far as I did achieve it, by the very opposite road, through my notion that mental and physical were inseparably one, that our bodies, the universe, our thoughts and tactilities were conceived in and of the molecular sludge of matter, the universal element through which form drifted as clots and patterns of varying density. It seemed to me unthinkable that assemblages of atoms should cogitate except in atomic terms. My perverse sense of values constrained me to assume that abstract and concrete, as badges, did not denote oppositions more serious than liberal and conservative. The practice of our revolt fortified the nihilist attitude in me. During it, we often saw men push themselves or be driven to a cruel extreme of endurance. Yet never was there an intimation of physical break. Collapse rose always from a moral weakness eating into the body, which, of itself, without traitors from within, had no power over the will. While we rode, we were disbodied, unconscious of flesh or feeling, and when at an interval this excitement faded and we did see our bodies, it was with some hostility, with a contemptuous sense that they reached their highest purpose, not as vehicles of the spirit, but when dissolved, their elements served to manure a field. Chapter 84. Remote from the fighting line in Akaba, during this pause, we saw the reverse of the shield, the corruption of our enthusiasm which made the moral condition of the base unsatisfactory. We rejoiced when at last we were able to escape into the clean, fresh hills about Guera. The early winter gave us days hot and sunny, or days overcast, with clouds massed about the head of the plateau 9 miles away, where Maulud was keeping his watch in the mist and rain. The evenings held just enough of chill to add delightful value to a thick cloak and a fire. We waited in Guera for news of the opening of our operation against Taffile, the knot of villages commanding the south end of the Dead Sea. We planned to tackle it from west, south, and east at once, the east opening the ball by attacking Jerf, its nearest station on the Hejaz line. Conduct of this attack had been trusted to Sharif Nasir the Fortunate. With him went Nouri Said, Ja'afar's chief of staff, commanding some regulars, a gun, and some machine guns. They were working from Hefer. After 3 days, their post came in. As usual, Nasir had directed his raid with skill and deliberation. Jerf, the objective, was a strong station of 3 stone buildings with outer works and trenches. Behind the station was a low mound, trenched and walled, on which the Turks had set 2 machine guns and a mountain gun. Beyond the mound lay a high, sharp ridge, the last spur of the hills which divided Hefer from Bayer. The weakness of the defence lay in this ridge, for the Turks were too few to hold both it and the knoll or station, and its crest overlooked the railway. Nasir one night occupied the whole top of the hill without alarm and then cut the line above and below the station. A few minutes later, when it was light enough to see, Nuri Said brought his mountain gun to the edge of the ridge, and with a third lucky shot, a direct hit, silenced the Turkish gun beneath his view. Nasir grew greatly excited. The Beni Sakr mounted their camels, swearing they would charge in forthwith. Nuri thought it madness while Turkish machine guns were still in action from trenches, but his words had no effect upon the Bedu. In desperation, he opened a rattling fire with all he had against the Turkish position, and the Beni Sakr swept round the foot of the main ridge and up over the knoll in a flash. When they saw this camel horde racing at them, the Turks flung away their rifles and fled into the station. Only 2 Arabs were fatally hurt. Nuri ran down to the knoll. The Turkish gun was undamaged. He slewed it round and discharged it point-blank into the ticket office. The Beni Sakr mob yelled with joy to see the wood and stones flying, jumped again on their camels and loped into the station just as the enemy surrendered. Nearly 200 Turks, including 7 officers, survived as our prisoners. The Bedu became rich. Besides the weapons, there were 25 mules and in the siding 7 trucks of delicacies for the officers' messes of Medina. There were things the tribesmen had only heard of, and things they had never heard of. They were supremely happy. Even the unfortunate regulars got a share and were able once more to enjoy olives, sesame paste, dried apricot, and other sweet or pickled products of their native half-forgotten Syria. Nuri Said had artificial tastes and rescued tinned meats and liquors from the wilder men. There was one whole truck of tobacco. As the Hawaitat did not smoke, it was divided between the Beni Sakr and the regulars. By its loss, the Medina garrison became tobaccoless. Their sad plight later so worked on Faisal, a confirmed smoker, that he loaded some pack camels with cheap cigarettes and drove them into Tebuk with his compliments. After the looting, the engineers fired charges under the 2 engines, against the water tower, in the pump, and between the points of the sidings. They burned the captured trucks and damaged a bridge, but perfunctorily, for as usual after victory, everyone was too loaded and too hot to care for altruistic labor. They camped behind the station and about midnight had an alarm when the noise and lights of a train came from the south and halted, clearly with foreknowledge, by the break of the evening before. Order sent scouts to report. Before they had returned, a solitary sergeant walked into Nasir's camp as a volunteer for the sheriff's army. He had been sent out by the Turks to explore the station. His story was that there were only 60 men and a mountain gun on the relief train, which, if he went back with smooth news, might be surprised without a shot fired. Nasir called Auda, who called the Hawaitat, and they went off silently to lay the trap. But just before they got there, our scouts decided to do their unaided best and opened fire against the coaches. In fear, the engine reversed and rolled the train back, unhurt, to Marne. It was the only sorrow of Jerf. After this raid, the weather once more broke. For 3 successive days came falls of snow. Nasir's force with difficulty regained the tents at Jeffer. This plateau about Marne lay between 3,000 and 5,000 feet above sea level, open to all winds from north and east. They blew from Central Asia or from Caucasus, terribly over the great desert to these low hills of Edom, against which their first fury broke. The surplus bitterness lipped the crest and made a winter quite severe of its degree, below in Judea and Sinai. Outside Beersheba and Jerusalem, the British found it cold, but our Arabs fled there to get warm. Unhappily, the British supply staff realized too late that we were fighting in a little Alp. They would not give us tents for 1/4 of our troops, nor serge clothing, nor boots, nor blankets enough to issue 2 to each man of the mountain garrisons. Our soldiers, if they neither deserted nor died, existed in an aching misery which froze the hope out of them. According to our plan, the good news of Jerf was to send the Arabs of Petra under Sharif Abd el-Mayin at once up their hills into the forest towards Shobek. It was an uncanny march in the hoar mist, that of these frozen-footed peasants in their sheepskins, up and down sharp valleys and dangerous hillsides, out of whose snowdrifts the heavy trunks of junipers, grudging in leaves, jutted like castings in grey iron. The ice and frost broke down the animals and many of the men, yet these hardy Highlanders, used to being too cold throughout their winter, persisted in the advance. The Turks heard of them as they struggled slowly nearer and fled from the caves and shelters among the trees to the branch railhead, littering the roads of their panic with cast baggage and equipment. Railhead of the forest railway, with its temporary sheds, was commanded from low ridges by the Arab gunfire and no better than a trap. The tribesmen, in a pack, tore the enemy to pieces as they ran out from their burning and falling walls. One disciplined company of proper troops, under an Albanian officer, fought their way to the main line, but the Arabs killed or took the others, and also the stores in Schobek, the old Crusader fort of Monreal, poised high on a chalk cone above its winding valley. Abd el-Mayyin put his headquarters there and sent word to Nasir. Mastur, too, was told. He drew his Motalga horse and foot from the comfort of their tents in the sunny depths of Arabia, and with them climbed the hill pass eastward towards Taffile. However, the advantage lay with Nasir, who leapt in one day from Jefer, and after a whirlwind night appeared at dawn on the rocky brink of the ravine in which Taffile hid, and summoned it to surrender on pain of bombardment. An idle threat, for Nuri Said with the guns had gone back to Guera. There were only 180 Turks in the village, but they had supporters in the Muhaisin, a clan of the peasantry, not for love so much as because Diab, the vulgar headman of another faction, had declared for Faisal. So they shot up at Nasir a stream of ill-directed bullets. The Huaytat spread out along the cliffs to return the peasants' fire. This manner of going displeased Auda, the old lion, who raged that a mercenary village folk should dare to resist their secular masters, the Abu Tai. So he jerked his halter, cantered his mare down the path, and rode out plain to view beneath the easternmost houses of the village. There he reined in and shook a hand at them, booming in his wonderful voice, "Dogs, do you not know Auda?" When they realized it was that implacable son of war, their hearts failed them, and an hour later Sheriff Nasir in the townhouse was sipping tea with his guest, the Turkish governor, trying to console him for the sudden change of fortune. At dark, Master rode in. His Motalga looked blackly at their blood enemies, the Abu Tai, lolling in the best houses. The two sheriffs divided up the place to keep their unruly followers apart. They had little authority to mediate, for by passage of time Nasir was nearly adopted into the Abu Tai and Mastur into the Jazi. When morning came, the factions were bickering, and the day passed anxiously. For besides these blood enemies, the Muhaisin were fighting for authority among the villagers, and further complications developed in two stranger elements. One, a colony of freebooting Senussi from North Africa, who had been intruded by the Turks into some rich but half-derelict ploughland, the other a pliative and active suburb of 1,000 Armenians, survivors of an infamous deportation by the Young Turks in 1915. The people of Taffile went in deadly fear of the future. We were, as usual, short of food and short of transport, and they would remedy neither ill. They had wheat or barley in their bins, but hid it. They had pack animals, asses and mules in abundance, but drove them away for safety. They could have driven us away too, but were, fortunately for us, short of the sticking point. Incuriousness was the most potent ally of our imposed order, for Eastern government rested not so much on consent or force, as on the common supinity, hebitude, lackadaisiness, which gave a minority undue effect. Faisal had delegated command of this push towards the Dead Sea to his young half-brother Zaid. It was Zaid's first office in the north, and he set out eager with hope. As advisor, he had Jafar Pasha, our general. His infantry, gunners, and machine gunners stuck for lack of food at Petra, but Zaid himself and Jafar rode on to Taffile. Things were almost at a break. Auda affected a magnanimity very galling to the Motalga boys, Metab and Anad, sons of Abtan, whom Auda's son had killed. They, lithe, definite, self-conscious figures, began to talk big about revenge-torn tits threatening a hawk. Order declared he would whip them in the marketplace if they were rude. This was very well, but their followers were 2 to every man of his, and we should have the village in a blaze. The young fellows with Rahel, my ruffler, went flaunting in every street. Zaid thanked and paid Auda and sent him back to his desert. The enlightened heads of the Muhaisin had to go as forced guests to Faisal's tent. Diab, their enemy, was our friend. We remembered regretfully the adage that the best allies of a violently successful new regime were not its partisans, but its opponents. By Zaid's plenty of gold, the economic situation improved. We appointed an officer governor and organized our 5 villages for further attack. Chapter 85. Notwithstanding, these plans quickly went adrift. Before they had been agreed upon, we were astonished by a sudden try of the Turks to dislodge us. We had never dreamed of this, for it seemed out of the question that they should hope to keep Taffile, or want to keep it. Allenby was just in Jerusalem, and for the Turks, the issue of the war might depend on their successful defense of the Jordan against him. Unless Jericho fell, or until it fell, Taffile was an obscure village of no interest, nor did we value it as a possession. Our desire was to get past it towards the enemy. For men so critically placed as the Turks to waste one single casualty on its recapture appeared the rankest folly. Hamid Fakhri Pasha, commanding the 48th Division and the Amman sector, thought otherwise or had his orders. He collected about 900 infantry, made up of 3 battalions. In January 1918, a Turkish battalion was a poor thing, with 100 cavalry, 2 mountain howitzers, and 27 machine guns, and sent them by rail and road to Kerak. There he impressed all the local transport, drew a complete set of civil officials to staff his new administration in Taffile, and marched southward to surprise us. Surprise us he did. We first heard of him when his cavalry feelers fell on our pickets in Wadi Hesa, the gorge of great width and depth and difficulty which cut off Kerak from Taffile, Moab from Edom. By dusk he had driven them back and was upon us. Jafar Pasha had sketched a defense position on the south bank of the great ravine of Taffile, proposing, if the Turks attacked, to give them the village and defend the heights which overhung it behind. This seemed to me doubly unsound. The slopes were dead, and their defense as difficult as their attack. They could be turned from the east, and by quitting the village we threw away the local people, whose votes and hands would be for the occupiers of their houses. However, it was the ruling idea, all Zaid had, and so about midnight he gave the order, and servants and retainers loaded up their stuff. The men-at-arms proceeded to the southern crest, while the baggage train was sent off by the lower road to safety. This move created panic in the town. The peasants thought we were running away, I think we were, and rushed to save their goods and lives. It was freezing hard, and the ground was crusted with noisy ice. In the blustering dark, the confusion and crying through the narrow streets were terrible. Diab the Sheikh had told us harrowing tales of the disaffection of the townspeople, to increase the splendor of his own loyalty, but my impression was that they were stout fellows of great potential use. To prove it, I sat out on my roof, or walked in the dark up and down the steep alleys, cloaked against recognition, with my guards unobtrusively about me within call. So we heard what passed. The people were in a very passion of fear, nearly dangerous, abusing everybody and everything. But there was nothing pro-Turkish abroad. They were in horror of the Turks returning, ready to do all in their physical capacity to support against them a leader with fighting intention. This was satisfactory, for it chimed with my hankering to stand where we were and fight stiffly. Finally, I met the young Jazi sheikhs Metab and Anad, beautiful in silks and gleaming silver arms, and sent them to find their uncle, Hamd el-Arar. Him I asked to ride away north of the ravine to tell the peasantry, who by the noise were still fighting the Turks, that we were on our way up to help them. Hamd, a melancholy, courtly, gallant cavalier, galloped off at once with 20 of his relations, all that he could gather in the distracted moment. Their passage at speed through the streets added the last touch required to perfect the terror. The housewives bundled their goods pell-mell out of doors and windows, though no men were waiting to receive them. Children were trampled on and yelled while their mothers were yelling anyhow. The Mortalga, during their gallop, fired shot after shot into the air to encourage themselves, and as though to answer them, the flashes of the enemy rifles became visible, outlining the northern cliffs in that last blackness of sky before the dawn. I walked up the opposite heights to consult with Sheriff Zaid. Zaid sat gravely on a rock, sweeping the country with field glasses for the enemy. As crises deepened, Zaid drew detached, nonchalant. I was in a furious rage. The Turks should never, by the rules of sane generalship, have ventured back to Taffile at all. It was simple greed, a dog-in-the-manger attitude unworthy of a serious enemy, just the sort of hopeless thing a Turk would do. How could they expect a proper war when they gave us no chance to honor them? Our morale was continually being ruined by their follies, for neither could our men respect their courage, nor our officers respect their brains. Also, it was an icy morning, and I had been up all night and was Teutonic enough to decide that they should pay for my changed mind and plan. They must be few in number, judging by their speed of advance. We had every advantage of time, of terrain, of number, of weather, and could checkmate them easily. But to my wrath, that was not enough. We would play their kind of game on our pygmy scale, deliver them a pitched battle such as they wanted, kill them all. I would rake up my memory of the half-forgotten maxims of the Orthodox army textbook and parody them in action. This was villainous, for with arithmetic and geography for allies we might have spared the suffering factor of humanity, and to make a conscious joke of victory was wanton. We could have won by refusing battle, foxed them by maneuvering our center as on 20 such occasions before and since. Yet bad temper and conceit united for this time to make me not content to know my power, but determined to give public advertisement of it to the enemy and to everyone. Zaid, now convinced of the inconvenience of the defense line, was very ready to listen to the voice of the tempter. First, I suggested that Abdullah go forward with 2 Hotchkiss guns to test the strength and disposition of the enemy. Then we talked of what next. Very usefully, for Zaid was a cool and gallant little fighter with the temperament of a professional officer. We saw Abdullah climb the other bank. The shooting became intense for a time and then faded into distance. His coming had stimulated the Mortalga horsemen and the villagers, who fell on the Turkish cavalry and drove them over a first ridge, across a plain 2 miles wide, and over a ridge beyond it, down the first step of the Great Hesse Depression. Behind this lay the Turkish main body, just getting on the road again after a severe night which had stiffened them in their places. They came properly into action, and Abdullah was checked at once. We heard the distant rolling of machine gun fire growing up in huge bursts, laced by a desultory shelling. Our ears told us what was happening as well as if we saw it, and the news was excellent. I wanted Zaid to come forward at once on that authority, but his caution stepped in, and he insisted that we wait exact word from his advance guard Abdullah. This was not necessary, according to book, but they knew I was a sham soldier, and took license to hesitate over my advice when it came peremptorily. However, I held a hand worth 2 of that and went off myself for the front to prejudge their decision. On the way I saw my bodyguard, turning over the goods exposed for removal in the streets and finding much of interest to themselves. I told them to recover our camels and to bring their Hotchkiss automatic to the north bank of the gorge in a hurry. The road dipped into a grove of fig trees, knots of blue snaky boughs, bare as they would be long after the rest of nature was grown green. Thence it turned eastward to wind lengthily in the valley to the crest. I left it, climbing straight up the cliffs. An advantage of going barefoot was a new and incredible sureness upon rock when the soles had got hard by painful insistence or were too chilled to feel jags and scrapes. The new way, while warming me, also shortened my time appreciably, and very soon at the top I found a level bit, and then a last ridge overlooking the plateau. This last straight bank, with Byzantine foundations in it, seemed very proper for a reserve or ultimate line of defense for Taffile. To be sure, we had no reserve as yet. No one had the least notion who or what we would have anywhere. But if we did have anybody, here was their place. And at that precise moment, Zaid's personal Ajail became visible, hiding coyly in a hollow. To make the move required words of a strength to unravel their plaited hair. But at last I had them sitting along the skyline of Reserve Ridge. They were about 20, and from a distance looked beautiful, like points of a considerable army. I gave them my signet as a token, with orders to collect there all newcomers, especially my fellows with their gun. As I walked northward towards the fighting, Abdullah met me on his way to Zaid with news. He had finished his ammunition, lost 5 men from shellfire, and had 1 automatic gun destroyed. 2 guns, he thought the Turks had. His idea was to get up Zaid with all his men and fight, so nothing remained for me to add to his message. And there was no subtlety in leaving alone my happy masters to cross and dot their own right decision. He gave me leisure in which to study the coming battlefield. The tiny plain was about 2 miles across, bounded by low green ridges and roughly triangular, with my reserve ridge as base. Through it ran the road to Kerak, dipping into the Hisa Valley. The Turks were fighting their way up this road. Abdullah's charge had taken the western or left-hand ridge, which was now our firing line. Shells were falling in the plain as I walked across it, with harsh stalks of wormwood stabbing into my wounded feet. The enemy fusing was too long so that the shells grazed the ridge and burst away behind. One fell near me, and I learned its caliber from the hot cap. As I went, they began to shorten range, and by the time I got to the ridge, it was being freely sprinkled with shrapnel. Obviously, the Turks had got observation somehow. And looking round, I saw them climbing along the eastern side beyond the gap of the Kerak road. They would soon outflank us at our end of the western ridge. Chapter 86. Us proved to be about 60 men clustered behind the ridge in 2 bunches, one near the bottom, one by the top. The lower was made up of peasants, on foot, blown, miserable, and yet the only warm things I had seen that day. They said their ammunition was finished, and it was all over. I assured them it was just beginning and pointed to my populous reserve ridge, saying that all arms were there in support. I told them to hurry back, refill their belts, and hold on to it for good. Meanwhile, we would cover their retreat by sticking here for the few minutes yet possible. They ran off, cheered, and I walked about among the upper group, quoting how one should not quit firing from one position till ready to fire from the next. In command was young Metab, stripped to his skimp riding drawers for hard work, with his black love curls awry, his face stained and haggard. He was beating his hands together and crying hoarsely with baffled vexation, for he had meant to do so well in this, his first fight for us. My presence at the last moment when the Turks were breaking through was bitter, and he got angrier when I said that I only wanted to study the landscape. He thought it flippancy and screamed something about a Christian going into battle unarmed. I retorted with a quip from Clausewitz about a rearguard effecting its purpose more by being than by doing, but he was past laughter and perhaps with justice, for the little flinty bank behind which we sheltered was crackling with fire. The Turks, knowing we were there, had turned 20 machine guns upon it. It was 4 feet high and 50 feet long, of bare flinty ribs, off which the bullets slapped deafeningly, while the air above so hummed or whistled with ricochets and chips that it felt like death to look over. Clearly we must leave very soon, and as I had no horse, I went off first, with Metab's promise that he would wait where he was if he dared, for another 10 minutes. The run warmed me. I counted my paces to help in ranging the Turks when they ousted us, since there was only that one position for them, and it was poorly protected against the south. In losing this Motalga ridge, we would probably win the battle. The horsemen held on for almost their 10 minutes, and then galloped off without hurt. Metab lent me his stirrup to hurry me along, till we found ourselves breathless among the Agail. It was just noon, and we had leisure and quiet in which to think. Our new ridge was about 40 feet up, and a nice shape for defense. We had 80 men on it, and more were constantly arriving. My guards were in place with their gun. Lutfi, an engine destroyer, rushed up hotly with his 2, and after him came another 100 Agail. The thing was becoming a picnic, and by saying excellent and looking overjoyed, we puzzled the men, and made them consider the position dispassionately. The automatics were put on the skyline with orders to fire occasional shots, short to disturb the Turks a little, but not too much, after the expedient of Massena in delaying enemy deployment. Otherwise a lull fell. I lay down in a sheltered place which caught a little sun and no wind, and slept a blessed hour while the Turks occupied the old ridge, extending over it like a school of geese, and about as wisely. Our men left them alone, being contented with a free exhibition of themselves. In the middle of the afternoon, Zaid arrived with Mastur, Rasim, and Abdullah. They brought our main body, comprising 20 mounted infantry on mules, 30 Motalga horsemen, 200 villagers, 5 automatic rifles, 4 machine guns, and the Egyptian army mountain gun which had fought about Medina, Petra, and Jerf. This was magnificent, and I woke up to welcome them. The Turks saw us crowding and opened with shrapnel and machine gun fire, but they had not the range and fumbled it. We reminded one another that movement was the law of strategy and started moving. Rasim became a cavalry officer and mounted with all our 80 riders of animals to make a circuit about the eastern ridge and envelop the enemy's left wing, since the books advised attack not upon a line, but upon a point, and by going far enough along any finite wing it would be found eventually reduced to a point of one single man. Rasim liked this, my conception of his target. He promised grinningly to bring us that last man, but Hamd el-Arar took the occasion more fittingly. Before riding off, he devoted himself to the death for the Arab cause, drew his sword ceremoniously, and made to it, by name, a heroic speech. Rasim took 5 automatic guns with him, which was good. We in the center paraded about, so that their departure might be unseen of the enemy, who were bringing up an apparently endless procession of machine guns and dressing them by the left at intervals along the ridge, as though in a museum. It was lunatic tactics. The ridge was flint without cover for a lizard. We had seen how, when a bullet struck the ground, it and the ground spattered up in a shower of deadly chips. Also, we knew the range and elevated our Vickers guns carefully, blessing their long, old-fashioned sights. Our mountain gun was propped into place, ready to let go a sudden burst of shrapnel over the enemy when Rasim was at grips. As we waited, a reinforcement was announced of 100 men from Aima. They had fallen out with Zaid over war wages the day previous, but had grandly decided to sink old scores in the crisis. Their arrival convinced us to abandon martial folk and to attack from at any rate 3 sides at once. So we sent the Aima men with 3 automatic guns to outflank the right or western wing. Then we opened against the Turks from our central position and bothered their exposed lines with hits and ricochets. The enemy felt the day no longer favorable. It was passing, and sunset often gave victory to defenders yet in place. Old General Hamid Fakhri collected his staff and headquarters and told each man to take a rifle. I had been 40 years a soldier, but never saw I rebels fight like these. Enter the ranks. But he was too late. Rasim pushed forward an attack of his 5 automatic guns, each with its 2-man crew. They went in rapidly, unseen till they were in position, and crumpled the Turkish left. The Aima men, who knew every blade of grass on these, their own village pastures, crept, unharmed, within 300 yards of the Turkish machine guns. The enemy, held by our frontal threat, first knew of the Aima men when they, by a sudden burst of fire, wiped out the gun teams and flung the right wing into disorder. We saw it, and cried advance to the camel men and levies about us. Mohammed el-Ghassib, comptroller of Zaid's household, led them on his camel in shining wind-billowed robes, with the crimson banner of the Agail over his head. All who had remained in the center with us, our servants, gunners, and machine gunners, rushed after him in a wide, vivid line. The day had been too long for me, and I was now only shaking with desire to see the end. But Zaid beside me clapped his hands with joy at the beautiful order of our plan, unrolling in the frosty redness of the setting sun. On the one hand, Rasim's cavalry were sweeping a broken left wing into the pit beyond the ridge. On the other, the men of Aima were bloodily cutting down fugitives. The enemy center was pouring back in disorder through the gap, with our men after them on foot, on horse, on camel. The Armenians, crouching behind us all day anxiously, now drew their knives and howled to one another in Turkish as they leapt forward. I thought of the depths between here and Kerak, the ravine of Hesa with its broken, precipitous paths, the undergrowth, the narrows and defiles of the way. It was going to be a massacre, and I should have been crying sorry for the enemy. But after the angers and exertions of the battle, my mind was too tired to care to go down into that awful place and spend the night saving them. By my decision to fight, I had killed 20 or 30 of our 600 men, and the wounded would be perhaps 3 times as many. It was 1/6 of our force gone on a verbal triumph, for the destruction of this 1,000 poor Turks would not affect the issue of the war. In the end, we had taken their 2 mountain howitzers, Skoda guns, very useful to us, 27 machine guns, 200 horses and mules, 250 prisoners. Men said only 50 got back, exhausted fugitives to the railway. The Arabs on their track rose against them and shot them ignobly as they ran. Our own men gave up the pursuit quickly, for they were tired and sore and hungry, and it was pitifully cold. A battle might be thrilling at the moment for generals, but usually their imagination played too vividly beforehand and made the reality seem sham, so quiet and unimportant that they ranged about looking for its fancied core. This evening there was no glory left, but the terror of the broken flesh, which had been our own men, carried past us to their homes. As we turned back, it began to snow, and only very late, and by a last effort did we get our hurt men in. The Turkish wounded lay out and were dead next day. It was indefensible, as was the whole theory of war, but no special reproach lay on us for it. We risked our lives in the blizzard, the chill of victory bowing us down, to save our own fellows. And if our rule was not to lose Arabs to kill even many Turks, still less might we lose them to save Turks. Next day and the next it snowed yet harder. We were weather-bound, and as the days passed in monotony, we lost the hope of doing. We should have pushed past Kerak on the heels of victory, frightening the Turks to Amman with our rumour. As it was, nothing came of all the loss and effort, except a report which I sent over to the British headquarters in Palestine for the staff's consumption. It was meanly written for effect, full of quaint smiles and mock simplicities, and made them think me a modest amateur doing his best after the great models. Not a clown leering after them where they, with Foch, bandmaster at their head, went drumming down the old road of effusion of blood into the house of Clausewitz. Like the battle, it was a nearly proof parody of regulation use. Headquarters loved it, and innocently, to crown the jest, offered me a decoration on the strength of it. We should have more bright breasts in the army if each man was able without witnesses to write out his own dispatch. Chapter 87. Hesa's sole profit lay then in its lesson to myself. Never again were we combative, whether in jest or betting on a certainty. Indeed, only 3 days later, our honour was partially redeemed by a good and serious thing we arranged through Abdullah el-Fair, who was camped beneath us in the paradise of the Dead Sea's southern shore, a plain gushing with brooks of sweet water and rich in vegetation. We sent him news of victory, with a project to raid the lakeport of Kerak and destroy the Turks' flotilla. He chose out some 70 horsemen of the Beersheba Bedouin. They rode in the night along the shelf of track between the hills of Moab and the sea's brim as far as the Turkish post. And in the first greyness, when their eyes could reach far enough for a gallop, they burst out of their undergrowth upon motor launch and sailing lighters, harboured in the northern bight, with the unsuspecting crews sleeping on the beach or in the reed huts nearby. They were from the Turkish navy, not prepared for land fighting, still less for receiving cavalry. They were awakened only by the drumming of our horses' hooves in the headlong charge, and the engagement ended at the moment. The huts were burned, the stores looted, the shipping taken out to deep sea and scuttled. Then, without a casualty and with their 60 prisoners, our men rode back praising themselves. January the 28th, and we had attained our second objective, the stopping of Dead Sea traffic, a fortnight sooner than we had promised Allenby. The third objective had been the Jordan mouth by Jericho before the end of March, and it would have been a fair prospect, but for the paralysis which weather and distaste for pain had brought upon us since the Red Day of Hesa. Conditions in Taffile were mended. Faisal had sent us ammunition and food. Prices fell as men grew to trust our strength. The tribes about Kerak, in daily touch with Zaid, purposed to join him in arms so soon as he moved forward. Just this, however, we could not do. The winter's potency drove leaders and men into the village and huddled them in a lackluster idleness, against which counsels of movement availed little. Indeed, reason also was within doors. Twice I ventured up to taste the snow-laden plateau upon whose even face the Turkish dead poor brown pats of stiffened clothes were littered. But life there was not tolerable. In the day it thawed a little, and in the night it froze. The wind cut open the skin, fingers lost power and sense of feel, cheeks shivered like dead leaves till they could shiver no more, and then bound up their muscles in a witless ache. To launch out across the snow on camels, beasts singularly inept on slippery ground, would be to put ourselves in the power of however few horsemen wished to oppose us. And as the days dragged on, even this last possibility was withdrawn. Barley ran short in Taffile, and our camels, already cut off by the weather from natural grazing, were now also cut off from artificial food. We had to drive them down into the happier Gore, a day's journey from our vital garrison. Though so far by the devious road, yet in direct distance the Gore lay little more than 6 miles away and in full sight, 5,000 feet below. Salt was rubbed into our miseries by the spectacle of that near winter garden beneath us by the lakeside. We were penned in verminous houses of cold stone, lacking fuel, lacking food, storm-bound in streets like sewers amid blizzards of sleet and an icy wind. While there in the valley was sunshine upon spring grass, deep with flowers upon flocks in milk and air so warm that men went uncloaked. My private party were more fortunate than most, as the Zagi had found us an empty, unfinished house of 2 sound rooms and a court. My money provided fuel and even grain for our camels, which we kept sheltered in a corner of the yard, where Abdullah, the animal lover, could curry them and teach everyone by name to take a gift of bread, like a kiss, from his mouth gently with her loose lips, when he called her. Still, they were unhappy days, since to have a fire was to be stifled with green smoke, and in the window spaces were only makeshift shutters of our own joinery. The mud roof dripped water all the day long, and the fleas on the stone floor sang together nightly for praise of the new meats given them. We were 28 in the 2 tiny rooms which reeked with the sour smell of our crowd. In my saddlebags was a morte d'arthur. It relieved my disgust. The men had only physical resources, and in the confined misery their tempers roughened. Their oddnesses, which ordinary time packed with a saving film of distance, now jostled me angrily, while a grazed wound in my hip had frozen and irritated me with painful throbbing. Day by day, the tension among us grew as our state became more sordid, more animal. At last, Awad, the wild Sharari, quarrelled with little Mamas, and in a moment their daggers clashed. The rest nipped the tragedy so that there was only a slight wounding, but it broke the greatest law of the bodyguard, and as both example and guilt were blatant, the others went packing into the far room while their chiefs forthwith executed sentence. However, the Zaagi's shrill whip-strokes were too cruel for my taut imagination, and I stopped him before he was well warmed. Awad, who had lain through his punishment without complaint, at this release levered himself slowly to his knees, and with bent legs and swaying head staggered away to his sleeping place. It was then the turn of the waiting Mahmas, a tight-lipped youth with pointed chin and pointed forehead, whose beady eyes dropped at the inner corners with an indescribable air of impatience. He was not properly of my guard, but a camel driver, for his capacity fell far below his sense of it, and a constantly hurt pride made him sudden and fatal in companionship. If worsted in argument or laughed at, he would lean forward with his always handy little dagger and rip up his friend. Now he shrank into a corner, showing his teeth, vowing across his tears to be through those who hurt him. Arabs did not dissect endurance, their crown of manhood, into material and moral, making allowance for nerves. So Mamas's crying was called fear, and when loosed, he crept out disgraced into the night to hide. I was sorry for Awad. His hardness put me to shame. Especially I was ashamed when next dawn I heard a limping step in the yard and saw him attempting to do his proper duty by the camels. I called him in to give him an embroidered headcloth as a reward for faithful service. He came pitiably sullen, with a shrinking, mobile readiness for more punishment. My changed manner broke him down. By afternoon he was singing and shouting, happier than ever, as he had found a fool in Taffile to pay him £4 for my silken gift. Such nervous sharpening ourselves on each other's faults was so revolting that I decided to scatter the party and to go off myself in search of the extra money we should need when fine weather came. Zaid had spent the first part of the sum set aside for Taffile and the Dead Sea, partly on wages, partly on supplies and in rewards to the victors of Sail Hesa. Wherever we next put our front line, we should have to enlist and pay fresh forces, for only local men knew the qualities of their ground instinctively, and they fought best, defending their homes and crops against the enemy. Joyce might have arranged to send me money, but not easily in this season. It was surer to go down myself, and more virtuous than continued feta and promiscuity in Taffile. So 5 of us started off on a day which promised to be a little more open than usual. We made good time to Reshidia, and as we climbed the saddle beyond, found ourselves momentarily above the clouds in a faint sunshine. In the afternoon the weather drew down again and the wind hardened from the north and east and made us sorry to be out on the bare plain. When we had forded the running river of Shobek, rain began to fall, first in wild gusts, but then more steadily, reeding down over our left shoulders and seeming to cloak us from the main bleakness of wind. Where the rain streaks hit the ground, they furred out whitely like a spray. We pushed on without halting until long after sunset urged our trembling camels, with many slips and falls across the greasy valleys. We made nearly 2 miles an hour despite our difficulties, and progress was become so exciting and unexpected that its mere exercise kept us warm. It had been my intention to ride all night, but near Odro, mist came down about us in a low ring curtain, over which the clouds, like tatters of a veil, spun and danced high up across the calmness of the sky. The perspective seemed to change, so that far hills looked small and near hillocks great. We bore too much to the right. This open country, though appearing hard, broke rottenly beneath their weight and let our camels in, 4 or 5 inches deep at every stride. The poor beasts had been chilled all day, and had bumped down so often that they were stiff with bruises. Consequently, they made unwilling work of the new difficulties. They hurried for a few steps, stopped abruptly, looked round, or tried to dart off sideways. We prevented their wishes and drove them forward till our blind way met rocky valleys with a broken skyline, dark to right and left, and in front apparent hills where no hills should be. It froze again, and the slabby stones of the valley became iced. To push farther on the wrong road through such a night was folly. We found a larger outcrop of rock. Behind it, where there should have been shelter, we couched our camels in a compact group, tails to wind. Facing it, they might die of cold. We snuggled down beside them, hoping for warmth and sleep. The warmth I, at least, never got, and hardly the sleep. I dozed once only to wake with a start, when slow fingers seemed to stroke my face. I stared out into a night livid with large, soft snowflakes. They lasted a minute or two, but then followed rain, and after it more frost, while I squatted in a tight ball, aching every way but too miserable to move till dawn. It was a hesitant dawn, but enough. I rolled over in the mud to see my men, knotted in their cloaks, cowering abandoned against the beast's flanks. On each man's face weighed the most dolorous expression of resigned despair. They were 4 southerners whom fear of the winter had turned ill at Taffile, and who were going to rest in Guera till it was warm again. But here in the mist they had made up their minds, like he-camels, that death was upon them, And though they were too proud to grumble at it, they were not above showing me silently that this which they made for my sake was a sacrifice. They did not speak or move in reply to me. Under a flung camel, it was best to light a slow fire, to raise it. But I took the smallest of these dummies by the head curls and proved to him that he was still capable of feeling. The others got to their feet, and we kicked up the stiff camels. Our only loss was a water skin frozen to the ground. With daylight, the horizon had grown very close, and we saw that our proper road was a quarter of a mile to our left. Along it we struggled afoot. The camels were too done to carry our weight. All but my own died later of this march, and it was so muddy in the clay bottoms that we ourselves slid and fell like them. However, the Dera trick helped, of spreading wide the toes and hooking them downward into the mud at each stride. And by this means, in a group, clutching and holding one another, we maintained progress. The air seemed cold enough to freeze anything, but did not. The wind, which had changed during the night, swept into us from the west in hindering buzzards. Our cloaks bellied out and dragged like sails against us. At last we skinned them off and went easier, our bare shirts wrapped tightly about us to restrain their slapping tails. The whirling direction of the squalls was shown to our eyes by the white mist they carried across hill and dale. Our hands were numbed into insensibility, so that we knew the cuts on them only by red stains in their plastered mud. But our bodies were not so chill, and for hours quivered under the hailstones of each storm. We twisted ourselves to get the sharpness on an unhurt side and held our shirts free from the skin to shield us momentarily. By late afternoon we had covered the 10 miles to Abba el-Lisan. Maulud's men were gone to ground and no one hailed us, which was well, for we were filthy and miserable, stringy like shaven cats. Afterwards the going was easier, the last 2 miles to the head of Shtar being frozen like iron. We remounted our camels, whose breath escaped whitely through their protesting nostrils, and raced up to the first wonderful glimpse of the Guera plain, warm, red, and comfortable, as seen through the cloud gaps. The clouds had sealed the hollow strangely, cutting the mid-sky in a flat layer of curds at the level of the hilltop on which we stood. We gazed on them contentedly for minutes. Every little while a wisp of their fleecy seafoam stuff would be torn away and thrown at us. We on the wall of bluffs would feel it slash across our faces, and turning, would see a white hem draw over the rough crest, tear to shreds, and vanish in a powdering of haw grains or a trickle of water across the peat soil. After having wondered at the sky, we slid and ran gaily down the pass to dry sand in a calm, mild air. Yet the pleasure was not vivid, as we had hoped. The pain of the blood fraying its passage once more about our frozen limbs and faces was much faster than the pain of its driving out, and we grew sensible that our feet had been torn and bruised nearly to pulp among the stones. We had not felt them tender while in the icy mud, but this warm, salty sand scoured the cuts. In desperation we climbed up our sad camels and beat them woodenly towards Guera. However, the change had made them happier, and they brought us home there sedately, but with success. Chapter 88. Lazy nights, 3 of them in the armoured car tents at Guera, were pleasant, with Alan Dornay, Joyce, and others talking, and Taffile to boast about. Yet these friends were a little grieved at my luck, for their great expedition with Faisal a fortnight ago to overwhelm Mudawara had turned out unprofitably. Partly it was the ancient problem of the cooperation of regulars with irregulars. Partly it was the fault of old Mohammed Ali el-Baydawi, who put over the Beni Atiyah, had come with them to water, cried, "Noon halt!" and sat there for 2 months, pandering to that hedonistic streak among the Arabs which made them helpless slaves of carnal indulgence. In Arabia, where superfluities lacked, the temptation of necessary food lay always on men. Each morsel which passed their lips might, if they were not watchful, become a pleasure. Luxuries might be as plain as running water or a shady tree, whose rareness and misuse often turned them into lusts. Their story reminded me of Apollonius's, "Come off it, you men of Tarsus, sitting on your river like geese, drunken with its white water." Then 30,000 pounds in gold came up from Akaba for me and my cream camel, Wadhaya, the best of my remaining stud. She was a Tabor bred and had won many races for her old owner. Also, she was in splendid condition, fat but not too fat, her pads hardened by much practice over the northern flints, and her coat thick and matted. She was not tall and looked heavy, but was docile and smooth to ride, turning left or right if the saddle horn were tapped on the required side. So I rode her without a stick, comfortably reading a book when the march permitted. As my proper men were at Taffile or Azraq or out on mission, I asked Faisal for temporary followers. He lent me his 2 Atiba horsemen, Serge and Rameid, and, to help carry my gold, added to the party Sheikh Motlog, whose worth we had discovered when our armored cars explored the plains below Mudawara for Tebuk. Motlog had gone as sponsor, pointing out the country from a perch high on the piled baggage of a box Ford. They were dashing in and out of sandhills at speed, the Fords swaying like launches in a swell. At one bad bend, they skidded half round on 2 wheels crazily. Motlog was tossed out on his head. Marshall stopped the car and ran back contrite, with ready excuses for the driving. But the sheikh, ruefully rubbing his head, said gently, "Don't be angry with me. I have not learnt to ride these things." The gold was in 1,000-pound bags. I gave 2 bags each to 14 of Motlog's 20 men and took the last 2 myself. A bag weighed 22 pounds, and in the awful road conditions, 2 were weight enough for a camel and swung fairly on either side in the saddlebags. We started at noon, hoping to make a good first stage before getting into the trouble of the hills. But unfortunately it turned wet after half an hour, and a steady rain soaked us through and made our camel's hair curl like a wet dog's. Motlog, at that precise stage, saw a tent, Sheriff Fahad's, in the corner of a sandstone pike. Despite my urging, he voted to spend the night there and see what it looked like on the hills tomorrow. I knew this would be a fatal course, wasting days in indecision. So I said farewell to him and rode on with my 2 men, and with 6 Shobek-bound Hoetat who had joined our caravan. The argument had delayed us, and consequently we only reached the foot of the pass at dark. By the sad, soft rain, we were made rather sorry for our virtue, inclined to envy Motlog his hospitality with Fahad, when suddenly a red spark to our left drew us across to find Saleh ibn Shafia camped there in a tent and 3 caves, with 100 of his freedmen fighters from Yenbo. Saleh, the son of poor old Mohammed, our jester, was the proper lad who had carried Wedge by assault on Vicary's field day. "Chafe, Ent, how are you?" said I earnestly twice or thrice. His eyes sparkled at the Yuhena manner. He came near me, and with bowed head and intense voice poured out a string of 20 chafe ents before drawing breath. I disliked being outdone, so replied with a dozen as solemnly. He took me up with another of his long bursts, many more than 20 this time. So I gave up trying to learn how many are the possible repetitions of salutations in Wadi Yenbo. He welcomed me, in spite of my drenched condition, to his own carpet in his tent, and gave me a new garment of his mother's sewing, while waiting for the hot stew of meat and rice. Then we lay down and slept a full night of great satisfaction, hearing the patter of rain on the double canvas of his Meccan tent. In the morning we were off at dawn, munching a handful of Saleh's bread. As we set foot on the ascent, Serge looked up and said, "The mountain wears his skullcap." There was a white dome of snow on every crest, and the Atiba pushed quickly and curiously up the pass to feel this new wonder with their hands. The camels, too, were ignorant, and stretched their slow necks down to sniff its whiteness twice or thrice in tired inquiry, but then drew their heads away and looked forward without life interest once more. Our inactivity lasted only another moment, for as we put our heads over the last ridge, a wind from the northeast took us in the teeth, with a cold so swift and biting that we gasped for breath and turned hurriedly back into shelter. It seemed as if it would be fatal to face it, but that we knew was silly. So we pulled ourselves together and rode hard through its first extreme to the half-shelter of the valley. Serge and Ramid, terrified by these new pains in their lungs, thought they were strangling, and to spare them the mental struggle of passing a friendly camp, I led our little party aside behind Maulud's hill, so that we saw nothing of his weather-beaten force. These men of Mauluds had been camped in this place, 4,000 feet above the sea, for 2 months without relief. They had to live in shallow dugouts on the hillside. They had no fuel except the sparse, wet wormwood, over which they were just able to bake their necessary bread every other day. They had no clothes but khaki drill uniform of the British summer sort. They slept in their rain-sodden, verminous pits on empty or half-empty flour sacks, 6 or 8 of them together in a knotted bunch, that enough of the worn blankets might be pooled for warmth. Rather more than half of them died or were injured by the cold and wet, yet the others maintained their watch, exchanging shots daily with the Turkish outposts, and protected only by the inclement weather from crushing counterattack. We owed much to them and more to Maulud, whose fortitude stiffened them in their duty. The old, scarred warrior's history in the Turkish army was a catalogue of affairs provoked by his sturdy sense of Arab honor and nationality, a creed for which 3 or 4 times he had sacrificed his prospects. It must have been a strong creed which enabled him to endure cheerfully 3 winter months in front of Man and to share out enough spirit among 500 ordinary men to keep them stout-heartedly about him. We, for our one day, had a fill of hardship. Just on the ridge about Aba el-Lisan, the ground was crusted with frost, and only the smart of the wind in our eyes hindered us. But then our troubles began. The camels came to a standstill in the slush at the bottom of a 20-foot bank of slippery mud and lowed at it helplessly, as if to say that they could not carry us up that. We jumped off to help them and slid back ourselves just as badly. At last we took off our new cherished boots, donned to armor us against the winter, and hauled the camels up the glacis barefoot as on the journey down. That was the end of our comfort, and we must have been off 20 times before sunset. Some of the dismounts were involuntary when our camels side-slipped under us and came down with the jingle of coin ringing through the hollow rumble of their cask-like bellies. While they were strong, this falling made them as angry as she-camels could be. Afterwards they grew plaintive and finally afraid. We also grew short with one another, for the foul wind gave us no rest. Nothing in Arabia could be more cutting than a north wind at Ma'an, and today's was of the sharpest and strongest. It blew through our clothes as if we had none, fixed our fingers in claws not able to hold either halter or riding stick, and cramped our legs so that we had no grip of the saddle pin. Consequently, when thrown from our falling beasts, we pitched off, to crash stiffly on the ground, still frozen brittle in the cross-legged attitude of riding. However, there was no rain, and the wind felt like a drying one, so we held on steadily to the north. By evening, we had almost made the rivulet of Basta. This meant that we were traveling more than a mile an hour, and for fear lest on the morrow we and our camels would both be too tired to do so well, I pushed on in the dark across the little stream. It was swollen, and the beasts jibbed at it, so that we had to lead the way on foot through 3 feet of chilly water. Over the high ground beyond, the wind buffeted us like an enemy. At about 9 o'clock, the others flung themselves crying down on the ground and refused to go further. I, too, was very near crying, sustained indeed only by my annoyance with their open lamentations, and therefore reluctantly glad at heart to yield to their example. We built up the 9 camels in a phalanx and lay between them in fair comfort, listening to the driving rack clashing about us as loud as the surges by night round a ship at sea. The visible stars were brilliant, seeming to change groups and places waywardly between the clouds which scudded over our heads. We had each 2 army blankets and a packet of cooked bread, so we were armed against evil and could sleep securely in the mud and cold. Chapter 89. At dawn, we went forward refreshed, but the weather had turned soft, with a greyness through which loomed the sad, wormwood-covered hills. Upon their slopes, the limestone ribs of this very old earth stood wearily exposed. In their hollows, our difficulties increased with the mud. The misty valleys were sluggish streams of melting snow, and at last new thick showers of wet flakes began to fall. We reached the desolate ruins of Odro in a midday-like twilight. A wind was blowing and dying intermittently, and slow-moving banks of cloud and drizzle closed us about. I bore right to avoid the Bedouin between us and Shobek, but our Hawaitat companions led us straight upon their camp. We had ridden 6 miles in 7 hours, and they were exhausted. The two Atiba were not only exhausted, but demoralized, and swore mutinously that nothing in the world should keep us from the tribal tents. We wrangled by the roadside under the soft drift. For myself, I felt quite fresh and happy, averse from the delay of needless tribal hospitality. Zaid's penniless state was excellent pretext for a trial of strength with the Edomite winter. Shobek was only 10 miles further, and daylight had yet 5 hours to run. So I decided to go on alone. It would be quite safe, for in such weather neither Turk nor Arab was abroad and the roads were mine. I took their 4,000 pounds from Serge and Ramid and cursed them into the valley for cowards, which really they were not. Ramid was catching his breath in great sobs, and Surf's nervous pain marked each lurch of his camel with a running moan. They raved with miserable rage when I dismissed them and turned away. The truth was that I had the best camel. The excellent Wadhaiha struggled gamely forward under the weight of the extra gold. In flat places, I rode her. At ascents and descents, we used to slide together side by side with comic accidents, which she seemed rather to enjoy. By sunset, the snowfall ceased. We were coming down to the river of Shobek and could see a brown track straggling over the opposite hill towards the village. I tried a short cut, but the frozen crust of the mud banks deceived me, and I crashed through the cat ice, which was sharp like knives, and bogged myself so deeply that I feared I was going to pass the night there, half in and half out of the sludge, or wholly in, which would be a tidier death. Wadhia, sensible beast, had refused to enter the morass, but she stood at a loss on the hard margin and looked soberly at my mudlarking. However, I managed, with the still-held headstall, to persuade her a little nearer. Then I flung my body suddenly backward against the squelching quag, and grabbing wildly behind my head, laid hold of her fetlock. She was frightened and started back, and her purchase dragged me clear. We crawled farther down the bed to a safe place and there crossed, after I'd hesitatingly sat in the stream and washed off the weight of stinking clay. Shiveringly, I mounted again. We went over the ridge and down to the base of the shapely cone, whose mural crown was the ring wall of the old castle of Montreal, very noble against the night sky. The chalk was hard and it was freezing. Snowdrifts lay a foot deep each side of the spiral path which wound up the hill. The white ice crackled desolately under my naked feet as we neared the gate, where, to make a stage entry, I climbed up by Wadhaiha's patient shoulder into the saddle. Then I repented, since only by throwing myself sideways along her neck did I avoid the voussoir of the arch as she crashed underneath in half-terror of this strange place. I knew that Sheriff Abdelmain should be still at Shobek, so rode boldly up the silent street in the reeded starlight, which played with the white icicles and their underlying shadow among the walls and snowy roofs and ground. The camel stumbled doubtfully over steps hidden beneath a thick covering of snow, but I had no care of that, having reached my night's goal and having so powdery a blanket to fall on. At the crossways I called out the salutation of a fair knight, and after a minute a husky voice protested to God through the thick sacking which stuffed a loophole of the mean house on my right. I asked for Abdelmayen and was told, in the government house, which lay at the further end of the old castle's enceinte. Arrived there, I called again. A door was flung open, and a cloud of smoky light streamed recklessly across, whirling with motes, through which black faces peered to know who I was. I hailed them friendly by name, saying that I was come to eat a sheep with the master, upon which these slaves ran out, noisy with astonishment, and relieved me of Wadhaiha, whom they led into the reeking stable where themselves lived. One lit me with a flaming spar up the stone outside stairs to the house door, and between more servants, down a winding passage dripping with water from the broken roof, into a tiny room. There lay Abdelmuain upon a carpet, face down, breathing the least smoky level of air. My legs were shaky, so I dropped beside him, and gladly copied his position to avoid the choking fumes of a brass brazier of flaming wood, which crackled in a recessed shot window of the mighty outer wall. He searched out for me a waistcloth, while I stripped off my things and hung them to steam before the fire. which became less smarting to the eyes and throat as it burned down into red coals. Meanwhile, Abd el-Mayin clapped his hands for supper to be hastened and served fawzari, tea in Harith slang, so named from his cousin, governor of their village, hot and spiced and often, till the mutton, boiled with raisins in butter, was carried in. He explained, with his blessings on the dish, that next day they would starve or rob, since he had here 200 men and no food or money, and his messengers to Faisal were held up in the snow. Whereat I, too, clapped hands, commanding my saddlebags, and presented him with £500 on account till his subsidy came. This was good payment for the food, and we were very merry over my oddness of riding alone in winter, with 100 weight and more of gold for baggage. I repeated that Zaid, like himself, was straitened, and told of Serge and Ramaid with the Arabs. The sheriff's eyes darkened, and he made passes in the air with his riding stick. I explained in extenuation of their failure that the cold did not trouble me, since the English climate was of this sort most of the year. "God forbid it," said Abd el-Muyain. After an hour he excused himself because he had just married a Shobek wife. We talked of their marriage, whose end was the bearing of children. I withstood it, quoting old Dionysius of Tarsus. At his 60 years without marriage, they were shocked, holding procreation and evacuation alike as inevitable movements of the body. They repeated their half of the commandment to honor parents. I asked how they could look with pleasure on children, embodied proofs of their consummated lust, and invited them to picture the minds of the children, seeing crawl worm-like out of the mother that bloody, blinded thing which was themselves. It sounded to him a most excellent joke, and after it we rolled up in the rugs and slept warmly. The fleas were serried, but my nakedness, the Arab defense against a verminous bed, lessened their plague, and the bruises did not prevail because I was too tired. In the morning I rose with a splitting headache and said I must go on. 2 men were found to ride with me, though all said we should not reach Taffile that night. However, I thought it could not be worse than yesterday. So we skated timorously down the rapid path to the plain across which still stretched the Roman road, with its groups of fallen milestones inscribed by famous emperors. From this plain the 2 faint hearts with me slipped back to their fellows on the castle hill. I proceeded alternately on and off my camel like the day before, though now the way was all too slippery except on the ancient paving, the last footprint of imperial Rome which had once, so much more preciously, played the Turk to the desert dwellers. On it I could ride, but I had to walk and wade the dips where the floods of 14 centuries had washed the road's foundations out. Rain came on and soaked me, and then it blew fine and freezing till I crackled in armor of white silk like a theatre knight, or like a bridal cake, hard iced. The camel and I were over the plain in 3 hours, wonderful going, but our troubles were not ended. The snow was indeed as my guides had said, and completely hid the path which wound uphill between walls and ditches, and confused piles of stone. It cost me an infinity of pain to turn the first 2 comers. Wadhaiha, tired of wading to her bony knees in useless white stuff, began perceptibly to flag. However, she got up one more steep bit, only to miss the edge of the path in a banked place. We fell together some 18 feet down the hillside into a yard-deep drift of frozen snow. After the fall, she rose to her feet whimpering and stood still in a tremble. When he-camels so balked they would die on their spot after days, and I feared that now I had found the limit of effort in she-camels. I plunged to my neck in front of her and tried to tow her out, vainly. Then I spent a long time hitting her behind. I mounted and she sat down. I jumped off, heaved her up, and wondered if, perhaps, it was that the drift was too thick. So I carved her a beautiful little road, a foot wide, 3 deep, and 18 paces long, using my bare feet and hands as tools. The snow was so frozen on the surface that it took all my weight first, to break it down, and then to scoop it out. The crust was sharp, and cut my wrists and ankles till they bled freely, and the roadside became lined with pink crystals, looking like pale, very pale watermelon flesh. Afterwards I went back to Wadheha, patiently standing there, and climbed into the saddle. She started easily. We went running at it, and such was her speed that the rush carried her right over the shallow stuff, back to the proper road. Up this we went cautiously with me, afoot, sounding the path in front with my stick, or digging new passes when the drifts were deep. In 3 hours we were on the summit, and found it windswept on the western side. So we left the track, and scrambled unsteadily along the very broken crest, looking down across the chessboard houses of Dana village into sunny Araba, fresh and green thousands of feet below. When the ridge served no more, we did further heavy work, and at last Wadhaiha balked again. It was getting serious, for the evening was near. Suddenly I realized the loneliness, and that if the night found us yet beyond help on this hilltop, Wadhaiha would die, and she was a very noble beast. There was also the solid weight of gold, and I felt not sure how far, even in Arabia, I could safely put 6,000 sovereigns by the roadside with a signet as mark of ownership and leave them for a night. So I took her back 100 yards along our beaten track, mounted, and charged her at the bank. She responded. We burst through and over the northern lip, which looked down on the Senussi village of Rashidia. This face of the hill, sheltered from the wind and open to the sun all afternoon, had thawed. Underneath the superficial snow lay wet and muddy ground, and when Wadhiha ran upon this at speed, her feet went from under her, and she sprawled with her 4 feet locked. So on her tail, with me yet in the saddle, we went sliding round and down 100 feet. Perhaps it hurt the tail, there were stones under the snow, for on the level she sprang up unsteadily, grunting, and lashed it about like a scorpion's. Then she began to run at 10 miles an hour down the greasy path towards Rashidia, sliding and plunging wildly, with me in terror of a fall and broken bones clinging to the horns of the saddle. A crowd of Arabs, Zaid's men, weatherbound here on their way to Faisal, ran out when they heard her trumpeting approach and shouted with joy at so distinguished an entry to the village. I asked them the news. They told me all was well. Then I remounted for the last 8 miles into Taffile, where I gave Zaid his letters and some money and went gladly to bed, flea-proof for another night. Chapter 90. Morning found me nearly snowblind but glad and vigorous. I cast about for something to fill the inactive days before the other gold arrived. The final judgment was to make a personal examination of the approaches to Kerak and the ground over which we would later advance to Jordan. I asked Zaid to take from Motlog the coming £24,000 and spend what was necessary for current expenses until my return. Zaid told me there was another Englishman in Taffile. The news astonished me, and I went off to meet Lieutenant Kirkbride, a young Arabic-speaking staff officer sent by Deeds to report intelligence possibilities on the Arab front. It was the beginning of a connection profitable to us and creditable to Kirkbride. A taciturn, enduring fellow, only a boy in years, but ruthless in action, who messed for 8 months with the Arab officers, their silent companion. The cold had passed off, and movement, even on the heights, was practicable. We crossed Wadi Hessa and rode as far as the edge of the Jordan Valley, whose depths were noisy with Allenby's advance. They said the Turks yet held Jericho. Thence we turned back to Taffile, after a reconnaissance very assuring for our future. Each step of our road to join the British was possible, most of them easy. The weather was so fine that we might reasonably begin at once, and could hope to finish in a month. Zaid heard me coldly. I saw Motlog next him and greeted him sarcastically, asking what was his tally of the gold. Then I began to repeat my program of what we might fairly do. Zaid stopped me. But that will need a lot of money. I said, not at all. Our funds in hand would cover it, and more. Zaid replied that he had nothing, and when I gaped at him, muttered rather shamefacedly that he had spent all I brought. I thought he was joking, but he went on to say that so much had been due to Diab, Sheikh of Taffile, so much to the villagers, so much to the Jazi Howitat, so much to the Beni Sakr. Only for a defensive was such expenditure conceivable. The peoples named were elements centering in Taffile, men whose blood feuds made them impossible for use north of Wadi Hessa. Admittedly, the sheriffs, as they advanced, enrolled all the men of every district at a monthly wage, but it was perfectly understood that the wage was fictitious, to be paid only if they had been called on for active service. Faisal had more than 40,000 on his Akaba books, while his whole subsidy from England would not pay 17,000. The wages of the rest were nominally due and often asked for, but not a lawful liability. However, Zaid said that he had paid them. I was aghast, for this meant the complete ruin of my plans and hopes, the collapse of our effort to keep faith with Allenby. Zaid stuck to his word that the money was all gone. Afterwards, I went off to learn the truth from Nasir, who was in bed with fever. He despondently said that everything was wrong, Zaid too young and shy to counter his dishonest, cowardly counselors. All night I thought over what could be done, but found a blank, and when morning came could only send word to Zaid that if he would not return the money, I must go away. He sent me back his supposed account of the spent money. While we were packing, Joyce and Marshall arrived. They had ridden from Guera to give me a pleasant surprise. I told them why it had happened, that I was going back to Allenby to put my further employment in his hands. Joyce made a vain appeal to Zaid and promised to explain to Faisal. He would close down my affairs and disperse my bodyguard. So I was able, with only 4 men, to set off late that very afternoon for Beersheba, the quickest way to British headquarters. The coming of spring made the first part of the ride along the edge of the Araba scarp surpassingly beautiful, and my farewell mood showed me its beauties keenly. The ravines were clothed below with trees, but near to us by the top, their precipitous flanks, as seen from above, were a patchwork of close lawns, which tipped toward downright faces of bare rock of many colors. Some of the colors were mineral, in the rock itself, but others were accidental, due to water from the melting snow falling over the cliff edge, either in drifts of dusty spray, or diamond strings down hanging tresses of green fern. At Busera, the little village on a hull of rock over the abyss, they insisted that we halt to eat. I was willing because if we fed our camels here with a little barley, we might ride all night and reach Beersheba on the morrow. But to avoid delay, I refused to enter their houses, and instead ate in the little cemetery, off a tomb, into whose joints were cemented plaits of hair, the sacrificed head ornaments of mourners. Afterwards, we went down the zigzags of the great pass into the hot bottom of Wadi Dahal, over which the cliffs and the hills so drew together that hardly did the stars shine into its pitchy blackness. We halted a moment while our camels stilled the nervous trembling of their forelegs after the strain of the terrible descent. Then we plashed, fetlock deep, down the swift stream, under a long arch of rustling bamboos, which met so nearly over our heads that their fans brushed our faces. The strange echoes of the vaulted passage frightened our camels into a trot. Soon we were out of it, and out of the horns of the valley, scouring across the open Araba. We reached the central bed, and found that we were off the track. Not wonderful, for we were steering only on my 3-year-old memories of Newcomb's map. A half-hour was wasted in finding a ramp for the camels up the earth cliff. At last we found one and threaded the windings of the marly labyrinth beyond, a strange place, sterile with salt, like a rough sea suddenly stilled, with all its tossing waves transformed into hard, fibrous earth, very grey under tonight's half-moon. Afterwards we aimed westward till the tall branched tree of Husp outlined itself against the sky, and we heard the murmurings of the great spring which flowed out from the roots. Our camels drank a little. They had come down 5,000 feet from the Taffile hills and had to climb up 3,000 now to Palestine. In the little foothills before Wadi Murrah, suddenly we saw a fire of large logs, freshly piled and still at white heat. No one was visible, proof that the kindlers were a war party, yet it was not kindled in nomad fashion. The liveliness showed that they were still near it, the size that they were many, so prudence made us hurry on. Actually, it was the campfire of a British section of Ford cars under the 2 famous Macs, looking for a car road from Sinai to Akaba. They were hidden in the shadows, covering us with their Lewis guns. We climbed the pass as day broke. There was a little rain, balmy after the extreme of Taffile. Rags of thinnest cloud stood unreasonably motionless in the hills as we rode over the comfortable plain to Beersheba. About noon, a good performance, down and up hills for nearly 80 miles. They told us Jericho was just taken. I went through to Allenby's headquarters. Hogarth was there on the platform. To him I confessed that I had made a mess of things and had come to beg Allenby to find me some smaller part elsewhere. I had put all myself into the Arab business and had come to wreck because of my sick judgment. The occasion being Zaid, own brother to Faisal, and a little man I really liked. I now had no tricks left worth a meal in the Arab marketplace and wanted the security of custom to be conveyed, to pillow myself on duty and obedience irresponsibly. I complained that since landing in Arabia I had had options and requests, never an order, that I was tired to death of free will and of many things beside free will. For a year and a half I had been in motion, riding 1,000 miles each month upon camels, with added nervous hours in crazy aeroplanes or rushing across country in powerful cars. In my last 5 actions I had been hit, and my body so dreaded further pain that now I had to force myself under fire. Generally, I had been hungry, lately always cold, and frost and dirt had poisoned my hurts into a festering mass of sores. However, these worries would have taken their due petty place, in my despite of the body and of my soiled body in particular, but for the rankling fraudulence which had to be my mind's habit, that pretense to lead the national uprising of another race, the daily posturing in alien dress, preaching in alien speech, with behind it a sense that the promises on which the Arabs worked were worth what their armed strength would be when the moment of fulfillment came. We had deluded ourselves that perhaps peace might find the Arabs able, unhelped and untaught, to defend themselves with paper tools. Meanwhile, we glozed our fraud by conducting their necessary war purely and cheaply. But now this gloss had gone from me. Chargeable against my conceit were the causeless, ineffectual deaths of Hesa. My will had gone, and I feared to be alone, lest the winds of circumstance or power or lust blow my empty soul away. Chapter 91. Diplomatically, Hogarth replied not a word, but took me to breakfast with Clayton. There I gathered that Smuts had come from the War Cabinet to Palestine with news which had changed our relative situation. For days they had been trying to get me to the conferences and finally had sent out aeroplanes to find Taffile. But the pilots had dropped their messages near Shobek, among Arabs too weather-daunted to move. Clayton said that in the new conditions there could be no question of letting me off. The East was only now going to begin. Allenby told me that the War Cabinet were leaning heavily on him to repair the stalemate of the West. He was to take at least Damascus, and if possible Aleppo, as soon as he could. Turkey was to be put out of the war once and for all. His difficulty lay with his eastern flank, the right, which today rested on Jordan. He had called me to consider if the Arabs could relieve him of its burden. There was no escape for me. I must take up again my mantle of fraud in the East. With my certain contempt for half measures, I took it up quickly and wrapped myself in it completely. It might be fraud, or it might be farce. No one should say that I could not play it. So I did not even mention the reasons which had brought me across, but pointed out that this was the Jordan scheme seen from the British angle. Allenby assented and asked if we could still do it. I said not at present, unless new factors were first discounted. The first was Man. We should have to take it before we could afford a second sphere. If more transport gave a longer range to the units of the Arab regular army, they could take position some miles north of Man and cut the railway permanently, so forcing the Man garrison to come out and fight them, and in the field the Arabs would easily defeat the Turks. We would require 700 baggage camels, more guns and machine guns, and lastly, assurance against flank attack from Amman, while we dealt with Man. On this basis, a scheme was worked out. Allenby ordered down to Akaba 2 units of the Camel Transport Corps, an organization of Egyptians under British officers, which had proved highly successful in the Beersheba campaign. It was a great gift, for its carrying capacity ensured that we should now be able to keep our 4,000 regulars 80 miles in advance of their base. The guns and machine guns were also promised. As for shielding us against attack from Amman, Allenby said that was easily arranged. He intended for his own flank security shortly to take Salt beyond Jordan and hold it with an Indian brigade. A corps conference was due next day, and I was to stay for it. At this conference, it was determined that the Arab army move instantly to the Marne Plateau to take Marne, that the British cross the Jordan, occupy Salt, and destroy south of Amman as much of the railway as possible, especially the Great Tunnel. It was debated what share the Amman Arabs should take in the British operation. Bowles thought we should join in the advance. I opposed this, since the later retirement to Salt would cause rumour and reaction, and it would be easier if we did not enter till this had spent itself. Chetwode, who was to direct the advance, asked how his men were to distinguish friendly from hostile Arabs, since their tendency was a prejudice against all wearing skirts. I was sitting skirted in their midst and replied naturally that skirt wearers disliked men in uniform. The laugh clinched the question, and it was agreed that we support the British retention of Salt only after they came to rest there. As soon as Marne fell, the Arab regulars would move up and draw supplies from Jericho. The 700 camels would come along, still giving them 80 miles radius of action. This would be enough to let them work above Amman in Allenby's grand attack along the line from the Mediterranean to the Dead Sea, the second phase of the operation, directed to the capture of Damascus. My business was finished. I went to Cairo for 2 days and then was flown to Akaba to make my new terms with Faisal. I told him I thought they had treated me badly in diverting without my knowledge money of the special account which, by agreement, I had drawn solely for the Dead Sea campaign. Consequently, I had left Zaid, it being impossible for a flouted adviser to carry on. Allenby had sent me back, but my return did not mean that the damage was repaired. A great opportunity had been missed, and a valuable advance thrown away. The Turks would retake Taffile in a week's time without difficulty. Faisal was distressed lest the loss of Taffile do his reputation harm, and shocked by my little interest in its fate. To comfort him, I pointed out that it now meant nothing to us. The two interests were the extremes of his area, Amman and Marne. Taffile was not worth losing a man over. Indeed, if the Turks moved there, they would weaken either Marne or Amman and make our real work easier. He was a little reconciled by this, but sent urgent warnings to Zaid of the coining danger. Without avail, for 6 days later, the Turks retook Taffile. Meanwhile, Faisal rearranged the basis of his army funds. I gave him the good news that Allenby, as thanks for the Dead Sea and Abba el-Lisan, had put £300,000 into my independent credit and given us a train of 700 pack camels complete with personnel and equipment. This raised great joy in all the army, for the baggage columns would enable us to prove the value in the field of the Arab regular troops on whose training and organization Joyce, Jafar, and so many Arab and English officers had worked for months. We arranged rough timetables and schemes. Then I shipped busily back to Egypt. Book 8, The Ruin of High Hope, chapters 92 to 97. In conjunction with Allenby, we laid a triple plan to join hands across Jordan to capture Moan and to cut off Medina in one operation. This was too proud, and neither of us fulfilled his part. So the Arabs exchanged the care of the placid Medina railway for the greater burden of investing in Moan, a Turk force as big as their available regular army. To help in this duty, Allenby increased our transport, that we might have longer range and more mobility. Moan was impregnable for us, so we concentrated on cutting its northern railway and diverting the Turkish effort to relieve its garrison from the Amman side. Clearly, no decision lay in such tactics, but the German advance in Flanders at this moment took from Allenby his British units, and consequently his advantage over the Turks. He notified us that he was unable to attack. A stalemate as we were throughout 1918 was an intolerable prospect. We schemed to strengthen the Arab army for autumn operations near Dera and in the Beni Sakhr country. If this drew off one division from the enemy in Palestine, it would make possible a British ancillary attack, one of whose ends would be our junction in the lower Jordan Valley by Jericho. After a month's preparation, this plan was dropped because of its risk and because a better offered. Chapter 92. In Cairo, where I spent 4 days, our affairs were now far from haphazard. Allenby's smile had given us staff. We had supply officers, a shipping expert, an ordnance expert, an intelligence branch, under Alan Dornay, brother of the maker of the Beersheba plan, who had now gone to France. Dornay was Allenby's greatest gift to us, greater than thousands of baggage camels. As a professional officer, he had the class touch, so that even the reddest hearer recognized an authentic redness. His was an understanding mind, feeling instinctively the special qualities of rebellion. At the same time, his war training enriched his treatment of this antithetic subject. He married war and rebellion in himself, as of old in Yenbo, it had been my dream every regular officer would. Yet in 3 years' practice, only Dornay succeeded. He could not take complete, direct command because he did not know Arabic and because of his Flanders broken health. He had the gift, rare among Englishmen, of making the best of a good thing. He was exceptionally educated for an army officer and imaginative. His perfect manner made him friends with all races and classes. From his teaching, we began to learn the technique of fighting in matters we had been content to settle by rude and wasteful rules of thumb. His sense of fitness remodeled our standing. The Arab movement had lived as a wild man's show, with its means as small as its duties and prospects. Henceforward, Allenby counted it as a sensible part of his scheme, and the responsibility upon us of doing better than he wished, knowing that forfeit for our failure would necessarily be part paid in his soldiers' lives, removed it terrifyingly further from the sphere of joyous adventure. With Joyce, we laid our triple plan to support Allenby's first stroke. In our center, the Arab regulars under Jafar would occupy the line a march north of Man. Joyce, with our armored cars, would slip down to Mudawara and destroy the railway, permanently this time, for now we were ready to cut off Medina. In the north, Mertzuk, with myself, would join Allenby when he fell back to Salt about March the 30th. Such a date gave me leisure, and I settled to go to Shobek with Zaid and Nasir. It was springtime, very pleasant after the biting winter, whose excesses seemed dreamlike in the new freshness and strength of nature. For there was strength in this hilltop season, when a chill sharpness at sundown corrected the languid noons. All life was alive with us, even the insects. In our first night I had laid my cashmere headcloth on the ground under my head as pad, and at dawn, when I took it up again, 28 lice were tangled in its snowy texture. Afterwards we slept on our saddle covers, the tanned fleece hooked last of all over the saddle load to make a slippy and sweat-proof seat for the rider. Even so, we were not left alone. The camel ticks, which had drunk themselves, with blood from our tethered camels, into tight slaty blue cushions, thumbnail wide and thick, used to creep under us, hugging the leathern underside of the sheepskins, and if we rolled on them in the night, our weight burst them to brown mats of blood and dust. While we were in this comfortable air, with milk plentiful about us, news came from Azraq of Ali ibn el-Hussein and the Indians still on faithful watch. One Indian had died of cold, and also Daud, my Ageli boy, the friend of Faraj. Faraj himself told us. These two had been friends from childhood, in eternal gaiety, working together, sleeping together, sharing every scrape and profit with the openness and honesty of perfect love. So I was not astonished to see Faraj look dark and hard of face, leaden-eyed and old, when he came to tell me that his fellow was dead. And from that day till his service ended, he made no more laughter for us. He took punctilious care, greater even than before, of my camel, of the coffee, of my clothes and saddles, and fell to praying his 3 regular prayings every day. The others offered themselves to comfort him, but instead he wandered restlessly, grey and silent, very much alone. When looked at from this torrid east, our British conception of woman seemed to partake of the northern climate, which had also contracted our faith. In the Mediterranean, woman's influence and supposed purpose were made cogent by an understanding in which she was accorded the physical world in simplicity, unchallenged, like the poor in spirit. Yet this same agreement, by denying equality of sex, made love, companionship and friendliness impossible between man and woman. Woman became a machine for muscular exercise, while man's psychic side could be slaked only amongst his peers. Whence arose these partnerships of man and man to supply human nature with more than the contact of flesh with flesh? We Westerners of this complex age, monks in our bodies' cells, who searched for something to fill us beyond speech and sense, were, by the mere effort of the search, shut from it forever. Yet it came to children like these, unthinking Egale, content to receive without return, even from one another. We racked ourselves with inherited remorse for the flesh indulgence of our gross birth, striving to pay for it through a lifetime of misery, meeting happiness, life's overdraft, by a compensating hell and striking a ledger balance of good or evil against a day of judgment. Meanwhile, at Aba el-Lisan, things went not well with our scheme to destroy the Man garrison by posting the Arab army across the railway in the north and forcing them to open battle as Allenby attacked their base and supports at Amman. Faisal and Jafar liked the scheme, but their officers clamored for direct attack on Man. Joyce pointed out their weakness in artillery and machine guns, their untried men, the greater strategical wisdom of the railway scheme. It was of no effect. Maulud, hot for immediate assault, wrote memoranda to Faisal upon the danger of English interference with Arab liberty. At such a moment, Joyce fell ill of pneumonia and left for Suez. Darnay came up to reason with the malcontents. He was our best card, with his proved military reputation, exquisite field boots, and air of well-dressed science. But he came too late, for the Arab officers now felt their honor to be engaged. We agreed that we must give them their heads on the point, though we were really all-powerful, with the money, the supplies, and now the transport in our hands. However, if the people were slattern, why then they must have a slatternly government, and particularly must we go slow with that self-governing democracy, the Arab army, in which service was as voluntary as enlistment. Between us, we were familiar with the Turkish, the Egyptian, and the British armies, and championed our respective taskmasters. Joyce alleged the parade magnificence of his Egyptians, formal men who loved mechanical movement, and surpassed British troops in physique, in smartness, in perfection of drill. I maintained the frugality of the Turks, that shambling, ragged army of serfs. The British army we all were acquainted with in a fashion, and as we contrasted services, we found variety of obedience according to the degree of ordered force which served each as sanction. In Egypt, soldiers belonged to their service without check of public opinion. Consequently, they had a peace incentive to perfection of formal conduct. In Turkey, the men were, in theory, equally the officers, body and soul, but their lot was mitigated by the possibility of escape. In England, the voluntary recruit served as utterly as any Turk, except that the growth of civil decency had taken away from authority the resource of inflicting direct physical pain. But in practice, upon our less obtuse population, the effects of pack drill or fatigues fell little short of an Oriental system. In the regular Arab army, there was no power of punishment whatever. This vital difference showed itself in all our troops. They had no formality of discipline. There was no subordination. Service was active, attack always imminent. And, like the army of Italy, men recognized the duty of defeating the enemy. For the rest, they were not soldiers but pilgrims, intent always to go the little farther. I was not discontented with this state of things, for it had seemed to me that discipline, or at least formal discipline, was a virtue of peace. A character or stamp by which to mark off soldiers from complete men and obliterate the humanity of the individual. It resolved itself easiest into the restrictive, the making men not do this or that, and so could be fostered by a rule severe enough to make them despair of disobedience. It was a process of the mass, an element of the impersonal crowd, inapplicable to one man, since it involved obedience, a duality of will. It was not to impress upon men that their will must actively second the officers, for then there would have been, as in the Arab army and among irregulars, that momentary pause for thought transmission or digestion, for the nerves to resolve the relaying private will into active consequence. On the contrary, each regular army sedulously rooted out this significant pause from its companies on parade. The drill instructors tried to make obedience an instinct, a mental reflex, following as instantly on the command as though the motor power of the individual wills had been invested together in the system. This was well so far as it increased quickness, but it made no provision for casualties, beyond the weak assumption that each subordinate had his will motor not atrophied, but reserved in perfect order, ready at the instant to take over his late superior's office, the efficiency of direction passing smoothly down the great hierarchy till vested in the senior of the two surviving privates. It had the further weakness, seeing men's jealousy, of putting power in the hands of arbitrary old age with its petulant activity, additionally corrupted by long habit of control, an indulgence which ruined its victim by causing the death of his subjunctive mood. Also, it was an idiosyncrasy with me to distrust instinct, which had its roots in our animality. Reason seemed to give men something deliberately more precious than fear or pain, and this made me discount the value of peace smartness as a war education. For with war, a subtle change happened to the soldier. Discipline was modified, supported, even swallowed by an eagerness of the man to fight. This eagerness it was which brought victory in the moral sense, and often in the physical sense of the combat. War was made up of crises of intense effort. For psychological reasons, commanders wished for the least duration of this maximum effort, not because the men would not try to give it. Usually they would go on till they dropped, but because each such effort weakened their remaining force. Eagerness of the kind was nervous, and when present in high power, it tore apart flesh and spirit. To rouse the excitement of war for the creation of a military spirit in peacetime would be dangerous, like the too early doping of an athlete. Consequently, discipline with its concomitant smartness, a suspect word implying superficial restraint and pain, was invented to take its place. The Arab army, born and brought up in the fighting line, had never known a peace habit and was not faced with problems of maintenance till armistice time. Then it failed signally. Chapter 93. After Joyce and Dorney had gone, I rode off from Abba el-Lisan with Mirzuk. Our starting day promised to crown the spring freshness of this lofty tableland. A week before there had been a furious blizzard, and some of the whiteness of the snow seemed to have passed into the light. The ground was vivid with new grass, and the sunlight which slanted across us, pale like straw, mellowed the fluttering wind. With us journeyed 2,000 Sirhan camels, carrying our ammunition and food. For the convoy's sake, we marched easily to reach the railway after dark. A few of us rode forward to search the line by daylight, and be sure of peace during the hours these scattered numbers would consume in crossing. My bodyguard was with me, and Mirzuk had his agale with two famous racing camels. The gaiety of the air and season caught them. Soon they were challenging to races, threatening one another, or skirmishing. My imperfect camel riding and my mood forbade me to thrust among the lads, who swung more to the north, while I worked on, ridding my mind of the lees of camp clamour and intrigue. The abstraction of the desert landscape cleansed me and rendered my mind vacant with its superfluous greatness, a greatness achieved not by the addition of thought to its emptiness, but by its subtraction. In the weakness of earth's life was mirrored the strength of heaven, so vast, so beautiful, so strong. Near sunset the line became visible, curving spaciously across the disclosed land, among low tufts of grass and bushes. Seeing everything was peaceful, I pushed on, meaning to halt beyond and watch the others over. There was always a little thrill in touching the rails, which were the target of so many of our efforts. As I rode up the bank, my camel's feet scrambled in the loose ballast, and out of the long shadow of a culvert to my left, where no doubt he had slept all day, rose a Turkish soldier. He glanced wildly at me and at the pistol in my hand, and then with sadness at his rifle against the abutment, yards beyond. He was a young man, stout but sulky-looking. I stared at him and said softly, "God is merciful." He knew the sound and sense of the Arabic phrase, and raised his eyes like a flash to mine, while his heavy, sleep-ridden face began slowly to change into incredulous joy. However, he said not a word. I pressed my camel's hairy shoulder with my foot. She picked her delicate stride across the metals and down the further slope, and the little Turk was man enough not to shoot me in the back as I rode away, feeling warm towards him as ever towards a life one has saved. At a safe distance, I glanced back. He put thumb to nose and twinkled his fingers at me. We lit a coffee fire as beacon for the rest and waited till their dark lines passed by. Next day we marched to Wadi el-Jins, to flood pools, shallow eyes of water set in wrinkles of the clay, their rims lashed about with scrubby stems of brushwood. The water was grey like the Mali Valley bed, but sweet. There we rested for the night, since the Zagi had shot a bustard, and Xenophon did rightly call its white meat good. While we feasted, the camels feasted. By the bounty of spring, they were knee-deep in succulent green stuff. A fourth easy march took us to the Atara, our goal where our allies, Mifle, Fahad and Adhub, were camped. Fahad was still stricken, but Mifle, with honeyed words, came out to welcome us, his face eaten up by greed and his voice wheezy with it. Our plan, thanks to Allenby's lion's share, promised simply. We would, when ready, cross the line to Themed, the main Beni Sakr watering. Thence, under cover of a screen of their cavalry, we would move to Madeba and fit it as our headquarters, while Allenby put the Jericho Salt Road in condition. We ought to link up with the British comfortably without firing a shot. Meanwhile, we had only to wait in the Atatia, which to our joy were really green, with every hollow a standing pool, and the valley beds of tall grass prinked with flowers. The chalky ridges, sterile with salt, framed the water channels delightfully. From their tallest point we could look north and south and see how the rain, running down, had painted the valleys across the white in broad stripes of green, sharp and firm like brush strokes. Everything was growing, and daily the picture was fuller and brighter till the desert became like a rank water meadow. Playful packs of winds came crossing and tumbling over one another, their wide, brief gusts surging through the grass to lay it momentarily in swathes of dark and light satin, like young corn after the roller. On the hill we sat and shivered before these sweeping shadows, expecting a heavy blast. And there would come into our faces a warm and perfumed breath, very gentle, which passed away behind us as a silver-grey light down the plain of green. Our fastidious camels grazed an hour or so, and then lay down to digest, bringing up stomach-load after stomach-load of butter-smelling green cud and chewing weightily. At last news came that the English had taken Amman. In half an hour we were making for Themed, across the deserted line. Later messages told us that the English were falling back, and though we had forewarned the Arabs of it, yet they were troubled. A further messenger reported how the English had just fled from Salt. This was plainly contrary to Allenby's intention, and I swore straight out that it was not true. A man galloped in to say that the English had broken only a few rails south of Amman after 2 days of vain assaults against the town. I grew seriously disturbed in the conflict of rumour and sent Adhub, who might be trusted not to lose his head, to Salt with a letter for Chetwode or Shea, asking for a note on the real situation. For the intervening hours, we tramped restlessly over the fields of young barley, our minds working out plan after plan with feverish activity. Very late at night, Adhub's racing horse hooves echoed across the valley, and he came in to tell us that Jemal Pasha was now in Salt, victorious, hanging those local Arabs who had welcomed the English. The Turks were still chasing Allenby far down the Jordan Valley. It was thought that Jerusalem would be recovered. I knew enough of my countrymen to reject that possibility, but clearly things were very wrong. We slipped off, bemused, to the Atatir again. This reverse, being unawares, hurt me the more. Allenby's plan had seemed modest, and that we should so fall down before the Arabs was deplorable. They had never trusted us to do the great things which I foretold, and now their independent thoughts set out to enjoy the springtide here. They were abetted by some gypsy families from the north with the materials of their tinkering trade on donkeys. The Zeban tribesmen greeted them with a humor I little understood, till I saw that, beside their legitimate profits of handicraft, the women were open to other advances. Particularly, they were easy to the Agale, and for a while they prospered exceedingly, since our men were eager and very generous. I also made use of them. It seemed a pity to be at a loose end so near to Amman and not bother to look at it. So Faraj and I hired 3 of the merry little women, wrapped ourselves up like them, and strolled through the village. The visit was successful, though my final determination was that the place should be left alone. We had one evil moment by the bridge when we were returning. Some Turkish soldiers crossed our party, and taking us all 5 for what we looked, grew much too friendly. We showed a coyness and good turn of speed for gypsy women and escaped intact. For the future, I decided to resume my habit of wearing ordinary British soldiers' rig in enemy camps. It was too brazen to be suspect. After this, I determined to order the Indians from Azraq back to Faisal and to return myself. We started on one of those clean dawns which woke up the senses with the sun, while the intellect, tired after the thinking of the night, was yet abed. For an hour or 2 on such a morning, the sounds, scents, and colors of the world struck man individually and directly, not filtered through or made typical by thought. They seemed to exist sufficiently by themselves, and the lack of design and of carefulness in creation no longer irritated. We marched southward along the railway, expecting to cross the slower-moving Indians from Azraq, our little party on prize camels swooping from one point of vantage to another, on the lookout. The still day encouraged us to speed over all the flint-strewn ridges, ignoring the multitude of desert paths which led only to the abandoned camps of last year, or of the last 1,000 or 10,000 years. For a road, once trodden into such flint and limestone, marked the face of the desert for so long as the desert lasted. By Faraifra, we saw a little patrol of 8 Turks marching up the line. My men, fresh after the holiday in the Atatir, begged me to ride on them. I thought it too trifling, but when they chafed, agreed. The younger ones instantly rushed forward at a gallop. I ordered the rest across the line to drive the enemy away from their shelter behind a culvert. The Zagi, 100 yards to my right, seeing what was wanted, swerved aside at once. Mohsin followed him a moment later with his section, whilst Abdullah and I pushed forward steadily on our side to take the enemy on both flanks together. Faraj, riding in front of everyone, would not listen to our cries nor notice the warning shots fired past his head. He looked round at our maneuver, but himself continued to canter madly towards the bridge, which he reached before the Zaagi and his party had crossed the line. The Turks held their fire, and we supposed them gone down the further side of the embankment into safety. But as Faraj drew rein beneath the archway, there was a shot, and he seemed to fall or leap out of the saddle, and disappeared. A while after, the Zagi got into position on the bank, and his party fired 20 or 30 ragged shots, as though the enemy was still there. I was very anxious about Faraj. His camel stood unharmed by the bridge alone. He might be hit, or might be following the enemy. I could not believe that he had deliberately ridden up to them in the open and halted, yet it looked like it. I sent Fehed to the Zagi and told him to rush along the far side as soon as possible, whilst we went at a fast trot straight into the bridge. We reached it together, and found there one dead Turk and Faraj terribly wounded through the body, lying by the arch just as he had fallen from his camel. He looked unconscious, but when we dismounted, greeted us and then fell silent, sunken in that loneliness which came to hurt men who believed death near. We tore his clothes away and looked uselessly at the wound. The bullet had smashed right through him, and his spine seemed injured. The Arabs said at once that he had only a few hours to live. We tried to move him, for he was helpless, though he showed no pain. We tried to stop the wide, slow bleeding, which made poppy splashes in the grass. But it seemed impossible, and after a while he told us to let him alone, as he was dying and happy to die, since he had no care of life. Indeed, for long he had been so, and men very tired and sorry often fell in love with death, with that triumphal weakness coming home after strength has been vanquished in a last battle. While we fussed about him, Abdel Latif shouted an alarm. He could see about 50 Turks working up the line towards us, and soon after a motor trolley was heard coming from the north. We were only 16 men and had an impossible position. I said we must retire at once, carrying Faraj with us. They tried to lift him, first in his cloak, afterwards in a blanket, but consciousness was coming back, and he screamed so pitifully that we had not the heart to hurt him more. We could not leave him where he was, to the Turks, because we had seen them burn alive our hapless wounded. For this reason we were all agreed before action to finish off one another, if badly hurt. But I had never realized that it might fall to me to kill Faraj. I knelt down beside him, holding my pistol near the ground by his head so that he should not see my purpose. But he must have guessed it, for he opened his eyes and clutched me with his harsh, scaly hand, the tiny hand of these unripe Nijid fellows. I waited a moment and he said, "Dodd will be angry with you," the old smile coming back so strangely to this grey, shrinking face. I replied, "Salute him from me." He returned the formal answer, "God will give you peace," and at last wearily closed his eyes. The Turkish trolley was now very close, swaying down the line towards us like a dung beetle, and its machine gun bullets stung the air about our heads as we fled back into the ridges. Mohsin led Faraj's camel, on which were his sheepskin and trappings, still with the shape of his body in them, just as he had fallen by the bridge. Near dark we halted, and the Zaghi came whispering to me that all were wrangling as to who should ride the splendid animal next day. He wanted her for himself, but I was bitter that these perfected dead had again robbed my poverty, and to cheapen the great loss with a little one, I shot the poor beast with my second bullet. Then the sun set on us. Through the breathless noon in the valleys of Kerak, the prisoned air had brooded stagnantly without relief, while the heat sucked the perfume from the flowers. With darkness the world moved once more, and a breath from the west crept out over the desert. We were miles from the grass and flowers, but suddenly we felt them all about us, as waves of this scented air drew past us with a sticky sweetness. However, quickly it faded, and the night wind, damp and wholesome, followed. Abdullah brought me supper, rice and camel meat, Faraj's camel. Afterwards, we slept. Chapter 94. In the morning, near Wadi el-Jins, we met the Indians halted by a solitary tree. It was like old times, like our gentle and memorable ride to the bridges the year before, to be going again across country with Hassan Shah, hearing the vicar's guns still clinking in the carriers and helping the troopers retie their slipping loads or saddles. They seemed just as unhandy with camels as at first, so not till dusk did we cross the railway. There I left the Indians because I felt restless, and movement fast in the night might cure my mind, so we pressed forward all the chill darkness, riding for Odro. When we topped its rise, we noticed gleams of fire to our left. Bright flashes went up constantly, it might be from about Jordan. We drew rein and heard the low boom of explosions. A steady flame appeared, grew greater, and divided into two. Perhaps the station was burning. We rode quick to ask Master. However, his place was deserted, with only a jackal on the old camping ground. I decided to push ahead to Faisal. We trotted our fastest as the sun grew higher in the heavens. The road was bestial with locusts, though from a little distance they looked beautiful, silvering the air with the shimmer of their wings. Summer had come upon us unawares, my 7th consecutive summer in this east. As we approached, we heard firing in front, on Semna, the crescent mound which covered Marne. Parties of troops walked gently up its face to halt below the crest. Evidently we had taken the Semna, so we rode towards the new position. On the flat, this side of it, we met a camel with litters. The man leading it said, "Maulud Pasha," pointing to his load. I ran up crying, "Is Maulud hit?" For he was one of the best officers in the army, a man also most honest towards us. Not indeed that admiration could anyhow have been refused so sturdy and uncompromising a patriot. The old man replied out of his litter in a weak voice, saying, "Yes, indeed, Lurens Bey, I am hurt. But thanks be to God, it is nothing. We have taken Semna." I replied that I was going there. Maulud craned himself feverishly over the edge of the litter, hardly able to see or speak. His thigh bone was splintered above the knee, showing me point after point, for organizing the hillside defensively. We arrived as the Turks were beginning to throw half-hearted shells at it. Nuri Said was commanding in Maulud's place. He stood coolly on the hilltop. Most men talked faster under fire and acted a betraying ease and joviality. Nuri grew calmer and Zaid bored. I asked where Jafar was. Nuri said that at midnight he was due to have attacked Jordan. I told him of the night flares, which must have marked his success. While we were glad together, his messengers arrived reporting prisoners and machine guns, also the station and 3,000 rails destroyed. So splendid an effort would settle the northern line for weeks. Then Nuri told me that the preceding dawn he had rushed Gadir el-Hajj station and wrecked it, with 5 bridges and 1,000 rails. So the southern line was also settled. Late in the afternoon it grew deadly quiet. Both sides stopped their aimless shelling. They said that Faisal had moved to Uhaida. We crossed the little flooded stream by a temporary hospital where Maulud lay. Mahmud, the red-bearded, defiant doctor, thought that he would recover without amputation. Faisal was on the hilltop, on the very edge, black against the sun, whose light threw a queer haze about his slender figure and suffused his head with gold through the floss silk of his headcloth. I made my camel kneel. Faisal stretched out his hands, crying, "Please God, good." I replied, "The praise and the victory be to God." And he swept me into his tent that we might exchange the news. Faisal had heard from Darnay more than I knew of the British failure before Amman, of the bad weather and confusion, and how Allenby had telephoned to Shea and made one of his lightning decisions to cut the loss, a wise decision, though it hurt us sorely. Joyce was in hospital, but mending well, and Darnay lay ready at Guera to start for Mudawara with all the cars. Faisal asked me about Semna and Jafar, and I told him what I knew and Nuri's opinion and the prospect. Nuri had complained that the Abu Ta'i had done nothing for him all day. Auda denied it, and I recalled the story of our first taking the plateau and the jibe by which I had shamed them into the charge at Aba el-Lisan. The tale was new to Faisal. Its raking up hurt old Auda deeply. He swore vehemently that he had done his best today, only conditions were not favorable for tribal work, and when I withstood him further, he went out of the tent, very bitter. Maynard and I spent the next days watching operations. The Abu Ta'i captured 2 outposts east of the station, while Saleh ibn Shafir took a breastwork with a machine gun and 20 prisoners. These gains gave us liberty of movement round Man. And on the 3rd day, Jafar massed his artillery on the southern ridge, while Nuri Said led a storming party into the sheds of the railway station. As he reached their cover, the French guns ceased fire. We were wandering in a Ford car, trying to keep up with the successive advances, when Nuri, perfectly dressed and gloved, smoking his briar pipe, met us and sent us back to Captain Pisani, artillery commander, with an urgent appeal for support. We found Pisani wringing his hands in despair, every round expended. He said he had implored Nuri not to attack at this moment of his penury. There was nothing to do but see our men volleyed out of the railway station again. The road was littered with crumpled khaki figures, and the eyes of the wounded, gone rich with pain, stared accusingly at us. The control had gone from their broken bodies, and their torn flesh shook them helplessly. We could see everything and think dispassionately, but it was soundless. Our hearing had been taken away by the knowledge that we had failed. Afterwards, we understood that we had never expected such excellent spirit from our infantry, who fought cheerfully under machine gun fire and made clever use of ground. So little leading was required that only 3 officers were lost. Man showed us that the Arabs were good enough without British stiffening. This made us more free to plan, so the failure was not unredeemed. On the morning of April the 18th, Jafar wisely decided that he could not afford more loss and drew back to the Semna positions while the troops rested. Being an old college friend of the Turkish commandant, he sent him a white-flagged letter inviting surrender. The reply said that they would love it, but had orders to hold out to the last cartridge. Jafar offered a respite in which they could fire off their reserves. But the Turks hesitated till Jamal Pasha was able to collect troops from Amman, reoccupy Jerden, and pass a packed convoy of food and ammunition into the beleaguered town. The railway remained broken for weeks. Forthwith I took car to join Dorne. I was uneasy at irregular fighting his first guerrilla battle with that most involved and intricate weapon, the armoured car. Also, Dorne was no Arabist, and neither Peake, his camel expert, nor Marshall, his doctor, was fluent. His troops were mixed, British, Egyptian, and Bedouin. The last two were antipathetic. So I drove into his camp above Tel Sham after midnight and offered myself delicately as an interpreter. Fortunately, he received me well and took me round his lines. A wonderful show. The cars were parked geometrically here, armoured cars there. Sentries and pickets were out, with machine guns ready. Even the Arabs were in a tactical place behind a hill in support, but out of sight and hearing. By some magic, Sheriff Hazar and himself had kept them where they were put. My tongue coiled into my cheek with the wish to say that the only thing lacking was an enemy. His conversation as he unfolded his plan deepened my admiration to unplumbed depths. He had prepared operation orders, orthodox-sounding things with 0 times and a sequence of movements. Each unit had its appointed duty. We would attack the plain post at dawn, armoured cars, from the vantage of the hillock on which Joyce and myself had sat and laughed ruefully the last abortive time. The cars, with closed cutout, would take station before daylight and carry the trenches by surprise. Tenders 1 and 3 would then demolish bridges A and B on the operations plan, scale 1 to 250,000, at 0130 hours while the cars moved to Rock Post and with the support of Hazar and the Arabs rushed it, 0215. Hornby and the explosives, in Talbot's number 40,531 and 41,226, would move after them and demolish bridges D, E, and F while the force lunched. After lunch, when the low sun permitted sight through the mirage at 08 hours to be exact, the united mass would attack South Post, the Egyptians from the east, the Arabs from the north, covered by long-range machine gun fire from the cars and by Brodie's 10-pounder guns sighted on Observation Hill. The post would fall and the force transport itself to the station of Tel Sham, which would be shelled by Brodie from the northwest, bombed by aeroplanes flying from the mudflats of Rum at 010 hours, and approached by armoured cars from the west. The Arabs would follow the cars, while Peake, with his camel corps, descended from South Post. The station will be taken at 1130, said the scheme, breaking into humour at the last. But there it failed, for the Turks, ignorantly and in haste, surrendered 10 minutes too soon and made the only blot on a bloodless day. In a liquid voice I inquired if Hazar understood. I was informed that as he had no watch to synchronize, by the way, would I please put mine right now? He would make his first move when the cars turned northward and time his later actions by express order. I crept away and hid myself for an hour's sleep. At dawn, we saw the cars roll silently on top of the sleeping sandy trenches, and the astonished Turks walk out with their hands up. It was like picking a ripe peach. Hornby dashed up in his 2 Rolls tenders, put 100 weight of gun cotton under Bridge A, and blew it up convincingly. The roar nearly lifted Dorney and myself out of our 3rd tender, in which we sat grandly overseeing all, and we ran in to show Hornby the cheaper way of the drainage holes as mine chambers. Subsequent bridges came down for 10 slabs apiece. While we were at Bridge B, the cars concentrated their machine guns on the parapet of Hock Post, a circle of thick stone walls, very visible from their long early shadows, on a knoll too steep for wheels. Hazar was ready, willing and excited, and the Turks so frightened by the splashing and splattering of the 4 machine guns that the Arabs took them almost in their stride. That was Peach II. Then it was interval for the others, but activity for Hornby and for myself, now assistant engineer. We ran down the line in our Rolls Royces carrying 2 tons of gun cotton. Bridges and rails roared up wherever fancy dictated. The crews of the cars covered us, and sometimes covered themselves under their cars, when fragments came sailing musically through the smoky air. One 20-pound flint clanged plumb on a turret head and made a harmless dint. At intervals, everybody took photographs of the happy bursts. It was fighting deluxe and demolition deluxe. We enjoyed ourselves. After the peripatetic lunch hour, we went off to see the fall of South Post. It fell to its minute, but not properly. Hazar and his Amran were too wound up to advance soberly in alternate rushes like Peak and the Egyptians. Instead, they thought it was a steeplechase and did a camel charge up the mound over breastwork and trenches. The war-weary Turks gave it up in disgust. Then came the central act of the day, the assault upon the station. Peak drew down towards it from the north, moving his men by repeated exposure of himself. Hardly, for they were not fierce for honor. Brodie opened on it with his usual nicety, while the aeroplanes circled round in their cold-blooded way, to drop whistling bombs into its trenches. The armored cars went forward snuffling smoke, and through this haze a file of Turks waving white things rose out of their main trench in a dejected fashion. We cranked up our Rolls tenders, the Arabs leaped onto their camels, Peak's now bold men broke into a run, and the force converged wildly upon the station. Our car won, and I gained the station bell, a dignified piece of Damascus brasswork. The next man took the ticket punch, and the third the office stamp, while the bewildered Turks stared at us, with a growing indignation that their importance should be merely secondary. A minute later, with a howl, the Bedouin were upon the maddest looting of their history. 200 rifles, 80,000 rounds of ammunition, many bombs, much food and clothing were in the station, and everybody smashed and profited. An unlucky camel increased the confusion by firing one of the many Turkish trip mines as it entered the yard. The explosion blew it arse over tip and caused a panic. They thought Brodie was opening up again. In the pause, the Egyptian officer found an unbroken storehouse and put a guard of soldiers over it because they were short of food. Hazar's wolves, not yet sated, did not recognize the Egyptians' right to share equally. Shooting began, but by mediation we obtained that the Egyptians pick first what rations they needed. Afterwards there followed a general scramble, which burst the storeroom walls. The profit of Sham was so great that 8 out of every 10 of the Arabs were contented with it. In the morning, only Hazar and a handful of men remained with us for further operations. Dornay's program said Ramla Station, but his orders were inchoate since the position had not been examined. So we sent down Wade in his armored car, with a second car in support. He drove on cautiously, stage by stage, in dead silence. At last, without a shot fired, he entered the station yard carefully for fear of the mines, whose trip and trigger wires diapered the ground. The station was closed up. He put half a belt through the door and shutters, and getting no reply, slipped out of his car, searched the building and found it empty of men, though full enough of desirable goods to make Hazar and the faithful remnant prize their virtue aloud. We spent the day destroying miles more of the unoccupied line, till we judged that we had done damage to occupy the largest possible repair party for a fortnight. The third day was to be Mudawara, but we had no great hope or force left. The Arabs were gone, Peak's men too little warlike. However, Mudawara might panic like Ramla, so we slept the night by our latest capture. The unwearied Dornay set out sentries who, emulous of their smart commanding officer, did a Buckingham Palace stunt up and down beside our would-be sleeping heads, till I got up and instructed them in the arts of desert watching. In the morning we set off to look at Mudawara, driving like kings splendidly in our roaring cars over the smooth plains of sand and flint, with the low sun pale behind us in the east. The light hid us till we were close in and saw that a long train stood in the station. Reinforcement or evacuation? A moment afterwards they let fly at us with 4 guns, of which 2 were active and accurate little Austrian mountain howitzers. At 7,000 yards they did admirable shooting, while we made off in undignified haste to some distant hollows. Thence we made a wide circuit to where with Zaal we had mined our first train. We blew up the long bridge under which the Turkish patrol had slept out that tense midday. Afterwards we returned to Ramla and persevered in destroying line and bridges to make our break permanent, a demolition too serious for Fakhri ever to restore. While Faisal sent Mohammed el-Daylan against the yet intact stations between our break and Man. Dornay joined up with them, geographically below the escarpment, a day later, and so this 80 miles from Man to Mudawara, with its 7 stations, fell wholly into our hands. The active defense of Medina ended with this operation. A new officer, young, came from Mesopotamia to reinforce our staff. He was a regular of exceptional quality, with long and wide experience of war and perfect fluency in Arabic. His intended role was to double mine with the tribes, that our activity against the enemy might be broader and better directed. To let him play himself into our fresh conditions, I handed him over the possibility of combining Zaid, Nasir, and Mirzuk into an 80-mile-long interruption of the railway from Man northward, while I went down to Akaba and took ship for Suez to discuss futures with Allenby. Chapter 95. Dornay met me, and we talked over our brief before going up to Allenby's camp. There, General Bowles smiled happily at us and said, "Well, we're in salt, all right." To our amazed stares, he went on that the chiefs of the Beni Sakr had come into Jericho one morning to offer the immediate cooperation of their 20,000 tribesmen at Themed, and in his bath next day he had thought out a scheme and fixed it all right. I asked who the chief of the Beni Sakr was, and he said Tahad, triumphing in his efficient inroad into what had been my province. It sounded madder and madder. I knew that Fahad could not raise 400 men, and that at the moment there was not a tent on Themed. They had moved south to Young. We hurried to the office for the real story and learned that it was, unfortunately, as Bowles had said. The British cavalry had gone impromptu up the hills of Moab on some airy promise of the Zebn sheikhs, greedy fellows who had ridden into Jerusalem only to taste Allenby's bounty, but had there been taken at their mouth value. In this season there was no third partner at GHQ. Guy Dornay, brother of our gladiator, he who had made the Jerusalem plan, had gone to Haig's staff. Bartholomew, who was to work out the autumn drive upon Damascus, was still with Chetwode. So the executive of Allenby's work in these months was unequal to the conception. For, of course, this raid miscarried while I was still in Jerusalem, solacing myself against the inadequacy of Bowles with stores, now the urbane and artful governor of the place. The Beni Sakr were supine in their tents, or away with Young. General Chauvel, without the help of one of them, saw the Turks reopen the Jordan fords behind his back and seize the road by which he had advanced. We escaped heavy disaster only because Allenby's instinct for a situation showed him his danger just in time. Yet we suffered painfully. The Czech taught the British to be more patient with Faisal's difficulties, convinced the Turks that the Amman sector was their danger point, and made the Beni Sakr feel that the English were past understanding, not great fighting men perhaps, but ready on the spur of the moment to be odd. So, in part, it redeemed the Amman failure by its deliberate repetition of what had looked accidental. At the same time, it ruined the hopes which Faisal had entertained of acting independently with the Beni Sakr. This cautious and very wealthy tribe asked for dependable allies. Our movement, clean-cut while alone with a simple enemy, was now bogged in its partner's contingencies. We had to take our tune from Allenby, and he was not happy. The German offensive in France was stripping him of troops. He would retain Jerusalem, but could not afford a casualty, much less an attack, for months. The War Office promised him Indian divisions from Mesopotamia and Indian drafts. With these, he would rebuild his army on the Indian model. Perhaps after the summer he might be again in fighting trim, but for the moment we must both just hold on. This he told me on May the 5th, the date chosen under the Smuts arrangement for the heave northward of the whole army as prelude to the fall of Damascus and Aleppo. As first phase of this arrangement, we had undertaken the liability of Man, and Allenby's pause stuck us with this siege of a superior force. In addition, the Turks from Oman might now have leisure to sweep us off Aba el-Lisan back to Akaba. In so nasty a situation, the common habit of joint operations, cursing the other partner, weighed strongly upon me. However, Allenby's staunchness was aiming to relieve us. He was threatening the enemy by a vast bridgehead across Jordan, as if he were about to cross a third time, so he would keep Amman tender. To strengthen us on our plateau, he offered what technical equipment we needed. We took the opportunity to ask for repeated air raids on the Hejaz Railway. General Salmond was called in and proved as generous in word and deed as the Commander-in-Chief. The Royal Air Force kept up a dull, troublesome pressure on Amman from now till the fall of Turkey. Much of the inactivity of the enemy in our lean season was due to the disorganization of their railway by bombing. At tea time, Allenby mentioned the Imperial Camel Brigade in Sinai, regretting that in the new stringency he must abolish it and use its men as mounted reinforcements. I asked, "What are you going to do with their camels?" He laughed and said, "Ask Q." Obediently, I went across the dusty garden, broke in upon the Quartermaster General, Sir Walter Campbell, very Scotch, and repeated my question. He answered firmly that they were earmarked as divisional transport for the second of the new Indian divisions. I explained that I wanted 2,000 of them. His first reply was irrelevant. His second conveyed that I might go on wanting. I argued, but he seemed unable to see my side at all. Of course, it was of the nature of a cue to be costive. I returned to Allenby and said aloud before his party that there were for disposal 2,200 riding camels and 1,300 baggage camels. All were provisionally allotted to transport, but of course riding camels were riding camels. The staff whistled and looked wise, as though they too doubted whether riding camels could carry baggage. A technicality, even a sham one, might be helpful. Every British officer understood animals as a point of honour. So I was not astonished when Sir Walter Campbell was asked to dine with the Commander-in-Chief that night. We sat on the right hand and on the left, and with the soup, Allenby began to talk about camels. Sir Walter broke out that the providential dispersing of the Camel Brigade brought the transport of the division up to strength. A godsend, for the Orient had been vainly ransacked for camels. He overacted. Allenby, a reader of Milton, had an acute sense of style, and the line was a weak one. He cared nothing for strengths, the fetish of administrative branches. He looked at me with a twinkle. "And what do you want them for?" I replied hotly. "To put 1,000 men into Dera any day you please." He smiled and shook his head at Sir Walter Campbell, saying sadly, "Q, you lose." The goat became giddy and the sheep sheepish. It was an immense, a regal gift, the gift of unlimited mobility. The Arabs could now win their war when and where they liked. Next morning I was off to join Faisal in his cool eyrie at Aba el-Lisan. We discussed histories, tribes, migration, sentiments, the spring rains, pasture at length. Finally I remarked that Allenby had given us 2,000 camels. Faisal gasped and caught my knee, saying, "How?" I told him all the story. He leapt up and kissed me. Then he clapped his hands loudly. Hejris's black shape appeared at the tent door. "Hurry!" cried Faisal. "Call them!" Hejris asked whom. "Oh, Fahad, Abdullah el-Fair, Auda Motlog, Zal, and not Mirzuk?" queried Hejris mildly. Faisal shouted at him for a fool, and the black ran off, while I said, "It is nearly finished. Soon you can let me go." He protested, saying that I must remain with them always, and not just till Damascus, as I had promised in Urn-Lej. I, who wanted so to get away. Feet came pattering to the tent door and paused while the chiefs recovered their grave faces and set straight their headcloths for the entry. One by one they sat down stilly on the rugs, each saying unconcernedly, "Please God, good." To each Faisal replied, "Praise God," and they stared in wonder at his dancing eyes. When the last had rustled in, Faisal told them that God had sent the means of victory, 2,000 riding camels. Our war was to march unchecked to freedom, its triumphant end. They murmured in astonishment, doing their best as great men to be calm, eyeing me to guess my share in the event. I said, The bounty of Allenby. Zal cut in swiftly for them all. God keep his life and yours. I replied, we have been made victorious, stood up with a by your leave to Faisal, and slipped away to tell Joyce. Behind my back they burst out into wild words of their coming wilder deeds, childish perhaps, but it would be a pretty war in which each man did not feel that he was winning it. Joyce also was gladdened and made smooth by the news of the 2,000 camels. We dreamed of the stroke to which they should be put, of their march from Beersheba to Akaba, and where for 2 months we could find grazing for this vast multitude of animals. They must be broken from barley if they were to be of use to us. These were not pressing thoughts. We had meanwhile the need to maintain ourselves all summer on the plateau, besieging Man and keeping the railways cut. The task was difficult. First, about supply. I had just thrown the existing arrangements out of gear. The Egyptian camel transport companies had been carrying steadily between Akaba and Aba el-Lisan, but carrying less and marching less than our least sanguine estimate. We urged them to increase weights and speeds, but found ourselves up against cast-iron core regulations, framed to keep down the figures of animal wastage. By increasing them slightly, we could double the carrying capacity of the column. Consequently, I had offered to take over the animals and send back the Egyptian camel men. The British, being short of labor, jumped at my idea almost too quickly. We had a terrible scramble to improvise drivers upon the moment. Goslet, single-handed, had hitherto done supplies, transport, ordnance, paymaster, base commandant. The extra work was cruelty to him. So Dornay found Scott, a perfect Irishman, for base commandant. He had good temper, capacity, spirit. Akaba breathed quietly. Ordnance we gave to Bright sergeant or sergeant major, and Young took over transport and quartermaster work. Young had overstrained himself, riding furiously between Naimat, Hijaya, and Beni Sakr, between Nasir and Mirzuk and Faisal, striving to combine and move them in one piece. Incidentally, he had furiously overstrained the Arabs. In transport duties, his drive and ability would be better employed. Using his full power, he grappled with the chaos. He had no stores for his columns, no saddles, no clerks, no veterinaries, no drugs, and few drivers, so that to run a harmonious and orderly train was impossible. But Young very nearly did it, in his curious, ungrateful way. Thanks to him, the supply problem of the Arab regulars on the plateau was solved. All this time, the face of our revolt was growing. Faisal, veiled in his tent, maintained incessantly the teaching and preaching of his Arab movement. Akaba boomed. Even our field work was going well. The Arab regulars had just had their 3rd success against Jordan, the battered station which they made it almost a habit to take and lose. Our armored cars happened on a Turkish sortie from Man and smashed it in such style that the opportunity never recurred. Zaid, in command of half the army posted north of Haida, was showing great vigor. His gaiety of spirit appealed more to the professional officers than did Faisal's poetry and lean earnestness. So this happy association of the two brothers gave every sort of man a sympathy with one or other of the leaders of the revolt. Yet there were clouds in the north. At Amman was a forcible Turkish concentration of troops earmarked for Man when supply conditions would let them move. This supply reserve was being put in by rail from Damascus, as well as the bombing attacks of the Royal Air Force from Palestine permitted. To make head against them, Nasir, our best guerrilla general, had been appointed, in advance of Zaid, to do something great against the railway. He had camped in Wadi Hesa with Hornby, full of explosives, and Peake's trained section of Egyptian Army Camel Corps to help in demolition. Time, till Allenby recovered, was what we had to fight for, and Nasir would very much help our desire if he secured us a month's breathing space by playing the intangible ghost at the Turkish army. If he failed, we must expect the relief of Man and an onslaught of the reinvigorated enemy upon Aba el-Lisan. Chapter 96. Nasir attacked Hesa station in his old fashion, cutting the line to north and south the night before, and opening a sharp bombardment of the buildings when it was light enough to see. Rasim was the gunner, and the gun our Krupp antiquity of Medina, Wej, and Taffile. When the Turks weakened, the Arabs charged into the station. Beni Sakr and Hawaitat vying for the lead. We had, of course, no killed, as was ever the way with such tactics. Hornby and Peake reduced the place to a heap of ruins. They blew in the well, the tanks, engines, pumps, buildings, 3 bridges, rolling stock, and about 4 miles of rail. Next day, Nasir moved north and destroyed Farafra station. Peake and Hornby continued work that day and the day following. Altogether, it sounded like our biggest demolition. I determined to go up and see for myself. A dozen of my men marched with me. Below the Rashaidia ridge, we came to the lone tree, Shejarat el-Tayyar. My Hauranis drew rein under its thorny branches, on which were impaled many tatters of wayfarers' offered clothes. Mohammed said, "Upon you, O Mustafa." Reluctantly, Mustafa let himself down from his saddle, and piece by piece took off his clothes, till nearly naked, when he lay down arching himself over the tumbled cairn. The other men dismounted, picked each a thorn, and in solemn file drove them, hard and sharp as brass, deep into his flesh and left them standing there. The Agail stared open-mouthed at the ceremony, but before it ended swung themselves monkey-like down, grinning lewdly, and stabbed in their thorns where they would be most painful. Mustafa shivered quietly till he heard Mohammed say, "Get up," using the feminine inflection. He sadly pulled out the thorns, dressed and remounted. Abdullah knew no reason for the punishment, and the Hauranis' manner showed that they did not wish me to ask them. We reached Hessa to find Nasir with 600 men, concealed under cliffs and bushes, afraid of enemy aircraft, which had killed many. One bomb had fallen into a pool while 11 camels had been drinking and had thrown them all dead in a ring about the waterside among torn flowers of oleander. We wrote to Air Vice Marshal Salmond for a revengeful counterstroke. The railway was still in Nasir's hand, and whenever they had explosives, Hornby and Peake went down to it. They had blown in a cutting and were developing a new rail demolition, turning over each section by a main force as it was cut. From Sultani in the north to Jerf in the south, the damage extended, 14 miles. Nasir fully understood the importance of maintaining his activity, and there seemed a fair hope of his lasting. He had found a comfortable and bomb-proof cave between 2 limestone reefs which, articulated like teeth, broke out from the green hillside. The heat and flies in the valley were not yet formidable. It was running with water, fertile with pasture. Behind lay Taffile, and if Nasir were hard-pressed, he had only to send a message, and the mounted peasantry of the villages, on their rough ponies jangling with shrill bells, would come pouring over the range to his support. The day of our arrival, the Turks sent a force of camel corps, cavalry and infantry down to reoccupy Farafra as a first counterstroke. Nasir at once was up and at them, while his machine guns kept down the Turks' heads. The Abu Tayyid charged up to within 100 yards of the crumbling wall, which was the only defense, and cut out all the camels and some horses. To expose riding animals to the sight of Bedouins was a sure way to lose them. Afterwards I was down with Auda, near the fork of the valley, when there came the throbbing and moaning overhead of Mercedes' engines. Nature stilled itself before the master noise. Even the birds and insects hushed. We crawled between fallen boulders and heard the first bomb drop lower in the valley where Peake's camp lay hidden in a 12-foot oleander thicket. The machines were flying towards us, for the next bombs were nearer, and the last fell just in front with a shattering, dusty roar by our captured camels. When the smoke cleared, 2 of them were kicking in agony on the ground. A faceless man, spraying blood from a fringe of red flesh about his neck, stumbled screaming towards our rocks. He crashed blindly over one and another, tripping and scrambling with arms outstretched, maddened by pain. In a moment he lay quiet, and we who had scattered from him ventured near. But he was dead. I went back to Nasir, safe in his cave with Nawaf el-Faiz, brother of Mithgal, head of the Beni Sakr. Nawaf, a shifty man, was so full and careful of his pride that he would stoop to any private meanness to preserve it publicly. But then he was mad like all the Faiz clan, uncertain like them, and voluble with flickering eyes. Our acquaintance of before the war had been renewed secretly a year before, when 3 of us crept in after sunset to their rich family tents near Ziza. Fawaz, the senior Faiz, was a notable Arab, a committeeman of the Damascus group, prominent in the Party of Independence. He received me with fair words and hospitality, fed us richly, and brought out, after we had talked, his richest bed-quilts. I had slept an hour or two when a charged voice whispered through a smoke-smelling beard into my ear. It was Nawaf, the brother, to say that, behind the friendly-seeming, Fawaz had sent horsemen to Ziza, and soon the troops would be here to take me. We were certainly caught. My Arabs crouched in their place, meaning to fight like cornered animals and kill at least some of the enemy before they themselves died. Such tactics displeased me. When combats came to the physical bare hand against hand, I was finished. The disgust of being touched revolted me more than the thought of death and defeat. Perhaps because one such terrible struggle in my youth had given me an enduring fear of contact, or because I so reverenced my wits and despised my body that I would not be beholden to the second for the life of the first. I whispered to Nawaf for counsel. He crawled back through the tent curtain. We followed, dragging my few things in their light saddle pouch. Behind the next tent, his own, sat the camels, knee-haltered and saddled. We mounted circumspectly. Nawaf led out his mare and guided us, loaded rifle across his thigh, to the railway and beyond it into the desert. There he gave us the star direction of our supposed goal in Bear. A few days later, Sheikh Fawaz was dead. Chapter 97. I explained to Faisal that Nasir's cutting of the line would endure another month, and after the Turks had got rid of him, it would be yet a third month before they attacked us in Aba el-Lisan. By then, our new camels should be fit for use in an offensive of our own. I suggested that we ask his father, King Hussein, to transfer to Akaba the regular units at present with Ali and Abdullah. Their reinforcement would raise us to 10,000 strong in uniformed men. We would divide them into 3 parts. The immobile would constitute a retaining force to hold Man quiet. 1,000 on our new camels would attack the Dera Damascus sector. The balance would form a second expedition of 2,000 or 3,000 infantry to move into the Beni Saka country and connect with Allenby at Jericho. The long-distance mounted raid, by taking Dera or Damascus, would compel the Turks to withdraw from Palestine 1 division, or even 2, to restore their communications. By so weakening the enemy, we would give Allenby the power to advance his line, at any rate, to Nablus. The fall of Nablus would cut the lateral communication which made the Turks strong in Moab, and they would be compelled to fall back on Amman, yielding us quiet possession of the Jordan bottom. Practically, I was proposing that we use up the Horan Arabs to let us reach Jericho, halfway to our Damascus goal. Faisal fell in with the proposal and gave me letters to his father advising it. Unhappily, the old man was nowadays little inclined to take his advice, out of green-eyed hatred for this son who was doing too well and was being disproportionately helped by the British. For dealing with the king, I relied on joint action by Wingate and Allenby, his paymasters. I decided to go up to Egypt personally, to press them to write him letters of the necessary stiffness. In Cairo, Dornay agreed both to the transfer of the southern regulars and to the independent offensive. We went to Wingate, argued it, and convinced him that the ideas were good. He wrote letters to King Hussein, strongly advising the reinforcement of Faisal. I pressed him to make clear to the king that the continuance of a war subsidy would depend on his giving effect to our advice. But he refused to be stringent, and couched the letter in terms of politeness, which would be lost on the hard and suspicious old man in Mecca. Yet the effort promised so much for us that we went up to Allenby to beg his help with the king. At GHQ, we felt a remarkable difference in the air. The place was, as always, throbbing with energy and hope. But now logic and coordination were manifest in an uncommon degree. Allenby had a curious blindness of judgment in choosing men, due largely to his positive greatness, which made good qualities in his subordinates seem superfluous. But Chetwode, not content, had interposed again, setting up Bartholomew, his own chief of staff, in the 3rd place of the hierarchy. Bartholomew, not made like Dornay, with many foreign sides to his imagination, was yet more intricate, yet more polished as a soldier, more careful and conscientious, and seemed a friendly team leader. We unrolled before him our scheme to start the ball rolling in the autumn, hoping by our pushes to make it possible for him to come in later vigorously to our support. He listened smiling and said that we were 3 days too late. Their new army was arriving to time from Mesopotamia and India. Prodigious advances in grouping and training were being made. On June the 15th, it had been the considered opinion of a private conference that the army would be capable of a general and sustained offensive in September. The sky was indeed opening over us, and we went into Allenby, who said outright that late in September he would make a grand attack to fulfill the Smuts plan even to Damascus and Aleppo. Our role would be as laid down in the spring. We must make the Dera raid on the 2,000 new camels. Times and details would be fixed as the weeks went on, and as Bartholomew's calculations took shape. Our hopes of victory had been too often dashed for me to take this as assured. So, for second string, I got Allenby's blessing upon the transfer of Ali's and Abdullah's khaki-clad contingents, and set off, fortified, to Jeddah, where I had no more success than I expected. The king had got wind of my purpose and took refuge on the pretext of Ramadan in Mecca, his inaccessible capital. We talked over the telephone, King Hussein sheltering himself behind the incompetence of the operators in the Mecca exchange whenever the subject turned dangerous. My thronged mind was not in the mood for farce, so I rang off, put Faisal's, Wingate's, and Allenby's letters back unopened into my bag, and returned to Cairo in the next ship. Book 9, Balancing for a Last Effort, Chapters 98 to 106. Allenby, in rapid embodiment of reliefs from India and Mesopotamia, so surpassed hope that he was able to plan an autumn offensive. The near balance of the forces on each side meant that victory would depend on his subtly deceiving the Turks that their entire danger yet lay beyond the Jordan. We might help by lying quiet for 6 weeks, feigning a feebleness which should tempt the Turks to attack. The Arabs were then to lead off at the critical moment by cutting the railway communications of Palestine. Such bluff within bluff called for most accurate timing, since the balance would have been wrecked either by a premature Turkish retreat in Palestine or by their premature attack against the Arabs beyond Jordan. We borrowed from Allenby some imperial camel corps to lend extra color to our supposed critical situation, while preparations for Dera went on with no more check than an untimely show of pique from King Hussein. Chapter 98. On July the 11th, Dornay and I were again talking to Allenby and Bartholomew, and of their generosity and confidence, seeing the undress working of a general's mind. It was an experience, technical, reassuring, and very valuable to me, who was mildly a general too, in my own odd show. Bowles was on leave while the plans were working out. Sir Walter Campbell also was absent. Bartholomew and Evans, their deputies, plotted to rearrange the army transport, regardless of formations, with such elasticity that any pursuit could be sustained. Allenby's confidence was like a wall. Before the attack, he went to see his troops massed in secrecy, waiting the signal, and told them he was sure, with their good help, of 30,000 prisoners. This when the whole game turned on a chance. Bartholomew was most anxious. He said it would be desperate work to have the whole army reformed by September, and even if they were ready, actually some brigades existed as such for the first time when they went over, we must not assume that the attack would follow as planned. It could be delivered only in the coastal sector, opposite Ramleh, the railhead, where only could a necessary reserve of stores be gathered. This seemed so obvious that he could not dream of the Turks staying blind, though momently their dispositions ignored it. Allenby's plan was to collect the bulk of his infantry and all his cavalry under the orange and olive groves of Ramleh just before September the 19th. Simultaneously, he hoped to make in the Jordan Valley such demonstrations as should persuade the Turks of a concentration there in progress. The 2 raids to Salt had fixed the Turks' eyes exclusively beyond Jordan. Every move there, whether of British or Arabs, was accompanied by counter-precautions on the Turks' part, showing how fearful they were. In the coast sector, the area of real danger, the enemy had absurdly few men. Success hung on maintaining them in this fatal misappreciation. After the Meinerzagen success, deceptions, which for the ordinary general were just witty hors d'oeuvre before battle, became for Allenby a main point of strategy. Bartholomew would accordingly erect, near Jericho, all condemned tents in Egypt, would transfer veterinary hospitals and sick lines there, would put dummy camps, dummy horses, and dummy troops wherever there was plausible room, would throw more bridges across the river, would collect and open against enemy country all captured guns, and on the right days would ensure the movement of non-combatant bodies along the dusty roads to give the impression of 11th-hour concentrations for an assault. At the same time, the Royal Air Force was going to fill the air with husbanded formations of the latest fighting machines. The preponderance of these would deprive the enemy for days of the advantage of air reconnaissance. Bartholomew wished us to supplement his efforts with all vigor and ingenuity from our side of Amman, yet he warned us that, even with this, success would hang on a thread, since the Turks could save themselves and their army and give us our concentration to do over again by simply retiring their coast sector 7 or 8 miles. The British army would then be like a fish flapping on dry land, with its railways, its heavy artillery, its dumps, its stores, its camps all misplaced, and without olive groves in which to hide its concentration next time. So, while he guaranteed that the British were doing their utmost, he implored us not to engage the Arabs on his behalf, in a position from which they could not escape. The noble prospect sent Dornay and myself back to Cairo in great fettle and cogitation. News from Akaba had raised again the question of defending the plateau against the Turks, who had just turned Nasir out of Hesa and were contemplating a stroke against Abba el-Lisan about the end of August, when our Dera detachment should start. Unless we could delay the Turks another fortnight, their threat might cripple us. A new factor was urgently required. At this juncture, Dornay was inspired to think of the surviving battalion of the Imperial Camel Corps. Perhaps GHQ might lend it us to confuse the Turks' reckoning. We telephoned Bartholomew, who understood, and backed our request to Bowles in Alexandria and to Allenby. After an active telegraphing, we got our way. Colonel Buxton, with 300 men, was lent to us for a month on 2 conditions. First, that we should forthwith furnish their scheme of operations. Second, that they should have no casualties. Bartholomew felt it necessary to apologize for the last magnificent, heartwarming condition, which he thought unsoldierly. Dornay and I sat down with a map and measured that Buxton should march from the canal to Akaba, thence by rum to carry Mudawara by night attack, thence by Bear to destroy the bridge and tunnel near Amman, and back to Palestine on August the 30th. Their activity would give us a peaceful month, in which our 2,000 new camels could learn to graze, while carrying the extra dumps of forage and food which Buxton's force would expect. As we worked out these schemes, there came from Akaba one more elaborate, worked out graphically by Young for Joyce, on our June understanding for independent Arab operations in Hauran. They had figured out the food, ammunition, forage, and transport for 2,000 men of all ranks, from Abba el-Lisan to Dera. They had taken into consideration all our resources and worked out schedules by which dumps would be completed and the attack begun in November. Even had Allenby not pulled his army together, this scheme would have broken down intrinsically. It depended on the immediate reinforcement of the Arab army at Abba el-Lisan, which King Hussein had refused. Also, November was too near to winter with its muddy, impassable roads in the Hauran. Weather and strengths might be matters of opinion, but Allenby meant to attack on September the 19th, and wanted us to lead off not more than 4 nor less than 2 days before he did. His words to me were that 3 men and a boy with pistols in front of Dera on September the 16th would fill his conception. Would he better than thousands a week before or a week after? The truth was, he cared nothing for our fighting power and did not reckon us part of his tactical strength. Our purpose to him was moral, psychological, diethetic, to keep the enemy command intent upon the Trans-Jordan front. In my English capacity, I shared this view, but on my Arab side, both agitation and battle seemed equally important, the one to serve the joint success, the other to establish Arab self-respect, without which victory would not be wholesome. So, unhesitatingly, we laid the young scheme aside and turned to build up our own. To reach Dera from Aba el-Lisan would take a fortnight, the cutting of the 3 railways and withdrawal to reform in the desert another week. Our raiders must carry their maintenance for 3 weeks. The picture of what this meant was in my head. We had been doing it for 2 years. And so at once I gave Donne my estimate that our 2,000 camels in a single journey, without advanced depots or supplementary supply columns, would suffice 500 regular mounted infantry, the battery of French quick-firing .65 mountain guns, proportionate machine guns, 2 armored cars, sappers, camel scouts, and 2 aeroplanes until we had fulfilled our mission. This seemed like a liberal reading of Allenby's 3 men and a boy. We told Bartholomew and received GHQ blessing. Young and Joyce were not best pleased when I returned to say that the great schedule had been torn up. I did not call their plans top-heavy and too late. I threw the onus of change on Allenby's recovery. My new proposal, for which in advance I had pledged their performance, was an intricate dovetailing in the next crowded month and a half of a spoiling raid by the British Camel Corps and the main raid to surprise the Turks by Dera. Joyce felt that I had made a mistake. To introduce foreigners would unman the Arabs, and to let them go a month later would be even worse. Young returned a stubborn, combative, impossible to my idea. The Camel Corps would engross the baggage camels, which otherwise might have enabled the Dera force to reach its goal. By trying to do 2 greedy things, I should end in doing neither. I argued my case, and we had a battle. In the first place, I tackled Joyce concerning the Imperial Camel Corps. They would arrive one morning at Akaba, no Arabs suspecting them, and would vanish equally suddenly towards Rum. From Mudawara to Yarmuk Bridge, they would march in the desert, far from the sight of the Arab army and from the hearing of the villages. In the resultant vagueness, the enemy intelligence would conclude that the whole of the defunct Camel Brigade was now on Faisal's front. Such an accession of shock strength to Faisal would make the Turks very tender of the safety of their railway. While Buxton's appearance at Kissa, apparently on preliminary reconnaissance, would put credence into the wildest tales of our intention shortly to attack Amman. Joyce, disarmed by these reasonings, now backed me with his favorable opinion. For Young's transport troubles I had little sympathy. He, a newcomer, said my problems were insoluble, but I had done such things casually, without half his ability and concentration, and knew they were not even difficult. For the Camel Corps, we left him to grapple with weights and timetables, since the British Army was his profession. And though he would not promise anything, except that it could not be done of course it was, and 2 or 3 days before the necessary time. The Dera raid was a different proposition, and point by point I disputed his conception of its nature and equipment. I crossed out forage, the heaviest item after bear. Young became ironic upon the patient endurance of camels, but this year the pasture was grand in the Azraq-Dara region. From the men's food I cut off provision for the second attack and the return journey. Young supposed aloud that the men would fight well hungry. I explained that we would live on the country. Young thought it a poor country to live on. I called it very good. He said that the 10 days' march home after the attacks would be a long fast, but I had no intention of coming back to Akaba. Then might he ask if it was defeat or victory which was in my mind. I pointed out how each man had a camel under him, and if we killed only 6 camels a day, the whole force would feed abundantly. Yet this did not solace him. I went on to cut down his petrol, cars, ammunition, and everything else to the exact point, without margin, which would meet what we planned. In riposte, he became aggressively regular. I prosed forth on my hoary theorem that we lived by our raggedness and beat the Turk by our uncertainty. Young's scheme was faulty because precise. Instead, we would march a camel column of 1,000 men to Azraq, where their concentration must be complete on September the 13th. On the 16th, we would envelop Dera and cut its railways. 2 days later, we would fall back east of the Hejaz Railway and wait events with Allenby. As reserve against accident, we would purchase barley in Jebel Drus and store it at Azraq. Nuri Shalan would accompany us with a contingent of Ruala, also the Serdia, the Serahin, and Haurani peasants of the Hollow Land under Talal el-Haredin. Young thought it a deplorable adventure. Joyce, who had loved our dogfight conference, was game to try, though doubting I was ambitious. However, it was sure that both would do their best, since the thing was already settled. And Dorney had helped the organizing side by getting us from GHQ, the loan of Sterling, a skilled staff officer, tactful and wise. Sterling's passion for horses was a passport to intimacy with Faisal and the chiefs. Among the Arab officers were distributed some British military decorations, tokens of their gallantry about Marne. These marks of Allenby's esteem heartened the Arab army. Nuri Pasha said offered to command the Dera expedition, for which his courage, authority, and coolness marked him as the ideal leader. He began to pick for it the best 400 men in the army. Pisani, the French commandant fortified by a military cross, and in urgent pursuit of a DSO, took bodily possession of the 4 Schneider guns which Kuss had sent down to us after Bremond left, and spent agonized hours with Young trying to put the scheduled ammunition and mule forage with his men and his own private kitchen onto one half the requisite camels. The camps buzzed with eagerness and preparation, and all promised well. Our own family rifts were distressing but inevitable. The Arab affair had now outgrown our rough-and-ready help organization. But the next was probably the last act, and by a little patience we might make our present resources serve. The troubles were only between ourselves, and thanks to the magnificent unselfishness of Joyce, we preserved enough of team spirit to prevent a complete breakdown, however high-handed I appeared. And I had a reserve of confidence to carry the whole thing, if need be, on my shoulders. They used to think me boastful when I said so. But my confidence was not so much ability to do a thing perfectly, as a preference for botching it somehow rather than letting it go altogether by default. Chapter 99. It was now the end of July, and by the end of August, the Dera expedition must be on the road. In the meantime, Buxton's Camel Corps had to be guided through their program, Nuri Shalan warned. The armored cars taught their road to Azraq, and landing grounds found for aeroplanes. A busy month. Nuri Shalan, the furthest, was tackled first. He was called to meet Faisal at Jafar about August the 7th. Buxton's force seemed the second need. I told Faisal under seal of their coming. To ensure their having no casualties, they must strike Mudawara with absolute surprise. I would guide them myself to Rum in the first critical march through the fag ends of Hawaitat about Akaba. Accordingly, I went down to Akaba, where Buxton let me explain to each company their march, and the impatient nature of the allies whom they unasked had come to help, begging them to turn the other cheek if there was a row, partly because they were better educated than the Arabs and therefore less prejudiced, partly because they were very few. After such solemnities came the ride up the oppressive gorge of Itm, under the red cliffs of Nejed, and over the breast-like curves of Imran, that slow preparation for Rum's greatness, till we passed through the gap before the rock Kuzail and into the inner shrine of the springs, with its worship-compelling coolness. There the landscape refused to be accessory, but took the skies, and we chattering humans became dust at its feet. In Rum, the men had their first experience of watering inequality with Arabs, and found it troublesome. However, they were wonderfully mild, and Buxton was an old Sudan official, speaking Arabic and understanding nomadic ways, very patient, good-humored, sympathetic. Hazar was helpful in admonishing the Arabs, and Sterling and Marshall, who accompanied the column, were familiars of the Beni Atiyeh. Thanks to their diplomacy and to the care of the British rank and file, nothing untoward happened. I stayed at Rum for their first day, dumb at the unreality of these healthy-looking fellows, like stiff-bodied schoolboys in their shirt-sleeves and shorts, as they wandered, anonymous and irresponsible, about the cliffs which had been my private resort. 3 years of Sinai had burned the color from their tanned faces, in which the blue eyes flickered weakly against the dark, possessed gaze of the Bedouin. For the rest, they were a broad-faced, low-browed people, blunt-featured beside the fine-drawn Arabs whom generations of inbreeding had sharpened to a radiance ages older than the primitive, blotched, honest Englishman. Continental soldiers looked lumpish beside our lean-bred fellows. But against my supple Nejdies, the British in their turn looked lumpish. Later I rode for Akaba, through the high-walled ITM, alone now with 6 silent, unquestioning guards, who followed after me like shadows, harmonious and submerged in their natural sand and bush and hill. And a homesickness came over me, stressing vividly my outcast life among these Arabs, while I exploited their highest ideals and made their love of freedom one more tool to help England win. It was evening, and on the straight bar of Sinai ahead, the low sun was falling, its globe extravagantly brilliant in my eyes, because I was dead tired of my life, longing as seldom before for the moody skies of England. This sunset was fierce, stimulant, barbaric, reviving the colours of the desert like a draught, as indeed it did each evening, in a new miracle of strength and heat, while my longings were for weakness, chills, and grey mistiness, that the world might not be so crystalline clear, so definitely right and wrong. We English, who lived years abroad among strangers, went always dressed in the pride of our remembered country, that strange entity which had no part with the inhabitants, for those who loved England most often liked Englishmen least. Here, in Arabia, in the war's need, I was trading my honesty for her sustenance, inevitably. In Akaba, the rest of my bodyguard were assembled, prepared for victory, for I had promised the Hauran men that they should pass this great feast in their freed villages, and its date was near. So for the last time we mustered on the windy beach by the sea's edge, the sun on its brilliant waves glinting in rivalry with my flashing and changing men. They were 60. Seldom had the Zaghi brought so many of his troop together, and as we rode into the brown hills for Guera, he was busy sorting them in Agale fashion, centre and wings, with poets and singers on the right and left. So our ride was musical. It hurt him I would not have a banner, like a prince. I was on my gazala, the old grandmother camel, now again magnificently fit. Her foal had lately died, and Abdullah, who rode next me, had skinned the little carcass and carried the dry pelt behind his saddle like a crupper piece. We started well, thanks to the Zaghi's chanting, but after an hour Gazala lifted her head high and began to pace uneasily, picking up her feet like a sword dancer. I tried to urge her, but Abdullah dashed alongside me, swept his cloak about him, and sprang from his saddle, calves, skin in hand. He lighted with a splash of gravel in front of Gazala, who had come to a standstill, gently moaning. On the ground before her he spread the little hide and drew her head down to it. She stopped crying, shuffled its dryness thrice with her lips, then again lifted her head, and with a whimper strode forward. Several times in the day this happened, but afterwards she seemed to forget. At Guera, Siddons had an aeroplane waiting. Nouri Shalan and Faisal wanted me at once in Jefer. The air was thin and bumpy, so that we hardly scraped over the crest of Shtar. I sat wondering if we would crash, almost hoping it. I felt sure Nouri was about to claim fulfillment of our dishonorable half-bargain, whose execution seemed more impure than its thought. Death in the air would be a clean escape, yet I scarcely hoped it, not from fear, for I was too tired to be much afraid, nor from scruple, for our lives seemed to me absolutely our own, to keep or give away, but from habit, for lately I had risked myself only when it seemed profitable to our cause. I was busy compartmenting up my mind, finding instinct and reason as ever at strong war. Instinct said die, but reason said that was only to cut the mind's tether and loose it into freedom. Better to seek some mental death, some slow wasting of the brain to sink it below these puzzlements. An accident was meaner than deliberate fault. If I did not hesitate to risk my life, why fuss to dirty it? Yet life and honor seemed in different categories, not able to be sold one for another. And for honor, had I not lost that a year ago when I assured the Arabs that England kept her plighted word? Or was honor like the Sibyl's leaves, The more that was lost, the more precious the little left. Its part equal to the whole. My self-secrecy had left me no arbiter of responsibility. The debauch of physical work yet ended in a craving for more, while the everlasting doubt, the questioning, bound up my mind in a giddy spiral and left me never space for thought. So we came at last, alive, to Hefer, where met us Faisal and Nouri in the smoothest spirits, with no mention of my price. It seemed incredible that this old man had freely joined our youth, for he was very old, livid and worn, with a grey sorrow and remorse about him, and a bitter smile the only mobility of his face. Upon his coarse eyelashes the eyelids sagged down in tired folds, through which, from the overhead sun, a red light glittered into his eye sockets, and made them look like fiery pits in which the man was slowly burning. Only the dead black of his dyed hair, only the dead skin of the face, with its net of lines, betrayed his 70 years. There was ceremonial talk about this little-spoken leader, for with him were the head men of his tribe, famous sheikhs so bodied out with silks of their own wearing or of Faisal's gift, that they rustled like women while moving in slow state like oxen. First of them was Fans, like Hamlet, not forgiving Nuri his murdered father, Sodom, a lean man with drooping moustache and white, unnatural face, who met the hidden censure of the world with a soft manner and luscious, deprecating voice. "Yifem," he squeaked of me in astonishment. "He understands our Arabic." Trad and Sultan were there, round-eyed, grave, and direct-spoken, honorable figures of men and great leaders of cavalry. Also Mijem, the rebellious, had been brought in by Faisal and reconciled with his unwilling uncle, who seemed only half to tolerate his small-featured, bleak presence beside him, though Mijem's manner was eagerly friendly. Mijem was a great leader too, Trad's rival in the conduct of raids, but weak and cruel at heart. He sat next Khalid, Trad's brother, another healthy, cheerful rider, like Trad in face, but not so full a man. Durzi ibn Dugmi swelled in and welcomed me, reminding me ungratefully of his greediness at Nebk, a one-eyed, sinister, hook-nosed man, heavy, menacing and mean, but brave. There was the Kafaji, the spoilt child of Nuri's age, who looked for equality of friendliness from me because of his father, and not for any promise in himself. He was young enough to be glad of the looming adventure of war and proud of his new bristling weapons. Bender, the laughing boy, fellow in years and play with the Kafaji, tripped me before them all by begging for a place in my bodyguard. He had heard from my Rahel, his foster brother, of their immoderate griefs and joys, and servitude called to him with its unwholesome glamour. I fenced, and when he pleaded further, turned it by muttering that I was not a king to have Shahlan's servants. Nuri's somber look met mine for a moment in approval. Beside me sat Rahel, peacocking his lusty self in strident clothes. Under cover of the conversation, he whispered me the name of each chief. They had not to ask who I was, for my clothes and appearance were peculiar in the desert. It was notoriety to be the only clean-shaven one, and I doubled it by wearing always the suspect pure silk, of the whitest, at least outside, with a gold and crimson Meccan headrope and gold dagger. By so dressing, I staked a claim which Faisal's public consideration of me confirmed. Many times in such councils had Faisal won over and set aflame new tribes. Many times had the work fallen to me. But never until today had we been actively together in one company, reinforcing and relaying one another from our opposite poles, and the work went like child's play. The Ruala melted in our double heat. We could move them with a touch and a word. There was tenseness, a holding of breath, the glitter of belief in their thin eyes so fixed on us. Faisal brought nationality to their minds in a phrase, which set them thinking of Arab history and language. Then he dropped into silence for a moment, for with these illiterate masters of the tongue words were lively, and they liked to savor each, unmingled, on the palate. Another phrase showed them the spirit of Faisal, their fellow and leader, sacrificing everything for the national freedom. And then silence again, while they imagined him day and night in his tent, teaching, preaching, ordering, and making friends. And they felt something of the idea behind this pictured man sitting there iconically, drained of desires, ambitions, weakness, faults. So rich a personality enslaved by an abstraction, made one-eyed, one-armed with the one sense and purpose to live or die in its service. Of course it was a picture man, not flesh and blood, but nevertheless true, for his individuality had yielded its third dimension to the idea, had surrendered the world's wealth and artifices. Faisal was hidden in his tent, veiled to remain our leader, while in reality he was nationality's best servant, its tool, not its owner. Yet in the tented twilight nothing seemed more noble. He went on to conjure up for them the trammelled enemy on the eternal defensive, whose best end was to have done no more than the necessary, while we abstinent swam calmly and coolly in the friendly silence of the desert, till pleased to come ashore. Our conversation was cunningly directed to light trains of their buried thoughts, that the excitement might be their own, and the conclusions native, not inserted by us. Soon we felt them kindle. We leaned back, watching them move and speak, and vivify each other with mutual heat, till the air was vibrant, and in stammered phrases they experienced the first heave and thrust of notions which ran up beyond their sight. They turned to hurry us, themselves the begetters, and we laggard strangers, strove to make us comprehend the full intensity of their belief, forgot us, flashed out the means and end of our desire. A new tribe was added to our comity, though Nuri's plain yes at the end carried more than all had said. In our preaching there was nothing merely nervous. We did our best to exclude the senses that our support might be slow, durable, unsentimental. We wanted no rice converts. Persistently, we did refuse to let our abundant and famous gold bring over those not spiritually convinced. The money was a confirmation, mortar, not building stone. To have bought men would have put our movement on the base of interest, whereas our followers must be ready to go all the way without other mixture in their motives than human frailty. Even I, the stranger, the godless fraud inspiring an alien nationality, felt a delivery from the hatred and eternal questioning of self in my imitation of their bondage to the idea, and this despite the lack of instinct in my own performance. For naturally I could not long deceive myself, but my part was worked out so flippantly that none but Joyce, Nesib, and Mohammed el-Daylan seemed to know I was acting. With man instinctive, anything believed by two or three had a miraculous sanction to which individual ease and life might honestly be sacrificed. Two man-rational wars of nationality were as much a cheat as religious wars, and nothing was worth fighting for. Nor could fighting, the act of fighting, hold any need of intrinsic virtue. Life was so deliberately private that no circumstances could justify one man in laying violent hands upon another's. Though a man's own death was his last free will, a saving grace and measure of intolerable pain, we made the Arabs strain on tiptoe to reach our creed, for it led to works, a dangerous country where men might take the deed for the will. My fault, my blindness of leadership, eager to find a quick means to conversion, allowed them this finite image of our end, which properly existed only in unending effort towards unattainable imagined light. Our crowd seeking light in things were like pathetic dogs snuffling round the shank of a lamp-post. It was only myself who valeted the abstract, whose duty took him beyond the shrine. The irony was in my loving objects before life or ideas, the incongruity in my answering the infectious call of action, which laid weight on the diversity of things. It was a hard task for me to straddle feeling and action. I had had one craving all my life, for the power of self-expression in some imaginative form, but had been too diffuse ever to acquire a technique. At last accident, with perverted humour, in casting me as a man of action, had given me place in the Arab revolt, a theme ready and epic to a direct eye and hand, thus offering me an outlet in literature, the techniqueless art. Whereupon I became excited only over mechanism. The epic mode was alien to me as to my generation. Memory gave me no clue to the heroic, so that I could not feel such men as order in myself. He seemed fantastic as the hills of Rum, old as Mallory. Among the Arabs I was the disillusioned, the skeptic who envied their cheap belief. The unperceived sham looked so well-fitting and becoming a dress for shoddy man. The ignorant, the superficial, the deceived were the happy among us. By our swindle they were glorified. We paid for them our self-respect, and they gained the deepest feeling of their lives. The more we condemned and despised ourselves, the more we could cynically take pride in them, our creatures. It was so easy to overcredit others, so impossible to write down their motives to the level of our own uncharitable truth. They were our dupes, wholeheartedly fighting the enemy. They blew before our intentions like chaff, being not chaff, but the bravest, simplest, and merriest of men. Credo quia sum, but did not the being believed by many make for a distorted righteousness? The mounting together of the devoted hopes of years from nearsighted multitudes might endow even an unwilling idol with Godhead, and strengthen it whenever men prayed silently to him.